Chapter 1 Handsome guy gets broken up and turns around with a godly system. July 2017. Shanghai. In the large suite room of the Hilton Hotel, Chen Wei looked at his cell phone while looking at the strange beauty lying beside him. This beauty was just too beautiful. He found that on his cell phone, there were no messages whatsoever. There were no missed calls or messages from WeChat. Chen Wei had never dreamed of this. He had actually had a relationship with such a young stunning beauty. How did he come to this hotel? He couldn't remember for a moment, only remembering that he went to the bar to drink. After thinking for a long time, he finally remembered. Why did he go to the bar to drink? It was because his girlfriend, Lu Bingbing, sent him a WeChat, "Let's break up." Reading this WeChat, he remembered their past. Lu Bingbing was his high school classmate. She was also his first girlfriend. She was pretty and cute, but she also had a very obvious shortcoming, which was gold worship. This was a common problem for many young beauties. Chen Wei is also very handsome. Otherwise, Lu Bingbing would not be able to see him. Nowadays, society is ultimately a time to look at the face. Of course, it is also an era of looking at money. Every holiday, she must ask Chen Wei to buy her a gift. If you don't buy a gift, then you have to send a red envelope. As long as Chen Wei didn't buy her a gift, or didn't send her a red packet, she would lose her temper and ignore Chen Wei for a few days. Sometimes, she would even break up. In order to catch up with his girlfriend, Chen Wei had to surrender many times. Who didn't know that beautiful women were a scarce resource nowadays? In the past, Chen Wei simply thought that Lu Bingbing was just cherishing every holiday with him for a souvenir. In the past, Chen Wei also held Lu Bingbing, like a white moonlight, in his hand, in his mouth for fear of melting, in his hands for fear of falling. As long as Lu Bingbing has something, Chen Wei is always at his beck and call. Chen Wei is sure to respond to any request. Two people together time after a year and a year. Chen Wei that is definitely a veritable lick dog. The dog licked 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 the dog. Nowadays society has a lot of such licking dogs, but Chen Wei is definitely the model of dog licking. Chen Wei talked to Lu Bingbing for several years. The two have never held hands, nor kissed, nor gotten into bed. We're still college students. We can't hold hands or kiss, certainly not to go to bed. It's bad for two people to go to bed before they're 22, because men aren't mature until they're 22, and if they go to bed, it's very damaging to a man's body. It's okay after you graduate from college. Chen Wei believed it. He thought that Lu Bingbing was really a very simple girl, a girl who would never mess around. Until reading the fourth year of college almost graduated, she met a do-not-know than Chen Wei hundreds of thousands of times richer than the rich generation. The two people Wang bark look at green beans, quickly on the eye. Lu Bingbing decisively abandoned Chen Wei. Lu Bingbing sent a WeChat to Chen Wei, "Let's break up." Chen Wei also made a phone call to Lu Bingbing. "Bingbing, let's not break up." Chen Wei, you can't be without money in this society, and you can't be without money when you fall in love and get married. Although you are handsome and a schoolboy, but handsome can't be a meal. You can't give me the life I want. Let's break up. Lu Bingbing immediately said something. Stimulated, Chen Wei ran to the bar to get drunk. Yesterday, he came here to buy a drink because Lu Bingbing proposed to break up, and this woman on the bed also seemed to have met some kind of blow. The two met at the bar. You're lonely, I'm lonely. The two were in the same boat and got together right away. A drink, two people have a topic. Under the two people talk to each other under the happy. A glass of wine and a glass of wine down the stomach. The two people drank more than a dozen glasses. The two soon began to get confused. Next thing you know, something indescribable happened. It was at that time that the beautiful woman beside him took the initiative to wrap her arms around his neck. Chen Wei, who had been indulging in wine and color, naturally did not politely talk to this beauty. The two people kissed. Under the stimulation of alcohol, the two people came and went, opened the room, and immediately had a fierce fight, and soon there was bloodshed. I just don't know what kind of love injury this beautiful woman has suffered. Is it that the two are in the same boat? After finishing, the two people fell into a deep sleep. In the morning, Chen Wei woke up before that beauty. He then took out his cell phone and looked at it. There were no messages. Suddenly, there was a ding sound in his head. Ding! Your divine hero system is activating. The host will receive a bonus of 100,000 yuan for every day he lives. System is in the process of binding. Name, Chen Wei. Age, 22 years old. Height, 179 centimeters. Face value, 86 points. Rank, 1. Privacy, 1. System reserve, $0. Upgrade experience, 0/20000 times. Hearing all this, Chen Wei froze. What? I have a divine magnificent system. Could the beauty next to him be a Taba celestial? Great. Another beauty and a system. Chen Wei also did some math. $100,000 a day. A month will be $3 million. A year will be $36.5 million. In the future, I will also play a ghost of a job, part-time job. I am not playing. In the future, one can rely on the system to go to the peak of life. This is too good. Money, beautiful women, houses, cars, later, what to have what, really is a great life. Suddenly, there was another sound. This voice could only be heard by Chen Wei. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a newbie gift pack. May I ask if the host opens the newbie gift pack? Chen Wei recited in his head. Open the newbie gift pack. Reward a set of universal scanning system. Reward a daily 3-choice lottery system. 3-second gifts are fixedly swiped out every day. Among the 3 gifts, you can choose one of them, and as your level rises, more and more advanced services will be opened up one after another. After a minute, the system's beep ended. So system, where are you? Chen Wei hurriedly asked. I exist in your mind. If you want to see the information, you can immediately see the system interface. Hearing this, Chen Wei immediately entered a computer-like interface. Ding! Another voice sounded in Chen Wei's head. The system has detected that the host has entered the system. Just at this time, the system sounded again. May I ask if the host is opening the universal scanning system? Chen Wei immediately said. Turn on the universal scanning system. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately looked at the strange beauty beside him. This beauty was really pretty, and really had the beauty of a fallen country. The universal scanning system is in the process of being activated. The system is acquiring the other party's information. This system was too excellent, too interesting. Chapter 2 Your Comfort. The universal scanning system is acquiring the other party's information. Name, Lu Bingqian. Age, 24. Height, 168 centimeters. Face value, 92. Body, 95. Privacy, 1. Intimacy value, 60. In a state of intimacy, Chen Wei looked at it. The first few numbers were very simple and easy to understand. But the word privacy, this Chen Wei was confused. Chen Wei unclicked and clicked on the system's explanation page. The page quickly appeared with some words. The so-called privacy value refers to a person's private life. This number refers to whether or not there is any intimate contact with the opposite sex. The larger the number, the more contact there is. Looking at this explanation on the page, Chen Wei immediately understood. Is Lu Bingqian the first time? This first refers to me, Chen Wei? This system is good. This scanning system is good. Being able to see a person's privacy value. Scanning system, I love you so much. This system not only allows one to find the right person, but it is also crucial to prevent cuckolding on the head. This universal scanning system was really a lightning rod that the system had given itself. Chen Wei thought a lot and was in a much better mood. Suddenly, a pair of jade arms in the comforter suddenly wrapped around his waist. The white and tender little hand stroked Chen Wei up and down haphazardly. This Lu Bingqian's mouth was also saying some words haphazardly inside. I didn't expect you to be a fledgling as well. Ha 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 ha, I love you to death. Laughing at you. I never thought I picked up a treasure. Chen Wei looked at the stunning beauty in front of him who was taking advantage of him. Below the slender willow leaf eyebrows was a row of thick long eyelashes. She also had a delicate slightly straight little nose, and a seductive red lip that was slightly closed. Chen Wei marveled for a moment. What a mature and imperial beauty. He hadn't seen it clearly last night. Soon, he finally remembered what happened yesterday. Drinking was a mistake. Last night, he received a breakup call from Lu Bingbing. He searched and went to the bar to get drunk. What can relieve sorrow? Only white wine. He was walking on the street, preparing to cross the road. He was so preoccupied with his thoughts that he didn't see if the light was red or green. Drip, drip, drip. Soon, there was another ear-splitting sound of brakes. You want to die. Walk without eyes. You don't want to hurt people even if you want to die. Much less harm me. The driver of the car braked violently, then stuck his head out of the window and cursed. Sorry, I don't want to live. I've lost my love. Or you can run me over? Chen Wei said nonchalantly. He didn't recognize his mistakes even if he had them. Nervous? I'm scared of you. I'm too lazy to care about you. This bald middle-aged man cursed. He immediately drove away. Shanghai in June and July was like a big furnace, roasting everyone. Once out, it was easy to get covered in sweat. Although the sun had set, it was still very hot outside. At this time, Chen Wei was carrying a bottle of beer and drinking it. He drank it while walking, and it didn't feel energized yet. Drinking this was equal to drinking cold water. It was better to go to the bar later and see if he could drown his sorrows in alcohol. It's not like he's going to drown his sorrows in alcohol, but he's going to drown his sorrows even more. It's better to go to the bar and spend some money. When he thought of the Mercedes driver just now, he cursed again. Explosive household. Rich generation. Rich second generation. What do you have besides money? Are you marvelous for having money? Humph. I will definitely be richer than you. Humph. Don't deceive the youth to be poor. Later, he went to the bar, and Lu Bingqian seemed to have encountered something unhappy again. She wanted to find someone to listen to her. She immediately took a fancy to Chen Wei. If the two people soon had a common language, the two people talked to each other, and soon one glass of wine after another went down their stomachs. The two were excited and confused. Next, the latter happened again. Chen Wei was in a daze when he realized that Lu Bingqian very actively embraced his neck. Unaware of the situation, Chen Wei naturally didn't be polite with Lu Bingqian. Soon, between the two of them going back and forth, there was bloodshed. He still didn't know what kind of blow Lu Bingqian had suffered. She would actually take the initiative to bring herself to this place to heal her love wounds. Although Chen Wei had already hit the nail on the head in treating her love wounds, the two people didn't really know each other very well yet. Although the two had an intimate relationship, Lu Bingqian still only had 60 points of intimacy value towards herself. This showed that it wasn't love at first sight between the two. This Lu Bingqian was either drinking out of her mind, or she was too desperate for life. At this time, Lu Bingqian also turned her head. She propped her head on one hand, then looked at Chen Wei with a flirtatious smile on her face. She poked Chen Wei's small stomach with one finger. Last night, when you were drinking, you were saying how much you love your girlfriend. Now, you're screwing someone else. There really aren't any good men under the sky. They're all scum. This Lu Bingqian poked fun at herself. Chen Wei didn't explain either. Whoever has a bargain and doesn't pick it up is the one who does. Chen Wei thought for a moment, then immediately said it. Then, while putting down his cell phone, he immediately said to Lu Bingqian again, "You're drunk and not very sober. I'll give you another sobriety shot." In the past, he admired doctors, and since he was a child, he wanted to be a doctor, especially the kind of doctor who could give injections. He didn't expect that after 22 years, this dream was realized. Who is afraid of who? Lu Bingqian immediately said a little. Anyway, broken. The two started again. Suddenly, a voice came to Chen Wei's mind. Ding! Due to the host's excessive speed, reward the host with a stock market and futures market quotation card, which can predict the stock market and futures market quotations for 15 days in advance. Comrade brother, this system of yours is too good, Chen Wei silently shouted in his heart. This time, he no longer needed to rent an apartment. The two people exercised twice more. Young people were good bodies and more capital. Later, the two people washed up and then fell into a deep sleep. After waking up on the afternoon of the second day, Chen Wei rubbed his swollen head. Then he turned around to look again and realized that his side had long been empty. Lu Bingqian had long been up. Chen Wei held his breath and listened for a while, and found that the room was quiet. The bathroom was also quiet, and the bathroom door was open. He searched for his cell phone on the hand table again. He found a thick stack of RMB pressed underneath his cell phone, all red $100 bills. Chen Wei walked over and found another note on the table. He picked up the note on the table, only to see the note written in a beautiful script. Thank you for your comfort. I was very satisfied last night. This is your payment. Never again. Chen Wei immediately laughed. You take me for a cowherd? I'm a cowherd. Then what are you? Not to mention, looking at the thickness of this RMB, the money was at least $5,000 or $6,000. This beautiful person, and quite generous. This Lu Bingqian is very interesting. I don't know if I can meet again in the future. Chapter 3 Sending Ningde Times Shares. This beautiful woman who slept with herself for a night left behind $5,000 or $6,000. Chen Wei didn't think that after this woman offered herself for the first time, she also poured money to herself. This beauty was quite interesting. The corners of Chen Wei's mouth suddenly smiled into a small Nike. This beauty was too interesting. However, this beauty didn't leave her phone number. This Lu Bingqian took herself for a duck. Chen Wei thought about it a lot. It was interesting. The system made a sound again. The 100,000 yuan gift from the system has been credited to your bank card account. The gifts from the system to you have been refreshed. You can choose one out of 3. Gift 1, a set of large flat floors in Thomson First, worth 172 million renminbi. Gift 2, Porsche 918 Spider, priced at 15 million renminbi. Gift 3, 10% of the original shares of Ningde Times, worth 300 million renminbi. Chen Wei looked at what the system had refreshed. A long time passed before he reacted. And for a moment, he didn't know what things to choose. This is too powerful. Don't take long. I'll be able to hang on to the big ponies and ponies. None of your 10-cent Alibaba is as good as my system. System, I love you guys so much. Chen Wei shouted. There was another ding sound. The system made another sound. This refreshment has finished. Please host choose one of the gifts as soon as possible. You seize the time to choose. I'll choose gift 3. Chen Wei immediately chose it. Little cutie. Only then will you choose the first 2. There's worth 300 million yuan now. I instantly went from poor to billionaire. With 300 million yuan of money, everything will be there. The house will be there. The car will be there. Since the host has already made a choice, The equity transfer of Ningda Times will be delivered to the host's residence within 8 hours. Please pay attention to checking for it. The system prompted some more. Go go go. Hurry up and wash up. Go home immediately. Chen Wei washed up and then retired to his room. After Chen Wei listened to the system, he used his cell phone to call a drop as he walked. He had just walked down the street when the drop he had called came. The drop quickly drove him back to his home. At this moment, he didn't think about anything else. He just wanted to get his share transfer letter quickly. He wanted to see if it was all real. He wanted to verify that he was not dreaming. He quickly got into the elevator, which quickly sent him to his floor. In no time, he was back in his 12 square meter rental house. Chen Wei had just graduated from college this year, and graduated from Shanghai Jiaotong University. It was a university that was still very strong in many ways. Chen Wei was a college student with excellent grades, and at the same time, he was also the schoolboy of Jiaotong University. However, his family was in a poor condition because both of his parents were gone. He was immediately dumped by his ex-girlfriend when he first graduated. When he thought of his ex-girlfriend getting into a chubby man's BMW X6 car, it hurt him very much. He worked several jobs and tutored many middle school students in order to fall in love with Lu Bingbing. Chen Wei, you are too poor. In this Shanghai, if we don't have money, we can't survive. Although you're a school bully and handsome, handsome can't be used as food. Handsome can't be used as money either. You can't give me the house I want, the car I want, the life I want. Let's just break up. Bing bing, we'll be fine. I'll work at Huawei. Huawei will want me. I'll make a lot of money. Let's not break up. Chen Wei begged bitterly. Then tell me, will you be able to get rich in 1 year or 2 years? I'll do it in 10 years. No. I'll do it in 20 years. Chen Wei didn't know how many years he would be able to get rich. Have I been waiting for you? Waiting until you're in your 30s or 40s? This new boyfriend of mine has hundreds of millions of dollars in assets at home. Bing bing, I'll find a job at Huawei. We can have a good life. Chen Wei advised again. Cut. You just can't earn 100 million yuan even if you work your ass off for the rest of your life. Lu Bingbing returned decisively. At the thought of this, Chen Wei's heart went wow. It's hard to be a man with money and a man without money. Now, he just wanted to see when his equity transfer could be delivered. 2 days ago, because there is the blow of lost love. Chen Wei decadent. Unexpectedly, there is no way out of the mountain, and there is a village in the darkness. Now, the system has brought him the gospel. At this time, Chen Wei's cell phone received a text message, your bank card account into the account 100,000 yuan. Maybe the system was real. After all, 100,000 RMB had already arrived in the account. Within minutes, Chen Wei's cell phone rang again. He immediately answered the call. Are you Chen Wei? I'm from Huawei's HR department. A beautiful woman's voice came out from the phone. Yeah, I'm Chen Wei. Chen Wei immediately spoke. Today, our company is conducting recruitment and interviews today. Why haven't you come until now? That beautiful woman immediately said a bit. Is that so? I've already forgotten. Chen Wei immediately said back. Yesterday, he was drunk himself, and that beauty. Having a job or not having a job is that kind of thing. Now that he was already a rich man, would he still go to work? You hurry to come to the interview. You can still catch up. Our company's monthly salary is $30,000 to $40,000, and the annual income is more than $1 million. You can't miss the chance. It's not too late, so hurry up and grab this opportunity. The chance to work in our company is once in a lifetime. The beauty persuaded again. Beauty, I'm not going to work part-time. I'm not going to work part-time for the rest of my life. Chen Wei immediately said a little. Then why did you submit your resume to our company? The beauty on the phone was a bit confused as she asked. The past is the past, and the present is the present. The past and the present are not the same. I'm a tycoon now. I don't need a job. Chen Wei spoke arrogantly for a bit. Have I met a madman? The beautiful woman on the phone thought about it and immediately hung up. Chen Wei also put down his cell phone. He thought about it. Did I say the wrong thing on the phone? It's a good thing that beauty was a stranger. In the future, one should never say to people, I am a rich man, to the most familiar people. It was even more important not to say that. While Chen Wei was pondering, a sharp knocking sound came. Hearing the knock, Chen Wei immediately turned towards the door. Chen Wei shouted inside the door. Who are you? What do you want from me? Hello, are you Mr. Chen Wei? I'm delivering a courier for you. A voice came from outside the door. Hearing this sentence, Chen Wei hurriedly opened the door, only to see a courier standing outside the door, who was holding a file bag. Are you Chen Wei? The courier boy asked. That's right, I'm Chen Wei. Hello, this is your courier. The courier boy spoke again. Chen Wei took the courier. Please sign your name. The courier boy took a pen and spoke to Chen Wei. Okay, I'll sign it right away. Chen Wei couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart and signed his big name with a trembling hand. See you later, handsome. The courier boy gave a greeting. Soon after, the courier boy left. After the courier boy left, Chen Wei immediately closed the door to his room and immediately opened the envelope, his hand trembling as he took out the documents inside. Chapter 4 Can't imagine that what the system gives is true. Chen Wei immediately took out the certificate. His eyes immediately saw the words Ningda Times Equity Transfer Certificate. I see. I can't believe this is real. I never thought that the system would be able to enter my life. I also never thought that the system would immediately make me a billionaire. At this time, Chen Wei didn't know. He had quietly offended a group of people by relying on the system to get the shares of Ningda Times. This group of people had already laid out a very long time and used a lot of means in order to get the shares of Ningda Times. This is, of course, an afterthought. Chen Wei immediately opened this certificate and looked at it carefully. On the share transfer certificate was written his own big name, holder, Chen Wei. It also stated that he accounted for 10% of Ningda Times shares. If Ningda Times has a market capitalization of 3 billion yuan, the market value of my shares will be 300 million yuan, Chen Wei said to himself. System, so I'm already a shareholder of Ningda Times company? I have a fortune of $300 million now. I'm already a billionaire? Chen Wei asked with a bit of disbelief. Of course, you're already a billionaire. The system immediately answered a bit. Can the system really refresh the gifts every day? Chen Wei asked again. Yeah, right now, your system level is level 1. As your system level increases, you can unlock better gifts. The system immediately answered a bit. How do I raise my system level? Chen Wei felt a bit incredulous. If your wealth exceeds $10 billion, your system will automatically be upgraded to level 2. Furthermore, your system will also turn on the mall mode. The mall has all kinds of goods. You can purchase or exchange them for goods you wouldn't expect. When your wealth reaches 100 billion, 10,000 billion, that is, when it doubles, your system will also be automatically upgraded to level 1. The system babbled a lot. Okay, system, I understand. Looks like I'm going to go shopping every day, or go investing, to level up the system. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. It was said in a bit of an underhanded manner. What hard shopping? He could choose gifts with ease. There was no easier job under the sky. He hadn't eaten until now after fighting all night last night. Better hurry up and feed his stomach. He immediately closed the door to his room, then walked up to the elevator and rode it to the first floor. He walked out of the neighborhood again, calling a drop as he walked, and he arrived on the street. A moment later, the drop he called came. Master, go to Starfish Dumpling Restaurant. Chen Wei immediately said. Okay, the DDT master immediately said. In less than 10 minutes, it arrived there. Chen Wei immediately paid the fare and arrived at the Starfish Dumpling shop. He shouted towards the store. Boss, come give me a caddy of shrimp dumplings, and another caddy of Spanish mackerel dumplings. Ha ha ha, Chen Wei, you're rich, so extravagant today. Can you eat so much? The dumpling store owner immediately said. Yeah, boss, I won $120,000 buying the double color ball, Chen Wei said while sitting down. You're so lucky, you've gotten rich well. When you get rich, come to my place more often and take care of my business. The owner, Uncle Lu, said. No problem, Uncle Lu. Before, you also took care of me a lot. You even let me have credit once, when I really didn't have any money. I couldn't even eat. Chen Wei said. I'm also happy to be able to help you. You're so good. You'll definitely be able to get rich and famous. Have you found a job? Uncle Lu, the dumpling restaurant owner, spoke up. I'm still submitting my resume. I'm looking. Chen Wei found an excuse to muddle through. This matter of himself having a system, he would not tell anyone. If this matter was known, he might lose his little life, or he might lose his freedom. Chen Wei, why did you order so much today? Uncle Lu asked again. I've only started eating my first meal today. I've been starving for a long time. Chen Wei immediately said a few words. Then take your time to find a job. Don't be in a hurry. If there's no place to eat, you can come to my place to eat. I can also owe it here first. Come, eat first, the boss said as he walked over with shrimp dumplings. Chen Wei hurriedly picked up a dumpling and took a bite. The shrimp inside was crystal clear and really tantalizing. Chen Wei's appetite widened and he immediately ate. Just halfway through eating, Chen Wei's cell phone rang. Chen Wei immediately answered the phone. Hello, may I ask who you are? I'm the assistant to the president of Ningda Times East China. My name is Lu Fangfei. The beautiful woman on the phone spoke softly. What? You Ningda Times? What are you looking for me for? Chen Wei asked. It's like this. That certificate for the shares of Ningda Era. Did you receive it? Lu Fangfei asked. I received it. Chen Wei said briskly. Are you free this afternoon? Can you come to the company to have a look? I can come pick you up. Lu Fengfei spoke again. Yes, you add my WeChat. My cell phone number and WeChat are the same. I'll send you the location again and you come pick me up. After Chen Wei finished speaking, he hung up the phone. He was hungry and had to hurry to eat the dumplings. Chen Wei ate with gusto. Shrimp dumplings were expensive. He used to buy less of them. It didn't take long for the Spanish mackerel dumplings to be served as well. Mackerel dumplings are also expensive, and he used to eat less of them. Today's dumplings are so delicious, and today's mood is especially good and the sky is especially blue. With money, everything becomes beautiful. Chen Wei had a good meal and sent his location to Lu Fengfei. After Lu Fengfei received the location given by Chen Wei, she immediately drove her car and rushed this way. While she was driving, her mind was thinking about this new Ningde Times shareholder. It was very difficult to know that Ningde Times, as a world-class power battery brand, was very difficult to buy its original shares. After the original shares are listed, the original 1 share may become 10 shares of money, or even 20 shares of 30 shares of money. Who is this mysterious new shareholder? It couldn't be any of the mysterious rich second generation, Lu Fengfei thought as she drove. She was still a bit curious. There was a movie in China called Curiosity Killed the Cat. I don't know if it's a good movie. Now, there are a lot of internet bigwigs in China. Dama Xiaoma de Chun Lao Wang Xiao Wang. It would not be surprising if these bigwigs came to buy shares of Ningde Times. However, it is also possible that the people who hold the shares of Era Times are nominees. The real bosses probably won't show up. Was this Chen Wei a surrogate holder? Lu Fengfei drove the car, unknowingly for a few minutes, to the location given by Chen Wei. Chapter 5. The chairman gave a gift. Lu Fengfei quickly drove to the vicinity of the location given by Chen Wei. She stopped the car and quickly got out. She saw a boy wearing clothes she had gotten from Taobao. He was holding an ice cream and eating it. Was it this boy? Lu Fengfei couldn't be sure. She immediately took out her cell phone and dialed Chen Wei's number. The boy with the ice cream picked up the phone. The phone soon came hello sound. Lu Fengfei quickly determined that the boy holding the ice cream was Chen Wei. Lu Fengfei thought that he should be the Ningde Times proxy owner. If he was the real owner, he wouldn't be wearing such poor clothes. Lu Fengfei quickly approached Chen Wei's position. Boss Chen. Hello, Lu Fengfei immediately shouted. Chen Wei was taken aback when he heard these words. He turned his head and saw a single girl wearing a small black suit and a hip-hugging skirt. This beauty's face was clear, her body was slim, and she was also very tall, so it could be said that she had the beauty of a sunken fish and a closed moon. Hello, are you Lu Fengfei? Chen Wei immediately asked. You are Lu Fengfei, the secretary of the president of Ningde Times East China? Yes, Boss Chen, Lu Fengfei immediately affirmed. It's a pleasure to meet you. May I ask what's the matter with you? Chen Wei asked curiously. Of course there is something good. It's like this. You are now a director of Era Times. Mr. Zhang Ning, the boss of our Ningde Era group, would like to meet you. Lu Fengfei immediately replied. Are you saying that you want me to go to Ningde, Fujian to meet him for a bit? Chen Wei immediately asked. No. It's just a video call between you and him. The old president of our group is very eager to meet you, and he has carefully prepared a gift for you. All you need to do is go with me to the East China Company. Lu Fengfei explained again. Oh, that's how it is. That's fine. Let's go. Chen Wei immediately agreed. Lu Fengfei hurriedly took Chen Wei to her Mercedes. Your cars are all nice. Do you still lack a boyfriend? Chen Wei immediately asked. I don't have one yet. Lu Fengfei hurriedly said a bit. Hey. I don't have a girlfriend yet either. Why don't the two of us make a pair? Chen Wei immediately flirted a bit. Boss Chen, you're telling jokes. You're so rich. Would you still lack a girlfriend? I think that men's mouths, deceiving ghosts. I'm horribly gullible. Lu Fengfei also immediately said something. Soon, she started the car. While driving, the two didn't chat anymore. Lu Fengfei had been observing Chen Wei. It was such a person who had just graduated from university, who had taken the shares of Ningde Times and managed to pocket them despite being surrounded by so much capital. This person was really not simple. What kind of person is Chen Wei? Is he the illegitimate son of which big shot in the country? Or which rich generation's rightful successor? It's not like he earned it on his own. Lu Fengfei, who had guessed all the way, did not find a definite answer. After 30 minutes, finally arrived at Ningde Times East China branch. This East China branch doesn't have many people, just more than 20 people. For the time being, this company was in charge of Lu Fengfei. Chen Wei was led by Lu Fengfei to the president's office. Lu Fengfei quickly logged into WeChat on her computer. Then she made a WeChat video call to Zhang Ning, the group's boss. Chen Wei was still a little excited in his heart. Zhang Ning was a legendary figure in the battery and automobile industry. He was a business wizard and could be pivotal in business. Later, he also became the richest man in China. The other party quickly answered the video call. At this time, a middle-aged man in his 50s appeared on the computer screen. He is not yet 60 years old. Zhang Ning was born in March 1967, a native of Ningde, Fujian Province, graduated from the Institute of Physics of the Chinese Academy of Sciences with a doctorate degree, and is now the vice chairman of the All China Federation of Industry and Commerce. In 1999, Zhang Ning founded Ningde Times New Energy Technology Company, Ltd, ATL, with Liang Kong, Chen Wei and others, and his team solved the world problem of battery bulging, so that the polymer lithium battery was officially put into production. 2007 or so, Zhang Ning founded Ningde New Energy Technology Company, Ltd, in Ningde, and presided over China's largest polymer lithium e-battery project. Under his leadership, Ningde Times became the world's leading power battery system provider. Now, Ningde Times leads the world. Mr. Zhang was rich and strong, with an energetic look, especially his eyes were sharp, as if they could penetrate everything. Hello, Mr. Chen. General Manager Zhang immediately said. Hello, Chairman Zhang. I can't imagine that you are still so young. It looks like you're only 40 years old. Chen Wei was a bit surprised. Truly speaking of young, only you are young. You only look 20. Chairman Zhang immediately said. Is that so? Ha 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 ha. Chen Wei laughed and then said. I just graduated from university this year. You, young and promising. This time, the main thing is to welcome you to the Ningde Times family. As the chairman of the board, I'll give another small gift. Chairman Zhang immediately spoke up. You're really thoughtful, and I'm happy to know a big boss like you. Chen Wei immediately said. Ha ha ha, let's not beat around the bush between us. Originally, I was still considering where would be a good place to build the East China branch of Ningde Times. Since you are in Shanghai, I just want to build the branch in Shanghai well. And what's more, you'll be the president of the East China branch. I don't know what you think about it? Chairman Zhang immediately spoke up. Since the chairman has given his word like this, then I'll respectfully follow your orders. I'll listen to you. Chen Wei immediately agreed. However, I want to be free, and I won't insist on going to work every day. This can be had, as long as the work is organized. Everything is fine. Chairman Zhang immediately agreed. The two chatted a bit more about idle days and talked for a long time before hanging up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Chen Wei looked at the beautiful Lu Fangfei. Then in the future, I'll be a secretary if I have something to do, and a secretary if I don't. What's your opinion? Chen Wei teased again. As soon as Lu Fangfei heard this, she immediately blushed. Her face flushed like a red cloth. President, why do you always like to joke? If I love someone, I'll be good to them for the rest of my life. Then he must also be good to me for the rest of his life. Can you be good to me for the rest of your life? Lu Fangfei immediately asked back. This is possible. Chen Wei immediately said. President, look at how you're swallowing. I can tell at a glance that this is indecision on your part. Lu Fangfei said again. Alright, if there's anything, let's talk about it later. I'm leaving. Chen Wei said. President, let me see you off. Lu Fangfei said another sentence. Chen Wei immediately refused. Right now, he needed to be alone and quiet. The things that happened in the past 2 days were too sudden. Chapter 6. The system sent a set of unrivaled Riverview room. Lu Fangfei was also thinking about it for a while. This President Chen Wei said that he didn't have a girlfriend. Who is he fooling? He was so rich, so young, so handsome. He would still not have a girlfriend. Such a rich man is mostly a playboy. He also said that he has something to do with a secretary and nothing to do with a secretary. It looks like it's not going to be easy for him. He may have to commit himself to him. Should I resign? Or to take a step? See a step. Lu Fangfei thought a lot. Chen Wei also thought a lot. 2 days ago, he was still a poor boy, so he was dumped by his girlfriend. He was nothing but handsome, a little smarter and better educated. He had no money, no car, no house, not even his parents. But due to the binding system, life has undergone a fundamental change. From being a beggar with nothing, he became a person who can talk to the big brother of Ningde era as an equal. This life is also really a big ups and downs. All of a sudden changed from the underground to the sky. Only a day or two, and then staged the tragic comedy of life. Chen Wei walked to the street and used his cell phone to call a drop. The drop came quickly. He quickly returned to his rented house, and after he went back, he laid down on his bed and quickly tossed and turned. His own life was so dramatic. He was still too excited. I still want to enter the system again and see what's going on. After saying that, he immediately entered the brain interface. Now that he had entered this system, he could go in and out as he pleased. Welcome back, host. The system immediately said. I want to ask the system, when will the 3 gifts be refreshed? I'm so looking forward to it. Chen Wei immediately asked. Daily at 0 o'clock in the morning. The system immediately replied. But, I want the second day's gift so badly. Chen Wei anxiously said a bit. I'm sorry to tell you that the system is set like this. no one can change it. The system replied stiffly. Alright, as long as there's a good gift, I can wait, Chen Wei immediately said. He thought for a moment. I'd better sleep first. Wealth doesn't come through the door in a hurry. Soon, Chen Wei retreated from the system. Chen Wei then began to sleep. After sleeping for a few hours, it was evening again. He should eat, drink, and sleep. Life was still the same as usual. There wasn't much to think about. He could sleep until he woke up naturally all day. And of course, he could count his money until his hands cramped. He now had $200,000 in his account, as $100,000 came in every day. He opened his eyes and it was 8 a.m. He hadn't washed his face or brushed his teeth. He immediately got up and quickly entered the system interface in his mind. Soon after, there was a ding sound. Today's spike items have been refreshed. Please host make your choice quickly. Chen Wei heard this and immediately looked at the interface. The gifts that had been refreshed today were: Gift 1, Porsche Grants 911 Turbo, priced at 21 million renminbi. Gift 2, Thompson 1 Grand Flat, valued at 172 million yuan. Gift 3, Richard Miller Watch, worth 20 million yuan. Chen Wei looked at it and immediately said, I see. System, you are my dad. You are my mom. My dad, my mom, isn't as good as you. I can't believe I can pick something so expensive here. System, you're so awesome. I can't be some kind of heavenly destiny's choice, Chen Wei said to himself. Ding. The system immediately said a bit. Please don't be ignorant of the heavens. Host, you make your choice quickly. Alright, I'll choose the Townsend 1 large flat. Of these 3 gifts, it's the most expensive. Plus what? I'm still renting an apartment to live in, Chen Wei immediately said. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a set of houses. The relevant documents for the house will appear next to the host's pillow at noon today. Okay, thank you system dad, Chen Wei immediately said. He then exited the system. He immediately brushed his teeth and washed his face, then went outside and bought some breakfast and ate it. After eating breakfast, he returned to his room. He found that he already had the red book of the real estate license by his pillow. Great, I'm a homeowner too. I can also live here with my girlfriend. Chen Wei said a few words in succession. He immediately opened the real estate license. He saw that the real estate certificate read, 39th floor, Building 1, Thompson 1, Pudong District, with an area of 903 square meters. Owner, Chen Wei. Issuing organization, Shanghai Pudong District Housing Authority. It's great that you have a 172 million renminbi house. I'm so happy today. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I'm really, really happy today. Chen Wei sang as he opened the door to his room and walked out. Where was he going? Definitely to check out the house. He took out his cell phone and called another drop. The drop he called soon stopped next to him. Master, go to Townsend, Chen Wei said. Okay. The DDT driver immediately agreed. It took another half an hour before he arrived at Thompson's first. Drops can't enter the neighborhood. The security guard immediately said so. Chen Wei had no choice but to get off the drop. Then he immediately paid the money. Excuse me, have you made an appointment with the owner? The security guard asked. I don't have an appointment Chen Wei said. For the safety of the owner, without an appointment with the owner, you are not allowed to enter. Please notify the owner, and we can only release it if the owner lets us. The security guard immediately said. The owner's access control system could be called to the security room. Oh, let me show you this thing. Chen Wei immediately took out his red book real estate license. This security guard immediately looked at it. Yo, this real estate license was real. Excuse me, honorable owner. 9981 at your service. The uniformed security guard gave a quick salute. Can I go in now? Chen Wei asked. You can go in now. Welcome homeowner. 9981 reporting to you. The security guard said loudly and raised his hands in salute right at the same time. Chen Wei then walked in. He quickly arrived at Building 1 and took the elevator to the 39th floor. He hurriedly used his key to open the door to his room, and at the same time, he recorded his fingerprints on the door lock. After opening the door to the room, the first thing Chen Wei saw was a very large living room. It was richly decorated like a palace. Standing on the bund, looking across the river is the Jinmao Tower and the Shanghai Center. This place can be said to be an inch of gold place. Not far from this place is the Pearl of the Orient. Also, Thompson Epin is next to the Pearl of the Orient. Chinese people know the Oriental Pearl Tower, but may not know the Thompson Epin this neighborhood. It is Shanghai's unparalleled riverview housing. This location is too good. Chen Wei stood in his house and looked across the bund. Suddenly, Chen Wei's phone rang again. Chapter 7 Lu Fangfei spills all over the place. Chen Wei, who was looking at the new house, his cell phone suddenly rang. He took a look at it, but it was a call from Lu Fangfei from Ningda era. What's the matter with her? Chen Wei still received the call immediately. Secretary Lu. What's your business, Mr. Chen? Your appointment letter has come down. I wanted to send it over to you right away, but I don't know your exact location. Hence, I'm calling to ask you about it. Lu Fangfei immediately spoke. That's good. You can send it over to me. I'm on the 39th floor of Thompson 1 Building 1. Chen Wei immediately said. Hearing this, Lu Fangfei was very unsettled in her heart. As long as one was in Shanghai, who didn't know about Thompson Ipin? The houses here were selling for around 200,000 yuan per square meter. A house does not move for 100 million yuan. The houses here have a 270-degree view of the river. People who live here are either rich or noble. This young man, who had just been appointed as the president of Ningde Times East China, unexpectedly had a large flat in Thompson Ipin. Lu Fangfei came to Thompson Ipin with a long time to calm down, because Chen Wei had already called to inform. Lu Fangfei smoothly came to the interior of the Thompson Ipin neighborhood. As she walked, she toured the neighborhood. This neighborhood is more beautiful than a park. I can't afford to buy a house like this even if I work for 10 lifetimes, Lu Fangfei thought in her heart. She took the elevator and quickly arrived at the 39th floor of Building 1. Lu Fangfei immediately pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. Chen Wei, who heard the doorbell, immediately opened the door. Mr. Chen, this is the appointment letter that Chairman Zhang sent you. Please sign for it. After you sign it, you'll immediately be the president of the East China division of Ningde Times. I'll be your soldier. Lu Fangfei immediately said a little. As soon as they met, Lu Fangfei handed the appointment letter to Chen Wei. Alright, bring it over. I'll sign for it. Chen Wei immediately said a bit. Then you are truly my presidential secretary now. Something's wrong. Secretary. Nothing to do. Secretary to do. I'm just kidding with you. Don't take it seriously. Chen Wei immediately said a bit. Really then? Great. No, not so good. Lu Fangfei Luan said a bit breathlessly. Do you mean too good, or not so good? Chen Wei immediately asked. Lu Fangfei immediately blushed this time. She didn't know what to say. She immediately said, President Chen, your house is too good. An unrivaled riverview house. The opposite side of the house is the Bund in Shanghai. Next to it is the Jin Mao Tower, and the Oriental Pearl Tower. Lu Fangfei looked at the window and immediately said, Really? Then you look more. Chen Wei immediately said, Mr. Chen, the entire Shanghai is under my feet. Looking at it like this, Shanghai is too beautiful. However, your house is also beautiful. Can you show me around? No problem. Chen Wei immediately said. Lu Fangfei was worried earlier that Chen Wei was a love cheat. She now thought that Mr. Chen was young and handsome, and also so rich, which was the dream lover of many girls, or the national husband of many girls. Should he now offer to go, or stay a little longer? If he didn't go, would he make excessive demands? Make excessive things? Lu Fangfei thought a lot, decided to stay a little longer. Can I visit your house? Lu Fangfei asked. Of course you can. I'm not familiar with my house yet either. I just came over as well. Chen Wei immediately agreed. When Chen Wei brought Lu Fangfei to the master bedroom, Lu Fangfei immediately looked at the bathroom. She was immediately shocked by the bathroom. This bathroom was even bigger than the one she lived in. The bathroom also had a very large bathtub, and it was no problem for two people to take a bath together. As soon as she saw the bathtub, she imagined a young man and woman bathing there. Her face turned a little red again. Wasn't she a little horny? Ever since she met Chen Wei, she was a bit horny. People were a contradiction. Lu Fangfei was worried that Chen Wei was a love cheat, and now she hoped that Chen Wei would fall in love with herself. Let's go. Let's look elsewhere. Chen Wei said. No, I'll keep looking. Lu Fangfei said a bit. Alright, I'll listen to you. Chen Wei was indifferent. Lu Fangfei then curiously touched here and pressed there in the bathroom. Suddenly, Lu Fangfei didn't know what she had pressed, and the shower above her head started spraying water. Lu Fangfei was startled and immediately took a step. Her right foot then wrenched and she fell. Ouch! Lu Fangfei shouted. Are you alright? Are you going to be alright? Chen Wei hurriedly ran over and held her up. I broke my foot on my waist and I'm also a little injured. Lu Fangfei said. Chen Wei was also covered in water. Chen Wei had just arrived here and didn't know how to turn off the shower. He helped Lu Fangfei to the bedside and sat down. Then, looking around, he found the switch and finally turned off the shower. After turning off the shower, he ran to Lu Fangfei again and realized that Lu Fangfei's body was also wet. Lu Fangfei was wearing white clothes, and when she got wet, she was a bit translucent. The snow-white mountains were hidden. Chen Wei's eyes were fixed there. He. When else do you want to see it? Lu Fangfei said with a bit of urgency and shame. Sorry, you're too charming. Chen Wei said. Little pervert, do you have any clothes here? Is there a hair dryer? Hurry up and find it. Lu Fangfei said anxiously. I don't have anything here, hair dryer, towel, clothes, toothbrush and so on. Chen Wei spread his hands. How could there be none? don't you live here? Lu Fangfei would be a bit incomprehensible. I also just arrived here this morning. I came 30 to 40 minutes earlier than you, Chen Wei immediately explained. I don't care. You quickly help me find clothes to go, and buy a hairdryer. Alright, I'll go buy it right away. I can't be held responsible if you catch a cold. Chen Wei immediately ran away as if he was running away, his appearance a bit wretched, because he had just looked at parts he shouldn't have looked at as well. Seeing Chen Wei's messy appearance, Lu Fangfei puffed and laughed. This Mr. Chen is quite cute, probably still a new driver. Lu Fangfei immediately muttered to herself. Lu Fangfei looked at her proud figure while she did so, because the white top was wet. The proudly erect F cup was clearly visible. No wonder he can't stand the test, Lu Fangfei said again. After Chen Wei ran out of the room, he immediately came to the street. He was still a bit shy just now. Although he had been in a relationship for a few years, there were fewer hands to hold, and nothing else intimate at all. To say there was none, there was, just the night before when he fought with Lu Bingqian for one night. Chen Wei is still a novice. He is a newbie. As soon as Chen Wei saw that tantalizing scene, he really looked dumbfounded. The view of a mountain peak like that was too mesmerizing. Anyone would be mesmerized. Chapter 8. Stay here for the night. Mr. Chen, there's another bottle of medicine for bruises, such as safflower oil. Lu Fangfei spoke up. Okay, I'll remember to buy it. Chen Wei immediately agreed. After 20 to 30 minutes, Chen Wei finally came back. He bought back the clothes that Lu Fangfei wore, and he also bought the clothes that he wore. He also bought safflower oil. You change your clothes in this room. I'll go to another room to change my clothes. Chen Wei immediately said a little. A few minutes later, both of them had changed their clothes. At this time, Lu Fangfei had already opened the door to her room. Chen Wei immediately walked into this room. Secretary Lu, the safflower oil is here. Apply it yourself, Chen Wei immediately said. Chen Wei was looking at Lu Fangfei, who was wearing new clothes and was sitting on the bed, from above. From the angle he was standing, he could just see her snowy white. He was a bit pressed and really wanted to put Lu Fangfei on the spot, but he still averted his eyes away. He is now rich. What kind of women can't be picked up? He didn't want to break the law. He handed Lu Fangfei the safflower oil. Mr. Chen, my back is also a bit injured. I can't bend over. Can you help me apply it? Lu Fangfei said softly. This beauty's voice was really sweet. Alright, I'm happy to serve the beauty. Chen Wei could only agree. He was worried that he would make a mistake later. There were times when people lost their rationality. He gently rubbed the oil on Lu Fangfei's feet. This leg was so pretty. Her snow-white ankles, and her long legs. Then, another hand was used to gently rub on her injured area. Mr. Chen, be gentle. I'm in a bit of pain, Lu Fangfei said a little. Alright then, I'll be gentle. Chen Wei gently rubbed. After a few minutes, the massage was finally done. Secretary Lu, do you want that injured waist of yours rubbed? Chen Wei asked again. No, if I apply medicine on my waist, I'll have to take off my top. It might make you will commit a crime. Lu Fangfei immediately refused. Won't, promise I won't. Chen Wei said. Wait, I'll go home. I'll have someone else rub it on me. That's fine. It's almost dinner time. Eat here. Go back when you're better. Chen Wei immediately said again. Can you cook? Lu Fangfei expressed her skepticism. Then I'll go to a restaurant and fry a few dishes and pack them back. Or order a few takeaways. Alright then. Chen Wei hurriedly went to the restaurant outside and fried a few dishes, then packed them back. A steamed spare ribs, a sweet and sour fish, a fried broccoli, and that chive flour fried pork. The colors were so bright and very pretty. Just don't know if it's good to eat. Come eat. Chen Wei helped Lu Fangfei sit on the dining table. I'm hungry too. Lu Fangfei also said a little. Come on, you're injured. I'll help you serve dinner, Chen Wei said. Then thank you, Mr. Chen. Afterward, the two of them feasted and ate. I can't imagine that these dishes are really delicious, Lu Fangfei immediately said again. Alright, don't talk while eating, we're bent on just being dry cooks, Chen Wei said. Okay, Mr. Chen, I'll listen to you. The two quickly wiped out all 4 dishes in one soup. It's so delicious. I'm so full. I'm propped up, Lu Fangfei said as she touched her stomach. You're pregnant. You're 3 months pregnant, Chen Wei teased. Which is not true. I don't even have a boyfriend, and I've never slept with a man. Lu Fangfei immediately defended with a red face. Why don't I take a loss and we partner up for life? You be the child's mom and I'll be the child's dad. How about it? Chen Wei asked. That's not good enough. We're not familiar. You look like you always want to eat me. Lu Fangfei immediately said something. Chen Wei laid down on the sofa in the living room. Lu Fangfei also limped and laid down on the sofa. There was no regard for the image of a lady anymore. The two started chatting. Mr. Chen, Are you the stock proxy of any rich generation? Or are you the descendant of any rich man? Lu Fengfei asked. Why do you say that? Chen Wei was a bit confused. Look, you have $300 to $400 million in assets at a young age. Relying on yourself, you definitely can't earn that much money. Lu Fengfei spoke up. I was lucky. I bought the double color ball and won 200 million. Then, I bought stocks and chased the rally. 200 million turned into 3 or 400 million. Chen Wei immediately explained the reason. Of course, he was talking nonsense. Right, Mr. Chen, I forgot to tell you one more thing. Lu Fengfei suddenly sat up. Speak up, what's your business? Chen Wei asked. It's like this. General Manager Zhang said that since he gave the branch to you, he'll let you be in charge of the entirety of the branch. You take a look at which location would be good to put our branch factory. Then you'll choose the site. Lu Fengfei immediately spoke. Are we going to buy a plot of land to build a factory? Chen Wei asked. Definitely. Lu Fengfei immediately said. Then has the head office prepared the funds? Boss Zhang has already transferred the startup funds over, and now a total of 1.5 billion has been allocated for the first phase. The latter 2 phases will also transfer funds over. Lu Fengfei immediately spoke up. That's good. That's good. Let's come together to prepare for this factory. Let's see where it's better to choose the factory. Chen Wei calmly said a bit. Alright, let's work together. Lu Fengfei agreed. The two of them then got a little sleepy and started to sleep on the sofa. Usually after a good lunch, Chinese people were a bit sleepy. The two slept for 2 to 3 hours. Of course, they each slept on their own. The two people woke up one after another. Actually, it was Chen Wei who woke up first. When he woke up, he looked at the beautiful girl beside him. What a charming creature. It's a pity that he can only look but can't move. If only Lu Bingqian was there, the two of them could exercise some more. I don't know where this beauty is. Chen Wei thought back to that night. What a wonderful memory it was. It didn't take long for Lu Fengfei to wake up as well. She saw that Chen Wei had woken up early. Mr. Chen, why didn't you wake me up? Lu Fengfei asked. You're like a sleeping mermaid. I couldn't be bothered to wake you up. Chen Wei immediately added. Mr. Chen, you're too good at joking. I'll just go back first. I've disturbed you for so long. Lu Fengfei said while standing up. Is your foot ready? Can you drive now? How about you stay here tonight? Chen Wei asked with concern. No. I'm afraid you'll eat me up tonight. Lu Fengfei quickly refused. She knew that she was pretty, and if she stayed here and didn't leave, she would probably draw fire. That's fine. How about I carry you down? Chen Wei asked. I'm almost good. Lu Fengfei immediately said. Don't you know that injuries last 100 days? But we're alone together all the time. Something will definitely go wrong. Lu Fengfei immediately refused. Chapter 9 Honey, why are you messing around? Are you kidding me? If I wanted to eat you, I would have eaten you just now. I'm a person who is very good at feeling sorry for flowers. Chen Wei immediately said a little. No, I can't sleep even if I stay at a stranger's place at night. Lu Fengfei said a bit more. Well then, if you can drive, then you can go back. Why don't I send you back? Chen Wei also stood up. No need for you to send me. Thanks, I'm almost better. That's fine. Then this bottle of safflower oil, you take it back. You apply it yourself. Chen Wei then sent Lu Fengfei away. Chen Wei returned to the sofa and laid down again. He took out his cell phone and looked at the Baidu map. Where to choose this factory address? It was better to choose Pudong. The only place that really had land was Pudong. If you put it on Chongming Island, it is not good. You have to cross the sea, and there is only one bridge across the sea. Choose Pudong. Definitely pick a more remote place. In a few days, go and look for it. If you go looking, you still need to buy a car. Otherwise, the president of several $100 million, can't keep taking drops. The secretaries all drive cars already, and the president doesn't have a car. He was a bit bitter, now living in a big house, but there wasn't much money in his bank card, just $200,000 to $300,000. Couldn't afford to buy a luxury car even if he wanted to. The time quickly came to the time to eat dinner. It is better to go to dinner first. Out the door, he walked and thought about something. He quickly came to a barbecue restaurant. Young people nowadays like to eat barbecue. No barbecue, no joy. He walked into this barbecue store and prepared to eat something. Boss, grill 6 skewers of pork loin, 6 skewers of lamb kebabs, and 6 chicken legs. Brought a bottle of beer. Chen Wei shouted. Okay, handsome, find a seat first. I'll be ready in a moment. The boss immediately agreed. After about 20 minutes, the boss served the steaming barbecue. Chen Wei took a big gulp of wine while eating the meat. Suddenly, someone called out to himself. Chen Wei, you're here too. Chen Wei turned his head to see that it was his college roommate Wang Chang and his girlfriend Lu Xiuli and 3 other people. The 2 of them were from Shanghai. In addition, there was a beautiful woman from somewhere. Wang Chang graduated. Lu Xiaoli is still in college. But they were in college and somehow the two of them got into a conversation. It's you guys, come over and drink some. Chen Wei greeted warmly. Chen Wei and Wang Chang were still on good terms. After all, they slept in the same dormitory. Good you kid all alone here to eat good without calling us classmates. Wang Chang said. The three of them then sat together next to Chen Wei. I came out here for a walk and haven't finished eating yet, so I'll eat a little here. Chen Wei explained. Are you staying over here? Wang Chang asked. Yeah, I moved over here. Chen Wei said. You can't be that you haven't gotten over it yet. You want to drown your sorrows in alcohol, right? If you ask me, Lu Bingbing doesn't deserve you. She is a scum girl. Forget about him. There's no grass under the sun. Wang Chang advised as he ate. No. As long as there is money, one can have all the wives. If she leaves, I can find a better one. I'm eating barbecue as dinner. Chen Wei defended a bit more. Che, my knees don't believe it. Wang Chang said a little more. Boss, some more pork loin, lamb kebabs, and have chicken wings 20 of each. Chen Wei shouted a bit. Wang Chang was a local, and his family was in a very good condition. The person was also handsome. By the time he was a sophomore, he had a girlfriend. The girlfriend is also now this Lu Xiaoli. Wang Chang is one of the earliest people in the dormitory to get off the hook. He hadn't been bragging about it in the dorm for 2 years. With Chen Wei's eyes, Wang Chang's girlfriend Lu Xiaoli was indeed very good looking and could be described as a beauty. Now, Chen Wei took another look at Wang Chang and Lu Xiaoli. He took another look at the beautiful woman next to him. Chen Wei took a closer look at this woman so pretty, a proper school flower. Lu Xiaoli next to her would definitely be directly compared to her. This beauty was not only pretty, but also very good at dressing up when it came to clothes. This beauty was wearing a tight t-shirt on top, with very good curves. The hem of the t-shirt was tucked into the denim shorts on her lower body. It revealed a pair of long legs, which were long and straight. The long legs were wearing stockings. It was better looking than the legs of many beauty hostesses on Jitterbug. Moreover, this beauty was a real beauty with no beauty face and no filter. A real beauty. In short, this beauty was sunny and good looking. Chen Wei looked at it 2 or 3 times before withdrawing his gaze. Why don't you two sit down? Quickly sit down as well. This schoolboy hottie is my roommate. Today, he's treating us to food. Wang Chang immediately spoke up. Old Chen, I forgot to give you an introduction. This is my girlfriend's roommate. Her name is Lu Ruyan. After vacation, the two of them are renting a room together outside. Li Chang immediately said a bit. What? The two of you don't live together? Chen Wei was a bit disbelieving. Her parents are still against it, because her family is better than my family. Wang Chang immediately explained. Wang Chang pointed at Ruyan Lu and introduced her. How about my girlfriend's roommate? She's good looking, isn't she? Ruyan Lu isn't without a boyfriend right now. Yeah, she doesn't have a boyfriend. If you want to chase after her, I can help you. Chen Wei. Lu Xiaoli also said something. Their two beauties also sat down. Although Lu Xiaoli said this on her lips, she didn't think Chen Wei could catch up with Ruyan Lu. After all, Ruyan Lu's face value and figure were here. No one could compare. People are all big school flowers. She was a lot worse than Ruyan Lu. I remember the year before last, not long after the start of the school year. Many boys want to chase Lu Ruyan, and there are a lot of sophomore, junior, senior. Each of these people home conditions are good, but Ruyan Lu didn't say yes to any of them. Chen Wei's condition is so bad, he must have no chance. Chen Wei is handsome. He is a school grass, but handsome cannot be eaten. Life is still to be implemented in the end to the oil, salt, tea, rice, soy sauce and vinegar. Chen Wei's family condition is poor. She knows Chen Wei has no parents. Overall, Chen Wei did not have any advantages. She felt that Lu Ruyan definitely could not look at Chen Wei. However, one still needed to be able to speak well and act. Honey, you're just messing around. Wang Chang laughed a bit from the side. He looked at Chen Wei as he spoke. Frankly speaking, Chen Wei and I, Wang Chang, are not on the same level. One is underground and the other is in the sky. Why do you say that? Because Wang Chang he is a local and has 2 houses at home. Each house is over 100 square feet. Each set of house is worth tens of millions. So his family fortune is $20 million. Therefore, he definitely had a sense of superiority in front of Chen Wei. Chapter 10 easily cannot let Wang Chang get himself. Wang Chang felt that if he didn't dare to go after Lu Ruyan, then Chen Wei would be even more unlikely to go after her. If both of them went after it, neither of them might be able to catch up. Once he thought of this, Wang Chang couldn't help but look at Ruyan Lu. His eyes took a look at Ruyan Lu's beautiful features, her proud capital. Then, he took a look at her long legs. When he first met Lu Xiaoli and Ruyan Lu, Wang Chang wanted to chase Ruyan Lu. However, he also considered his own family's conditions and he didn't dare to go after her. So, he went after Lu Xiaoli, because it was also easier to chase this Lu Xiaoli. I'm not messing around. I think Chen Wei is quite good. Ruyan, what do you think? Do you think so too? Lu Xiaoli looked at Ruyan Lu. Ruyan Lu looked at Chen Wei. In her heart, she thought to herself, eat your meal. You can't even plug your mouth with your meal. However, Ruyan Lu didn't say anything either. She said, I'm not very familiar with him yet. We've only met for the first time. Plus I'm still young. I haven't had enough fun yet. Lu Xiaoli naturally heard this layer of meaning. That is, don't worry about it. I haven't even looked at him yet. Lu Xiaoli felt that this was to be expected. If Lu Ruyan was able to look at Chen Wei, it would be a big surprise to her. However, everything is possible, because women in love have zero IQ. In reality, there were also many mismatched marriages. What with ugly men matching beautiful women and handsome men marrying ugly women. However, it wouldn't be bad if she really looked at Chen Wei. Then the boyfriend she found herself would be a bit better than Lu Ruyan's boyfriend. Women are all competitive, but it was obvious that the two of them couldn't be. But it doesn't matter. If it's not possible between you and Ruyan Lu, I can also introduce you to other girls. Chen Wei, I promise to get you off the hook. This matter is wrapped up in me. Lu Xiaoli said what was in her mind. Of course, she wouldn't really introduce a girlfriend to Chen Wei. She was just saying some nice words to make things look good. Anyway, it wasn't like saying nice things required any capital. It was just a matter of everyone saying some pretty platitudes and putting on a show. Old Chen, don't be in a hurry. We're still young. You can definitely find a girlfriend like my girlfriend, but it's still a bit difficult for you to find one as pretty as my girlfriend. Wang Chang casually said the same. He was still a little bit proud in his heart. Although he didn't dare to go after Lu Ruyan and only dared to go after Lu Xiaoli. That Lu Xiaoli was still a beautiful woman anyways. His own girlfriend Lu Xiaoli was still beautiful. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to go after Lu Xiaoli. Wang Chang was sure that even if Chen Wei could find a girlfriend, she would definitely not be as pretty as Lu Xiaoli. When he thought of this, Wang Chang was overjoyed in his heart. Chen Wei's girlfriend must not be as pretty as his own. That was 100% certain. Hubby, you have a sweet mouth. Love you mahaha. Lu Xiaoli patted Wang Chang's arm, then she kissed Wang Chang on his face. Lu Xiaoli's heart was really very sweet. I'm not sweet-mouthed. In my heart, you are the most beautiful girl under the sky. I'm being honest. Wang Chang took the opportunity to grab Lu Xiaoli's hand and then touched it. But Wang Chang's heart couldn't help but glance at Lu Ruyan. He ate from the bowl and looked at the pot. His heart's full of pity. If only the family had $1 billion or so, he could have gone after Ruyan Lu. He could play with Ruyan Lu's long legs for the rest of his life. Unfortunately, it could only be looked at but not touched, and he didn't even dare to look at it with a straight face. Hubby, there are people everywhere here. Don't move your hands. Lu Xiaoli beat away Wang Chang's hand. Although she and Wang Chang were in a relationship, the two really hadn't held hands yet. Lu Xiaoli was also thinking the same thing. Take a step first and see what happens. What if she could pick a better one? She was definitely not going to let Wang Chang get himself easily. What's wrong with this? We will get married sooner or later. We still need that. Wang Chang said a bit cheekily. What that? We are still early now. I haven't even graduated yet. Lu Caerly immediately ferocious Wang Chang. Lu Query knew what Wang Chang meant by that. Men and women who were in love nowadays ran towards this purpose. Chen Wei ignored the two of them. Instead, he ate the barbecue by himself. Now that he was carrying the system, he no longer had to look at people's faces and never had to bend over for 3 or 5 buckets of rice. He now had the backbone to be a man. He would never lack money again now. If he wanted a girlfriend in the future, he could have several if he wanted. Ruyan Lu didn't look at Wang Chang and Lu Xiaoli either, but looked at Chen Wei. Why is this person not too talkative? This person is quite handsome, but handsome can't be a meal. She knew from Wang Chang's tone that Chen Wei's family was not well off. However, she could not see that Chen Wei's family was poor, nor could she see that Chen Wei would lower his eyebrows. This Chen Wei didn't quite look like a poor person. Lu Ruyan saw Chen Wei like this. She was still a little confused in her heart. How is Chen Wei so confident? How is it so confident? Chen Wei, where do you get the confidence? Lu Ruyan and Lu Xiaoli are roommates. The classmates will inevitably chat with each other. Lu Xiaoli once introduced her boyfriend to a few of her roommates. In this way, Lu Ruyan knew Chen Wei's family situation. Lu Ruyan once again looked at Chen Wei. After taking a look, she ate the barbecue. Alas, how Chen Wei had nothing to do with herself. The two of them couldn't be knocked together. Boss, order some more. Chen Wei shouted again. Okay, the boss spoke up. Another 20 skewers of each. Not bad, not bad. This flavor is okay. Chen Wei, have you really gotten over your lost love now? Wang Chang still asked. That's for sure. Chen Wei immediately said a bit. I still don't quite believe it. Wang Chang said again. What am I lying to you for? I just wanted to come out and drink a little. I've long since gotten out from amongst the shadows of my lost love. Looking at Chen Wei's serious face, Wang Chang had already put his heart down. Come on, 4 of us, how about drinking a little today? Wang Chang opened a bottle of beer. I'm not drinking, Lu Xiaoli said a little. She knew what Wang Chang meant. I'm not drinking either. Lu Ruyan also spoke up. Alright, if you guys don't drink, it's just the 2 of us. Chen Wei, how's your job search going? Wang Chang spoke a bit as he drank. Why don't you 2 beautiful ladies drink a bottle of milk? Or a bottle of something to drink? Chen Wei immediately said a bit. Okay, let's drink a bottle of cola. Lu Xiaoli spoke up. Yeah, I'll drink a bottle of cola as well. Ruyan Lu also said a bit. Boss, bring 2 bottles of Coke. Chen Wei immediately said a word. The boss immediately brought 2 bottles of Coke and handed them to the 2 beauties. 1 for each of them. For work, I'll find one right away. Chen Wei immediately said. Chapter 11, Reunion in a few days. Don't forget it. For work, I'll be able to find one soon. Chen Wei immediately said. After all, he himself would soon be the president of the East China branch of Ningde Times. Of course, right now, he wouldn't tell anyone else. If he said it, others would treat him as a lunatic. You, find a job to do first, then look for a good job while doing it. Let's ride to buy a horse. Wang Chang said a bit. If you can't, come to our Huawei company. Our monthly salary is 25,000 yuan. There's 5 insurance and 1 gold and everything. We have 6 days off a month. My girlfriend Lu Xiaoli and her classmate Lu Ruyan are both interning at this company. Their internship salary is 5,000 yuan a month. A lot of their classmates are interning there. Wang Chang immediately said. This time, I understand why your girlfriend doesn't live at home? Chen Wei immediately said. Our company is a long way to her home. They still have dozens of classmates interning at Huawei. Why don't you come too? Wang Chang added. Forget it. I'm also going to be hired by the company soon. If I really can't make it one day, I'll definitely go and join you guys. It's just that you guys will have to accept me at that time. Chen Wei chuckled a bit. Okay, I won't say anymore. Your kid is so handsome, so capable, and so excellent in his studies. You can definitely succeed. You can even surpass us. Then thank you for the compliment. Chen Wei added. There are so many rich sisters and rich women in Shanghai. Just in case you're the kid who gets looked at by someone one day, you'll be able to soar into the sky, and we'll still have to rely on you to lift us up. Wang Chang joked. Would I be that kind of person? I'll never be a rich woman. I'll never eat soft food. Oh, I almost forgot. Old Chen. In a few days, we'll have a classmate reunion. You kid can't forget about it, nor can you be late, let alone absent. Wang Chang suddenly said. There's a classmate reunion? Well then, when the time comes, you tell me the location and time. I will definitely go. Chen Wei immediately replied. But I'm telling you in advance that Lu Bingbing will be there as well. It might even bring that chubby boyfriend of hers. When the time comes, you can't be impulsive. I heard that this boyfriend of hers is a supplier of a certain battery brand, and it's a black and white character. Wang Chang added. Don't worry, I won't be impulsive. I'm not 3 years old anymore. Besides, Lu Bingbing, I can't even look at it now. It was me who was blind when I first looked at her. Chen Wei said. Alright, let's both drink. No talking about sad things. Wang Chang said as he picked up his wine glass. The 2 of them took a sip of wine. Old Chen, when we finish the barbecue, let's go shopping together. I'm going to buy 2 dresses for my girlfriend Lu Xiaoli. Anyway, the time is still early. Let's go together. That's just for fun. Wang Chang immediately said. Yeah, Ruyan, why don't you go together too? Lu Xiaoli pulled Lu Ruyan's arm and said a bit. Her face and figure and temperament were no match for Ruyan Lu. The only thing she was better than Ruyan Lu was that she now had a boyfriend while Ruyan Lu didn't. So she wanted to show off a little now. I'm not going. I still have things to do tonight. Chen Wei immediately shook his head and refused. Right now, he had to think about what was behind him yet. I'm not going either. I didn't rest well last night, so I'll go to bed earlier later. Ruyan Lu also spoke up. She and Chen Wei both said the same thing almost simultaneously. Ruyan Lu froze for a moment after she finished speaking. She hadn't thought that Chen Wei wouldn't go either. She had begun to think that after Chen Wei heard Lu Xiaoli's words inviting her, he would go as well. She thought that Chen Wei would also follow along on his ass, and that Chen Wei would definitely want to get in touch with himself a bit more as well. That was why Ruyan Lu excused herself from going shopping by saying that she didn't sleep well last night. In fact, Ruyan Lu wanted to go shopping, but she didn't want to give Chen Wei a chance. Didn't want to give Chen Wei a little hope. Why? Will you join me in refusing to go shopping? Ruyan Lu looked at Chen Wei again. Chen Wei saw Ruyan Lu's somewhat surprised gaze, but he smiled faintly. Ruyan Lu was indeed a schoolflower. Beautiful, charming and generous. There was also a pair of long legs that could be used for a lifetime of fun. The face value was at least 92 points or more. But so what? What's so rare about that? I have the divine hero system, and that quotation system. Would I still lack a girlfriend? Beauty is indeed a scarce resource nowadays. But with money, what resources can't be bought? What resources can't be exchanged? I'm leaving. Chen Wei got up and immediately settled the bill. Wang Chang, I'll leave first. Chen Wei gave a quick greeting and immediately left. Ruyan Lu was still sitting in her seat, watching Chen Wei leave directly. This school grass didn't even look at himself for a moment the entire time. Could it be that she was ugly and unattractive? Ruyan Lu thought for a moment. She looked down at her pair of beautiful legs and took out her cell phone to take a picture of her face. This beauty in the photo was very pretty. Ruyan Lu thought for a moment. Could it be that Chen Wei was? Ruyan, you come with me. It's okay to sleep a little later. We'll go shopping together, and you'll be able to help me with my counseling. Your vision is spot on. Lu Xiaoli wrapped her arms around Lu Ruyan and pampered her. Yes, let's go together. You help Lu Xiaoli counsel. Wang Chang also said a bit, although he didn't quite dare to go after Lu Ruyan himself, but he also wished to spend more time with Lu Ruyan. Any man who was normal would like to stay with a beautiful woman. Besides, Ruyan Lu was a school beauty. Her beautiful legs were really too long. Her face was also too pretty. He would never get tired of playing with such a beauty for the rest of his life. Wang Chang looked at Lu Ruyan and then Lu Xiaoli and sighed softly in his heart. How is it that his own family has to have that little bit less money? If there was a little more money, he definitely wouldn't go after Lu Xiaoli. If Ruyan Lu wasn't here, then his girlfriend Lu Xiaoli was quite pretty. But if Ruyan Lu was here right now, Lu Xiaoli wouldn't be enough to look at. No, I really didn't rest well. I'm all very sleepy now. I'll go back to my room to rest first. Lu Ruyan immediately refused and then directly walked away. Ruyan Lu was 1.75 meters. This height was quite high, and could totally be used as a model. The figure was very tall, the face was good, and the person was thin. Boys just don't like fat women. She could obviously rely on her face value to eat in the future, but she wanted to rely on her talent to eat. Lu Ruyan was very pretty, so there had been a lot of boys secretly looking at Lu Ruyan while she was eating the barbecue. After Ruyan Lu left the barbecue stand, many boys sighed. There were many people in Shanghai, many college students, and many young people. In fact, many of the boys had finished the barbecue long ago. They purposely didn't go and stayed here just to see Ruyan Lu. Now that Ruyan Lu had left, they naturally left as well. Chapter 12 5% of Tesla. Honey, we shouldn't have invited Chen Wei just now. Let me guess. Ruyan Lu is the reason why she didn't agree to go shopping with us because we invited Chen Wei. She doesn't want to be with Chen Wei. She doesn't want to give a little hope. Wang Chang immediately said a bit. Wang Chang said with a bit of regret. Yeah, really shouldn't have invited you as a classmate. Lu Xiaoli nodded. She was also a bit regretful. Originally, she had wanted to take advantage of the fact that Lu Ruyan didn't have a boyfriend right now to show off, because Wang Chang had agreed with her that he would buy her clothes today. Moreover, buying clothes today was considered another $2,000. Spending $2,000 on clothes is considered quite a lot. In the past, he wasn't this generous because now Wang Chang had joined the workforce. Honey, if she doesn't go, she doesn't go. Forget it, we'll go by ourselves. Wang Chang said. Lu Xiaoli nodded her head. She was agreeable. Although she couldn't show off in front of Lu Ruyan herself, after she bought back the clothes, she would wear them in the house where the two of them lived together, and it would be the same to show them off that way. At that time, she hinted at the price of the clothes, and the effect would be the same. Alright, let's go too. Lu Xiaoli said a bit. She turned her head to look at Wang Chang, and she immediately kind of blushed a little bit less. She also saw that Wang Chang was still looking at the direction Lu Ruyan had gone. Soon, her face turned ironic. What's wrong, Lily? Wang Chang was startled and immediately asked. You're always looking at her. Are you sad to see her go? Lu Xiaoli said with a very bad face. How is this possible? What am I looking at her for? What am I not shedding her for? You are my girlfriend. Wang Chang did not hesitate at all and immediately went to pull Lu Xiaoli's hand. I know the way. Lu Xiaoli didn't let him pull her hand. There's no use for you to look. There's no use for you to not give up. You won't be able to catch up with her. The boyfriend she finds in the future will definitely be a super rich second generation. Without a few $100 million in family assets, people won't be able to look at them. Lu Xiaoli said with an ironic face. She wasn't blind, so she could naturally see Wang Chang's mind, eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. So she was very angry. Very, very angry. I will still go after her? If I just chase after her, it will be a basket case. You are the right girlfriend for me. In my heart, you are the prettiest. You are Shishir. You are Yang Guifei. Wang Chang said a bit with a pleasing face. Only then did Lu Xiaoli's face look better. Of course, she also knew that Wang Chang was saying nice things to please her. Lu Xiaoli knew her own conditions. She was definitely not comparable to Lu Ruyan. This self-knowledge, she still had. In fact, Wang Chang also had self-knowledge. You are quite smart. Let's go. Let's go buy clothes. Lu Xiaoli immediately said. Okay, I will definitely help you buy clothes that cost more than $4,000. Wang Chang nodded his head, although he was a bit egg crazy. To make up for his mistake, he said a little more about the budget. $4,000 that's not bad. 1/6 of his salary. He was still very heartbroken, but he can't afford to give up the money. For the sake of the happiness behind, what should be spent should still be spent. As he said these words, he saw some joy on Lu Xiaoli's face. This is good. Spend money to buy peace. Although Lu Xiaoli wasn't as pretty as Lu Ruyan, she was still a great beauty. Himself being with Lu Xiaoli made a lot of boyshoes jealous and envious. As soon as he thought of this, he felt that this $4,000 had to be spent. It's just that he doesn't know how long he has to wait before he can eat meat. That's about right. If you lie to me, I won't talk to you anymore. You also know that I'm also very sought after. Lu Xiaoli immediately said. There were a few people chasing after her, but their conditions were worse than Wang Chang's. Otherwise, why would she choose Wang Chang? I know, I definitely won't lie to you. Wang Chang immediately said a bit, then tried to pull Lu Xiaoli's hand with his hand again, but Lu Xiaoli dodged her hand away again. Don't move your hand. There are so many people here. You buy the clothes first. Lu Xiaoli also stood up and the two started walking. They left the barbecue restaurant, because Lu Xiaoli refused to let him hold her hand. Wang Chang was a bit disappointed, but he would definitely still insist, because his own conditions were there. He believed that as long as he persisted and stalked, he would be able to eat meat, and he would be able to take the final step. Lu Xiaoli's family conditions were much better than his own. If the two got married, it would already be much better than many people. Wang Chang hemmed and hawed in his heart, and as soon as he thought of Chen Wei, all of a sudden, a great sense of superiority welled up in his heart. Wang Chang felt that Chen Wei would have a hard time chasing a beautiful woman like Lu Xiaoli in his life. If he chased after Lu Ruyan, it would be even more difficult enough. This was the gap. Wang Chang, what are you giggling about? Lu Xiaoli looked at Wang Chang. She was still more or less angry. I'm thinking about getting married to you and we even had a child. Let's go. Let's go buy clothes. Wang Chang said immediately. On this side, Chen Wei went back to Thompson's by himself. He had been talking to Lu Bingbing for 3 years, and with these 3 years of feelings, how could he let go easily? When he thought of his girlfriend, Lu Bingbing, abandoning him because he had no money, he still had a little hidden pain in his heart. How could he be blind? How could he look at her? After drinking a little bit of wine, he immediately fell asleep. While asleep, he and Lu Fangfei ate together, shopped together, and then returned home together. Again, it seemed like he was going home with Lu Bingqian. Then, the two of them laid down on the bed together and began to exercise. All night long he was fastidious, but it also tired him to the point that his back ached. Then, he fell into a deep sleep. Jingle bells ringing. By 8 a.m., he was roused by his cell phone alarm clock. He hurriedly stretched his back, then turned off the cell phone alarm clock and prepared to go back to sleep. Then he seemed to have forgotten something. Oh, I forgot about this. That spike system has been refreshed. I'll go. Almost forgot. Chen Wei said a couple sentences to himself. As soon as he thought of this, he immediately entered the brain system interface. He immediately saw the 3 gifts that the system had refreshed today. Gift 1, 40 million in cash. The source is legal and compliant, can be credited to the host's bank card. You can use it without worry. Gift 2, Jiangnan Commercial Street in Pudong, worth 500 million renminbi. Gift 3, 5% of Tesla's shares, worth 5 billion renminbi. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. Brother comrade system, you are my father. You're even better than my dad. The system ignored Chen Wei's words as the system calmly prompted. Please host, make your choice quickly. I'll choose 3. I have to choose 3. $5 billion of wealth. My wealth is almost 6 billion all of a sudden. Chen Wei shouted happily. Ding, the host has made his choice. The transfer of 5% of Tesla's shares will be sent to you immediately. The system immediately said a bit. Chapter 13. You're not Lu Bingqian? Chen Wei ate his meal and then returned home. At this time, a phone call came in. Mr. Chen Wei? A young woman's voice spoke. Yeah, I'm Chen Wei. Chen Wei immediately said. I'm Tesla President's secretary, Xiao Lu. The president ordered me to deliver the 5% equity transfer certificate to you. May I ask if you are at home? Xiao Lu immediately asked. I'm at home. Chen Wei immediately said. Then where is your home? Xiao Lu asked sweetly. I'm on the 39th floor of building 1 of Thompson 1. That's good. I'll send it right away. Mr. Chen. Bye. The two then hung up. After about 50 minutes, little secretary Lu arrived at the 39th floor of building 1 without any problems. Of course, Chen Wei had notified the doorman beforehand. Secretary Xiao Lu immediately rang the doorbell. Chen Wei immediately opened the door. It's you? Chen Wei was taken aback. Mr. Chen, do you recognize me? Secretary Xiao Lu was a bit surprised. Didn't we just meet a few nights ago? Aren't you Lu Bingqian? Chen Wei immediately spoke up. Ha 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 ha, I see. Little Secretary Lu immediately spoke up. What did you understand? Chen Wei was a bit baffled and puzzled. You probably saw my sister. Me and my sister are twin sisters. Little Secretary Lu immediately explained. No way, no way. You're just lying to me. Chen Wei was very disbelieving. Alright then, I'll let you see if I'm telling lies. I'll make a video call with my sister. Junior Secretary Lu immediately said so, then opened WeChat and made a video call. It didn't take long for the other party to pick up the video call. Lu Bingqiang, what are you doing calling my phone? A woman in the video asked angrily. Here, sister, take a look. Who is this person? Little Lu's secretary immediately said a bit. The person on the other side quickly looked at it. She was flustered in her heart, but quickly played it cool. Sister, it's a friend I know. The person on the other side immediately said a bit. I know all the friends you know. This one, how come I don't? Little Secretary Lu, also known as Lu Bingqiang, expressed her skepticism. We just met a few days ago. We're not quite familiar. I'm hanging up. I don't have time. Lu Bingqian quickly hung up the phone. If she didn't hang up again, something might go wrong. Mr. Chen, now, you believe it. I have a sister, right? The one you know is my sister. Lu Bingqiang said. You two are too similar. Chen Wei immediately said. Alright, let's get down to business. I've brought the 5% share transfer certificate for Tesla. Please sign it. It means you signed for it. Lu Bingqiang said. She took out a pen and asked Chen Wei to sign. Where do I sign? Chen Wei asked. It's here. Lu Bingqiang pointed. Chen Wei quickly signed, and Lu Bingqiang quickly handed Chen Wei the transfer certificate. Alright, Mr. Chen, my business is done. I'm leaving. Lu Bingqiang said. Slow down. Slow down. I still have to ask you something. Chen Wei immediately said. Mr. Chen Wei, what's your business? Can you tell me your sister's phone number? Chen Wei asked. You can. What? You don't have her phone number? Lu Bingqiang spoke up. That day, she had something very urgent and left in a hurry. She didn't tell me. Hey, what's the relationship between you two? How do you know each other? Lu Bingqiang asked curiously. If they weren't lovers, then one could chase after this Chen Wei. This Chen Wei was so handsome, so much gold, and so young. On the road that day, she bumped into me and I bumped into her like this. Chen Wei made up a random excuse. Chen Wei thought that he would never see Lu Bingqian in his life. Lu Bingqiang and Chen Wei added WeChat to each other. Then, she told Chen Wei her sister's phone number as well. Lu Bingqiang couldn't refuse this request from Chen Wei. She still wanted to chase Chen Wei herself. Later, Lu Bingqiang excused herself. With nothing much to do, Chen Wei came to the Ningde Times branch. Lu Fangfei immediately brought him to the president's office. He was officially taking office today. Secretary Lu, arrange for someone to go around and look for plots of land to see which few places are suitable for a factory. Chen Wei explained. Okay, President, I'll arrange it right away. Lu Fangfei immediately went to find someone. When it came to being a leader, one only needed to grasp the general direction. Just move your lips. The specific things are still done by the subordinates. He was here at Ningde Times all morning. Now it's almost 12 noon. It's time for lunch. He was going to go out for lunch and buy some clothes on the way. Mr. Chen, where are you going? Lu Fangfei asked. I'm going to eat. Chen Wei said. I'll go with you too. Do you think it's okay? Lu Fangfei immediately asked. Can. I also still dreamed of you last night and was with you all night. Chen Wei immediately said a bit. The one who said it had no intention of saying it, but the one who heard it had the intention of saying it. As soon as she heard these words, Lu Fangfei immediately blushed. Thinking of me at night, what are the two doing at night? This is too embarrassing. Mr. Chen, why are you talking nonsense? Such a thing, you just dreamed about it. You can't say it. Lu Fangfei chided Chen Wei. Then sorry, don't think too much about it. Let's go. Men and women go together and eat with flavor. Chen Wei said. Alright then, today at noon, you treat me to dinner. I'll forgive you if you treat me to dinner. Lu Fangfei immediately said. The two walked out of the company one after the other. This place was right next to Wanda Plaza. They then came to Wanda Plaza to eat. Secretary Lu, what do you think is good to eat? You're more familiar here. I'll listen to you. Chen Wei asked. I know of a noodle restaurant that has delicious noodles. I don't know if you like it or not. Lu Fangfei asked. I'm from Qingdao, Shandong, and we traditionally eat noodle buns. Chen Wei immediately said. Alright then, let's go to the noodle restaurant. Lu Fangfei immediately said. After walking for 5 or 6 minutes, the two arrived at a noodle house. Boss, You can give me 2 portions of crab roasted noodles plus 4 portions of crab roast. Lu Fangfei immediately said. Okay, beautiful. You're so generous today. So extravagant. The boss's wife immediately said a bit. Someone is treating me today, so I definitely need to rip him off a bit. Lu Fangfei immediately said. Okay, you guys sit down first and wait for a moment, the boss's wife said. Looking at this noodle was completely covered by a thick layer of large crab meat. Really good. This noodle, Chen Wei said. That's natural. I often come here to eat. Otherwise, I wouldn't come so often. Lu Fangfei said. The two stirred for a bit, then picked up their chopsticks and ate. It's too delicious. This is the first noodle in the world. Chen Wei marveled. The two had just finished eating when Lu Fangfei's cell phone rang. Secretary Lu. Someone from the company is looking for you. Someone on the phone said. I know someone is looking for me. I'll be right back. Lu Fangfei said. Mr. Chen. I'll go back first. Lu Fangfei said. Originally, I wanted to ask you to accompany me to buy clothes, but you're going back. Sorry then. The two parted ways. Chen Wei then went to buy clothes alone. And unexpectedly, something unexpected happened while buying clothes. Chapter 14, You're going to work at my boyfriend's place. He was already a billionaire, so he couldn't always wear ground floor goods. Chen Wei thought for a moment, and he immediately walked into a clothing boutique. Welcome, a beautiful shopping guide lady said enthusiastically with a smile on her face. Chen Wei nodded and immediately browsed through the clothing store. After looking for a while, he finally spotted a set of clothes. He was about to pick it up and go try it on when a voice suddenly came. Beauty, wrap this suit up for me. I'll take it. Which one is it? Wanting to grab the suit from himself? Chen Wei looked up and realized that it turned out to be his college class president. What bad luck today? Chen Wei grunted. This was probably the class president purposely picking a fight. When the two were in college, this so-called class president in his class had given Chen Wei love letters just because there were some female students. This class president became jealous of him and then always found fault with Chen Wei. So, for 3 or 4 years, the two of them had a very bad relationship. Unexpectedly, they met each other here today. This class president was definitely also unsuspecting, so Chen Wei wasn't polite either. You beggar, what are you talking about? The clothes here are so expensive. Can you afford them? Wang Yang also disliked back nonchalantly. I've fallen into 8 lifetimes of bad luck seeing you. My good mood for the day is gone. Chen Wei also showed no weakness. Don't steam buns to fight for your breath. Humph, it's really bad luck for me to see you as well. However, what did you rely on to have such audacity to enter this luxury store? Do you have that much money? You don't seem to have a job yet. This suit you're looking at, can you afford it? $429,000. How long do you have to work? A month or 2 at the very least. Wang Yang scoffed. I'm sorry, since I've taken a fancy to this suit, I'll buy it. I'm going to buy 2 more sets. This set and that set. Pretty girl, help me wrap up these 2 sets of clothes. Chen Wei spoke to the shopping guide lady watching from the side. Okay, sir, I'll wrap them up for you right away. The shopping guide lady said in a hurry. No, absolutely not. I'll take the set of clothes. Wang Yang, who was standing at the side, also spoke up. Chen Wei looked at Wang Yang who was arguing with him. There's always a first come, first served. What I see first, I buy first. Chen Wei reasoned a bit more. Sir, this dress, we have several sets here. I'll wrap up a set for each of you. The beautiful shopping guide lady spoke again. Hearing the words of the beautiful shopping guide, the 2 arguing men also froze for a moment. Chen Wei also felt very embarrassed. It was unthinkable that the 2 people would chat again over a small matter. A little impatience makes a big mess. Immediately afterward, these 2 shopping guide beauties one helped one person wrap up 2 sets of clothes. Wang Yang also had a face of displeasure, and then walked away. He also let out a harsh word when he was leaving. At our class reunion, you wait for me. You big school bully who was dumped by his girlfriend. We'll see the real thing on that day. Okay, I'll wait. Chen Wei also nonchalantly replied back. Chen Wei's side also paid, took the clothes and was ready to go back to the office. Where did this money for clothes come from? The divine hero system would give him $100,000 in funds every day. He had just walked out of the store and arrived at Wanda Plaza. He was ready to go back when he suddenly met another familiar person. Chen Wei. What a coincidence. Chen Wei heard someone call out to him, and he hurriedly turned his head to look. Who's calling me? It turned out to be his former foe, his ex-girlfriend calling him. Seeing Lu Bingbing, Chen Wei coldly asked. We're not enemies, not meeting. What's the matter with you calling me? Nothing. I want to talk to you when I see you. I want to laugh when I see you. Lu Bingbing said. There's nothing wrong with you. Then I'll leave. Bye. No, never again. Chen Wei looked at his beautiful ex-girlfriend in front of him. At the thought of having a fat man in his 40s or 50s like galloping on her, Chen Wei only felt a wave of nausea. He was blind in the beginning. How could he look at Lu Bingbing? It really was a case of you can't tell the face from the face, and you can't know the face from the heart. Don't you go I care about you. Have you found a job? If you haven't found one, go work at my boyfriend's company. I'll ask my boyfriend to arrange an easy management position for you, with a salary of $10,000 a month. This will also be considered to treat you right and give you an explanation, Lu Bingbing said arrogantly. Hearing Lu Bingbing say this, Chen Wei was furious. He was also quite speechless. In order to live a good life, she had even found a man whose age was about the same as her father's age to be her boyfriend. He now completely despised Lu Bingbing. Chen Wei only wanted to leave this ex-girlfriend of his quickly now. This ex-girlfriend would now defile him. No need. I've already found a job on my own. I'm already working. I don't need you to worry about my affairs. You take the time to chat me up. You should still spend this time on your boyfriend. Chen Wei immediately refused. Baby, what are you doing here? Chen Wei had just finished speaking when an obese middle-aged man ran over. This middle-aged man was a bit semi-bald. Wow, this male was so fat. Just this Lu Bingbing's small body. Can she stand this chubby boyfriend of hers? It won't be squashed and crushed. Honey, I just had a chat with my ex-boyfriend. Lu Bingbing kissed the fat man on the cheek. Your ex-boyfriend? Is the ex-boyfriend that you just dumped? The fat man looked Chen Wei up and down after hearing this. It's handsome, but handsome can't be a meal. Still wearing such clothes, he won't be able to catch up with me in his lifetime. The fat man said disdainfully. Yeah, I didn't know any better when I was in school. Too childish, and he was stalking and chasing after me, so I reluctantly agreed. But, honey, he and I are clean. You know this. I didn't even let him take my hand. Lu Bingbing hurriedly explained to the fat man, fearing that her boyfriend would become suspicious. Honey, of course you are innocent. On the first day we met, that is, the first day of going to bed, I knew it. This fat man laughed out loud on the spot when he heard Lu Bingbing say something like that. On that night, I hit the nail on the head. The fat man added. Hate it, honey, you're too bad. Lu Bingbing pretended to be a bit shy and slapped the fat man. Honey, men aren't bad. Women don't love them. Baby, you guys broke up. What else do you have to say to him? The fat man gives a bad smile. Nothing, just asked him if he got a job. Just looking at him poorly. I want you to help him and let him work in your company. After all, he is also my first love. Lu Bingbing said a bit. Well, dear, I agree. That, you'll come work in our company. I see you look good. You come over to our company as a security guard. Monthly salary of $6,000, and 5 insurance and 1 gold. How about it? The fat man had a disdainful look on his face, then said a little. Chapter 15, you two are rotten fish and shrimp. You two are a perfect match. Just you. You deserve to be my boss? I'm not going to be a blue-collar or white-collar worker for the rest of my life. I won't work for the rest of my life. I'd rather sleep on the floor than be the boss. If I'm not the boss, I'll at least be a shareholder. Just the two of you. Are you worthy of being my bosses and bosses? You definitely don't deserve it. You guys also don't look at yourselves in the mirror. However, you two are that stinky fish with rotten shrimp. A perfect match. Chen Wei disliked a few words back. Hearing these words, that bald fat man and Lu Bingbing were both taken aback. They both froze there for a moment. Chen Wei on this side, on the other hand, turned his head and ran. If he didn't run, was he going to be beaten up by the several big men behind the fat man? Just when Chen Wei had already run out of sight, that pair of smelly men and women reacted. You guys, give me chase. You guys find him and break his legs for me. The bald, fat man roared. Those few brawny men heard the boss's words and hurriedly chased after him. They were like a dog, biting whoever the boss told them to bite. Honey, don't be angry. Lu Bingbing comforted the fat man. It's not worth it to get angry with a beggar like that. Pa, it's you who is bad. How can you fall in love with someone like that? Are you blind? The bald fat man slapped Lu Bingbing's face. Little pig's hoof. I'm going to clean you up again tonight. By the way, are you going to a classmate reunion? I'm going too. I'm going to make him eat his words. I'm going to give him a good look. The bald fat man said another sentence. Hey, it's still all about the right family when it comes to relationships. On this side, Chen Wei returned to the company to continue to work. In fact, there is not much to do. Now the factory have not found a place, have not built. It's the same whether you come to work or not. By 5 p.m., he started to get off work. He came to the street and called a drop. In less than 2 minutes, the drop came. He quickly got on the drop and was home in less than 30 minutes. As soon as he got home, he took a shower. Soon it was time for dinner. Alas, it's still not good to not have a hostess. How about hiring a beautiful nanny? It's better to order a takeout today. He opened his cell phone, then ordered a takeout, and saved the address of Townsend's. After doing this, he swiped the Shake Shack video. 20 to 30 minutes later, His doorbell ding dong rang. He opened the door and the security guard immediately said, "Dear owner, 9981 at your service. Here's the takeout you ordered. How come it's you? Didn't the delivery man deliver it?" Chen Wei was a bit confused. In order to protect the safety of the owners, all takeaways are delivered by our property staff again when they arrive at the entrance of the neighborhood. 9981 immediately said, "You guys did a great job. Hard work. Then I'll give you a $50 tip." "Thanks, boss." Chen Wei then scanned 9981's WeChat QR code and paid. "It's my honor to serve you." 9981 then handed the takeout to Chen Wei. He immediately left. "It's worthy of being a Thompson. The house is expensive for a reason," Chen Wei said a little to himself. Chen Wei quickly ate it. It wasn't bad. The flavor was okay. Chen Wei commented in his heart. After eating well, there was nothing much to do, so he brushed Shake Shack again. He brushed it until 11 a.m. before he started to sleep. He wouldn't wait until midnight to look at the system interface. Now that he was financially free, he didn't pay attention to this anymore. It was only when he had to be without money that he was nervous about this money. Only when he was nervous about those assets. He sleeps until 7 a.m. When he wakes up, the first thing he did was go into the system interface. Ding! Today's limited time to kill 3 gifts has been refreshed. A system beep quickly came to Chen Wei's ears. Chen Wei hurriedly looked at the system interface. The current gifts were as follows. Gift 1, 1 Wanda Plaza, worth 2 billion renminbi. Gift 2, Mercedes-Benz G63 AMG, worth 5 million renminbi. Gift 3, 1 luxury cruise ship, worth 300 million renminbi. Chen Wei looked at the 3 options. He was guided by the principle of only choosing the expensive ones, not the right ones. System, I'll choose the first gift. Ding! Host has made his choice. Choose gift number 1. Wanda Plaza is worth 2 billion renminbi. The relevant documents will be delivered by courier at 9 o'clock this morning. Please wait at home. This time, Chen Wei was worth over $7 billion. He immediately brushed his teeth and washed his face. Suddenly, there was a ding dong doorbell from outside. Chen Wei hurriedly opened the door. "Hello, your express. Please sign for it." The courier boy immediately said, "Okay." Chen Wei took the pen and signed his big name. The courier quickly handed Chen Wei the document bag and then immediately left. Chen Wei immediately closed the door to the room, immediately opened the document bag and then took out the documents. It was unthinkable that he had a store. Ha ha ha, one store supports 3 generations, Chen Wei immediately said. He giggled as he held the documents. How did the heavens favor me so much? Did I do a lot of good things in my past life? Suddenly, Chen Wei's cell phone rang. Chen Wei immediately picked up the phone. As soon as he picked up the phone, he heard a very nice female voice coming from the phone. "Hello, how are you? Are you Mr. Chen Wei?" the other party asked. "Yeah, may I ask who you are?" Chen Wei asked. "I'm the property manager of Wanda Plaza. My name is Wang Yan." The other party introduced herself. "Then what is it that you're looking for me for?" "It's like this. The Wanda Plaza under your name is going to collect its rent this month as well. We'd like to ask you to come over for a moment to see if the rent for the next quarter should be adjusted. We're asking for your permission." Wang Yan immediately spoke up. "Then what? You give us your bank card account number, and after we collect the rent, we'll transfer it to your account." Wang Yan added. "Alright, I will go over later," Chen Wei immediately said. The two then hung up the phone. Once he heard that there was money coming into his account, Chen Wei was of course happy. Right now, he was worth $5 to $6 billion, but he didn't have much cash on him. Who didn't love RMB? Even 2-year-olds love RMB. The billions of dollars on Ningda Times books have little to do with him. Tesla is also not at the time of dividends. Therefore, Chen Wei did not have much cash on him. Chen Wei quickly came to the street and swiped a shared bike. After 30 minutes, he arrived at Wanda Plaza. He put the shared bike farther away. As soon as he arrived at Wanda Plaza, he saw several people in suits, mostly women, with them at the entrance of the doorway. These were probably people from the Wanda Plaza property. These people were waiting for Chen Wei. Chen Wei quickly came to them. "Hello guys, I'm Chen Wei." Chen Wei immediately introduced himself. "You're Chen Wei. You're not, are you? Would someone worth billions of dollars still walk over here?" One person whispered. Chapter 16, System sends a Wanda Plaza worth $2 billion. "Welcome, you're Mr. Chen. You're really young and you're so handsome. I'm Wang Yan." When Wang Yan saw Chen Wei, she immediately gave him a compliment. "Your hygiene is done well. The security is also doing well," Chen Wei complimented. All she was thinking about now was how to please Chen Wei. In order to welcome Chen Wei's arrival, she moved in a hurry at 8 o'clock in the morning, arranging for her staff to go and notify the merchants inside the plaza one by one, asking them to pay attention to their image and do a good job with their hygiene. She immediately arranged for cleaning, to clean the public health in the square. the requirement is spotless, which does not get the hygiene right, then let him immediately get out. Now, the new boss came. Surely we must leave a good impression to the new boss. First impression is very important. After explaining all this and getting it right, she took the property staff and waited for Chen Wei's visit at the entrance. Why was Wang Yan so grand? It couldn't be helped because Chen Wei was now the new owner of Wanda Plaza. In case Chen Wei was unhappy, he would replace himself as the manager and replace himself as the property company. If that happened, when the time came, they would have no tears to cry. Those of them would have to roll up their sleeves and leave. Besides, Wang Yan had climbed to the position of general manager with great difficulty. Wang Yan couldn't let go of the property company, couldn't let go of this general manager position. She held the apprehensive mood, led the crowd to wait there for half an hour. All this dedication finally paid off, and Chen Wei complimented them. All of this, it was worth it. Wang Yan again complimented Chen Wei non-stop. Boss, you're too good, earning such a big industry at such a young age. Boss, you're loved by everyone because you're so handsome. Chen Wei just strolled through the square amidst Wang Yan's incessant compliments. Mr. Chen, are you satisfied with Wanda Plaza? Wang Yan asked carefully from the side. Well, it's well managed, Chen Wei complimented again. At this time, Chen Wei was sitting on the general manager's seat reading a report. When Wang Yan heard Chen Wei just say one sentence, she thought that her boss thought that she was not doing her job very well, making the new boss unsatisfied with her. So the boss deliberately cold-shouldered her. Her heart immediately dimmed. So maybe she would have to find a new job soon. In fact, Chen Wei didn't think that much about it. He didn't even want to change the property manager. This property company was doing well now. He was also too lazy to use his brain. However, he was shocked by this rent situation. Store number 1 rents for $40,000 a month. Store number 2 rents for $30,000 a month. Store number 3 rents for $50,000 a month. Like Wanda Plaza, there are almost 300 such stores. All of them can collect more than $10 million a month. He was in a particularly good mood after reading this. What's the point of being the president in the future? Just collect rent and live your life. Lay flat. Chen Wei finally finished reading the report. Wang Yan is still a little uneasy. When you are a leader, you are afraid that the higher leaders will come to inspect. Wang Yan is also this kind of mentality. Alright, I'm still satisfied with Wanda Plaza. This rent for Wanda Plaza, don't raise the rent next month. These bosses can make money so that we can make money and we can open Wanda Plaza. If each of these merchant bosses collapses, we are here. Who else will open a store? As for when the rent will rise in the future, I will inform you. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. Mr. Chen is wise. Mr. Chen is great. This makes our job much better. Wang Yan gave another compliment. Alright, don't keep kissing my ass. I'm not the emperor in the emperor's new clothes. I know how you think. You still want to be the general manager? Chen Wei asked. I'm not kissing ass. I'm telling the truth. Wang Yan instantly panicked, because Chen Wei had seen her trick. Don't be afraid. You're managing well. I've seen all of this in my eyes. If you manage poorly, I will replace you. You guys keep up the good work. I'll still be running to check in any time. Boss, we'll definitely do a good job and do better in the future. After hearing Chen Wei's words, Wang Yan's heart finally relaxed. People in general wanted to be leaders. If Chen Wei removed them as a company, then Wang Yan wouldn't be able to be the general manager. I have great faith in your abilities. You can definitely do a better job. Chen Wei also said a bit. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your compliments. We will definitely do better in the future. Wang Yan said happily. Then I'll give you my bank card account number. When you guys collect the rent at the time, just call me directly. Chen Wei stood up and immediately left. Okay, we will definitely transfer it to you on time. Wang Yan hurriedly said. Alright then, I'll leave first. Chen Wei said. Boss, I'll see you off. Wang Yan hurriedly opened the door for Chen Wei. No need to send you off. Oh, right. In the future, your salary will be doubled, and the other employees' salaries will go up by 30%. These you notify down. Wages can start rising from this month. Chen Wei said. For these increased expenses, you can just deduct them from my cash. Chen Wei added. If you want the horse to run, you have to let the horse eat. Old man Ren Zhengfei said. As long as the money is given in place, if it's not a talent, it can become a talent. Another meaning is that as long as money is given in place, the vast majority of the work can be done well by people. After Chen Wei left, some of the property staff gathered around Wang Yan. Mr. Wang, what did that Mr. Chen say? He won't be replacing our company. There were still some people worried. Yeah, Mr. Wang, how is the situation? Another person asked. It's over. Mr. Wang hasn't said anything yet. I'm going to lose my job soon. I see that he is so handsome and must have a very good heart. How would I know that he's going to fire us? These employees chattered on and on. Some were worried. Some were fretting now. Wang Yan finally spoke. Quiet. You guys, don't talk nonsense. Mr. Chen is very satisfied with our work. He didn't fire us. That's great. I know the new boss won't fire us if we manage so hard. Then I'm relieved that I won't lose my job. It's hard to find such a good job. Such a good Sister Wang. And such a good Mr. Chen. Everyone chattered again. You guys be quiet for a moment. Next, I'll tell you all the good news. Mr. Chen has given everyone. What? A 30% increase in salary every month. Are you guys happy? Wang Yan spoke again. Everyone immediately jumped as soon as they heard this. Like a child. I'm so happy. The new boss is wonderful. May the new boss get more handsome and richer. Everyone cheered. Alright, everyone go to work. Boss Chen has given us such a big raise, so we all need to repay him as well. Wang Yan spoke up. On this side, Chen Wei walked on Wanda Plaza. He was using his cell phone to record a video of the Wanda Plaza in his name. Suddenly, he found a familiar person, and this familiar person caused a trouble. Chapter 17, a classmate runs into a porcelain bumper. Wanda Plaza was so big and beautifully designed. Chen Wei used his cell phone to record a video. He found a beautiful woman in front of him. This beauty was tall and she was walking in front of him. As she was walking, she suddenly saw an old man fall in front of her. She quickly ran over and helped the old man up. She immediately asked, "Granny, are you alright?" The old granny looked up and saw that the person helping her was a beautiful young woman. Her mind turned, and she immediately screamed, "Ouch, ouch, 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 ouch. You young girl knocked my wife down. You can't run. You can be responsible." This old lady shouted out in pain while pulling the young girl with deadly force. Chen Wei continued to shoot the video. He thought for a moment, could it be that this beautiful woman had run into a bumper sticker professional? He immediately heard the young girl's words. "How can you be like this? I was kind enough to help you up. Why are you still blackmailing me?" The young girl asked angrily. "Where are your words? You're the one who bumped into me. Otherwise, why did you help me up? You have to pay me back. You hurry up and pay. I'm an elderly lady. Is it easy for me?" The old lady was playing a trick, and said unreasonably there. Hearing this old lady's words, this young beauty finally understood. She had run into a professional who had touched the porcelain. Unexpectedly, this kind of farce will let her encounter. She was really unlucky. In the future, she can't just go and do good deeds. "Old lady, you can't slander me. There are surveillance cameras everywhere here. It was you who brushed yourself. I kindly helped you up, and you're spitting blood here. You hurry up and leave. Otherwise, I'll call the police," that young beauty immediately said. She looked around, and many people were looking at them. "You can call the police if you want to. There's no justice for you to bully an old lady like me. Ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys, come over and judge." In broad daylight, this young beauty bullied my old lady. She even threatened to call the police to arrest me. This old lady was even more reckless. In the spirit of "I'm an old man. Who am I afraid of?" Even more unreasonable. This young beauty looked at the crowd that surrounded her and immediately took out her cell phone and called the police. This old lady, as soon as she saw the young beauty, called the police. She immediately lay on the ground again, and to her son called. Not long after, her son rushed over. Her son was the bald man with a dragon tattooed on his arm. This tattooed man said as he walked away, "Which one of you has eaten leopard's guts and dares to bully my mom? You want to find death." This young girl looked at the bald man who came in front of her. She was still a bit scared. "It was me who saw your mom fall down. I kindly helped your mom up, and your mom even bit me back, saying that I knocked her down. She told me to pay for it." This young beauty immediately said, "It wasn't you who knocked her down. Why did you help her up? How come my mom didn't blackmail anyone else but you?" This human man said quite unreasonably, "It's really not a family, not entering a family door." This one young beauty immediately said a bit. Seeing this, Chen Wei couldn't help himself. "According to this gentleman of yours, isn't it true that even if your mother falls to the ground, she doesn't need someone to come and save her? Isn't it necessary for someone to come and help her? Whoever helped is the one who knocked her down?" Chen Wei immediately said. The tattooed man heard the voice and immediately said, "Which nosy one is it? Believe it or not, I'll break your legs. You hit try. I took a video." Chen Wei immediately said a bit. Chen Wei also took another look at the beautiful woman who was helping the old man. This was a beauty wearing a short white dress that revealed a pair of long legs. This beauty had a slim and tall figure. She had a goose egg-like face with a jade-like color. Very playful. There was also a pair of eyes as clear as autumn water. Chen Wei looked dumbfounded. He had never seen such a beautiful girl before. "Yo, Isn't this his own classmate? Chen Wei did not immediately identify with the school, but he immediately said a little. It was me who said it. What's the matter? You slandered a good person. Are you still not allowed to say it? At this time, that young beauty said a bit. How is it you, old classmate? Chen Wei. That young beauty immediately said. Yeah, it's me, old classmate. Zhou Xian. Chen Wei immediately greeted. Long time no see. Zhou Xian immediately said. Long time no see. Chen Wei said. Who could top such a beautiful girl giving herself a greeting? His heart melted at the sight of a beautiful girl's smile. When Chen Wei was about to say a couple more words, the tattooed man said a bit more. Yo, you pair of dogs are flirting here. This tattooed man was very angry. He couldn't stand it even more when he saw the girl and Chen Wei talking so affectionately. After saying that, he was about to slap Zhou Xian. As soon as Chen Wei saw that the other man was going to hit him, he hurriedly pulled Zhou Xian behind himself. He himself was ready to fight the man hard. Zhou Xian saw that Chen Wei was able to protect himself and was secretly touched in her heart for a moment. You're going to hit someone, aren't you? I've already recorded the video. I filmed the entire process just now. It was your mother who fell on her own, and at that time, this young beauty was still several meters away from your mother. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. ICNM. I'm going to break your dog's legs. I'm going to get you killed. That tattooed man was even more pissed off as he arrogantly said. What for what? Are you lawless? Just as the tattooed man was about to strike, the police arrived. The old woman who fell to the ground saw the police coming and immediately said evilly. Comrade police. Comrade police. It's them two young men who knocked me, a 70-something-year-old man, to the ground and beat my son. You guys hurry up again and arrest him. The old man had just finished speaking when Zhou Xian was happy. It was unthinkable that this person was really shameless, and that he could still backtrack and make something out of nothing. Seeing the old lady say this, the police officer looked at Zhou Xian. Beauty, do you have anything to say? A young policeman asked. Police uncle, you can ask the surrounding crowd. There's also this classmate of mine who also took a video, so I can show you his video. Zhou Xian immediately said a bit. Now that the police were here, she wasn't afraid at all. Okay, young man, you show me your video. The police immediately said a bit to Chen Wei. Chen Wei hurriedly took out his cell phone and opened the video. The policeman saw that the old man had fallen on his own, and the girl was still a few meters away from him. Then, the girl kindly went to help this old woman, and this old woman bit back. In the back, his son was ready to hit. Young man, you send me your video, a police officer said. The two men then took out their cell phones and friend each other on WeChat. Chen Wei immediately sent the video to the police comrade. The old lady and her son were then taken away by the police comrades. When they were leaving, the old lady still refused to go. She was still there shouting, "It was the girl who ran into me. You can't wrongly accuse good people. You can't let bad people go." Chapter 18. Who was this president? The two policemen were really speechless once they heard the old lady say that. The two of them quickly took the mother and son who touched the porcelain away. The onlookers at Wanda Plaza also slowly left. Only Zhou Xian and Chen Wei remained at the scene. I'm so happy to see you. So happy to see you. Both men said these words. This time, Chen Wei's ears reddened, and Zhou Xian shyly lowered her head. Zhou Xian, why are you here? Became asked curiously. I had some business, arrived here, passed by, and then saw this scene, then wanted to go and help out a bit. Thank you for speaking up for me, Zhou Xian said. You're welcome, we're classmates. If we're not classmates, or just passers-by, I'll help. Chen Wei immediately said. Have you had breakfast yet? I'll treat you to breakfast, Chen Wei said. Hearing that his old classmate was going to treat himself to dinner, Zhou Xian smiled happily. I haven't eaten yet. Won't I be disturbing you if you invite me to dinner? Zhou Xian said happily for a moment. She hurriedly lowered her head again, afraid that Chen Wei would notice. No, I'm honored to be able to eat with big schoolgirl Zhou. I can't wait to be happy, Chen Wei immediately said. This Shanghai Jiaotong University's school beauty, Chen Wei didn't know much about it. This was because Zhou Xian had only transferred over in the first semester of her junior year. She was not originally from her own major. It was also heard that she had transferred from an outside school. She just arrived in Shanghai Jiaotong University, on the basis of their own face by the whole schoolboys named the new school flower. Zhou Xian was named the school flower. The girls' envy and jealousy was caused by the whole school. After hearing the news that Chen Wei had invited her to dinner, Zhou Xian took out her own cell phone and sent a Weibo message. She then put her phone back into her small bag. So, Chen Wei, where are you taking me for dinner? Zhou Xian asked with a smile. I'll take you to a dumpling store. The dumplings there are especially delicious. I don't know if you like them. Anyway, I like it very much, Chen Wei immediately said. Alright then, I'll listen to Chen Wei's arrangement. If you say it's delicious, then it must be delicious. I really want to eat it too. Zhou Xian immediately said. When Chen Wei heard this, he immediately used his cell phone to call a dripper. 2 or 3 minutes later, the drop car came. The two of them immediately got into the car and then went to the dumpling store. After 10 minutes, they arrived there. This is the store. Chen Wei immediately introduced it to Zhou Xian. Such a small store, could it be any good? Zhou Xian was skeptical. As soon as they entered, Chen Wei immediately shouted, Uncle Lu, 2 pounds of shrimp dumplings, 2 pounds of Spanish mackerel dumplings. Good good, Chen Wei, you guys sit down, I'll be right there. Boss Lu immediately said, Yo, is this Xiao Wei's girlfriend? You're so pretty. Boss Lu flirted after seeing Zhou Xian. Uncle Lu, this can't be a joke. It's not even my girlfriend. We're classmates who just happened to meet today. Otherwise, she would be unhappy. Chen Wei immediately explained. I don't believe it. You haven't even brought a girl over for dinner before. Boss Lu immediately spoke up. It's really not Uncle Lu. Hurry up and cook the dumplings. Chen Wei was afraid that Zhou Xian would misunderstand and hurriedly told Boss Lu to go cook the dumplings. Seeing that Boss Lu had gone to the back kitchen to cook the dumplings, Chen Wei was relieved. He brought Zhou Xian with him and found a seat. Zhou Xian, the boss is joking. Don't be angry. Chen Wei immediately explained. It's fine, fine. Chen Wei, I won't be angry. Zhou Xian immediately said. That's good. That's good. Otherwise, none of us classmates would have anything to do. Chen Wei took a long breath of relief. In fact, he didn't know Zhou Xian's heart. Zhou Xian was instead very happy after hearing his boss's words. The two started chatting for a few moments. The dumplings are here, Boss Lu said. He quickly brought over 2 pounds of shrimp dumplings. Looking at the somewhat crystal clear shrimp dumplings, Chen Wei and Zhou Xian drooled straight away. This dumpling was definitely delicious. Thank you Uncle Lu, Zhou Xian said to Boss Lu. No need to be polite. No need to be polite. You guys try it quickly. The Spanish mackerel dumplings will be served soon. Hearing Zhou Xian's thanks to him, the boss was also very happy. The two of them, Chen Wei and Zhou Xian, used a spoon to scoop a bit into their bowls. Then they ate it. Zhou Xian, is it good? Chen Wei asked and answered. It's really too delicious. You'll have to bring me here to eat it again in the future. Zhou Xian said wryly. That's good. As long as big schoolgirl Zhou is willing, I'll be happy to accompany you for breakfast every day. Chen Wei immediately said a bit. Hearing this, Zhou Xian looked at Chen Wei with a face full of happiness. At this time, the boss walked over again. The boss was carrying a small plate with crayfish in his hand. Your crayfish is also ready. The boss placed a plate of crayfish on the table. Uncle Lu, we didn't order crayfish. Chen Wei was a bit confused. I know, this is what I gave you guys. You brought your girlfriend here for the first time today. This is from me to you. I'm happy for you. Uncle Lu immediately said with a smile. Uncle Lu, you really said it wrong. We are just classmates. Chen Wei was a bit flustered at the sound of this. He was afraid that Zhou Xian would spread his legs and leave. Thank you Uncle Lu. Zhou Xian didn't get angry and didn't scatter her legs as she spoke softly. The boss heard Zhou Xian's words and also walked away happily. Chen Wei was a bit confused when he heard Zhou Xian's words. What was going on here? Uncle Lu served it all up. We must be too embarrassed not to accept it. Let's eat. Zhou Xian hurriedly explained, because she saw Chen Wei looking at himself. Alright, Chen Wei said. The two of them then began to gorge themselves. Of course, Zhou Xian looked very civilized. The mackerel dumplings were brought in the back. This one was also very tasty. Qingdao's mackerel dumplings were very tasty. A meal that took almost 40 minutes to finish. Had enough, Zhou Xian? Chen Wei asked. I'm full. It's too delicious. So I'm full. I still want to come here to eat, Zhou Xian immediately said. Then if there's a chance in the future, I'll bring you here to eat. Chen Wei immediately said. That's what you said. No cheating? Zhou Xian immediately said. Of course I won't. Bye Uncle Lu. Bye Uncle Lu. After saying goodbye to the boss, Chen Wei and Zhou Xian walked out of the dumpling restaurant. It was a good thing that there were big trees in the sky here. There was thick shade underneath the trees, and the two of them walked on this wooded path. Thank you, old classmate. I'm very happy today. Zhou Xian, who was about to get into the car, smiled and said, Old classmate, I'm also very happy today. Chen Wei also said a word. Men were all fond of spending time with beautiful women. Chen Wei was no exception. Be safe on your way back. Chen Wei closed the car door for Zhou Xian. As the cab drove further and further away, Chen Wei felt as if he was a little sad. What was going on here? Forget it, don't think too much. Still go back to work. Chen Wei also took a drop and went back to the company. Zhou Xian, who was in the cab, had just gotten in, and the car hadn't gone for long when she told the cab driver to pull over and stop. The driver muttered for a moment, what's going on? But the driver also quickly pulled over and stopped. Just as the driver stopped, an Audi A8 pulled up next to the drop car. Soon a female secretary like female opened the door of the cab. President, I've come to take you back. Who was this president? The cab driver wondered for a moment. Chapter 19, having the first luxury car in my life. Could it be that this president is the pretty girl in the back seat? The cab driver thought for a moment. Just as the driver was messing around with his thoughts, Zhou Xian got out of the car. The female secretary opened the back door of the Audi A8 for her. Zhou Xian quickly sat on it. Once she sat in the car, Zhou Xian seemed like a different person. She now became very high and mighty, very arrogant, so eager to turn people away. Don't you forget to pay the fare, Zhou Xian explained. The secretary didn't say anything as she quickly pulled out 2 100 yuan bills and handed them to the cab driver. The driver quickly took the money. What's going on here? It's only been 200 to 300 meters. The cab driver mumbled a bit. President, the master just called. The secretary said something to Zhou Xian. What's the master's business? Zhou Xian asked coldly for a bit. Master asked when you're going back to Beijing. Both he and madam miss you. If you don't go back, they will come to see you. The secretary immediately spoke up. You tell them one thing, I will go back to see them after a while. Zhou Xian immediately said. Right, I want you to keep this matter today a secret. It can't be said to anyone, otherwise, Zhou Xian said coldly again. I know, President. The secretary hurriedly returned. The secretary was caught in the middle, and offending either one was not an option. After saying those words, Zhou Xian closed his eyes again. Thinking back to the time she spent with Chen Wei today, the heart looked especially happy. Chen Wei, I'm going to capture you. I'm going to make you my man, Zhou Xian said faintly in her heart for a moment. Then, she smiled happily and sweetly. Chen Wei returned to work at Ningde Times Company. As soon as she saw Chen Wei arrive, Lu Fangfei immediately came over. Mr. Chen, you're here, Lu Fangfei immediately said. Yeah, I missed seeing you for a day, so I came. Chen Wei immediately said. Mr. Chen, don't laugh at me. I don't deserve you, Lu Fangfei hurriedly said. So how's the land search going? Chen Wei changed the subject. I've already found a piece. I don't know if it's suitable. Then look for it again. See if there's a better one. And then, compare it. You should also have at least 2 sets of plans for everything. Chen Wei said. Okay, President. I'll arrange it. Then you go out. Lu Fangfei hurriedly walked out. Chen Wei didn't have much to do, so he swiped Shake Shack and swiped Snapchat. If Lu Fangfei was always here, Chen Wei would inevitably think about it. He could only look, not touch. Chen Wei would not be able to stand it. Chen Wei had eaten meat twice and was already addicted. Therefore, he called Lu Fangfei out in a hurry. It is better to look at the beautiful women in the Jane Snapchat, which can be seen and touched, and will not lead people to commit a crime. By the afternoon, Chen Wei skipped work again. He first went to the rental house to return the house, and transported the things to Thompson. After all this, it was already afternoon. The day passed quickly. After eating dinner, he took a shower and then lay on the bed. He either swiped Jitterbug or read a novel. He read up on novels, and he especially enjoyed reading the Divine Magnate novel now. This God Ho novel was just like his life. Seeing that it was 10:30 p.m., he got a little sleepy. He just finished going to the bathroom and started sleeping. He slept until 7 o'clock in the morning. As usual, as soon as he woke up, he entered the system interface. As soon as he thought about it, he immediately entered the system interface in his brain. He immediately saw the 3 new gifts that the system had brushed out today. Gift 1, a Mercedes-Benz Big G, worth $6 million. Gift 2, 10 sets of LV clothing, worth $1 million. Gift 3, 1 Rolex watch, worth 900,000 yuan. Chen Wei immediately said, Brother comrade system, you're so nice. I love you mwahaha. The system ignored Chen Wei's words. The system prompted calmly again. Please host make a choice quickly. I choose one. I have to choose one. I'm lacking a car right now, and I'll only choose the expensive one, not the right one. Chen Wei shouted happily. Because of the clothes he had already bought 2 sets, so this time, he wouldn't choose clothes. A watch? It could be worn or not, so he didn't choose either. Ding, the host has made his choice. The certificate of title of the Mercedes-Benz Big G will be sent to you soon. Vehicle origin, legal compliance, you can use it with confidence. The system immediately spoke. Chen Wei immediately got up and brushed his teeth and washed his face. After doing so, Chen Wei realized that there was already a certificate of title registration for the Mercedes-Benz Big G on his bed, as well as a key for the Mercedes-Benz Big G. The license plate number was 3 9s. As soon as he saw the key, he jumped for joy. This is great. I have a house and a car. System, wahahaha, I love you. Chen Wei said. Haven't eaten yet. Let's just go have an early dinner and then go to the supermarket to buy something. He immediately took his car keys and went to the underground garage. He quickly found his car. he immediately used the key to remote control it. He then opened the car door. Chen Wei immediately got into the car, then fastened his seatbelt, and then started the car. Chen Wei had a driver's license and had used his summer vacation to take the test 2 years ago. After a while, he arrived in front of a breakfast store. He parked the car into the parking space. Many cities would paint parking spaces on the street, and of course there was a charge for parking. Chen Wei didn't care about the $10 or $8. There was even no need to pay the fee if he drove away within 20 minutes. He was at the store and quickly finished a few buns and a bottle of milk. Still, he had to go to the gas station first to fill up a tank of gas. He quickly arrived at the gas station and filled up with 98 gasoline. Almost a tank was added and it showed that it cost almost $800. Chen Wei quickly took his cell phone and scanned the code to pay. The payment was soon finished. He quickly left this gas station and prepared to drive to a supermarket. This supermarket was very close to the barbecue restaurant where he had a barbecue last time. It was also very close to Thompson's, where Chen Wei lived, at the Rainbow Supermarket. At this time of the day, Ruyan Lu was buying things on the first floor of this supermarket. She was interning in a company. Today happened to be Saturday, so she didn't have to work. So she came to the supermarket to shop. Many of them in this specialty are interning here at Huawei. They rent apartments and also basically rent together. Ruyan Lu didn't have much toothpaste left, so she was going to come and buy a toothpaste and other things. The toothpaste and toothbrushes were in the northeast corner of the first floor. After Lu Ruyan picked a toothpaste, she simply bought a little snack and paper towels. She was ready to go to the cashier to check out. "Classmate, it's you. What a coincidence. I actually met you in the supermarket today," a boy said happily. Hearing this voice, Lu Ruyan turned her head to look. After seeing this boy behind her, she frowned. This boy was her classmate. However, it was from another class, in the same major. There were several classes, and sometimes they would be in the same classroom. In this way, before class, classmates would inevitably add each other on WeChat. This classmate came to add WeChat. Lu Ruyan is not good to refuse. Later, this classmate often looked for her to chat on WeChat. She also asked her to have dinner a few times on WeChat. Of course, Lu Ruyan knows what this classmate is thinking, but Lu Ruyan has no other ideas about this classmate. In fact, many male students have a little idea of Lu Ruyan, because Lu Ruyan is too beautiful. But Ruyan Lu didn't understand why Chen Wei didn't have any thoughts about himself. Is it deliberately pretending? Chapter 20, You're Not My Type. Life is still a little less than ideal. Ruyan Lu kept politely rejecting this classmate because this classmate was not her cup of tea. She thought that slowly, this classmate would break this kind of mind. But after running into her here, the male classmate immediately had this thought again. Lu Ruyan was a bit unhappy. She frowned a little, wanting to pretend that she didn't see it. It wasn't possible. Obviously the other party was a big living person. Lu Ruyan had to nod a little towards the other person. She immediately wanted to leave, but this male classmate called out to him. "Classmate Lu, you came to buy toothpaste and snacks?" This male classmate was called Zhang Wen walked over and came to a stop beside Lu Ruyan. He used his eyes to look at what Lu Ruyan was carrying in her hand for a moment and then asked. As he said this, his eyes looked towards Ruyan Lu. There was a bit of a strange look in his eyes. Lu Ruyan was currently wearing a short skirt, revealing her long legs. Looking at Wen's eyes staring at Lu Ruyan's long legs, his eyes seemed to be pinned there. The first time they were in class together, he was attracted to Lu Ruyan at first glance. In fact, many male students had such a mind. This kind of mind of his never changed. These legs are so long and beautiful. It can be enough for me to play for a lifetime. In addition to the big long photo, Lu Ruyan's bright and beautiful face, moving looks also all imprinted in his heart. So, this year or two, he did not find Lu Ruyan chat, but Ruyan Lu basically ignore him. Yes, people have that capital. That person is very proud. Zhang Wen knew that Ruyan Lu was politely rejecting himself, but he did not die, because Ruyan Lu is too good looking. Maybe, he's stalking, can chase her to hand. If he could get her, Zhang Wen would wake up laughing in his dreams. If he got her, his friends around him would definitely envy him. Therefore, as soon as he saw Ruyan Lu, he was really excited in his heart, as if he had won a $5 million jackpot. "Yeah, I came to buy some things, bought toothpaste and snacks." She looked at Zhang Wen for a moment, then coldly replied, "Mr. Zhang, why don't you continue shopping at the supermarket? I've bought something, I'm going to check out." After saying that, Lu Ruyan was ready to leave, but it was so hard for Zhang Wen to run into Ruyan Lu. He really wanted to stay with Ruyan Lu for a while longer. This magic of love is just great. It can make people exude great energy and also overcome all difficulties. As a male classmate, Zhang Wen knew the truth that a good woman is afraid of being stalked by a man. Two people chatting and chatting a lot might develop feelings. As long as he was bent on pursuing Ruyan Lu, he didn't believe that the other person wouldn't be impressed. Besides, His family's condition is not bad, and he is also handsome, and he is still a student union cadre. His own living expenses in a month are 4 or 5,000. So, he was still confident in himself. Originally, I was going to buy something as well, and I forgot what to buy for a moment. I'll go too, classmate Lu. Let's go together, Zhang Wen said pleasingly. A bit like a slave. A bit like a slave. Right now, he was a slave, but in the future, he was going to be a general. Hearing Zhang Wen say this, Lu Ruyan became even more annoyed in her heart. She wasn't trying to be a bit scandalous with Zhang Wen. No, you go your way, I'll go mine. I'm afraid of people gossiping, Ruyan Lu said a little. What's wrong with that? It's not like we have anything to hide, Zhang Wen immediately said. Ruyan Lu didn't speak again, too lazy to care about him. The two people walked towards the supermarket checkout counter one after the other. Because Ruyan Lu was really pretty, the gazes of the men here all looked at the two of them. Many of the boys were a little jealous of Zhang Wen. Zhang Wen took another look at Ruyan Lu's beautiful face, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt that she was beautiful. Another thought welled up in his heart. I'm not marrying her in this life. Classmate Lu, it's not too early now. It's almost time to finish lunch. In a while, I'll treat you to a lunch. I know that there's a hot pot restaurant open next to this supermarket, and it tastes quite good. Can I treat you to a meal? Zhang Wen immediately spoke up. I'm too sorry. Today at noon, I have a dining appointment with my roommate. There's really no time today. Lu Ruyan was an old hand at dealing with this aspect. She hadn't been pursued by boys since she was in middle school. Coping with this set, she was naturally very experienced. Then there's nothing to it, just call your roommates over together. There's more of us, and it's more lively when we eat together. Zhang Wen deliberately pretended not to hear what Lu Ruyan meant. Anyway, what was always on his mind right now was to take down Lu Ruyan. This was the biggest thing in his life now. No. Those roommates of mine are not too willing to go out with people they don't know very well. We'll make a date some other day when we have time. Ruyan Lu had already arrived at the cash register. She placed the things on the cash register one by one. The cashier also scanned the codes one by one and then said, $35. Okay. Ruyan Lu had just taken out her cell phone to pay when Zhang Wen next to her had already taken out his cell phone to help pay off the bill. Classmate Zhang, I don't need you to pay for me. Ruyan Lu immediately said something. She didn't want to have anything to do with Zhang Wen. This matter would be bad for her reputation if it got out. Ruyan Lu knew that she had a beautiful face and a tall figure, so she wanted to rely on her own conditions to find a very good boyfriend here in Shanghai. If she found a boyfriend with good conditions, she would be able to make a class leap. In order to lead a better life, she was not willing to give herself a bad reputation. Once a girl had a bad reputation, there was no way for her to make the class leap. The better the guy is in all aspects, the more he cares about his girlfriend's reputation. Who doesn't want to lose face? This is a point of reasoning that she still understands. For this, she had rejected Zhang Wen, and rejected countless others like Zhang Wen. Many of the men's family conditions were okay, but not enough for her to make the class leap. Lu Ruyan's vision was still very high. Classmate Lu, a little money, such a thing is too small. It doesn't matter. Zhang Wen shook his head and said, there are no small matters between men and women. We're not at that point either. Ruyan Lu immediately said. Ruyan Lu looked at Zhang Wen and took out her cell phone and directly sent Zhang Wen a red packet of $35. Classmate Zhang, you claimed the red packet. Lu Ruyan said coldly. She wasn't going to put herself on the line for a small amount of money. Classmate Lu, what are you doing? It's only $35. Don't get so rusty. Zhang Wen froze for a moment and immediately said, do you accept it or not? If you don't accept the red envelope, I don't want these things, and I'll immediately delete you and pull you black. Lu Ruyan immediately said coldly. Her face was particularly unsightly. This. Alright, I'll take it. Seeing that Lu Ruyan was angry, Zhang Wen could only accept the red packet. This red packet had $35. This is a good girl. Zhang Wen thought for a moment. I must take Lu Ruyan. He's such a mind even heavier. I can't imagine that something more interesting happened behind. Chapter 21. Fortunately, Ruyan Lu and that person don't know each other. Lu Ruyan didn't bother with him, picked up these few things and walked out of the supermarket. Classmate Lu, Zhang Wen followed him out. He was like a follower. As he was talking, he suddenly saw a brand new Mercedes-Benz Big G on the street side trying to park in a parking space. This Mercedes Big G was backing up. Lu Ruyan also looked at this brand new Mercedes Big G with her nice eyes. She couldn't tell what model this Mercedes was, but she also felt that this car was good looking and stylish. Mercedes-Benz Big G, still top of the line. I wonder what kind of person can be so rich and drive such a good car. Zhang Wen said enviously. Boys still knew more about cars. Is this car expensive? Ruyan Lu couldn't help but ask. She didn't really know much about cars. She only recognized this Mercedes-Benz logo. She didn't know exactly what model this Mercedes was. So, After she heard Zhang Wen say that, she asked, "Of course it's very expensive. This is a top-of-the-line Mercedes Big G. If the various options are also pulled full, it will take more than $2.5 to $6 million to buy them all." Zhang Wen said a bit, his words full of envy. He looked at this already parked Mercedes Big G. $6 million. Lu Ruyan immediately froze after hearing this figure. So expensive. Immediately, she couldn't help but look at this Mercedes Big G again. She really didn't think that this car would be so expensive. This person is really rich. I'm afraid I won't be able to drive such a good car in my life. $6 million. Where can I go to make so much money? Zhang Wen sighed. Then reluctantly, he withdrew his gaze. At this time, he realized that Lu Ruyan was still standing here. As soon as he thought of it, he immediately spoke again. Although, I have no hope of driving such a nice car, but my parents promised that as long as I graduate from college and join the workforce, they will first buy me a car that is over $200,000. After I work for 3 to 5 years, after I get promoted and get a raise, after I become a general manager, then I won't have to afford a Mercedes-Benz Big G for a few moments. Zhang Wen drew a few big cakes. Lu Ruyan didn't say anything, because she was still looking at the Mercedes Big G. After she saw such a nice car already parked, she also wished to see what kind of person came down from the car. She was also a little curious. In less than 2 seconds, her beautiful eyes immediately widened. The eyes were full of not quite believing. What? He was able to afford to drive a Mercedes-Benz Big G? How? Chen Wei could afford to drive this Mercedes Big G? This was too hard to believe. But right now, this is the truth. Lu Xiaoli did not say that his family conditions are very poor? Lu Ruyan stood at the entrance of the supermarket. She looked at Chen Wei who came down from the car. Her heart was really surging. She hadn't even dreamed that Chen Wei would come down from the Mercedes-Benz Big G. This was too hard to be able to make her believe. Is this called a poor family condition? Just graduated from college and drove a $6 million Mercedes Big G. Whose family conditions are poor would be like this. Lu Ruyan seemed to be dreaming. Student Lu, do you know him? Zhang Wen saw Lu Ruyan so shocked and surprised, then casually asked. Then, he also looked at Chen Wei who came down from the Mercedes Big G. He was also immediately shocked for a moment, because he saw that this person was not too old, only 22 or 23 years old. It seemed like he was still a college student. Such a young person drove a Mercedes Big G again. Could it be a rich second generation? Driving $1 million limousine when you just graduated from college or when you were in college was a completely different nature than driving $1 million limousine at 30 years old. If this person knows Lu Ruyan, then isn't there not a bit of hope for me? Zhang Wen immediately thought for a moment. Compared to this rich second generation who drives a top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz Big G, Zhang Wen has no confidence at all. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm going to be able to do it. Zhang Wen's heart was very difficult. Lu Ruyan did not answer, because at this time, she was looking at Chen Wei, waves rolling in her heart. She also saw Zhang Wen standing next to her, and finally chose to immediately turn around and enter the supermarket. Even if she didn't have the slightest relationship with Zhang Wen, she didn't want Chen Wei to see this scene and see her standing with Zhang Wen. This girl was very thoughtful. After she turned around and entered the supermarket, this made Zhang Wen breathe a sigh of relief. Zhang Wen thought so. This showed that Lu Ruyan and this person driving the car did not know each other. If they knew each other, the two of them would definitely say hello to each other. Once Zhang Wen thought of this, he was instantly relieved and much happier. Classmate Lu, is there anything else you want to buy? You give me a word and we'll go together. One more person. One more strength. Zhang Wen licked his face and said a bit. After he took a look at the car, he also turned around and entered the supermarket, then said a bit to Lu Ruyan. No need. I don't want to trouble you. I'll find whatever I want to buy on my own. Don't follow me. The two of us together. The impact is not good. Lu Ruyan refused very dryly. Classmate Lu, what are you polite with me for? It's fine. I'll help you. Zhang Wen licked his face and said a little more. But Zhang Wen didn't finish his words. Lu Ruyan directly interrupted him. If I say no, then no. I said I'll find it myself. Please don't follow me and stop chatting with me. I don't like you. Lu Ruyan blackened her face very dryly. While holding her cell phone, she spoke in front of Zhang Wen. I deleted your WeChat. I pulled you black. She operated on the spot. This round of operation was very fast, and Zhang Wen couldn't react in time. MS. Lu, what are you doing? Which part did I do wrong? You tell me. After you tell me, I can change it right away. Zhang Wen immediately spoke up. By this time, he was still a bit confused, because he wasn't clear at all. Lu Ruyan, who was good just now, why did she immediately pull his WeChat black and delete it? Could it be that a woman's face is like a June day? Said change on change. Obviously a second ago, the two people are still chatting together. Now immediately turned his face. Why is this? Why? Lu classmate, if I do anything wrong, you say it and I'll correct it right away. But you don't want to delete my WeChat Zhang Wen immediately looked like a slave as he spoke in a lowly manner. Before, he had also talked about 2 or 3 girlfriends, but during relationships, he was always dominant. But this time, he was always like a slave when he faced Ruyan Lu. There was no way around it. Ruyan Lu's face value and figure were top-notch. In order to take Ruyan Lu, he had to do this himself. Zhang Wen really couldn't get enough of Ruyan Lu. He had already put his posture so low. Why was Ruyan Lu still like this? You didn't do anything wrong, but I just don't like you. There's no way. Zhang Wen was so low, but Ruyan Lu said this. I can. Chapter 22. How come Lu Xiaoli isn't back yet? Without waiting for Zhang Wen to finish, Lu Ruyan immediately left. Zhang Wen still wanted to chase after her. Lu Ruyan probably considered this and immediately turned her head to look at him. Zhang Wen immediately stopped his steps, because he saw the murderous eyes of Ruyan Lu. Zhang Wen was startled for a moment. He no longer dared to take half a step forward. He waited until Ruyan Lu turned the corner to the back of the other shelves and could no longer see Ruyan Lu. Only then did Zhang Wen dare to take 2 steps forward. Only then did Zhang Wen realize that he was completely hopeless. In Tianhong supermarket, Ruyan Lu stood behind a row of shelves with various instant noodles. At this time, she hid here. Unexpectedly, Zhang Wen was always sticking to her like a dogskin plaster, and she couldn't get rid of it no matter how hard she tried. In order to have a better result later on, she had already blacked out and deleted Zhang Wen. She didn't want to have any contact with Zhang Wen anymore, because Ruyan Lu finally had a target candidate for a boyfriend. This candidate was Chen Wei. Chen Wei had just graduated from college and was driving a luxury car of over $2.6 million. It was obvious that his family's conditions were very good. A $2.6+ million car that he just graduated and bought. The average good family couldn't afford to buy it. Lu Ruyan knew that he had to grasp this opportunity. The opportunity was not to be missed. The time would not come again. Willow's family condition is average, so she understands things early. When she was just in junior high school, she knew that to change her fate, to live a life without food and clothing, she had to rely on her own conditions. That is, her looks and figure. Of course, she was smart. If she wasn't smart, she wouldn't have gotten into Shanghai Jiaotong University. The good thing was, she had a beautiful face and a very good figure. When she was 13 or 14, there were boys chasing after her. She refused all of them, because she knew that she only had one chance in life. So, she especially cherished this chance. She just wanted to find a boyfriend with a very good family in college, talk for a while and marry the boyfriend after graduating from college, thus realizing the class leap. No longer need to worry about their livelihood. Fortunately, I am very lucky to come to this supermarket today. Otherwise, I am afraid that I will never know that Chen Wei is a rich second generation. No wonder a few days ago, while eating barbecue, he seemed particularly calm and composed. At that time, he was still very puzzled. Now, it seemed that there was a reason why he was calm and composed. After all, he had just graduated from college and was driving a $2.6 million luxury car. Lu Ruyan stood here at the shelves, and very quickly, she had figured it out. Later on, she thought back to that day when she ate the barbecue. After thinking about it for a while afterwards, soon, she let out a sigh of relief. At that time, she didn't know that Chen Wei was a rich second generation, and she hadn't behaved well or badly. It was good that she didn't dislike him, didn't scold him, and didn't cold shoulder him. That was good. That was good. If you say it like this, the next thing will be much better. In the future, one created more opportunities to spend time with him. Slowly, with a little bit of skill on one's part, one would be able to become his girlfriend. This 1 or 2 years down the line, one would be stable. Lu Ruyan thought about it, then immediately walked out of the supermarket, returned to the house where he currently lives. Several housemates were not there. She waited for Lu Xiaoli to come back and asked her for Chen Wei's micro-signal first. Lu Ruyan waited a bit anxiously, afraid that another woman would get there first. Such a quality guy was still very rare. After waiting for a few minutes, Lu Xiaoli did not come back. It is better to wash your hair first. While washing your hair, you can wait. There is no need to rush when there is a target candidate. She is so pretty and has such a good body. She will definitely take Chen Wei. Ruyan Lu thought for a moment. This room has a bathroom. Lu Ruyan took a towel and prepared to walk into the bathroom. This time the door opened. She looked up and saw that it was her roommate Guo Qianqian. She started to think it was Lu Xiaoli. Qianqian, you're back? Lu Ruyan greeted. Lu Ruyan was narcissistic about her looks. Since she was a child, she hadn't seen many people whose looks could compare to hers, but this Guo Qianqian was on par with her. At this point, Ruyan Lu had to admit that this Guo Qianqian was still very beautiful, and the two were indistinguishable from each other. One is bright and generous, one is delicate and fair. Both were school flower level beauties. Well, I'm back. Guo Qianqian nodded. Are you going to wash your hair? Yeah, I'm going to wash my hair. Ruyan Lu entered the bathroom and closed the door. She was still a little disappointed. Guo Qianqian took a book and read it. Suddenly, there was a beep on her cell phone. It was from her mom. Daughter, you're a junior in college. Are there any boys in your school with good family conditions? If there are, you take the initiative to pursue them. It's better to make the first move. You know, the relationships you talk about in college are still more pure. Mom doesn't want you to be like me, for love but without bread anymore. Love needs to have a little material foundation. Guo Qianqian looked at WeChat. She didn't reply. She knew what mom meant. Mom was afraid that she would make the same mistake. Mom had married dad for love back then and ended up in a mess, worrying about money all day long. That's what her mom meant. Was love or money important? It's impossible to choose both. Reality is always not so pretty. After Chen Wei parked his car, he also bought some household items. Then, it was time to have lunch at the supermarket. After eating lunch, he drove home to rest. He first went back to the bathroom and washed up. Then he laid down on the bed. It wasn't hot in the room because the air conditioner was turned on. In July and August, Shanghai definitely couldn't get by without air conditioning. After playing with his cell phone for a while, he started to rest. He slept until 3 p.m. After waking up, he began to brush Jaina, fast hand. After playing until about 6 p.m., he ordered a takeaway. It was hot and he didn't want to go anywhere, unless summoned by his girlfriend. After 9 p.m., he started playing Shake It Again. In the rented room, Wang Chang was lying on the bed. He took out his cell phone and prepared to chat with Lu Xiaoli. Lily, have you arrived at the dormitory yet? We've only been apart for a short while. I miss you again. Wang Chang texted off 2 messages. After 10 minutes or so he didn't see Lu Xiaoli reply. He then picked up his toothbrush and prepared to go brush his teeth. While brushing his teeth, he thought of the last time he spent over 4,000 on clothes and dinner. He immediately thought of a way. Mom, I talked to a girlfriend and spent $4,000. You transfer the money to me. Wang Chang said. Really? I'll transfer $4,000 to you right away. This is the money I gave you for your relationship. Mom immediately said a bit. In less than 2 minutes, Mom sent $4,000. Wang Chang immediately clicked receive. In the girls' rental room, Lu Ruyan was sitting on her bed. She anxiously waited for Lu Xiaoli's return. She looked at the door of the dormitory from time to time. Why isn't Lu Xiaoli back yet? She knew that Lu Xiaoli would definitely come back, because she also understood that Lu Xiaoli was using Wang Chang as a spare tire. It was impossible for Lu Xiaoli to stay out at night. Why isn't she back yet? Why isn't she back yet? Chapter 23. You asked your boyfriend to push Chen Wei WeChat to you, and you pushed it to me again. Once a person has a mind, the mood is more impatient. Why isn't this Lu Xiaoli back yet? Lu Ruyan waited anxiously. She and Lu Xiaoli are different. Lu Ruyan would not take a boy as a spare tire. After she sees one, she will wholeheartedly give her heart and be good to her boyfriend for the rest of her life. If this is an investment, then she will only make the investment once. If life was a gamble, she would only do it this one time as well. Ruyan, your legs are so beautiful. I haven't seen anyone with legs as nice as yours. Roommate Huangjin said enviously from the side. Huangjin's looks were average, but liked to sing, and she had opened a number on Jiayin, and had quite a few fans, already having 300,000 followers. Really pretty? Ruyan Lu smiled a little. Of course, if I were a boy, I would also fall in love with you. Huangjin nodded. But, Ruyan, this were all about to be juniors. So many boys have been chasing after you, and a few of them are in good condition, and you haven't even agreed. What kind of boyfriend do you want? Huangjin asked curiously. She was really curious about Lu Ruyan's criteria for choosing a boyfriend. How could such a beautiful person not have a boyfriend? Such a school beauty was a hot commodity. Guo Qianqian next to her also heard it and she subconsciously looked at Lu Ruyan. Guo Qianqian was also very concerned about Lu Ruyan. Guo Qianqian had grown up with excellent looks and a very good temperament. But after going to college, she realized that Lu Ruyan in the same dormitory was not worse than her, even a little better than her. The two would more or less compare. She was now especially curious about Lu Ruyan's criteria for choosing a boyfriend. My criteria for finding a boyfriend. Before Ruyan Lu could finish, the door of the dormitory was pushed open. Lu Xiaoli came back from outside. Shopping is so tiring, a full 2 hours of walking. Lu Xiaoli, who had just returned, then looked at a few of her roommates. She was very happy after seeing several people. That day, Lu Xiaoli didn't buy clothes, because that day, she was a bit angry. Today, Wang Chang finally coaxed her to buy clothes. Lu Xiaoli finally a little reluctant to buy. In fact, she has been wanting to buy clothes for a long time. Today, her time to show off has finally come. Lu Xiaoli has recognized Lu Ruyan and Guo Qianqian are beautiful, but they don't have boyfriends. No boyfriend to help them buy clothes ah? And Lu Xiaoli had jumped the gun. That's what she deserved to show off. This Wang Chang, he's really something too. He had to buy clothes for me. I refused to buy it to death, but he said I'm her boyfriend. Have to wear something pretty. This way, when he takes his girlfriend out, he looks respectable. Today's clothes cost more than $4,000. Lu Xiaoli opened her mouth as if she had suffered a bit. In fact, she was clearly showing off. It was like a peacock opening its screen. Lu Ruyan looked at Lu Xiaoli, then looked down at her cell phone. Guo Qianqian didn't say anything and also played with her cell phone. Huang Jin spoke up. Really? Then Wang Chang is really good to you. And to spend $4,000 on you, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. If only I had a boyfriend like that. It's indeed quite a lot. But to him this amount of money is nothing. He and I are both Shanghai locals, and his family has 2 houses. His condition is good. My family's condition is even better than his. But my father favors boys over girls. Lu Xiaoli said. In fact, right now she especially wanted to hear what Lu Ruyan and Guo Qianqian said. It was what these two said that was weighty. There was no point in showing off in front of Huangjin. Alas, you Shanghainese are good. Huangjin was a bit envious. It's not bad. It's just okay. It's better than the top and better than the bottom. Lu Xiaoli nodded, but she was still a bit dissatisfied in her heart. She was trying to show off in front of those two, but those two were slow to speak. The reason she went to show off like this was to brush up her presence. She was also in good condition, and there were also boys in good condition who pursued her. She wouldn't be any worse than those two. Alright, without talking to you guys, I'm going to take a shower first. I'm also tired of shopping. Go to bed early today. Lu Xiaoli packed up her clothes, took a towel, and prepared to enter the bathroom. Lily, wait a moment. At this time, Ruyan Lu spoke up. Ruyan, what's the matter with you? Lu Xiaoli immediately asked. She carried a bit of doubt, a bit of curiosity. She knew that Ruyan Lu would not envy herself, because Ruyan Lu's own conditions were very good. She would definitely be able to find a better boyfriend than Wang Chang. It's not a big deal. That day well, we weren't having a barbecue. I met your boyfriend's roommate Chen Wei. I want to add his WeChat. Trouble, you asked your boyfriend to push Chen Wei's micro signal over. Ruyan Lu wasn't the least bit shy and said it directly. What did it mean? Lu Ruyan said this and Lu Xiaoli froze for a moment. What's going on ah? You can look at Chen Wei? His family's condition is very bad. He doesn't have a mom and dad anymore. You're out of your mind. You actually want to add Chen Wei's WeChat. And you're so forthcoming. What the hell are you doing? Lu Xiaoli with a questioning look. Ruyan Lu, you and Chen Wei can't even hit together. Then why would you take the initiative to add Chen Wei's WeChat? There is a problem. There is definitely a problem. And there is definitely a big problem. Lu Xiaoli she does not believe that Lu Ruyan will add Chen Wei's WeChat for no reason. This is also too abnormal. There must be some ghosts. Why would Ruyan Lu take the initiative to add Chen Wei's WeChat? Chen Wei had been studying at this university for a few years. His own boyfriend Wang Chang knows Chen Wei well. Everyone knows that Chen Wei's family is penniless. He has no mom and dad. He is an orphan. What is Ruyan Lu up to? Could it be that Chen Wei is a boy whose family is in a very good condition? Could it be that Chen Wei is a hidden rich second generation? Could it be that what everyone sees is only on the surface? Could it be that everything I saw before was a lie? Lu Ruyan, what the hell is this for? Lu Xiaoli frowned. In just a few minutes, she thought of a lot. Her brain raced, almost pulling a cylinder. Guo Qianqian sat on the bed. She raised her head and looked at Lu Ruyan. She also felt that there was a problem here with Ruyan Lu. There must be a hall of fame here. Lu Ruyan would not want Chen Wei's WeChat for no reason. Guo Qianqian had known the name Chen Wei long ago, because she had heard Lu Xiaoli say that Chen Wei was Wang Chang's roommate. Chen Wei's family was very poor. Ruyan Lu shouldn't have taken the initiative to add Chen Wei's WeChat. This is a bit perverse. It has nothing to do with myself, or just hang on high. Guo Qianqian thought for a moment. Ruyan, what are you adding his WeChat for? Do you want to be friends with him? Lu Xiaoli asked. In fact, everyone was curious. Curiosity killed the cat. Chapter 24. If she has anything, she can ask me too. Don't ask Chen Wei. Ruyan, what are you adding his WeChat for? Lu Xiaoli asked tentatively. Lu Xiaoli looked at Lu Ruyan's pretty face. Although her own face was also good looking, it was still a notch behind compared to Ruyan Lu. I don't do anything, just something I want to ask him about. Ruyan Lu looked at Lu Xiaoli for a moment and then immediately spoke. Ruyan Lu's tone was very normal, making Lu Xiaoli feel like she was overthinking things. It was also true that taking the initiative to add Chen Wei's WeChat didn't necessarily mean that she had a favorable impression of Chen Wei. After all, Chen Wei's conditions in all aspects were not good, in addition to good looks. But handsome cannot be eaten. If you can't even look at Chen Wei, other people can't even look at him. Ruyan Lu would be even more unable to look at Chen Wei. No problem. I'll immediately ask Wang Chang to push Chen Wei's WeChat over. Lu Xiaoli said. Thanks La. I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow. Ruyan Lu gave her a heart. No need to be so polite. Who are we sisters with who? I'll let Wang Chang push it now. Lu Xiaoli immediately took out her cell phone and started preparing to send a Weibo message. Then, she first looked at the WeChat sent by Wang Chang. Lu Xiaoli felt that it was still used. Although Wang Chang's condition was not very good, but with herself, it could be said that she was a good match. If she didn't find a better boy in the future, she didn't mind marrying Wang Chang. I just got back to my room and am about to take a shower. Lu Xiaoli returned a message first. Then you take a shower first. Wang Chang replied back. He seemed to have seen Lu Xiaoli taking a bath, and a fire immediately came to his little stomach. Young people's fire was just strong. Then Lily, just take a shower first. You wait until you're done. Then we'll talk. Wang Chang added. Okay, then I'll take a shower first. Right, you push your roommate Chen Wei's WeChat to me first. Lu Xiaoli said. Originally, Wang Chang was still thinking about Lu Xiaoli's shower. After he saw this message, his entire body froze. His face immediately darkened. What's going on here? His own girlfriend wanted another guy's micro signal? Why? What was the meaning of this? Wang Chang was very uncomfortable in his heart. At that time, when he thought that she was asking for Chen Wei's Weibo, he felt that there was no need for him to be concerned. What aspect of Chen Wei could compare to himself, other than his appearance? Handsome cannot be a meal. People still needed to be realistic. Lily, what do you want Chen Wei's WeChat for? Is there something going on? If there's something, you can totally look for me. If this is something that I can't even solve, he can't solve it even more. Wang Chang said. What do I need Chen Wei's WeChat for? I asked for it for Ruyan Lu. I also don't know what she thinks. Ruyan Lu said she had something to ask Chen Wei. I can't afford to fail in this matter. You remember to push his WeChat to me. Lu Xiaoli said a few more words. Of course these were written in text. Ruyan, I'll take a shower first. I'll push Chen Wei's WeChat to you later. Lu Xiaoli said. No problem. Okay. Ruyan Lu nodded and then said. Lu Xiaoli then took her towel and clothes and walked into the bathroom. At the boys' rental house, Wang Chang was originally lying on the bed playing with his cell phone. However, he immediately braced himself from the bed and sat up after seeing the WeChat sent by Lu Xiaoli. What's going on? Did you send an earthquake? Geng Chao spoke up. That's it. You made such a big move. Li Jun also said something. Wang Chang, however, was a bit dark and ignored the two of them. His eyes were looking straight at his phone. He had an unbelievable face. He himself couldn't believe what he was seeing. This sun came out from the west? This Lu Ruyan actually wanted Chen Wei's WeChat. What's going on with this Ruyan Lu? Lily, if Ruyan Lu wants to ask old Chen anything, she can actually ask me as well. Whichever aspect. I know more than old Chen. Wang Chang returned. He didn't want Ruyan Lu to add Chen Wei's WeChat, even to ask a little something, because even he didn't have Ruyan Lu's WeChat. Plus, he himself was also thinking about Ruyan Lu. If you can't get Ruyan Lu, you can't let your classmates get Ruyan Lu. Chen Wei couldn't be a better mixer than himself. Nonsense. Are you pushing or not pushing his WeChat over? Lu Xiaoli was a bit angry. She took her cell phone into the bathroom. Don't think she didn't know that Wang Chang peeked at Lu Ruyan several times during the barbecue that day. Alright then, I'll push it over right away. He saw Lu Xiaoli getting angry and immediately didn't dare to object. After Lu Xiaoli grunted, she immediately put down her cell phone, immediately took a shower. Wang Chang was a little uncomfortable in his heart, but it couldn't be helped. Girlfriend's words still need to be listened to. He still pushed Chen Wei's WeChat to Lu Xiaoli. After pushing the WeChat, Wang Chang's face was a little less happy. If the two of them were in love, Wang Chang would be even more uncomfortable in his heart. Even if he asked about a little something small, something that couldn't possibly be in love, Wang Chang was still unhappy. What's wrong? Duke Wang, why are you so unhappy? Li Jun spoke up. Nothing. This was something he wouldn't say out loud. He immediately got off the bed and then went to the dormitory balcony for a bit. Nerves, as if who offended him, Li Jun muttered. Li Jun just couldn't get used to Wang Chang. Wang Chang he was a local and exuded a sense of superiority from time to time, thinking he was superior. Okay, stop it. We are all classmates. No big deal. Don't bother with him. Geng Chao also said. Honey, I sent it over. Wang Chang held back his anger and sent a WeChat to Lu Xiaoli. There was no way around it. In order to catch up with his girlfriend, he had to bow his head when it was time. After Lu Xiaoli finished her shower, she used a hairdryer to dry her hair before walking out of the bathroom. After taking a shower, she felt especially refreshed. Lu Xiaoli, the person looks really good, is a small beauty, and looks especially youthful and beautiful. Ruyan, I pushed Chen Wei's WeChat over to you. Did you see it? Lu Xiaoli said. Pushed it over? I'm brushing jitterbug. I didn't look at WeChat. I'll look right away. Lu Ruyan immediately clicked on WeChat and saw the WeChat business card that Lu Xiaoli pushed over. The avatar was the avatar of Jin Mao Tower. and the name was, The Bright Moon at Sea. This name is easy to remember and very distinctive. Lu Ruyan looked at Chen Wei's WeChat business card on her cell phone screen. She clicked on it and then added her friend. She wrote on the notes of her friend request, I am Lu Ruyan. A few days ago, we had a barbecue together, and I have something I want to ask you about. Lu Ruyan quickly sent the friend request over. Would Chen Wei pass it? She was still a little apprehensive. Although she was confident in herself, what if Chen Wei only liked men? As soon as she thought of this, she put down her own cell phone. By the way, that day when she ate barbecue, Chen Wei looked several times towards her long legs. This time, there was no fear. Chapter 25 Lu Shouli didn't believe what Ruyan Lu said at all. Chen Wei was brushing Jitterbug in his own home. Suddenly, he saw a WeChat alert message appear on his screen. Who was sending a message to himself? Chen Wei immediately clicked on this WeChat. Then, he realized that it was a friend request from Lu Ruyan. What? Chen Wei still froze for a moment. He never dreamed that Ruyan Lu would take the initiative to add herself. The two of them couldn't be tied together. Why was that? Ruyan Lu said she had something to ask herself. What could she have done? Chen Wei was suspicious for a long time, but still clicked agree. Soon, he saw Ruyan Lu's WeChat avatar, a beautiful selfie of her. This photo was quite pretty. Pretty face, slender legs. Another message came from the cell phone. Ruyan Lu sent a little cute greeting emoticon. Seeing this, Chen Wei also sent a greeting emoticon packet. Seeing that he replied back, Ruyan Lu sent another one back. After a long time, neither of the two were talking. Why did you add me? Chen Wei still asked. I have something to ask you all. Lu Ruyan immediately said. Then tell me. What is it? I'll know everything and say everything. Chen Wei was still a bit curious. Why was this schoolgirl so proactive to add his WeChat? He himself was just an ordinary college graduate. What was there to add about it? Of course, that was before. Now, he was already a university graduate who got a system. Now, he himself is a billionaire. This was also the reason why when he chatted with Ruyan Lu, he didn't have a bit of psychological pressure. So what if you're pretty? It's not like I'm begging you. You're not the only pretty girl. Yes, Ruyan Lu is indeed very beautiful, with a good figure, a convex front and a curved back, loved by everyone. You're pretty. So what? With billions of dollars of wealth of his own, would he still be short of women? Because he knew there was no shortage of girlfriends. His mindset was very good. If it was before he had no money, Chen Wei felt that he was still very surprised and would be very excited inside. At night, he would be so excited that he would not be able to sleep. In the end, one's own money brought some bottom line, because he had a backbone. Even when facing Ruyan Lu, he was able to have a normal heart. So what if you are beautiful? It has nothing to do with me either. It's not a big deal. I heard Lu Shouli say that you are studying very well in the software engineering department. My laptop can't turn on right now. I wonder if you can take a look for me. Lu Ruyan told the reason for adding WeChat. Of course, I won't let you fix it for nothing. No matter if you can fix it or not, I'll treat you to dinner. What do you think? Ruyan Lu said. She immediately sent another please emoticon. This emoticon was very soft and cute, making it impossible to refuse. Of course, this was just an excuse. In order to be able to meet Chen Wei, she had deliberately downloaded several software with viruses. Her laptop finally wouldn't open. If you can't give up the child, you can't trap the wolf. In order to take Chen Wei, she would do anything, driving a $2.6 million luxury car just after graduating from college. Her family's assets were already more than $1 billion at the very least. Alright, I'll look at it for you. Can't promise to fix it for you. Of course Chen Wei didn't know these thoughts of Ruyan Lu, but he more or less guessed a little meaning. Without fixing the computer, I'll treat you to dinner as well. Ruyan Lu smiled happily when she saw Chen Wei agree. The fish had finally taken the bait. Then do you have time tomorrow? Tomorrow, you help me look at it. I need to use the computer urgently. Is it okay? Lu Ruyan had said again. Tomorrow I'm free in the morning. Where can I go to help you look? Chen Wei asked. Chen Wei also liked to look at beautiful women, especially schoolgirl level beauties. I'll listen to you. Which place did you say to meet at? Ruyan Lu asked. How about at the Upper Island Cafe? Chen Wei asked. This place was very close to where he lived. Probably where Ruyan Lu lived was also very close. It's fine. Ruyan Lu immediately returned. Then it's a deal. Tomorrow at 10 a.m. Chen Wei spoke about the meeting time again. Good. Then I'll still see you there. Chen Wei prepared to exit WeChat and then went to brush shake. He felt that Ruyan Lu would also exit the chat. By the way, I looked at your friend's circle and saw that you raised a bunny. I like bunnies too, but my family won't let me keep one. The bunny is white and fluffy. So cute. Ruyan Lu added. Of course, both of them said it in typed text. Seeing the message sent by Ruyan Lu, Chen Wei was a bit surprised that Ruyan Lu would go and look at his friend's circle. What did she mean? Yeah, I raised a white rabbit. Chen Wei immediately replied back. How old is the white rabbit? Ruyan Lu asked. It's over a month old. The two chatted around the white rabbit for a long time. Unexpectedly, Ruyan Lu was very good at chatting and would also please Chen Wei. It made Chen Wei very happy. The more the two chatted, the happier they became. Therefore, they chatted for an hour or two, and it was almost 12 o'clock. In Lu Ruyan's rental room, Lu Xiaoli was lying on the bed. After she chased an episode of the TV series, she realized that it was getting late and was ready to go to the bathroom and go to sleep. As a result, she found that Lu Ruyan was still playing with her cell phone. What's going on here? It turned out that she went to bed earlier every day. She looked and realized that Ruyan Lu was chatting on WeChat. She was chatting with a smile on her face. Which person was this chatting with? And chatting so happily. So happily. It was now 12 o'clock at night. Could it be that she's talking about a boyfriend? Men and women are not tired of chatting. Lu Xiaoli thought a lot. She couldn't help but ask, Ruyan, who are you chatting with? It's so late and you're still not sleeping. Then you're chatting so happily. Are you talking about a boyfriend? Lu Xiaoli was very curious and asked. Lu Ruyan held her cell phone and frowned a bit after hearing Lu Xiaoli's words. Should I say it or not? Lu Ruyan thought for a moment. It's better to say it directly. It's impossible to hide it. After all, Lu Xiaoli had still helped her. I'm chatting with Chen Wei. Lu Ruyan said. What? Ruyan, who did you say you were chatting with? Lu Xiaoli thought she had heard wrong. Chen Wei. How was that possible? I was chatting with Chen Wei. What am I lying to you for? Lu Ruyan looked at Lu Xiaoli. After she said this, she continued chatting with Chen Wei. Ruyan Lu could see Lu Xiaoli's shock. That was because Lu Xiaoli didn't know about Chen Wei's situation. After Lu Xiaoli knew, she wouldn't be shocked. If she, Lu Xiaoli, saw Chen Wei driving a $6 million luxury car, she would have understood it all. Lu Xiaoli immediately walked into the bathroom. After thinking for half a day, she couldn't figure it out. She thought that Ruyan Lu was lying to herself. How could Ruyan Lu chat with Chen Wei? Unless the sun came out of the west. When I am a 3-year-old child. Lu Xiaoli thought for a moment. Chapter 26, System, you're my gold master dad. You gave me $60 million. I'm chatting with Chen Wei. Ruyan Lu said. However, Lu Xiaoli didn't believe it at all. How could Ruyan Lu chat with Chen Wei? Which one to lie about? Chen Wei was not good no matter which side, which condition. But, fear not 10,000. Fear not one thing. What if Ruyan Lu was really chatting with Chen Wei? Who cares? Sleep first. Lu Xiaoli walked out of the bathroom and then went to bed. However, before going to bed, she still chatted with Wang Chang. Have you gone to bed? I haven't slept yet. What's wrong? Wang Chang asked. Let me ask you something. How are Chen Wei's family conditions? Lu Xiaoli asked. She was now a bit skeptical that Chen Wei's family conditions wouldn't be bad at all. Otherwise, a few days ago when they were having a barbecue, Ruyan Lu and Chen Wei hadn't talked about anything at all. But all of a sudden, Ruyan Lu took the initiative to ask for Chen Wei's WeChat, and the two had been chatting for such a long time. So Lu Xiaoli was still a bit skeptical. She now wanted to confirm it. Lily, why are you asking about his family conditions? He just doesn't have parents anymore and grew up in his grandmother's house. The family conditions are very poor. This is what he said himself. Wang Chang immediately said. He thought that the reason Lu Xiaoli asked this was because she wanted to introduce Chen Wei to a girlfriend. You want to introduce him to a girlfriend? Then I asked him today what kind of girls he likes. He said he would find a girlfriend on his own and didn't want my help. Wang Chang immediately said a little. Since he said that, we don't care about him. Let's see what kind of good girlfriend he can find. Wang Chang said a few sentences in a row. He still looked down on Chen Wei a bit. Lu Xiaoli didn't reply, but looked at the Weibo sent by Wang Chang. Were Chen Wei's family conditions really bad? She suddenly no longer believed that Chen Wei's family's conditions were poor. Could it be that he was a hidden rich second generation? Lily, why aren't you talking again? Is it because you want to sleep? Seeing that Lu Xiaoli didn't reply, Wang Chang spoke again. Yeah, it's more than 12 o'clock. I'm sleepy. I'm going to sleep. Good, you go to bed early. Don't stay up late. Staying up late is very bad for the body. It hurts the liver, sadness and skin. I'm going to sleep too. Wang Chang sent a message. I know. I won't stay up late. You go to sleep. Good night, have a good dream. Wang Chang added. Good night then. Lu Xiaoli returned a message and then got ready for bed. She looked up and realized that Lu Ruyan was still chatting. Ruyan Lu definitely had a problem. No, Chen Wei definitely had a problem. Lu Xiaoli lay on the bed. She thought back to the few times she had met with Chen Wei. Every time, it was Wang Chang who brought her there. Her impression of Chen Wei wasn't good or bad. His looks were okay, but his family's condition was very poor. Other than that, there was no impression. Was it possible that she hadn't observed carefully? Had one missed something? Ruyan Lu was actually able to chat with Chen Wei so happily, so gladly, and for so long. Ruyan Lu had definitely discovered something new? And what new situation was that? Lu Xiaoli frowned, and for a while, she didn't even feel like sleeping. It's already almost 12:30. So late, I should go to bed. Lu Ruyan looked at the time and then returned the message. She wasn't sleepy right now because she wanted to chase Chen Wei, so she was very excited. She wanted to chat with Chen Wei more now. However, she also knew that she had to grasp a degree. Anyway, they would meet at 10 a.m. tomorrow. The days were still long. Alright then, you start sleeping. I'm going to sleep too, Chen Wei said a bit. That's good. You go to bed early too. I won't see you tomorrow, Ruyan Lu said again, then sent another please emoticon. Okay, bye. Chen Wei replied back. Ruyan Lu put her phone away, but there was no sleepiness as she thought about the 2 hours of chatting just now. Honestly, she was satisfied with Chen Wei. Handsome and rich. The personality was also good. He was a perfect candidate for a boyfriend. Ruyan Lu thought a lot. Tomorrow's meeting was important. What to wear tomorrow? One should make Chen Wei feel like a bright spot tomorrow. Chen Wei's home. Chen Wei took his cell phone and looked at his chat with Lu Ruyan. It was a pleasant chat just now. He thought about it for a long time. Why did this Lu Ruyan want to find herself? It was probably because she saw the car she was driving. Saw herself driving it too. $6 million luxury car. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. Otherwise, Lu Ruyan could not have taken the initiative to add her own WeChat. And chat. A chat for more than 2 hours. And chatting, she appeared not to be arrogant, and her posture was lowered. The two people talked happily. Chen Wei knows his own conditions very well. In addition to being a bit handsome, he had no money before. Ruyan Lu did not have a high opinion of herself. She is a passerby. That day he didn't have a car. Ruyan Lu didn't even chat with him. After he had a car, Ruyan Lu immediately added his WeChat. Most likely, that is when he drove by Lu Ruyan saw. Most likely, because Lu Ruyan they also live this side. Otherwise, it couldn't explain this current situation. This time, Chen Wei figured it out. Then when did Ruyan Lu see himself driving the car? Money is really very important. The water comes to the earth. The soldiers come to the general. Look at one step. Go one step. It's better to go to sleep first. It's almost 1 in the morning. He began to sleep. After Chen Wei fell asleep, Wang Chang did not sleep. He posted a photo in his friend circle. The photo was Lu Xiaoli's selfie. He wrote 2 sentences. I wish to guard you forever. You are my everything. After Wang Chang sent this friend circle, his heart was happy. He thought, after Lu Xiaoli sees it tomorrow, she will be touched. Maybe in the future, we can hold hands, then kiss, and then. Chen Wei slept until 7 a.m. before he woke up. I'm going. Today's spike system gave a refresh. As soon as he thought of this, he hurriedly entered the brain system interface. He immediately saw the 3 gifts that the system had refreshed today. Gift 1, $60 million in cash. The origin is legal and compliant, and it will be credited to the host's bank card. Gift 2, a Patek Philippe watch, worth $20 million. Gift 3, a Vank house, worth 15 million yuan. System, please accept my knees. You're my golden master father, Chen Wei said exaggeratedly. The system ignored Become's quirkiness as it immediately prompted. Please make your choice as soon as possible. Host, I choose gift 1. I must choose one. I'm still going by the principle of only choosing the expensive one, not the right one. Chen Wei immediately said. Good. Wait for the $60 million and it will be credited to your account soon. The system immediately returned. This system was too good to be true. He didn't have much cash and now the cash came immediately. System, I love you. Chen Wei's cell phone soon had a beep. Your bank card account has credited 60 million yuan. Chapter 27 Lu Xiaoli tracking Lu Ruyan. Chen Wei went to the breakfast place outside to have an early dinner. Then he went home. On the way home, the cell phone suddenly vibrated twice. Taking out his cell phone, he looked to see that it was a Weibo message from Lu Ruyan. Did you get up? I just got up. Are we meeting at 10 o'clock at the Peninsula Cafe? I just tried my computer and it still won't turn on. Chen Wei saw the WeChat from Ruyan Lu and then sent that. Okay. A moment later, he then saw another emoticon sent by Ruyan Lu. In the girls' rental room, Lu Ruyan sat on a stool and saw the OK message from Chen Wei. She immediately smiled. They would meet at 10 o'clock. And after fixing the computer, they would definitely be having lunch soon. At that time, they could invite Chen Wei to dinner. That is, to thank Chen Wei for fixing the computer. In short, she was going to take this Chen Wei sooner or later. She herself was going to become Chen Wei's girlfriend, thus realizing her class leap. Thinking of this, she immediately put down her cell phone and then brushed her teeth and washed her face. After completing these, she began to put on her makeup. Without makeup, Ruyan Lu was beautiful. After applying makeup, Ruyan Lu was even more beautiful. Lu Xiaoli also got up, and she saw Lu Ruyan putting on makeup at the table. Seeing some of this, Lu Xiaoli froze for a moment. Ruyan, are you going out later? Lu Xiaoli asked. A girl who had put on makeup was definitely going out, and it was even likely that she was going on a date. Yeah, I'm going to go on the street for a bit too. Lu Ruyan nodded a bit, then traced her eyebrows with an eyebrow pencil. She was the kind of slender willow leaf eyebrows, and with a little tracing, the whole person's spirit was much better, and the whole thing that was even more clean. Which a man see, all want to stop. Where are you going to play ah? Lu Xiaoli asked again. She was very curious and wanted to know very much who she was playing with. Also, she was a bit envious and jealous, because Lu Ruyan's looks were too beautiful. She felt that if she had Ruyan Lu's face, she would definitely not be able to look at Wang Chang. Definitely want to find a boyfriend whose family is very, very rich. I'm not going anywhere just going to do a little shopping. Lu Ruyan smiled faintly and then continued to paint her makeup. Alas, a woman is a woman for her own good. Which person is she doing her makeup for? Lu Ruyan looked at herself in the mirror and she felt very satisfied. Then, she opened her cabinet and took out a white short sleeve and a small white pleated skirt. She was going to have a black and white match. This was something she thought about for over an hour last night. Add white sneakers and black high-waisted socks and you're good to go. Definitely a youthful and pretty look. Many boys ate this up. After Ruyan Lu changed her clothes, it was already half an hour later. She tucked the hem of her white blouse into her skirt. This instantly showed off her slim waist, her A4 waist. The hips did not appear to be large. There were two long legs under her hips that were quite striking. The whole person appeared charming and beautiful. Ruyan Lu took another look in the mirror left and right up and down. She was very satisfied. Then the next step was to meet with Chen Wei. She looked at the time, it was already 9:30. She brought her computer with her. Lu Xiaoli watched as Ruyan Lu prepared to go out. This Ruyan Lu had put some effort into this outfit. Where is she going to go? Lu Xiaoli frowned a bit as she looked at Ruyan Lu several more times. Ruyan Lu might be dating a boy. Otherwise, she wouldn't have put so much effort into her makeup. Was that Chen Wei worth it for Ruyan Lu? It wasn't, was it? Lu Xiaoli then became curious. Ruyan, are you dating a boy? Talking about a boyfriend? Lu Xiaoli inadvertently asked. No boyfriend yet, or maybe soon. This thing is anyone's guess. Lu Ruyan immediately said a little. You have a favorite boy so soon? Who is that boy? Is he from our school? Do I know him? Lu Xiaoli became even more curious as she asked several questions in a row. She thought her guess was not wrong. Ruyan Lu definitely had a problem. Chen Wei might also have a problem. You'll know which one he is after I've established a boyfriend/girlfriend relationship with him. At that time, we'll invite our housemates for dinner. Ruyan Lu added. Honey, just tell me about it now. I'm just so curious. You tell me. Lu Xiaoli begged a bit. It's a no-show. How would I say it now? You'll know by then. After saying that, Lu Ruyan immediately left the dormitory. Lu Xiaoli froze in place. Should she follow up herself and see which boy it was? As soon as this thought popped up, Lu Xiaoli immediately began to act. She also grabbed her own cell phone and then walked out of the dormitory. Lu Ruyan quickly arrived at the school entrance. At the school entrance, many girls couldn't help but cast envious and jealous glances when they saw her. This girl was too pretty. Her body was too good. Lu Ruyan took out her cell phone and called a drop. A moment later, the drop came. She got on a drop. In less than 20 minutes, she arrived at the Upper Island Cafe. When Ruyan Lu arrived, Chen Wei hadn't come yet. I'm at the coffee shop. Ruyan Lu sent a Weibo message to Chen Wei. I just left the house. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Chen Wei immediately sent one back. Don't be in a hurry. I'll wait for you here. I have time anyway. Ruyan Lu sent another one. Okay, sent Chen Wei. Lu Xiaoli was also quietly following Ruyan Lu, and happened to look at a cab, so she called it and arrived here at Upper Island Coffee as well. However, she was hiding behind a big tree. She didn't want Lu Ruyan to see it. Lu Xiaoli saw that Ruyan Lu had arrived and the boy hadn't. She immediately thought that the boy must be in very good condition. Otherwise, how could a female wait for a male? Which one is this male in the end? Needed Lu Ruyan to wait? Lu Xiaoli was very curious as to who that boy was that was worth Ruyan waiting for. When she and Wang Chang were dating, it was always only Wang Chang who waited for her, but not when she waited for Wang Chang. Nowadays, there were fewer women and more men, and there were more wolves than meat. Generally speaking, girls would not wait for boys. After thinking for a while, Lu Xiaoli was ready to poke her head out and look over at Ruyan Lu's side. Suddenly, she realized that Lu Ruyan looked her way. Lu Xiaoli hurriedly retracted her head back. So close, almost discovered by Ruyan Lu. Lu Ruyan frowned a little as she felt that someone was following her and looking at her. When she looked back, she didn't find anything again. Could that be an illusion? Forget it, don't think about it much. Not more than a few minutes later, she saw Chen Wei. Chen Wei walked towards her. The clothes Chen Wei was wearing were also very upscale. This shows that Chen Wei is really rich. Chapter 28 Coffee Shop Date. At this time, Chen Wei came face to face. Lu Ruyan looked at it. This Chen Wei's temperament was much better now, looking confident and calm. With the previous, before and after a clear contrast, Lu Ruyan took the initiative to walk forward. You're here, please take a look at my computer. I don't know anything about computers. I can't leave this computer. Lu Ruyan immediately spoke up. She was obviously a big beautiful schoolgirl. Okay, I'll take a look. I can't necessarily fix it for you. If it can't be fixed, you'll still have to go to a computer store to get it fixed, Chen Wei immediately said. Then he took another look at Ruyan Lu's face. It was beautiful. Just beautiful. In fact, he had seen Ruyan Lu from afar when he first arrived. Ruyan Lu was 1.75 meters tall and had a pair of 1 meter long legs under her skirt. She appeared youthful and beautiful. It doesn't matter if you can't fix it. I'll be satisfied if you promise to take a look for me. Lu Ruyan immediately said a little. How about if you can fix it or not? I'll treat you to lunch? That's fine. I'm willing to eat with a beautiful woman. With you, I'm showy. Chen Wei immediately said a bit. Alright, then how about I treat you to noodles? Ruyan Lu winked mischievously. Between the conversation, the two became on good terms and the two could joke around. Chen Wei looked at Ruyan Lu for a moment. He once again confirmed the guess in his heart. That was that Ruyan Lu had seen him driving the Mercedes Big G. Otherwise, it wouldn't explain everything now. That means that the charm of money is really big, and not their own charm is big. Even such a Lu Ruyan school flower-level beauty, after seeing her driving a Mercedes-Benz Big G, will take the initiative to ask for WeChat, and then take the initiative to contact him. Of course, he is not averse to contacting Ruyan Lu, because Lu Ruyan was so beautiful, her face value and body were top-notch. Anyway, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage and wouldn't be fooled. Didn't mind having a little something with this beauty. Money, one had plenty of it. Let's go into the coffee shop. We'll drink coffee while helping you with your computer. Chen Wei opened his mouth and said a little. Okay, I'll listen to you. Lu Ruyan immediately said a bit before following Chen Wei into the coffee shop. The two ordered a cup of coffee each, then found a seat and sat down, not far behind the big tree. Lu Xiaoli froze there for a long time. At first, when she saw Chen Wei walk up to Lu Ruyan, she thought that they had met by chance, thinking that it was impossible for Lu Ruyan to wait for Chen Wei. Where did she know that reality quickly hit her in the face? She saw Ruyan Lu talking and laughing with Chen Wei and entering the coffee shop. She finally held back, because it was a very obvious fact now. Ruyan Lu was just waiting for Chen Wei. Although Lu Xiaoli didn't quite believe it, but it was the truth. It was something that could not be changed. The reason why Ruyan Lu drew such beautiful makeup and came here to wait was to wait for Chen Wei. What on earth was going on here? Could it be that Chen Wei was really the invisible rich second generation? Lu Xiaoli's entire being was confused. She couldn't figure out just what the hell was going on here. This couldn't be possible. How could Ruyan Lu wait for Chen Wei? It was clear that Chen Wei's family was very poor and he was an orphan. Even she couldn't look at Chen Wei, but Ruyan Lu would even look at Chen Wei. This was too outrageous. Was this a movie? What secrets did Chen Wei have on him? It was something she hadn't discovered, but Ruyan Lu had already discovered it. Ruyan Lu had already discovered that Chen Wei was a treasure. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoli's cell phone rang. It was Wang Chang calling. Lily, what are you doing? Did you see the friend circle I sent yesterday? Are you touched? Wang Chang asked. I'm busy right now. I don't have time to care about you. Say something this afternoon. Lu Xiaoli immediately hung up the phone. Lu Xiaoli now just wanted to figure out why Chen Wei had someone chasing after him. She thought about it for a while. She still sent a WeChat to Wang Chang. Is Chen Wei's family's condition really bad? Of course it's bad. He said it himself. He said he doesn't have parents anymore. He grew up in his grandmother's house. Didn't you ask about it last night? Why are you asking again today? Wang Chang answered for a moment. Then he immediately frowned a little. Then think again. His family's condition should be good. Lu Xiaoli said a bit more. What am I lying to you for? I've been classmates with him for a few years. Don't I know his condition? His consumption level is so poor. Wang Chang said again. If his conditions are poor, would Ruyan Lu take the initiative to chase him? Yesterday, she took the initiative to add WeChat, and today she took the initiative to meet. In order to meet, she even dressed up carefully. Lu Xiaoli typed the words halfway and deleted them all. It was useless to ask Wang Chang. How is Chen Wei's family conditions? Still have to personally investigate themselves. It looked like there was no need to investigate and understand. Chen Wei's family conditions must be very good. Otherwise, Lu Ruyan will not take the initiative to chase. So how good are Chen Wei's conditions? How many assets does the family have? Chen Wei's family's conditions are definitely better than Wang Chang's family's conditions. And it's not a grade. Thinking about this, Lu Xiaoli got very annoyed. How could Lu Ruyan find a boyfriend better than her own? How could she not realize that Chen Wei's family was in good condition? To think that Chen Wei was taken down by someone he had only met once. This world There is no justice. Regret. Regret. If I had found out that Chen Wei's family was good, if I had taken the initiative to pursue Chen Wei, I would have been the one to take him down. Lily, let's not talk about Chen Wei. We don't have classes this afternoon. Let's watch a movie together. Or go shopping. How about it? Wang Chang spoke again. Seeing that Lu Xiaoli didn't reply, so Wang Chang immediately sent an invitation. When watching a movie in the dark, you can always pull her hand, and when the love is deep, maybe you can kiss her as well. Wang Chang thought beautifully, but the reality was cruel. No go no go. I still have something in the afternoon. There's no point in being free. Lu Xiaoli immediately refused. When Wang Chang saw Lu Xiaoli rejecting so dryly, his whole body wilted. He immediately returned a bit more. Let's still go to the movies. Watch the movie and then go eat barbecue. Wang Chang sent a few more WeChat messages. Lu Xiaoli saw the several WeChats, but didn't reply. She wanted to walk closer to the coffee shop, but was afraid of being discovered by Lu Ruyan and Chen Wei. If they found out on the spot, it wouldn't be good. Don't be friends in the future either. One couldn't go after Chen Wei in the future either. She hesitated for a moment, but still thought about it. This one thing is better to think about it in the long run. She turned around and walked towards the rental house, but she decided that she must find out how much strength Chen Wei had. This matter was very important and related to the rest of one's life. In the coffee shop, Chen Wei and Lu Ruyan were leaning shoulder to shoulder. Look, this is my computer. How can I turn it on but it won't turn on? Ruyan Lu took out her laptop. Show me, Chen Wei said. You're a new computer. How could something go wrong? The computer store also realizes the 3 packages. Or, Chen Wei said a little. If you can get it right, why do I need to find them? I want to be close to the water. I'm too lazy to seek near and far. Ruyan Lu said a bit more. Alright, I'll try. Chen Wei used the techniques reserved for computer repairmen and finally turned the computer on. Chapter 29 admits to dating Chen Wei. The computer finally turned on. Chen Wei used the antivirus software to check the poison, and after more than 20 minutes, he found that there were 3 software with viruses in it. He immediately used the antivirus software to remove the software with viruses. This took another 10 minutes or so. Then he turned off the computer. After a minute, it was turned back on. This computer was finally able to boot up normally. Chen Wei, you're really great. You fixed my computer in 2 clicks. Ruyan Lu's pretty face was filled with astonishment. Then, she had an admiring look on her face. Then, she was also a little shy. It was the first time she approached a boy so actively. No, your computer is infected with a virus. In the future, your computer should be antivirus often. Chen Wei said a bit. He turned this computer off and on again. Power on, power off. After trying several times over and over again, there wasn't a bit of a problem anymore. You're really good. Ruyan Lu said a bit more. Her pair of big white legs were long and white. Really attractive. Chen Wei couldn't help but look twice. Alright, there's no problem with the computer, so you can use it first. If there's another problem with the computer, we'll talk about it. Chen Wei handed the computer to Lu Ruyan. Thank you so much this time. Ruyan Lu said a thank you. What are you thanking for? I just killed the poison. Chen Wei waved his hand and prepared to leave. Then I'll leave first. Are you leaving? Chen Wei spoke again. Don't be in a hurry to leave. I've already said that whether you can fix my computer or not, I'll treat you to dinner. Now that the computer, you've helped me fix it, I definitely need to treat you to dinner. Lu Ruyan immediately said. Let's have some coffee and drink for a while, and then go to the restaurant for dinner later. Lu Ruyan said again. By saying this now, Ruyan Lu appeared to be a bit generous and wouldn't squirm. Alright, let's have some coffee and chat for a while. Chen Wei glanced at her and immediately said a little. A beautiful woman was so pretty. As long as it was a normal man, anyone would love to see it. As long as they saw a pretty beauty, almost every man had more or less thoughts. However, thinking about it was also in vain. Ruyan Lu's face and body were top-notch. Which guy could refuse? There was also no need to refuse. Even if Ruyan Lu saw him driving a Mercedes-Benz Big G, it doesn't matter. Anyway, if men and women interacted, no matter when, the male would not suffer. Hearing Chen Wei promise to eat together, Ruyan Lu cheered up and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Today, finally, she had made a good start. She managed to familiarize herself with Chen Wei, and later on, she would have to go eat together right away. Her own plan was still successful. One's own use of the beauty plan again. One's own initiative to chase a bit. The next thing will definitely be successful. There are a few men who can withstand the temptation. Not to mention that Chen Wei was exactly a young man who was full of blood. Without a few maneuvers, she would be able to take Chen Wei. The more she thought about it, the happier she got. The corner of her mouth, slightly upwardly upturned a bit. The time quickly came to around 11:50. Let's go to a restaurant for dinner. Ruyan Lu immediately said. I know there's a restaurant in front of us. It tastes so good. How about we go there to eat? It's fine. I'll listen to you. If you say where to treat it wherever you want. You pay for it anyway. Chen Wei agreed. Chen Wei paid for the coffee. Then the two of them walked out of the coffee shop. After walking a couple hundred meters, they arrived at a restaurant. This is the store. The food tastes great. The food here is delicious and not expensive. I don't know if you would mind the environment here? Ruyan Lu asked. Won't. If you say where to eat, just eat where to eat. Looking at you, a great beauty. The meal can be skipped, Chen Wei said. Later, Ruyan Lu ordered a few signature dishes. One was chili pepper fried pork. One was hibiscus pork ribs. There was also a gongbao pork belly. And there was also a steamed osmanthus fish. After more than 20 minutes, the dishes began to be served. Come and eat. See if it's good, Ruyan Lu said. It's too delicious. It's really sweet and fresh, tender and smooth. Delicious on earth. Chen Wei said a bit. This fish melted in your mouth. The meal lasted for more than an hour. Ruyan Lu took the initiative to settle the bill. She was totally going to express herself now. Let's go. I'm going back. Ruyan Lu spoke up. Do you have time in the afternoon? Chen Wei asked. You're not going to ask me to get a room, are you? Ruyan Lu also thought for a moment. A room is a room. If you get a room, you'll be able to take Chen Wei yourself right away. Do you have something? I have time. Ruyan Lu immediately said a bit. I want to buy a few sets of clothes. Help me with a reference. Chen Wei immediately said. Okay, I'll put the computer down. You wait for me for a few minutes, okay? What about renting a house that place to here? Less than 300 meters. Ruyan Lu immediately said. That's fine. I'll wait for you. The company of a beautiful woman is a pleasant mood. You go back and put the computer down. Chen Wei said. Okay, I'll go first. I'll come later. Ruyan Lu quickly left this restaurant. Soon, she returned to her room. She looked at the room and realized that only Lu Xiaoli was in the dormitory. Lu Ruyan immediately placed her computer on the table. Then she looked in the mirror again and realized that there was nothing wrong with her makeup. Then she was ready to leave the room. Just then, Lu Xiaoli immediately said, Ruyan, wait, is there something wrong with you? Lu Ruyan stopped and looked at Lu Xiaoli. Lu Xiaoli sat on the stool. She kind of wanted to say, kind of didn't want to say. She was in a happy mood when she saw Lu Ruyan enter the room. So, Lu Xiaoli was still prepared to ask, who did you just meet with? Lu Xiaoli asked directly. I met with Chen Wei. Lu Ruyan directly said it. Right now, she wasn't hiding it because she was likely to succeed. Really dated him. Why? Lu Xiaoli pursued a bit. I think he's handsome, that's all. Lu Ruyan smiled a little. Anyway, sooner or later, it would have to be made public. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Where are you going again? Lu Xiaoli asked curiously again. Chen Wei said he wants to buy clothes and asked me to help him as a counselor. Lu Ruyan opened the door to her room and then said this. Immediately afterward, she closed the room door and then left the place. Lu Xiaoli was a bit disoriented now. This showed that it wasn't a misunderstanding between Ruyan Lu and Chen Wei anymore. It also showed that Chen Wei's conditions were very good. Otherwise, how could Ruyan Lu look at Chen Wei? What was going on here? Didn't Wang Chang say that Chen Wei's conditions were poor? After Ruyan Lu closed the door to her room, she immediately headed down the stairs. Lu Ruyan actually saw that Lu Xiaoli was a bit incomprehensible. Nothing more than to think that he has gone crazy. Nothing more than to think that they do not leave a way out. Life itself is a gamble. Why should oneself leave a back way? Chapter 30. You're so honest. Lu Ruyan smiled a little. She wanted to find a rich man, but try to find a young man. Looking for a young man, more common topics. Chen Wei was young and rich, and his person had temperament. Chen Wei was the best choice for himself. During the barbecue, Chen Wei had looked at her legs several times. Just thinking about this, Ruyan Lu was much more relieved. She quickly came back to that small restaurant to go. She smiled and said to Chen Wei, come on, where are we going to buy clothes? I've thought about it for a while. I'd better get a haircut first and buy some clothes. I'm not very good at picking out clothes, so please help me counsel. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. No problem. I can't have someone else counseling for you. I do have requirements. At the very least, you have to treat me to a meal. Do you think it's okay? Ruyan Lu joked with Chen Wei. Yes, no problem. Having 2 meals is fine. It's fine to invite all of your roommates. Chen Wei immediately said. That won't work. That's too early. Ruyan Lu immediately refused. Both of them had yet to finalize their relationship. However, you really should get a haircut as well. Your hair is too long now, and it doesn't have a look. Ruyan Lu spoke up. If one's hair was cut well, one's mental outlook would be changed. Chen Wei's hair was a bit long right now and his haircut was poor. What's more, the clothes on his body didn't match. Leave it to me. The matter of cutting your hair and buying clothes, I guarantee that this afternoon, I'll make you look good. Make you look extra stylish. Make you look new for old, Ruyan Lu said with a smile. She was very good at matching clothes. She already had a few sets of Chen Wei clothes matching programs in mind. Alright, you're so pretty. You definitely have another set of clothes to match. Seeing that Ruyan Lu was so confident and happy to help, Chen Wei was much more relieved. How much are you going to spend on getting your hair cut and buying clothes? You tell me so I can help you get a program, Ruyan Lu asked. Even if she knew that Chen Wei was rich again, she still wanted to see how much money Chen Wei actually had through the aspect of buying clothes and getting a haircut. What was the strength really like? Buying clothes and getting a haircut were daily necessities. It could tell how his family's condition was. It's okay to spend $100,000. It's okay to spend $200,000. I don't care. Even if it's more than $300,000. It's nothing. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. Now that he had money, changing his image was a big deal. One couldn't wear ground floor goods anymore. Ruyan Lu was immediately shocked when she heard this. 200,000? Even 300,000? That much? It's too much. Ruyan Lu didn't hold back and muttered in her heart. She felt that she had already underestimated Chen Wei. To be able to spend $200,000 to $300,000 on clothes meant that he was far richer than he thought. Now, Chen Wei had become so generous. It was really something that Ruyan Lu had never dreamed of. Did you not say it wrong? Did you report an extra zero at the back? Ruyan Lu still asked. Indeed, I didn't say it wrong. 200,000 is fine. 300,000 is fine. Chen Wei immediately affirmed. Alright, I'll follow the 200,000 yuan money plan to transform your image. Ruyan Lu immediately said. No problem, no problem. Today, I'll give myself to you. Chen Wei said. Okay, let's start from the beginning. First go get a haircut. Then we'll buy you clothes. We still need to hurry up. Time seems to be a lot. In fact, it will pass in 2 strokes. The 2 people walked. Ruyan Lu said as they did so. Alright, let's go then. My car is parked next to me. I'll get the car. Chen Wei immediately said. Then he looked at Ruyan Lu. He wanted to see how Ruyan Lu reacted after she heard that she was going to drive the car. He immediately saw that Ruyan Lu was very calm and had no reaction. Why aren't you curious that I already have a car? What kind of car do I have? Chen Wei immediately asked. I'm not surprised. Ruyan Lu immediately said it graciously. Yesterday when you went to the supermarket, I saw you parking your car. I was also at the supermarket at that time. So it turns out, he figured out why Ruyan Lu was suddenly so nice to him, taking the initiative so much. Last night, he had also guessed this possibility. The truth was really like that. He also didn't expect Ruyan Lu to be so honest. He thought that Lu Ruyan would pretend not to know about this matter. Do you know why I would admit it so frankly? Admit that I saw you driving? Ruyan Yan spoke up. Yeah, I just want to know why you admitted it. Chen Wei said. I'll be honest with you. I actually think you guessed it. You have your merits, and I have mine. It's safe to say that I have my eye on you. If you can look at me, we can also just fall in love. Ruyan Lu was also honest about what she thought. If you don't think I'm good enough for you, that's fine. I have nothing to lose anyway. There's a chance. I've got to take it. You're also very honest. Chen Wei laughed a little. He could not have imagined that Ruyan Lu did not cover up a bit. Indeed, one had to be like this. Yeah, I also think I'm very frank. Ruyan Lu looked prettier and prettier. Soon arriving next to the car, Chen Wei took out the Mercedes keys and gently pressed them. Soon, this Mercedes-Benz Big G rattled twice. Chen Wei opened the door. Get in. Chen Wei pulled open the main driver's door and directly sat on it. Okay. Ruyan Lu also agreed as she opened the passenger door and sat up as well. This car of yours is very beautiful inside and out. It's the first time I've sat in such a nice car. Ruyan Lu was very surprised and she immediately told Chen Wei about it. Ruyan Lu sat down, then got up again. This car seat is really nice, Ruyan Lu said again. To tell you the truth, I haven't sat in such a good car before I bought this car. Chen Wei fastened his seatbelt as he spoke. You fasten your seatbelt too. Okay, I'll be right there. I'm not going to believe your words. You bought a car like this as soon as you graduated from college. Your family must be rich. You must have ridden in a luxury car. Ruyan Lu spoke up. What am I lying to you for? If you don't believe it then forget it. Chen Wei laughed a bit. He himself was telling the truth. But this woman didn't believe it. This car was all given by the system. Ruyan Lu took out her cell phone and searched for this car. 2 minutes later, she spoke up. I saw on the internet that this Mercedes-Benz Big G of yours, the top version landed at $2.6 million. Isn't that true? Ruyan Lu asked. You're not wrong, counting everything down. $2.62 million. Chen Wei said, then looked at Ruyan Lu again. He just couldn't help it. The charm of this beauty was just too great. Ruyan Lu put on her seatbelt, and the two headlights stood out even more. Chapter 31, expensive has its reasons. Bought 62 million. So expensive. Ruyan Lu sighed. If I were to rely on getting a paycheck, I wouldn't be able to earn 62 million yuan until the monkey year. It was unthinkable that Chen Wei spoke so calmly when he said that the car cost $62 million, as if it cost $62. Not spending $62 million. Right. She was just about to speak when she immediately saw Chen Wei's gaze. His gaze was on her breasts. Ruyan Lu also immediately blushed. There was no way around it, so she had to pretend she didn't see it. I found a barber store for you. Netizens have commented that this barber store is good. Then we'll go for a haircut first. Is it to get a haircut here? Ruyan Lu asked. It's okay, I'll listen to you. At this time, Lu Xiaoli and Wang Chan walked out from the school cafeteria. Lily, why are you unhappy? Something on your mind? Wang Chang looked at Lu Xiaoli and spoke. Lu Xiaoli heard his words but was indifferent. What's the point of telling you? Is Chen Wei's family condition really bad? Lu Xiaoli suppressed her anger and asked. Of course it's true. I've been his classmate for 3 or 4 years. We already know each other well. You've asked me this question many times. Wang Chang was a bit puzzled. He couldn't understand Lu Xiaoli now, always asking this one question over and over again. Then think about it. In these years, has he ever spent big money on anything expensive? Lu Xiaoli reminded again. What big money did he have to buy anything expensive? He all came out from a small county. No more mom and dad, an orphan. He said a bit more anxiously. Then think about it again. Lu Xiaoli didn't die and said a little more. That's all I know. It's the same if you ask again. Wang Chang said a bit with a bitter smile. After Chen Wei's Mercedes drove out, it merged into the traffic. Chen Wei, this barber store I found for you is very famous. Some big stars cut their hair with them. You can have them design a beautiful hairstyle for you. A haircut that suits you. Ruyan Lu sat on the passenger side and said. However, there's a drawback, which is that haircuts are very expensive. Getting them to design it plus a haircut costs $1,988. Ruyan Lu added. That's okay, it's a small amount of money. Right now he didn't care about the amount of money. The system would keep giving him money anyway. It was at least 100,000 every day. After you get your hair cut, we'll go shopping for clothes. There's still 180,000 or $90,000 left, so I'm sure we'll have to buy top name brands. Do you have any luxury brands that you particularly like? Ruyan Lu asked again. No, I don't know much about it. Chen Wei immediately said a bit. Of course brands like Chanel, LV, and Gucci, he still understood. Then today we'll go to a French brand store to buy clothes. This store of theirs focuses on the high-end market. Their clothes are really good looking and very stylish and textured. Ruyan Lu introduced it. I'll listen to you. Wherever you say to buy, just go and buy. Everything is up to you today. I only have one request, which is to become their more handsome, more temperament. Chen Wei explained something. Don't worry, it's all wrapped up in me. Everything will be arranged properly. Ruyan Lu was very confident, then smiled a little. I'm an expert in dressing up. Ruyan Lu immediately bragged a bit. However, the payment you promised to give me, treating me to dinner, should be honored, right? Ruyan Lu asked. Don't worry, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Chen Wei immediately said a bit. The two quickly arrived at the barbershop. Just as they entered the barbershop, Ruyan Lu's cell phone rang. Lu Ruyan looked at her phone and realized that it was a Weibo message from her sister. Don't think. It must be the same old habit. It must be asking for pocket money. She clicked on it and saw that it was. Dear sister, what's up? I'm a little short-handed. Lu Ruyan was speechless, but still immediately transferred $60 over. The other party quickly collected the money. One had a debt collector. The sister was the debt collector. They quickly entered the barber store. There happened to be parking spaces in front of the place. There were also a few parking spaces that were empty. With haircuts being so expensive, there surely wouldn't be many customers. Chen Wei drove the car and parked it in the parking space. Alright, let's get out of the car. Chen Wei immediately unbuckled his seatbelt and then got out of the car. Okay. Ruyan Lu also unbuckled her seatbelt, then got out. The two people then walked into this barber store one after another. This store was richly decorated and very fashionable. There was also a large TV screen inside, which had videos of several celebrities getting their haircut here. Chen Wei looked at it, and there were indeed quite a few stars who had gotten their haircut here. Since it was only 2 or 3 o'clock now, there weren't too many people. Many people were on their lunch break or at work. A beautiful staff member saw Chen Wei and Lu Ruyan come in and immediately greeted them. Mr. Pretty girl, do you guys want a haircut? That beauty immediately asked. Yeah, sir wants a haircut. Find the best designer. Ruyan Lu immediately said a bit. Okay, You wait a bit. That pretty girl immediately said a bit. She quickly got the store manager. The store manager quickly designed and cut the hair. That beautiful staff member brought Chen Wei to the hair washing area again. The hair was washed by another person. A pretty girl. This pretty girl was also very pretty and could score a 7 or 8. Her hands were especially gentle as she washed Chen Wei's hair. This hair-washing beauty looked at Lu Ruyan who was sitting next to her. Her eyes filled with envy and jealousy. This sitting beauty had found such a beautiful and rich boyfriend. And this boyfriend even drove a Mercedes-Benz Big G. Of course, this sitting beauty is also particularly beautiful. To have a body with a body. To have a temperament with a temperament. To have a face value with a face value. Then some stars still beautiful. The beauty who washed her hair had a face of envy and jealousy. The same beauty. How the fate is different. After washing his hair, Chen Wei was brought to the chair again. Or the store manager helped him cut it. It took about 50 minutes to cut. Alright, after cutting your hair, do you see if you're satisfied? If you're not satisfied you can bring it up. The store manager spoke. Chen Wei looked at himself in the mirror. One is so handsome. At this look, Chen Wei was surprised. It seemed like he was even more handsome than that Wang something or other male star from Taiwan. It really was surprisingly good. The money for this haircut was expensive for a reason. It really is value for money. Raises the whole person's face value by a lot. Now Chen Wei can score at least 95 points. Originally, he could only score 89 points. Nice haircut indeed, Chen Wei said immediately. Chapter 32 Much more handsome in these clothes. It is indeed good. I'm very satisfied. Chen Wei said. I'll fix your eyebrows again, so it'll be even better. The store manager saw that Chen Wei was satisfied, so he added a bit more. Chen Wei nodded his head. The store manager picked up the eyebrow trimmer and began to gently trim it. It was fixed in 3 or 2 strokes. Chen Wei looked in the mirror. After fixing his eyebrows, his features were more harmonized. It was worth spending the 988 renminbi. After cutting his hair, he became more handsome and dashing. At this time, Ruyan Lu also came over. She took a look at Chen Wei and felt a bit stunned. She had never dreamed that after Chen Wei changed his hairstyle, the effect would be so good. A proper high-flying handsome. How about it? Do I look handsome? Chen Wei looked at Ruyan Lu for a moment before asking. You are indeed quite handsome. Just like that Taiwanese actor Wang. Ruyan Lu nodded her head seriously. Alright, I'll pay. Chen Wei asked. Sir, you scan this QR code to pay. The store staff said. After making the payment, Chen Wei and Lu Ruyan walked out of this barber store. Chen Wei, you're so handsome. You can attract a lot of girls this instant. Ruyan Lu said. Really? Can it attract you? Chen Wei snickered. Of course it can. Ruyan Lu admitted graciously. System, what is my current face value score? After sitting in the driver's seat of the Mercedes-Benz Big G, Chen Wei asked the system. After getting a haircut and changing his hairstyle, he wanted to know his current face value. Host's current face value is 90 points. The system immediately sounded off. The system had given a very high score. It was unthinkable that the effect of a good hairstyle was no less than plastic surgery. 90 points for this face value was already very high. Chen Wei was very satisfied. The next step was to buy clothes, because one only had 2 clothes that fit. A good horse with a good saddle. This sentence was not nonsense. Where are we going to buy clothes? After Chen Wei fastened his seatbelt, he asked Ruyan Lu while starting the car. Let's go to Wanda Plaza. There are all sorts of luxury specialty stores there. That French brand is also there. Ruyan Lu immediately said a bit. Then she looked at Chen Wei. Because the original clothes didn't match that well. Because there was no one staffing the white clothes at the time. Alright, let's go. Chen Wei drove for about 30 minutes. It soon arrived at the Wanda Mall. Soon there was a security guard who saw Chen Wei, their current boss. The security guard quickly made a report to manager Wang Yan. Manager Wang Yan immediately brought a group of people down to greet Chen Wei. Mr. Chen, you're here. Why didn't you say something first, so that we could come to greet you? Wang Yan immediately said. I took a look at the hygiene. You guys did a good job. I don't have anything to do. You guys go. I'll just buy a few clothes. Chen Wei immediately said. Alright, Mr. Chen, we won't bother you anymore. Wang Yan immediately said a bit. She looked at Lu Ruyan next to Mr. Chen again. Aya, the beauty next to Mr. Chen is so pretty. Wang Yan immediately left with a group of people. Seeing someone call Chen Wei as the boss, Ruyan Lu was even more surprised. She thought to herself, I must take Chen Wei. Chen Wei parked his car and later came to the elevator. Chen Wei, that French store is on the 2nd floor. Ruyan Lu spoke for a moment and then pressed the 2nd floor. She hadn't been here before either, only that she had heard people talk about it. She had just searched online, a short sleeve top today, and these pants, I think they fit you quite well, and this pair of shoes, you can try them on first, see the matching effect. In this store, Ruyan Lu picked out some for Chen Wei. Okay, I'll listen to you. Chen Wei nodded, then entered the fitting room inside. In less than 3 minutes, he was dressed and then walked out. After Ruyan Lu saw Chen Wei, she immediately brightened up, because Chen Wei was even more handsome after he put on the clothes. The person looked more refreshing and more temperamental. This look, really very attractive. Lu Ruyan saw Chen Wei, her heartbeat accelerated a little. It was really a bit heartwarming. Sir, your girlfriend is really good at picking clothes. This set of clothes is very appropriate on you. You look especially handsome now. The shopping guide young lady immediately said. As soon as the beautiful shopping guide's words were said, Lu Ruyan's pretty face immediately reddened a bit, but she didn't bother to explain. Instead, Ruyan Lu glanced towards Chen Wei. After Chen Wei heard this, he of course didn't bother to refute it. Chen Wei walked in front of the mirror and realized that he was really more handsome again after wearing the new clothes. This Ruyan Lu was indeed very good at picking out clothes. I'll take this outfit. You pick a few more. Chen Wei immediately said to Ruyan Lu. Okay, don't worry. I'll pick you 3 more sets of very good clothes. After spending a couple minutes, she picked 3 more sets of clothes out for Chen Wei. After trying them on, they found that each outfit was very suitable for becoming. They immediately swept the code to check out. In total, Ruyan Lu picked out 4 outfits and 3 pairs of shoes. A total of $129,000 were spent. The clothes were still relatively expensive, and one set of clothes had cost over $20,000. Chen Wei was very calm when he made the payment. Anyway, the money paid was given by the system. It wasn't like he earned the money himself. If you buy something yourself, the system pays for it all. Lu Ruyan was next to Chen Wei. She realized that Chen Wei, this person was really too rich to have a Wanda Plaza. A Wanda Plaza has $2 billion. This Chen Wei is really unfathomable. Ruyan Lu had helped herself. It was time to give Ruyan Lu a gift. What kind of gift to give her? Suddenly, he saw that next to him was the LV store. Next to it is the LV store. Let's go shopping, Chen Wei said before looking at Ruyan Lu. It's okay, I don't have a problem with it. Ruyan Lu immediately nodded her head. The two people then entered the LV store next to them. It was only then that the beautiful shopper inside the store saw Chen's large bag and small bag, and they were all purchased from the French store next to it. She immediately came over with a smile on her face. Mr. Beauty, what do you guys want to choose? The beautiful shopping guide immediately spoke. Her smile was especially eager and her attitude was especially good. Lu Ruyan saw the attitude of this beautiful guide. That heart was a little uncomfortable. Having money was different. She had also come to this home store before, and the beautiful shopping guide was not this enthusiastic. Ah, this is normal. After all, many people are looking at people. Lu Ruyan lowered her head and looked again at the bag Chen Wei was holding. Both of them strolled around. After 10 minutes, which bag do you like? Chen Wei asked. He noticed that Ruyan Lu always stared at an LV bag. So Chen Wei asked, what's the point of me liking it? It's not like I can afford it. Ruyan Lu immediately said a bit. Then, looked at the bag again. Chapter 33. You can ask whatever you want. Ruyan Lu did like this bag. But does liking it work? She does not have the strength. This is a new model that just came out this year. And this one is very beautiful. There was no use liking it. This one bag, which was priced at a whopping 78,888 yuan. It's fine if you like it, Chen Wei immediately said. Ruyan Lu didn't have much of a reaction. Was it useful to like it yourself? But after 2 seconds, she quickly froze. I bought that bag. Where is the payment code? Chen Wei immediately said. The beautiful guide froze for a moment, but quickly responded. Sweep here, sweep here. The beautiful guide quickly pointed to the payment code. Chen Wei took his cell phone and quickly swept the code to pay. After the payment was successful, this store quickly rang. Payment of 78 renminbi, 888 for so-and-so number. Sir, I will immediately take this bag of yours and wrap it up for you. The beautiful guide immediately went to wrap that bag. She looked at Lu Ruyan very enviously. This handsome man is so generous. This bag was definitely bought for this beauty. This handsome man is really a high wealth man. A 78,888 bag is bought and given away just like selling turnip cabbages. It's like selling turnip cabbage. That pretty shopping guide lady has thought a lot. Here, this bag is for you. Chen Wei handed the bag to Lu Ruyan. No, I don't want it. This bag is too expensive. If you sold me, I wouldn't be worth this much money. I can't take it. Ruyan Lu refused in a hurry, and waved her hand. She refused to take this bag. She hadn't expected Chen Wei to come out so generously, directly with a bag that cost over $70,000. The rich man's world was so unintelligible. Alright, bought it for you. Just take it. This bag cures all diseases. If it wasn't for you helping me pick out my clothes, I wouldn't have looked so handsome. Chen Wei laughed a little. Anyway, his money was sent by the system, which was equal to not spending any money. Between the two people talking, the guide had already walked over and wrapped the bag already, and put the bag into the bag with the LV logo on it. "Sir, this is your bag," the beautiful shopper immediately said. Chen Wei took it and handed it directly to Lu Ruyan's hand. "Take it, you've been busy all afternoon today. If you don't want it, you can also throw it away. It's fine for you to throw it away. It's fine for me to do it," Chen Wei joked. "It's too bad if I throw it away. It's so expensive. It's nearly $80,000. Ruyan Lu immediately spoke up. "If you don't throw it away, then you can keep it." Chen Wei waved his hand. Ruyan Lu lowered her head and didn't say anything. She was now confused. She didn't know whether she should accept it or not. If one went to reject it, it would be too raw. In the future, the two people should not interact with each other. And this one bar, she did like it very much. It was the bag of her dreams. Alas, how many people can withstand temptation? How could the words of refusal not come out? "If you're embarrassed, if you think it's too expensive, you can continue to help me pick out clothes in the future," Chen Wei said another sentence. Hearing Chen Wei say this, Ruyan Lu considered it for a moment and still nodded her head in agreement. "Alright then, if you buy clothes in the future, I'll help you pick them out," Ruyan Lu immediately said. "Let's go, we're going to eat. Didn't you say you wanted me to treat you?" The two then walked out of this LV store. "Do you have any recommendations for a store? What's a good place to go for dinner?" Chen Wei asked again. Don't go to dinner. You've already sent me a bag." Lu Ruyan immediately refused. "Didn't you say you'd let me treat you to dinner? This is one time, this is another time," Ruyan Lu immediately said. "That's fine, I'll send you back." Chen Wei had no choice but to say something. "That's good, thank you then," Ruyan Lu said with a smile. "What's the trouble with that? A matter of a foot of gas." Chen Wei smiled a bit. Today, he was still very happy. After all, he had become handsome, cutting his hair and wearing new clothes. All of these made his face value higher. Ruyan Lu also smiled a bit, but the things she should do hadn't been done yet, because after she saw Chen Wei driving a Mercedes-Benz Big G, she made up her mind and wanted to take the initiative and become Chen Wei's girlfriend herself. Originally, she had planned that this thing was going to be slow and easy, but things changed too fast. Chen Wei was too rich and too handsome. If she didn't take Chen Wei earlier, he would become someone else's. At first she planned that she would give herself to Chen Wei bit by bit, slowly. After all, it was too easy to get her hands on Chen Wei, and she was afraid that Chen Wei would not cherish himself. But where did she think Chen Wei was so handsome and rich? It was a rich and handsome. So, she wanted to adjust her plan. Otherwise, it would be taken by someone else first. Thinking of this, she decided to be a little thicker skinned. She looked at Chen Wei who was driving. After looking at Chen Wei for a moment, this kind of rich and handsome man, there was no need to even think about it. He definitely wouldn't lack women around him. There would be no shortage of beautiful women, not even at the school flower level. Now there was an opportunity. One should definitely grasp it. If she didn't take the initiative herself, someone else would definitely take him. If she was slower to take the initiative, after others also knew about Chen Wei's situation, she would definitely be snatched up by other girls. Everyone was not a little cutie. Every pretty girl would make a move when she saw a rich and handsome man. She herself had to get down as early as possible, and it would be best to become Chen Wei's girlfriend right away. It's no big deal to even get married. Only in this way could one break the little minds of other girls who wanted to pounce over. Of course, the two were just married, and there would definitely still be girls who would pounce on him. Right now, the most urgent thing was to determine the two people's romantic relationship. What's wrong? Why don't you say anything? What are you thinking about? Thinking so intently? Chen Wei looked at Ruyan Lu and asked. At this time, it was also a red light. Chen Wei's car then stopped. Didn't think about anything. Ruyan Lu said a bit, but immediately blushed. She was a girl, and her skin was still relatively thin. Should this be said or not? If she didn't say it now, it would be harder to find an opportunity later. Alright, it's fine if you don't say it. Soon the red light turned green. Chen Wei immediately drove. I have a question I want to ask you. I'm quite curious. Is it convenient to ask you about it? Ruyan Lu still decided to take the initiative. So asked. Ask a question about me? Chen Wei asked. Yeah. Ruyan Lu immediately said a little. It's a bit inconvenient. Chen Wei answered directly for a bit. Ruyan Lu froze. How could he say that? And so dryly. This time, Ruyan Lu was a bit embarrassed. I'm teasing you. You can ask whatever you want. I'll know everything and say everything. Chen Wei immediately joked a bit. He saw that Ruyan Lu was confused at the moment, quickly laughing out loud. Chapter 34 I want to ask. What kind of girlfriend do you like? Not to mention, this Ruyan Lu was quite cute. You agreed, so I'll ask. Lu Ruyan immediately said a little, as if a little offhandedly. I just want to ask what kind of girl you like. Is it convenient for you to reveal it? This one I'm quite curious about. Ruyan Lu asked immediately. It's okay, I'm not keeping it a secret. The first thing I like in a girl is to be pretty. Most men have this idea. Secondly, it's also important to have a slim body and a good figure. Every guy thinks that way. There's also the most important thing I haven't said yet. Chen Wei said it step by step. Ruyan Lu compared Chen Wei's conditions step by step. The first one matched itself. The second one matched herself as well. Among the students in the school, one could say that he or she stood out from the rest. However, there was still one thing he hadn't said. The most important hadn't been said yet. Then what do you think is the most important? Ruyan Lu immediately asked. The most important thing is that she wears white short sleeves and a small black pleated skirt. She'll get a black and white ensemble. Chen Wei said immediately after looking at Ruyan Lu. Why? Ruyan Lu wondered. She froze for a moment. Could it be that Chen Wei was talking about herself? She looked at the white short-sleeved blouse she was wearing on top and then at the black pleated skirt she was wearing underneath. Was he talking about himself? Who cares? Anyway, there are only two people here. No outsiders. Ruyan Lu was ready to ask directly. Are you or aren't you? Do you like my kind of dressing? How about the two of us try it out? As boyfriend and girlfriend? Ruyan Lu asked directly, because she wanted to establish a romantic relationship with Chen Wei as soon as possible. Who cares who took the initiative first? Only ask for the result, not the process. As long as the result was good, everything was fine. Chen Wei, who was driving, also froze for a moment after hearing Lu Ruyan's words. He immediately turned his head to look at Ruyan Lu. Is there still such initiative? No wonder some people said that there are now female men and baby mama men. Now it was reversed a bit. Ruyan Lu directly said that she wanted to be her girlfriend. Now Chen Wei was confused. He didn't know how to choose. The reason why Ruyan Lu took the initiative was that she knew he had a Mercedes Big G and Wanda Plaza. It's good to have money. If you have money, school flower level beauties will also chase you. Why don't you say anything? I haven't been in love yet. I still have my first kiss. This is the first time I've taken the initiative to say something like this to a guy. Say something. It doesn't matter if it works out or not. Anyway, you have nothing to lose and I have nothing to lose. Ruyan Lu added another sentence. Chen Wei nodded his head once and immediately added. Yes. Why not say yes? Ruyan Lu had such a high face value and such a good figure. Anyway, one could choose widely and focus on cultivation. Isn't it just a little more money? You sort of agreed. Then I'm your girlfriend. Ruyan Lu smiled. It was unthinkable that things went so smoothly. No problem at all. I'm your boyfriend. Chen Wei also nodded his head in agreement and spoke. Chen Wei continued to drive as he looked at the smiling Lu Ruyan. He knew that the stone in this Lu Ruyan's heart had finally landed. The car continued to drive. Ruyan Lu sat on the passenger side, talking about some of the interesting things that happened when she was in high school and college. Chen Wei sometimes also responded to it. One spoke excitedly, and the other listened half seriously. How to put it? After confirming a romantic relationship with Ruyan Lu, he himself was also a bit excited. After all, Ruyan Lu had a good face and body. If before he got the system, if he was able to fall in love with Ruyan Lu, he would indeed be very excited. Now that he was rich, would he lack a girlfriend? In the future, he definitely wouldn't lack beauties like this 90+ point beauty either. Therefore, Chen Wei wasn't a bit excited. After all, he was also a person with a system, and had already seen great wealth and great scenes. His eyes would not be filled with Lu Ruyan right now. In the future, he would definitely not have only her as his girlfriend either. Chen Wei, I'm at the place. Ruyan Lu immediately spoke up. Good then, I'll stop. Chen Wei said a bit, then immediately stopped the car. Ruyan Lu immediately undid her seatbelt. However, she did not get out of the car immediately. Instead, she looked towards Chen Wei's side. What's wrong? You're not getting off? Chen Wei was a bit confused. You bring your face over. Ruyan Lu said a bit, and her face immediately turned a bit red. Could it be that she wanted to kiss herself a little? Chen Wei thought for a moment. Just as well. A kiss wouldn't be a disadvantage. Chen Wei immediately turned his face sideways. Ruyan Lu's face became even redder. Ruyan Lu immediately printed her lips on Chen Wei's. You are my darling now. This is my first kiss. You are my first boyfriend and the last. Ruyan Lu's face was very red. She herself didn't expect to give up her first kiss so soon. The situation was aggressive. There was no way out. If she didn't do it herself now, someone else would get the jump on her. The opportunity is not to be missed. The time will not come again. Such an opportunity was once in a lifetime. Soon, Chen Wei got the car going again. Where are we going? I haven't gotten out of the car yet. Ruyan Lu froze for a moment. Chen Wei didn't say anything, and drove the car to a very remote place before stopping it. The glass of the car was particularly dark in color. The inside could see the outside and the outside could not see the inside. The two people got tired of being in the car for 30 to 40 minutes. Only then did Chen Wei drive the car back to where Ruyan Lu rented the house. After Ruyan Lu got out of the car, her entire face was red, as if it was a red cloth. Just now, Chen Wei had one hand touching indiscriminately, where he shouldn't have touched. He also touched. Also, he had stamped on her as well. Okay, after I stamped it for a bit, you belong to me. To you, only I have the right to exercise rights now, Chen Wei said a little at the time. Now without looking closely, one could see Ruyan Lu's lipstick flowers. When you return, pay attention to safety. After getting off the bus, Ruyan Lu said a bit. Okay, I'll drive a little slower. Chen Wei said a bit, then immediately drove off. Ruyan Lu then walked into the dormitory building. The big event in her life had finally landed on a rock. One had finally become Chen Wei's girlfriend. The redness on her face had already subsided when Ruyan Lu walked into her dormitory. Ruyan, you're back. Where did you go this afternoon? In the dormitory, Huang Zhen asked. Several people were in the dormitory. Lu Xiaoli, who was lying on the bed, immediately sat up from the bed after hearing that Lu Ruyan had returned. She was also very concerned about how the back was. I went shopping with my boyfriend. Lu Ruyan immediately said a little, without the slightest concealment, because sooner or later they will all know. It was better not to say it than to say it late, and it was better to say it late than to say it early. Anyway, she was going to tell it widely. What? You have a boyfriend? When did you start having a boyfriend? Huang Zhen froze for a moment. Chapter 35. Did your boyfriend Chen Wei buy this bag? You have a boyfriend. Huang Zhen was shocked. What Qianqian was also shocked. She looked at Lu Ruyan full of surprise. Lu Xiaoli was also shocked. However, she wasn't as shocked as much, because she more or less knew a little bit about the situation. She guessed that this boyfriend of Ruyan Lu would be Chen Wei. It was just that she hadn't thought that they had finalized their romantic relationship so quickly. Was this true, or was it a lie? I didn't lie to you. I did go shopping with my boyfriend, and we finalized our romantic relationship this afternoon. Ruyan Lu said a little more. This is surprisingly true for you. Ruyan, this is rocket speed for you guys. Lu Xiaoli couldn't help but say a little. So is your boyfriend Chen Wei? Lu Xiaoli asked for a moment. Then she stared at Lu Ruyan. Yeah, she wanted to make sure if Ruyan Lu's boyfriend was Chen Wei. Chen Wei. Lily, is he your boyfriend's roommate? Isn't his family's condition poor? Chen Wei can't possibly be Ruyan's boyfriend. Huang Zhen spoke up. Lu Xiaoli didn't say anything as she waited for Ruyan Lu to answer. Lily, yes, Chen Wei is my current boyfriend. Any questions? Lu Ruyan immediately spoke. Chen Wei. It really was Chen Wei. How could it be? Has Ruyan Lu gone crazy? Only last night did she take the initiative to ask for Chen Wei's WeChat, and today she became his girlfriend. What's so attractive about this Chen Wei? What about his family? No, Ruyan, I just can't figure out why you're in love with him. What kind of magic does he have? How come you got the LV bag? He helped you buy it? Lu Xiaoli was surprised. She looked at the LV bag in Lu Ruyan's hand in surprise. How was this possible? How was Chen Wei so rich? LV things were so expensive. They all cost at least tens of thousands of dollars. This was a luxury item. A very expensive luxury item. Not something an ordinary person could afford. Ugh, it's really an LV bag. Ruyan, did you go to the LV store? Huang Zhen also saw this LV bag. She also couldn't help but ask. In fact, Guo Qianqian had long seen the LV bag in Ruyan Lu's hand, but she didn't say anything about it. She was a person who did not care about anything. She more or less knew why Ruyan Lu took the initiative to ask for Chen Wei's WeChat yesterday and became Chen Wei's boyfriend today. There was a reason for everything. People were not interested. Chen Wei's conditions were definitely good. Yeah, we went to the LV store and did a little shopping. Ruyan Lu immediately spoke up. Chen Wei bought it for you, isn't it? Lu Xiaoli couldn't help but ask. Although she was 100% sure that this was what Chen Wei had bought for Ruyan Lu. This was because the consumption level of several classmates was known and understood by everyone. So Lu Xiaoli was certain that this LV bag was bought by Chen Wei. Chen Wei's family situation must be very good. Not Wang Chang said so ordinary. People are buying LV bags. She could think with her toes. Chen Wei and Lu Ruyan only added WeChat yesterday. And today the two of them confirmed their relationship. And today, Chen Wei bought LV bags for each other. Chen Wei's family conditions must be extraordinary. He could be a hidden rich second generation. Can I take a look at this bag? Lu Xiaoli asked. Ruyan, I want to take a look too. This is an LV bag. This one is very rare. Huang Zhen spoke up. Alright, you guys look at it. It's just a handbag. Ruyan Lu agreed, and she took the handbag she bought out of the bag. It's beautiful. This LV bag. Huang Zhen looked at it and immediately said something. Lu Xiaoli stood next to her and looked at it as well. She recognized this bag. It was the new model that just came out this year. Moreover, she knew that the handbag was priced at 888 renminbi. Because she paid attention to this bag. How was Chen Wei so rich? He bought it when he said he would, and gave it away when he said he would. Lu Xiaoli was now filled with envy and jealousy. What happened? How did she not realize that Chen Wei was so rich, that he was a rich second generation? He himself even knew Chen Wei first. Ruyan, did Chen Wei buy this bag for you? How much did you buy it for? Huang Jin carefully touched the LV bag, then asked curiously. Yeah, he's the one who bought it for me. How much did it cost? 78,888, said Ruyan Lu. So expensive. An average person's salary for a year. Huang Jin was shocked for a moment. 78,888. My dad's 1 year's salary isn't even so. Huang Jin added. So expensive. This $80,000 is enough for my 4 years of college tuition plus living expenses. What a rich man. Ruyan Lu. You're so lucky. Huang Jin said again. No more touching. I'm afraid I can't afford to pay for it if I break it. Huang Jin said again. Ruyan, is Chen Wei's family so rich? Huang Jin asked. I also don't know how much money he has, but this bag was indeed bought by him. Ruyan Lu said. I really envy you. God, can you also grant me a rich boyfriend like this? Huang Jin joked. She really envied Ruyan Lu. I'm going to the bathroom. Ruyan Lu said a bit, then put her bag on her bed. She then went into the sanitation. Lily, didn't your boyfriend say that Chen Wei's family conditions were poor? It's obvious that Chen Wei's family condition is very good. Huang Jin came next to Lu Xiaoli and whispered. I don't know what's going on. If you ask me, who do I ask? Anyway, that's what Wang Chang said. Lu Xiaoli said, if she knew that Chen Wei was so rich, she would definitely go after Chen Wei. It wasn't like she was a little cutie. Definitely wanted the best. I'm not going to chat with you guys. I'm sleepy. I want to sleep. Lu Xiaoli returned to her own bed and laid down. Wu Qianqian also looked at the bag on Lu Ruyan's bed. She knew that LV bags were expensive, but she didn't expect that it would cost nearly $80,000 a piece. She thought for a moment in her heart, and did not think much about it later. Anyway, it has nothing to do with themselves, and it is impossible to just go with Lu Ruyan to compete with the boyfriend. If the two people go to fight, the relationship will definitely get very stagnant. At this time, she saw the WeChat that came up on her cell phone. It was from her mom. Daughter, you will soon be a junior in college. There is no boy with good family conditions. If so, you can take the initiative to chase a little. Looking at the WeChat sent by her mom, Wu Qianqian did not reply. How many such boys are there in the school? Such a boy is also a rare breed. Inside the bathroom, Ruyan Lu stood in front of the mirror. She saw that her lipstick had turned flowery and her fair face was still a little red. She immediately thought of what happened in the car. Another thought was that the car drove to a very remote place. Then, Chen Wei had made a move. Places that shouldn't be touched were also touched by him. Lu Ruyan picked up a tissue and wiped her lipstick, but she was still in a good mood and felt very happy in her heart. She had caught a treasure. Chapter 36 With 10% of the shares of Tianlong Real Estate. It's you who are bad. My lipstick is spent. Ruyan Lu picked up her cell phone. She sent a Weibo message to Chen Wei. Chen Wei drove back to Thompson's first. After returning to Thompson Epine, he ordered a takeout. It didn't take long for the takeout to be delivered. He quickly finished the takeaway. He played Jitterbug for a while and then took a shower. Shanghai in July was a big furnace. People from the north don't know how hot it is in the summer in the south. After taking a bath, suddenly his cell phone rang. He realized it was a call from Lu Fangfei. Hello, what's the matter with Secretary Lu? He picked up the phone. Our company received an invitation from the Pudong Chamber of Commerce. There's a charity auction party tomorrow night, and they invited our company to send a representative to attend. Should you go and participate? Lu Fangfei asked. What am I going for? Chen Wei refused a bit. If you don't go, am I going to go? Will I go as a secretary? We always need to send someone to go and represent our company. We need to show the world that our company is not bad. It's best to make a name for us. Lu Fangfei said. Alright then, I'll come to the company tomorrow to get the invitation. How about the two of us go together? Chen Wei asked. I won't go. My mom is sick. During the day, I wanted to take a vacation. You're not here, so I'll have to not take time off. Lu Fangfei found a reason to excuse herself. Alright then, if you don't go, I'll go. Chen Wei had no choice but to nod his head and agree. The two then hung up the phone. He was just about to put away his cell phone when he saw a Weibo message from Lu Ruyan. It's all your fault. You're the one who's bad. My lipstick is all spent. Seeing this message, Chen Wei thought of what happened in the car earlier again. Ruyan Lu's mouth was really sweet. Your mouth is so sweet. I still want it next time. Chen Wei sent. He thought for a moment about himself and how he might become a scum in the future. He had a crazy night with Lu Bingqian the other day. He might meet again in the future. Because her twin sister worked as a secretary at Tesla, Chen Wei would probably get in touch with Lu Bingqian. There was nothing much to do, so he swiped shivering again. And there were times when he would look at Racer. It was almost 11 p.m. when he started to sleep. Asleep until 7 a.m. Chen Wei's sleep quality was traditionally good. He immediately thought of the first thing he should do every day. It was to go to the system and take a look. The Spike system was refreshed early. As soon as he thought of this matter, he immediately entered the system interface. He immediately saw the 3 gifts that the system had refreshed today. Gift 1, 10% of the shares of Tianlong Real Estate, worth 2 billion renminbi. Gift 2, a Patek Philippe watch, worth 30 million renminbi. Gift 3, a set of Jinjiang villas, worth 600 million renminbi. System Dad, you're amazing. Do you want me to find you a system mom? Chen Wei teased. Ignoring Chen Wei's quirkiness, the system indifferently prompted, please make out your choice as soon as possible. Host, I'll choose one. Definitely choose one. $2 billion now. My fortune is almost $10 billion all of a sudden. Chen Wei immediately said. Ding. The host has made a choice of 10% of the shares of Tianlong Group. This share transfer certificate, please ask the host to go to Tianlong Group to pick it up. The system immediately said. System Dad, why isn't it sent directly to me? Chen Wei asked. Ding. Each time the item is delivered in a different way. It's all randomized. The system immediately replied coldly. Alright, I know. I'll eat breakfast and go. Chen Wei immediately got dressed and got up, then washed up, and then went outside to eat breakfast. On the other hand, Tianlong Real Estate was already in chaos. The general manager of the company suddenly received a call from the chairman. The chairman told him that his investment had failed, so he sold 10% of the company's shares. If he didn't sell the shares, his own capital chain would be broken and he would even go to jail. Hearing this, General Manager Deng Shuang immediately froze. The chairman quickly hung up the phone. It looks like the company is in trouble, Deng Shuang said. He didn't know that the company's bigger troubles were still ahead. Just as he was rambling, his computer emitted a beep. Deng Shuang looked down, and it turned out to be a document sent over by the chairman of the board. It had the names and photos of the new shareholders written on it, as well as some information. Little Wang, come over here, Teng Shuang shouted. The secretary quickly pushed the door in. There's a new shareholder in the company. This is his name and photo. You go to the front desk and arrange it. He'll come over to take a look at the company today. He will also come to get the relevant information. General Manager Deng said. Okay, manager. The secretary immediately took the information and went to the front desk to make arrangements. At this time, Chen Wei drove the Mercedes-Benz Big G towards Tianlong Real Estate side. After 20 to 30 minutes, he drove here. This building had the 4 big words Tianlong Real Estate above it. It could be seen from afar. This company has a market capitalization of $20 billion. If nothing went wrong, he quickly arrived at the front desk and a front desk beauty quickly brought him to the general manager's office. They had just left with their front feet when the 2 front desk ladies behind them started talking. Wow, this handsome guy is so handsome. This one is also our new director. With 10% of the shares, it's worth $2 billion. It would be great if this rich guy was my boyfriend. You're ugly and you want to be beautiful. I can't get it. Can't I even think about it? The 2 little beauties were still discussing. Soon, Chen Wei arrived at the general manager's office. Hello, I'm Chen Wei. Chen Wei introduced himself. Hello, I'm the general manager of Tianlong Real Estate. My name is Deng Shuang. General Manager Deng also introduced himself. Then, the 2 shook hands and exchanged phone numbers with each other. Only then did they sit down. Hello, Mr. Chen. I've been notified that this is the share transfer certificate. After saying that, he took out a document from the drawer and handed it to Chen Wei. Chen Wei took the document and then looked at it carefully. The document clearly stated that Chen Wei held 10% of the shares of Tianlong Real Estate. Mr. Deng, thank you, Chen Wei said politely. This is something I should do. Shall I take you to our real estate to take a look? Deng Shuang asked. After all, I have a share. Chen Wei agreed. Deng Shuang led Chen Wei out of this office. He made introductions as he walked. Mr. Chen, our company started out as a real estate company. Now we have been involved in many industries. Today the company's market capitalization has reached $20 billion. But it seems like our company has a little problem. General Manager Deng introduced himself. Chen Wei asked, what went wrong with the company? I'm not too sure what the exact problem is. I just vaguely heard about it. General Manager Tang spoke up. The 2 quickly reached one of the company's sand simulation rooms, on which stood a tall building. Dong Chen, this is the neighborhood property developed by our group. General Manager Tang spoke up. Not bad, not bad. The houses are beautiful. The neighborhood is also beautiful. Chen Wei praised. We've pretty much strolled around as well. Our company is ready to hold a meeting to welcome you. After all, we still have a lot of executives, and a lot of employees who don't know you. What do you think? General Manager Tang spoke a bit more. Chapter 37 Richard Miller watches. Chen Wei looked down the corridor and he noticed that a few of the employees were looking at him curiously. The whole way they walked, there were people looking at him the whole way and they talked about him. Who is this person? What's the status? Why is the general manager accompanying him? Well, general manager, you arrange it. We'll meet him once we meet him. Chen Wei agreed. Alright, please ask Dong Chen to come to my office and wait a little. General manager Deng immediately said so. Chen Wei then returned to the general manager's office and waited. On this side, general manager Deng hurriedly summoned the executives and the managers of each department and told them to notify them. The company would hold a meeting immediately, with the middle-level cadres and above meeting. A few minutes later, Chen Wei was pushed onto the conference podium table by the general manager. Chen Wei has not seen any big battle. This is still a little panic. He coughed 2 sentences. Hello everyone, my name is Chen Wei. I'm the new director of our Tianlong real estate. Many of you may not have heard of me, let alone seen me. I'm also a small person. Never mind. Today, we'll get to know each other. Once we meet, we'll get acquainted. In the future, I'm going to grow and develop together with the company. I hope our company will be even better in the future. Chen Wei said a bunch of platitudes. Chen Wei stood on the podium and spoke for more than half an hour. Then below that, it was time to make introductions to each other. Of course it was mainly the top and middle level leaders who did the self-introductions. It took about an hour for a meeting to start. Dong Chen, have a good meal here before you leave. General manager Deng immediately said. No, I still have to go to a company to work. Chen Wei immediately refused. What? You still have to work? General manager Tang was a bit skeptical. However, he did not continue to ask. Chen Wei quickly walked out of the Tianlong real estate building and headed towards his Mercedes-Benz Big G. He got into the car and then drove towards the Ningde Times branch. After a few tens of minutes, he arrived at Ningde Times. He immediately entered the office. As soon as he entered the office, Lu Fengfei knew. President Chen, you're here. If you don't come, I'm going to send this invitation to your home. Lu Fengfei immediately said a little. You didn't say it earlier. If you had said it earlier, I wouldn't have come and let you send it. The weather is so hot. I'm too lazy to go. Chen Wei immediately said. As soon as she talked about his home, Lu Fengfei blushed. She thought of Chen Wei staring at her breasts that day, almost all of which he had seen. When will you come to my house to play? Chen Wei asked. What's so fun about your house? I'm afraid you'll eat me up. Lu Fengfei immediately said a bit. No. This matter has to be between you and me. Don't worry, I will never break the law, unless you agree. Chen Wei immediately said. I won't agree. Lu Fengfei immediately blushed. She was a little girl, still a bit shy. President Chen was so rich, so he was afraid that he would have his foot in 2 boats. It would be nice if he could be single-minded. Many women say don't want, but it actually means I want. But who can tell what's in people's hearts? Especially the girl's mind. You do not guess. You guess and guess. You cannot guess. Unless you have mind-reading skills. Can you use the universal scanning system to scan it? It is better to forget about it. The rabbit does not eat the grass on the edge of the nest. Chen Wei thought for a moment. Suddenly, Chen Wei's cell phone rang. Boss Chen, we've collected the rent for the Wanda Mall. I've already credited it to your bank card account. You check and receive it. General Manager Wang Yan said. Okay, I'll take a look. Chen Wei immediately said a bit. The two then hung up the phone. Chen Wei took out his cell phone and found that he had indeed received a message. Your bank card account arrived with 15 million yuan. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was 7 p.m. Chen Wei drove his car quickly to the charity auction location. Outside of this auction, there were several security personnel standing in black suits. Chen Wei entered this auction site with his invitation. As soon as he walked in, he heard the sound of the female host shouting the price. It was evident that this auction had already begun. Once he stepped into the hall, he only saw a huge crystal chandelier hanging in the center. The entire hall was also richly decorated, only to see a beautiful hostess wearing a red dress standing on the stage. This beautiful host was vigorously introducing a piece of green emerald. 2 minutes later the bidding started. The base price of this jade is $6 million. Everyone can go out and bid for it, and the highest bidder will win. The female host added. $5 million. Someone opened the bidding. $7 million. Immediately, someone else bid. $5 million. $8 million. No one chased after this one. $8 million for the first time. $8 million for the second time. $8 million for the third time. Sold. Congratulations to the lady, the hostess said, and it was quickly sold. Chen Wei slowly looked at his surroundings, realizing that everyone was looking at the auction items on the stage. Only the auction items were more appealing. After looking around, he found a seat. This position of his was relatively backward. Today's auction was still relatively grand. Which of the bigwigs of the Chamber of Commerce didn't have money? So there were quite a few people raising their hands to bid, and the atmosphere here was very lively. Next, the auction was still for a piece of jewelry, and this price and very high. After several rounds of bidding, Chen Wei felt a bit bored. Suddenly, he heard the auction. Next, we are going to auction off this watch. This watch is called Richard Miller. Our national son Wang Song also wears a watch like this. The Richard Mille RM067 we're auctioning off today is even more valuable. This is the king of watches among their kings. The starting price is 16 million yuan. Each increase shall not be less than 500,000 yuan. The bidding starts now. Hearing that this price was so high, Chen Wei was instantly confused. This price could buy a house in Shanghai. Mr. No. 1216. 5 million yuan. A man raised his sign first. Mr. No. 317 million yuan. Anyone else bid? Another person also raised the card in his hand. As soon as the host finished speaking, a young red-haired man raised his card again. Mr. No. 2218 million dollars. Mr. No. 1219 million dollars. No. 12 raised his hand again. Chen Wei looked at him. Mr. No. 2220 million yuan. The redhead raised his sign again. No. 1221 million dollars. No. 12 raised his bid again. That redhead raised his hand again. After Chen Wei saw the redhead raise his hand, he raised his hand himself. $22 million. Chen Wei shouted. No. 45. $22 million. $22 million for the first time. Anyone else raise their hands? No. 22 also looked at No. 45 and realized that No. 45 was Chen Wei. He immediately got angry. No. 22 $23 million. No. 45 $24 million. Chen Wei wasn't willing to show any weakness either. Chapter 38 You're the one from the other night. Number 22. $25 million. No. 45. $26 million. Chen Wei was defiant again. No. 22 frowned a bit, unable to imagine someone competing with him. It was unthinkable that there was also someone who looked at the watch as he did. Chen Wei entered the universal scanning system. System, how much can this watch be worth? It's worth $30 million now. 2 years from now it will be worth $40 million. The system immediately replied. After hearing this sentence, Chen Wei decided to go ahead and bid on it. There was money today, so let's be capricious for once. Number 22. $27 million. In fact, in the end, only the two of them were raising their hands. No one else had any intention of participating. There were also some people on the scene who knew more about the brand Richard Mille. These people were the rich second generation of Shanghai's upper-class circle and some tycoons. This watch was a ticket for billionaires, a symbol of the top rich generation. Chen Wei raised his card twice more and added $2 million. Mr. No. 45 29 million yuan. Does anyone want to bid now? 29 million. First, 29 million. Second, 29 million. Third. Sold. The pretty hostess struck the auction hammer and finally sealed the deal. The redhead spoke towards a white-haired male student next to him. I see. This number 45. Do you recognize it? So fierce. He then looked at Chen Wei, who was number 45. The white hair next to him saw that he stopped shouting and said, Why did you admit defeat? Brother Wang, are you not lifting? TMD, how do you talk? You're the one not lifting, the red-haired man said without a good breath. Brother Wang, let's not talk about lifting or not. Don't you have that much money? The white-haired man said a bit. It's not a matter of money or not. The point is that $30 million to buy it is not worth it. It's not like I'm a little cutie. With that kind of money, I might as well buy a Patek Philippe, or a Rolex. Redhead spoke up. Although this watch was good-looking, it was far less famous than Patek Philippe. Moreover, $30 million to buy it would definitely not be cost-effective. However, I heard that Wang Song bought a watch like this, so I also want to buy a watch like this. Redhead spoke up again. But 45 fought with me. Wang Song was the national husband, the JW director of the entertainment industry. Brother Wang, do you recognize this? No? 45? Whitehair spoke up. I don't know, but this person has good taste. Like me, he has his eye on this model watch. You're killing me with laughter. He robbed you and you still praise him. I didn't expect that you are so broad-minded. Brother Wang, Whitehair spoke up. If someone has money, that's because he has his skills. That's something I still have to admire. I'll just praise him for being awesome. What am I jealous of him for? I'm awesome too, okay? The redhead spoke up. Admirable. You, worthy of being Brother Wang. I'm impressed by the height of your perception. I'm not even holding up the wall. I'm convinced of you. You bad egg. Roll. Red hair got a little angry. Next, the auction wasn't anything special and didn't cause a stir. Chen Wei was bored and playing with his cell phone. Suddenly, The two red-haired white-haired people said a few words before walking towards Chen Wei. The red hair said a bit, "Dude, hello?" Chen Wei heard these words and then looked up. At this time, he saw two more young men beside him. This redhead was wearing Armani clothes and looked as if he was a bit immodest. However, he was wearing a Patek Philippe watch on his hand. Obviously, he was a rich male son. All of this showed that he was not a street punk. Chen Wei quickly recognized him as the person he was competing with. Moreover, was this person the Qianfen that he often swiped at Shake Shack? In this big Shanghai, he was known as the first rich second generation in Shanghai. Why do people say that about him? It turns out that one night, his $40 million Ferrari supercar crashed. Like a nobody, he was still sitting in the car playing with his cell phone. Moreover, he sent out a friend circle, a small thing, buy another one. From this time he was known as the first rich second generation in Shanghai. You are the first rich second generation in Shanghai, Chen Wei immediately said. No, there are many people in Shanghai who are better than me. This title is all blindly pressed by netizens. I'm kind of regretting posting my friend circle like that now. I'm a bit shy when I hear it. And look at you, you're much better than me. Qianfen immediately spoke up. I just happen to like that watch, Chen Wei explained. You also like playing with watches? Qianfen was a bit interested. It was said that poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches. Cars are somewhat useful. What is the purpose of a watch? It's not that I like it either. It's the first time I bought such a watch. Just now the mind got hot, Chen Wei explained. Qianfen looked at Chen Wei. He realized that Chen Wei really didn't wear a watch. Now that everyone used cell phones, how many people would bother wearing a watch? However, Qianfen was even more surprised. The first time you bought a watch, you bought almost $30 million. This is too luxurious of you. To be honest, in Shanghai, I know a lot of people in the circle, but I haven't seen you. Qianfen spoke a little more. This is my friend, Xiao Chang. I just graduated from university, still just entered society. Before, a mind to read holy books. No wonder. I said how come I don't recognize you? Are you planning to develop in Shanghai in the future? Qianfen asked again. This is natural. A few people got more and more familiar with each other. Your watch should be the grand finale tonight. Why don't you go look at your watch? Qianfen spoke up. What you can't get is good. It's okay. Chen Wei nodded and agreed. After saying that, the three of them went over to the notary's side together. The relevant information was then filled out and the final payment was credited into their account. Chen Wei quickly got the piece of watch. After coming to the piece of watch, he graciously placed it on the table for the two of them to see. The two of them looked at the watch on the table and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is a beautiful watch." Its entire strap was sapphire through and through. The watch could clearly look at the gears inside, allowing you to see them clearly. I can't imagine it's so precise and crafted. This watch is full of futuristic, technological and fashionable. But it's just too expensive. Why did Chen Wei buy it? Because it's not his own money. It's money given by the system. It was the same as not spending money, so it didn't matter if he bought it or not. There was such an opportunity anyway, so he bought it. Hearing them say that, Chen Wei also took a serious look at the watch. The three of them chatted idly while looking at it. They would look around from time to time. Chen Wei scanned the beautiful women around him. He suddenly saw a familiar figure sitting by the corner. It was unthinkable that fate would arrange for them to meet again. Chen Wei couldn't help but smile happily at the corner of his mouth when he saw the familiar figure. After he added Qianfen and Xiao Chang's WeChat, he immediately left the place. Of course, he took his watch away. Lu Bingqian, Chen Wei shouted, only to see Lu Bingqian slowly raise her head. Then he immediately frowned a little. After a second, she was a bit flustered. Then, she immediately covered her mouth with her hand. She pointed at Chen Wei. You are, that, night. Chapter 39 Renewal of Previous Relationships. Lu Bingqian quickly panicked. Chen Wei immediately laughed. Facing Chen Wei's expression, Lu Bingqian immediately clamped her long legs. She quickly remembered the scene from that night, and her heart panicked even more. What's going on? Will she still meet him? Looking at Lu Bingqian's reaction, Chen Wei immediately remembered the happy time that night. He saw Lu Bingqian wearing a short-sleeved shirt on top tonight. Underneath, she was wearing a tight wraparound skirt, as well as two car headlights in front of her, which were really, really big. He lowered his head and looked at the peak in front of him. It was really a bit like that Mount Everest. It was so erect and so deep. He stared at Lu Bingqian's necklace for a while, wondering what was hanging from the pendant, whether it was an onyx or a gemstone, because that pendant was hiding in the middle of two large lamps at this time. That pendant was so tightly covered that it could not be seen clearly. Looking at Lu Bingqian's exquisite face near her eyes, as well as those snow-white legs, Chen Wei had a bit of a heartbeat, as if he was a bit unable to hold back. Lu Bingqian looked at Chen Wei as if he was naked and looked at himself. Charmingly blanked Chen Wei. This is their own sinful fate. Shanghai is so big, how could one still meet? Stinky brother, are you still looking? Lu Bingqian asked. Haven't seen enough. That Lu Bingqian, I thought it was you. Why don't you come to my place later to have another good look? Or I'll go to your place to have another good look. Chen Wei was a bit playful. You're ugly, but you think quite beautifully. Lu Bingqian immediately said a little. That's for sure. Having such a beautiful beauty like you with me. I'm having a good time and have money to spare. Why wouldn't I want it? Chen Wei immediately said a bit. Lu Bingqian saw Chen Wei mention this. Her face immediately turned red, like a red cloth. I saw that you're only 22 years old and thought that you were still a student, so I took care of you a bit. After all, that day, you also contributed. I can't imagine that you're still a rich second generation. If I had known, I wouldn't have given you any money. Today, all the people who came here were rich or powerful. The reason why Lu Bingqian was here today was because she was the operations manager of Haitian Entertainment. Today, their boss was not available, so she came on behalf of the boss. Haitian Entertainment was very large. Therefore, the company had also received an invitation. You're overthinking it. I'm a fresh graduate and I'm still short of money. I still need your special care. Chen Wei added. I could have asked your sister and asked for your phone number, but I didn't do that. I never thought we'd meet again. We're really destined. Chen Wei spoke up. We only have sinful fate. Lu Bingqian looked away for a moment. However, the afterglow of her eyes saw the Richard Mille watch that Chen Wei was wearing on his hand, and a bag he was holding in his hand, a special Richard Mille bag. Is the 45 just now? Lu Bingqian had a bit of time. Chen Wei immediately nodded. How is it? It's our destiny to meet in 1,000 li. Wait, let's go have a drink and go for a late night snack, Chen Wei asked. Lu Bingqian was immediately interested in Chen Wei after knowing that he was a super rich second generation. The two people were really destined for each other. Lu Bingqian felt that a rich second generation like Chen Wei would like nothing more than to take what they needed and not disturb each other's lives. And this is what Lu Bingqian wants the most. Everyone happy. Don't talk about feelings. Therefore, after she met with Chen Wei, she did not leave her contact information. It is best not to bother each other in the future. Just as coming lightly, going lightly, not taking away a cloud. Although the reason between them was because of drinking. After waking up, Lu Bingqian did not regret it at all. Lu Bingqian immediately looked at Chen Wei, and greatly said, Good I also kind of want to. Let's go now. He looked at Lu Bingqian. He was a bit puzzled. He shouldn't be the kind of woman who was casual. According to the tips given by the system, Lu Bingqian's privacy value, it was 1. The intimacy value of 2 people was only 60 points. This figure was all relatively low. Yet she would promise herself. Why would she promise herself? Who cares? There is wine today. By this time, Lu Bingqian had already pulled Chen Wei's hand. As a man, he definitely wouldn't reject such a beautiful woman. The two walked out of the auction location intimately. Chen Wei brought her next to his Mercedes Big G. Going to your place, or mine? Chen Wei immediately asked. It's better to go to your place. Lu Bingqian immediately replied. Chen Wei took the initiative to pull open the car door for Lu Bingqian. Lu Bingqian quickly sat up. Chen Wei opened the main driver's door himself and also sat on it. Lu Bingqian looked at Chen Wei driving a Mercedes-Benz Big G, and did not ask anything more. What is there to ask? People can afford to buy Richard Mille watches. Chen Wei quickly started the car. The car quickly merged into the traffic. After driving for 30 to 40 minutes, it finally arrived at the Townsend. The two people then came to the 39th floor of Building 1. This was Chen Wei's house. Chen Wei opened the door and the two people walked in. As soon as they entered the room, Chen Wei took out a bottle of red wine from the wine cabinet on the side, as well as 2 wine glasses. He opened the wine and then poured the glasses full. He handed one of the glasses to Lu Bingqian. Lu Bingqian looked at the wine glass that Chen Wei handed over and immediately said, Stinky brother, you want me to drink again? Do you want me to get me drunk? I remember that your drinking capacity is much better than mine. Last time, you could drink more than me. You were not even drunk from 1,000 cups, Chen Wei said. Lu Bingqian shook her wine glass, then slowly started drinking. The two people chatted as they drank. After drinking for an hour, the bottle of red wine was finished by the two. By this time, Lu Bingqian was already scarlet, already looking like a peach blossom. Chen Wei had also drunk almost as much. Both of them were half a caddy. Are you drunk? Let me carry you back to your room, okay? Go back to your room and rest, Chen Wei asked. Lu Bingqian listened for a moment, her body still trembling a bit. Are we really just going to rest? Lu Bingqian asked. You're still quite awake, Chen Wei said. Looking at Lu Bingqian, her eyes were glowing. There were also her pretty and sexy lips. Chen Wei was even more impatient. Of course I'm resting. However, I'll give you a sobering shot first, and then we'll rest, Chen Wei immediately said. Only one shot is allowed? Lu Bingqian asked. She remembered that last time. She had taken several shots, and her bones felt like they were falling apart. I'll listen to you. If you say a few shots to wake up. How many shots? As soon as he finished speaking, his lips were attached to Lu Bingqian's sexy red lips. A few minutes later, Lu Bingqian let out an emotional sound, and she quickly took the initiative to wrap her arms around Chen Wei's neck. Chapter 40, the system gave away 20 million yuan. The two of them, Chen Wei and Lu Bingqian, were entwined together, again and again. In the end, both of them fell into a deep sleep. When they woke up at 8 o'clock the next day, Lu Bingqian had left without saying goodbye again. Looking at the empty spot on the right side of the bed, Chen Wei remembered last night's situation, and another smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. He secretly said in his heart, what a great time he had yesterday. Worth recalling. After last night's night of lingering, Lu Bingqian's favorability towards him had directly soared to 85 points. Lu Bingqian's intimacy value to himself soared so fast. Mainly is it, she saw his condition is good. Suddenly, he remembered that he had forgotten that the time for the system's 3 gift seconds had long since arrived. He immediately entered the system interface. Ding! The system spike interface has been refreshed. The system has prepared 3 gifts for the host. Gift 1, 20 million in cash. Gift 2, a piece of jadeite, worth $12 million. Gift 3, a set of Shanghai houses, worth $10 million. Please host, make your choice quickly. I only choose the expensive one, not the right one. I'll choose gift 1. Chen Wei immediately made his choice. Alright, the system will credit 20 million yuan into your bank card account for you. Please check, the system immediately said. A few minutes later, Chen Wei's cell phone received the message. Your bank card account has arrived with 20 million yuan. Having money and a car was still good. It showed that some pretenses were still very useful. Even Lu Bingqian looked at himself differently. One's own light has a Mercedes-Benz Big G is not enough, but also to buy a supercar. Mercedes-Benz Big G is not luxurious enough. Not enough to pretend. He hurriedly brushed his teeth, washed his face, and went to the bathroom. Then, went outside to eat a breakfast. After eating breakfast, he used his cell phone to call a drop. 3 minutes later, a white BYD New Energy car stopped in front of Chen Wei. He looked at the license plate number of the car and knew that this was the car he had called. He immediately opened the rear door and then sat in it. The driver was a middle-aged man around 45 years old. After seeing Chen Wei come up, he asked Chen Wei to report the last 4 digits of his cell phone number. After checking it and realizing that it was correct, the driver then started the car and walked away. Handsome man, looking at you, you've only just graduated from college. Are you planning to go to Porsche to look at pretty girls, or are you going to buy a car? This driver master said while driving. Drivers were generally very capable of flirting. Yeah, I'm going there to look at beautiful women. He didn't say that he went to buy a supercar. This sports car usually had more people looking at it and less people buying it. Also, it's not bad to look at beautiful women and get a long view. Porsche, this brand of car, not ordinary people can afford to buy. The cheapest are $40,000 to $50,000. An ordinary person's month's work is nothing more than about $10,000. In our big Shanghai, if we don't eat or drink, it will take us at least 5 or 6 years to buy one. Not to mention that gas, maintenance, insurance, these are all big spenders. The driver spoke a little more. In the jittery voice, many people say that there are not many luxury cars under 2 million. Of course, in the life of the bottom people, many people can't even afford to buy a 100,000 car. This master was very able to jibe. But then, Chen Wei didn't respond much. When the master saw that no one was paying attention to him, he didn't speak anymore. After 40 minutes, the car finally arrived at the Porsche 4 store in Pudong. The driver stopped the car. Chen Wei pushed open the door and got out of the car, and walked into the Porsche 4 store. Chen Wei immediately paid for the taxi on the app. This Porsche 4 store covered a very large area and the decoration was very luxurious. It was worthy of being rich and powerful. The ground, too, was spotless and clean. He entered this 4 store, more or less still a little nervous. After all, he has not seen any big scene. Seniority is not enough. This was the first time he saw a Porsche 4 store. Right now, the car that was driven was a gift from the system. Anyway, there were still tens of millions of dollars now, and he decided to buy a luxury car himself. The money wasn't his own. It was sent by the system. It's the same as not spending the money yourself. Many of us Chinese people like to buy Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi, and Porsche. Many Chinese people are like to worship foreigners. Of course, our oil-burning cars are generally not as good as others, except for new energy cars. After a few minutes, his nervousness quickly disappeared. He had already adapted. Little handsome, are you here for a test drive? Just as Chen Wei was about to find a salesperson, a girl in uniform walked over. She came behind Chen Wei and smiled. Looking at this beauty's age, She should also have just graduated from college not long ago, and was probably about the same age as himself. This beauty was very pretty. He was quite a bit prettier than that Lu Xiaoli as well, but compared to Lu Ruyan, there was a bit of a gap. No matter what, putting her in the university, she was also a proper school flower. Moreover, when she wore this kind of uniform, the topmost button of her blouse was not fastened, and that wave looked spectacular. It appeared to be bulging inside, making the man's eyes stare there involuntarily. It seemed to have that magnetism. Here is where this girl's charm lies. Chen Chuchu stood in front of Chen Wei, her fair and pretty face more or less helpless. In her heart, she thought that Chen Wei was also here to test drive the car for free. Many people only tried but didn't buy, making her pay a lot of labor. Some people just came here to get over the luxury car. Of course, you couldn't tell which one really wanted to, by which one really didn't want to. After all, one didn't read minds. Anyway, a dead horse is a dead horse. Just in case he will buy it after the test drive. This person's age is not big, should have just graduated from the university, is likely to be rich second generation. The clothes he was wearing were also famous brands. Little handsome, little brother, do you have a driver's license? If so, I'll register you. Then line up for a test drive. Despite being somewhat helpless, there was no way around it. Chen Chuchu asked with a smile. In order to sell to get out of the car, there was no way but this. She had only just graduated from college last year as well. In order to make more money. In order to make a lot of money. That's why it came to the Porsche Force store as a sales. At that time, I did not expect. Turnover is very rare, can be said to be very few. After all, rich people are still very, very few. But every day received a lot of test drives. Himself every day is full of hope to come, disappointed to return. There are also some male customers in their 40s and 50s who, after adding her WeChat, often harass her at night. Let her come outside to dance drink Some even said, if she accompanied a night, to ensure that she here to buy a Porsche. When she thought of these, she was a little regretful in her heart, regretting coming here as a salesman. She was trying to earn more money, but did not want to rely on her own posture to make money. If she had known earlier, she would have been better off going to work with her classmate and best friend. The two of them went to work together and left work together. Although the money earned was not much, there was no harassment. Oh, Chen Wei looked at Chen Chuchu, knowing that she misunderstood herself. It was normal for her to have such thoughts. After all, he was only 22 years old and very young. An average young person wouldn't be able to afford a Porsche. But the problem was that he was not an average person. He was already someone with a system. He wasn't here to test drive, but to buy a car. I'm not here for a free test drive. I'm here to buy a car. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. What? What did you say? You want to buy a car? Chen Chuchu listened for a moment and immediately froze. She looked at Chen Wei and wondered if she was hallucinating with her ears. I'm really here to buy a car, Chen Wei said again. Chapter 41 The $18 million car. I'm really here to buy a car, Chen Wei added. Little brother, don't joke around. You're so young. Just graduated from college, right? The Porsche here goes to at least $1 million out. Chen Chuchu kind of wanted to laugh, but hadn't finished yet. I really didn't lie to you, Chen Wei added. Then have your parents come? If you swipe your parents' bank card, your parent must come, Chen Chuchu said seriously. I swipe my own bank card. This is my ID card. I want to buy a Porsche 918 Spider. I like such an expensive car. Do you have one here? Chen Wei spoke again, but she definitely still thought that Chen Wei was still joking. After all, this kind of Porsche was a limited edition, with only 918 in the world, and it sold for as much as $18 million. How could it be possible for this little handsome man in front of her, who had just graduated from college not long ago? But the other party has a serious face, as if it is not like a joke. Rather, his eyes are full of confidence, very bottomless. This time, Chen Chuchu did not know what to say. We do have a Porsche like this here, but the selling price is as high as $18 million. Are you sure you want to buy it? Chen Chuchu asked cautiously. Of course, I really want to buy it. Seeing that Chen Chuchu didn't believe what he said, Chen Wei had to say another sentence. Alright, then bring your bank card over here and we'll swipe it and sign the contract. Please come with me. Chen Chuchu finally came back to her senses, and she looked at Chen Wei. She was a bit flustered in her heart. It was good that she hadn't slowed down Chen Wei. If Chen Wei really wanted to buy it, and really bought this Porsche, it would definitely be a mega customer. If she ran to someone else to buy it, she herself would have lost a lot. He himself had actually called the other party his brother several times. He won't complain about himself. If he complained, one vote would be enough. Alright, I'll go with you. Chen Wei nodded. He was now more hopeful of buying that Porsche and getting that $18 million Porsche. Luckily, he didn't say that he was going to complain about himself. Chen Chuchu thought for a moment. Chen Chuchu walked ahead, then came to a computer, then looked up exactly how much this Porsche cost. This Porsche was priced at $17.99 million. Handsome guy, give me your bank card, Chen Chuchu immediately said. Chen Wei handed your own bank card to Chen Chuchu. Chen Chuchu immediately put her bank card into the POS and entered the number 17.99 million. Handsome man, please enter your password, Chen Chuchu said respectfully. Chen Wei immediately entered the numbers. As a result, this POS didn't respond at all. Handsome brother, do you have any money on this account card? Chen Chuchu asked again. She was worried that Chen Wei couldn't afford it. If that was the case, one would be empty again. Oh, I'm sorry, I seem to have entered the wrong password. Let's try again. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. He had confused the passwords of his two bank cards. Alright then, one more time. Chen Chuchu was still a bit unconvinced that this Chen Wei could afford this Porsche. Chen Wei entered his password again this time, and the POS machine quickly spit out a note that the deduction was successful, deducting 17.99 million yuan. Chen Chuchu, a pair of good-looking eyes, quickly a little lost in thought. After she looked at Chen Wei for a moment, she immediately withdrew her gaze. She looked at Chen Wei's ID card again. Chen Wei's ID card was still in her hand. The name of the bank card and the name of the ID card were the same. Wow, he was only 22 years old, a year younger than her own age. He's so rich at 22. He's got tens of millions of dollars. I'm 23 and I've only saved a few $1,000s. You can't compare people with each other. 22 years old, driving an $18 million Porsche. Obviously, this is a rich second generation. Chen Chuchu couldn't help but look at Chen Wei again. This Chen Wei was so handsome, a rich and handsome man. She had been doing this BMW sales for 12 or 13 months. The store hadn't sold a Porsche over $5 million. But who are the people who buy such cars? They're all in their 40s and 50s. There are very few people under 30, like Chen Wei, who was only 22 years old and had only graduated from college, to buy an 18 million yuan luxury car. Such a person, Chen Chuchu still saw for the first time. Therefore, Chen Chuchu was still a bit surprised, and after the surprise, she was a bit envious and jealous. When she first went to college, she imagined everything to be very beautiful. She thought that she could make a lot of money in the future, and even be the boss or the boss's wife. A monthly salary of more than 50,000, 100,000 is not a thing. However, after graduating from college, only to find that it is so difficult to make money on their own. Base salary of 6,000, pay 5 insurance in gold. In Shanghai, if only 6,000, did not sell the car, only 6,000, how to live. For several months, she really did not sell a car, so Chen Chuchu was very envious of Chen Wei. This kind of in the university once graduated, can drive 18 million yuan Porsche? The family must be very rich. Soon, a receipt was issued. Am I allowed to pick up the car? Chen Wei said for a moment, because he saw that Chen Chuchu hadn't said anything from just now until now. Ah, yes, you can pick up the car. You can pick up the car right away. Follow me. Chen Chuchu came back to her senses and hurriedly said. A few minutes later, Chen Wei followed Chen Chuchu to the warehouse, arriving in front of the phantom purple Porsche. This warehouse was as bright as day. This Porsche glittered under the lights. It also looked that very stunning. You take a look at the car. If there is nothing wrong with the car, you sign your name on the contract. You can then drive the car away. Chen Chuchu stood next to the car. She had nice eyes and a pretty face. She couldn't help but look at the Porsche. This car was so beautiful. She also sighed a sigh in her heart. Even if I make 15,000 yuan a month, that's only 180,000 yuan a year. It will take me 100 years to afford it without eating or drinking. I may never be able to sit in this kind of luxury car in my own life. Not many people can afford this kind of $18 million car. Can I really drive away? Chen Wei asked again. Of course, this car is yours, if you sign it. Chen Chuchu immediately said. No problem, I'll sign right away. I've already taken a look at the car. Chen Wei spoke to Chen Chuchu. Alright, you come with me. Chen Chuchu nodded her head and led Chen Wei to sign the contract. 2 minutes later, he signed the contract and then returned to the garage. This is a temporary license plate. It can only be used for 30 days. If you want to get a license plate anymore, you can tell me anytime. We'll arrange for someone to go with you to get the license plate. Chen Chuchu spoke on the side. Then, she took another look at the Porsche. Okay, let's add WeChat. Chen Wei said a bit. The two people added WeChat to each other. Behind them, what would happen to the two people? Chapter 42 Chuchu. You push that rich kid's WeChat to me. You can contact us when it's time for the license plate. Of course, you have to auction off the license plate first. Chen Chuchu said a bit. Shanghai is a first-tier city. It's not hard to get a license plate, as long as you have money. As it happened, Chen Wei wouldn't be short of money. Fortunately, It could still be a few days before he could get a license plate. And right now, he wanted to drive the car first. After all, this was an $18 million car, not a $2 or $3 million car anymore. He looked at Chen Chuchu once again. The more he looked, the more he felt that this Chen Chuchu was beautiful. The delicate and beautiful skin of her features was fair, and under the uniform, it was obvious to see that she had an extremely good figure. When placed in the university, she could definitely be rated as a department flower or courtyard flower. He decided to enable the universal scanning system. Scan Chen Chuchu for me. Chen Wei's head heard a ding sound. The universal scanning system is obtaining the other party's information. Name, Chen Chuchu. Age, 23 years old. Height, 167 centimeters. Face value, 91. Body, 91. Privacy, 0. Intimacy value, 50. Almost ready for intimacy status. What? Haven't gotten intimate with anyone yet? Because the privacy value is 0. It didn't occur to me that she kept her first kiss. By all accounts, such a beautiful girl would have no shortage of suitors, but she still has her first kiss. That means the other person hasn't been in love. She wouldn't dislike men. Chen Chuchu saw that Chen Wei hadn't said anything and hadn't started the car. She immediately asked, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the car?" No problem. Chen Wei answered a bit. Chen Chuchu was afraid that there was a problem with this car. Otherwise, the basket would be empty. Chen Wei looked at the somewhat nervous Chen Chuchu next to him and asked, "Do you have time tonight? Let's have a meal together." Ah, dinner? Chen Chuchu's entire body froze for a moment. Ever since she was a child, she hadn't had dinner with a boy. Although she was no stranger to invitations from boys, but they were all rejected by her. Chen Chuchu subconsciously tried to refuse, because the two had only met for the first time. The words of refusal were about to reach her mouth, but she looked at the Porsche parked next to her. She immediately hesitated and felt the words turn into words of agreement. "But it's fine, but we'll dine together as a company tonight. Is tomorrow night okay?" Chen Chuchu was shy and blushed. Her eyes didn't quite dare to look at Chen Wei. "Alright then, tomorrow night is tomorrow night. Tomorrow afternoon. I'll pick you up when you get off work." Chen Chuchu nodded her head and agreed. "Then I'll go," Chen Wei immediately said. He quickly started the car and it sped away. Just after driving for a short while, he looked at the gas tank. He found that there was only a small half tank of gas in the tank. It's better to fill up the gas first. He soon arrived at the gas station and added $500 or $600 of gas money. Inside the Porsche 4 store, looking at Chen Wei driving away, Chen Chuchu touched her face. Her face was a little hot. Should she go to dinner with Chen Wei tomorrow night? Should she go back now? Her face was still a little red right now. Why red? Because it was the first time she agreed to go to dinner with a strange man. By now, she also feels a bit shy. Am I not being too reserved? She asked herself. The reason why she agreed to go for dinner was indeed for Porsche reasons. More so because she knew that Chen Wei was rich and also young. Only a year younger than herself. If it was a man in his 40s, even if he drove a better car, she wouldn't have agreed. Chen Wei's invitation to dinner was also an opportunity for herself. So, one had to give oneself a chance. It's been 12 months since she graduated from college and worked. She already knows the importance of money. It's hard to be a man with money, but it's hard to be a man without money. It was true for women as well. She was alone with her thoughts for a while. "Chuchu, what are you thinking about? I see you gawking and fidgeting here for a while." A female coworker suddenly walked over and spoke to Chen Chuchu. Didn't think about anything. Chen Chuchu immediately shook her head. She didn't want anyone to know what she was thinking. "Chuchu, how have I treated you over this year?" This female coworker said as she intimately pulled Chen Chuchu's hand. This female coworker was also a college student who just graduated last year, and she came in at the same time as Chen Chuchu to be a female salesperson. "You are quite good to me," Chen Chuchu immediately said. In fact, the relationship between the two people was average, right? The two people had eaten together just once. The meal money was still paid by Chen Chuchu. "What about now? I beg you for one thing. Can you say yes?" The colleague immediately spoke next week. "What is it?" Chen Chuchu froze for a moment. "As you know, I'm not familiar with the place. I don't have much ability. Don't worry. This matter, you can definitely do it. With a show of your hands." This female coworker spoke again. "Then you say it." Chen Chuchu breathed a sigh of relief. "It's to push the WeChat of the boy you just received to me." The female coworker immediately said. "What do you want his WeChat for? This is a personal privacy." After hearing the female coworker's words, Chen Chuchu frowned a bit. "What else can I do with his WeChat? Of course it's to chase him and invite him to dinner. Just graduated from college and can buy a top-of-the-line Porsche of more than $18 million with full payment. He must be a rich second generation, and an extraordinary one at that. Moreover, the watch he's wearing on his hand is a Richard Mille watch." The female coworker said a whole lot. Are Richard Mille watches expensive? Chen Chuchu was a bit incomprehensible. People's national husband Wang Tsong wears a watch like this. The watch is even more expensive than this car he bought. It costs $20 to $30 million. People say, poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches. He's worth at least a few $100 million or more. Choo choo. Push his micro signal to me. When I chase him, I will definitely treat you to dinner. Then, I'll give you a red packet of $200,000. The female colleague added. No way, no way. Chen Chuchu subconsciously refused. The female coworker was a bit upset, and frowned as she looked at Chen Chuchu. As you know, our company has a rule that we can't pass out the customer's microsignal. Microsignals are personal privacy. Chen Chuchu said a reason. Regulations are regulations. How is it so rigid? Regulations are dead. People are alive. As long as you don't say anything and I don't say anything, who knows? Choo choo. Let's say I'm begging you. Rich kids like him are rare, and tall and handsome. He's highly sought after. The female coworker spoke again. Before the female coworker could finish, Chen Chuchu immediately refused. No means no. I'm going to work. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately walked away from the female coworker. Chapter 43, School Reunion. It's really worthy of being a supercar, and it just feels different when you drive it. Starting speed is fast. Chen Wei drove the Porsche and soon joined the traffic. The 17.99 million yuan car was driven by him, and did not spend a penny of his own money. Soon arrived at an intersection. The intersection is the red light. Chen Wei looked at the drivers next to him on the left and right, and they all cast envious glances at Chen Wei. Soon the green light arrived. The other two sides of the vehicle do not dare to drive first. They let Chen Wei's go first, in case their cars touched Chen Wei's car. This would be troublesome. It was already almost an hour after Chen Wei returned to Thompson's. This hour, he is driving. Really a little love. This car is too beautiful. Drive up very smooth and fluent. Chen Wei, who had just returned home, had just laid down when his cell phone rang. Old Chen. Tonight, our classmate reunion. You don't want to be late. Classmate Li Jun spoke up. Is it tonight? Chen Wei immediately asked. Yeah, the place to eat is the Jinjiang Hotel. Li Jun added. Alright, such a luxurious place. Will the students' wallets hold up? Chen Wei asked after hearing that it was the Jinjiang Grand Hotel. It was because it used to be AA. One should know that Jinjiang Grand Hotel was very famous in Shanghai. A random table of food should not cost more than $30,000. This is still a very ordinary box. If it was a luxury high-end box, a random table of food would have to be over 100,000 yuan. It's fine. We don't need to pay for it. Class President Wang Yang will pay for it all. It's fine for us to bring our mouths. Li Jun immediately said after hearing Chen Wei's question. Alright then. I know. I'll be there on time. After hearing Li Jun's words, the doubts in Chen Wei's heart were solved. Chen Wei had heard that the class president Wang Yang's family was very rich, and his family was worth more than $2 billion. The two people hung up the phone. Chen Wei took out his cell phone and prepared to brush Jian. Played until almost dark. Chen Wei put on a better dress and prepared to go out for the class reunion. The sun had already set in the west, but the weather was still so hot. It was still like a big furnace outside. Considering the possibility of drinking, Chen Wei called a drop. The drop came quickly. Chen Wei then got into the car. Chen Wei also arrived at the hotel entrance right on time. Old Chen, over here. Li Jun shouted after seeing Chen Wei. Seeing Li Jun call out to himself, Chen Wei immediately walked over. You kid came so late. Like a big boss. Everyone is almost here. Li Jun put his arm around Chen Wei. Next to him stood his college friend Geng Chao. Li Jun, Geng Chao and Chen Wei were still on very good terms, and they all liked to call each other their sons. Brushing Jian, this beauty is so charming that I accidentally overplayed it. Chen Wei explained. What's the use of a beautiful woman on jittery voice? You can only look at it. You can't touch it. You talk about one in reality. Li Jun immediately said. Alright, let's stop chatting. We'll talk later. Let's go in first. Geng Chao said. With the sound of a clicking door opening, Chen Wei and the three of them walked into the private room. As soon as Chen Wei entered, the students immediately shouted. Isn't this big schoolmaster Chen? How come you've become handsome again? A pretty girl flirted a bit. Yeah. With big schoolmaster Chen's talent and looks, he should have found a good job. A boy wearing glasses continued. Big school head Chen, do you have a girlfriend? Another person asked. Actually, Chen Wei already had a girlfriend. However, Wang Chang wouldn't tell everyone. Of course Chen Wei wouldn't tell everyone either. This was because Wang Chang knew, and everyone was clear that Wang Chang had wanted to chase after Ruyan Lu. If he said it, he would lose his face if he said it. Ha ha ha, classmates, long time no see. Chen Wei gave a greeting. Alright, just sit down, Li Jun said. Li Jun pulled Chen Wei and made him sit down. How come I don't see class president Wang Yang? Chen Wei asked Li Jun. The squad leader went to find the hotel manager to say something about tonight's dinner. Li Jun immediately said, because it had only been a short while since graduation, just over a month, everyone was still familiar with each other. This box quickly became lively. Everyone started chatting in groups of 3 to 5. Some said that they had found a good job. Some said that they had gotten a girlfriend. Everyone was chatting happily. And at this time, the class president Wang Yang walked in. He saw Chen Wei at a glance. Yo yo yo, isn't this the big school bully who got dumped? Have you become a big boss? Why are you just arriving now? I thought you wouldn't even dare to come. Wang Yang immediately mocked. Chen Wei. Wang Yang mocked himself. He immediately said something. What's so great about you? Aren't you still relying on your old man? Otherwise, you're nothing. The students on the side saw them go toe to toe. They immediately quieted down. Chen Wei and Wang Yang were both popular figures in their college days. One was rich. One studied very well and had a good face value. These two had been at odds since they were in college. Che, what's so great about you? You're just a dumped loser. Wang Yang just loved to reveal other people's scars. Wang Yang, don't bully people too much. In this matter, Chen Wei is also a victim. At this time, the pretty girl on the side couldn't stand to watch and immediately said something. The students next to them saw that someone had spoken for Chen Wei. They were also not surprised. After all, Chen Wei had a face and talent. Or many girls were from the society of appearance. Now was the era of looking at faces, and of course the era of looking at money. Some girls just liked handsome guys. Who called Chen Wei so handsome? So many of the girls in the class were on Chen Wei's side. Wang Yang, what else can you say other than taking this matter? You're just a loser who relies solely on his father. What are you capable of? You still have the nerve to talk about me. Chen Wei immediately shot back. This smell of gunpowder in the box was getting thicker and thicker. Alright, don't argue. We've been in the same window for 4 years. What do people say? Having been in the same window together, carrying a gun together, such friendships are the most ironclad friendships. How come it's come to the point where you guys don't have friendship? Instead you only have hate. Everyone persuaded a little. This time, only then quieted down. This time, it quickly split into two groups. Some people surrounded Chen Wei and some surrounded Wang Yang. Of course the people on Chen Wei's side were far less than the people on Wang Yang's side. After everyone went out into society, they all realized one thing. Nowadays, society has to be rich to be useful. Being handsome is not enough to eat. You have to be rich to be powerful. It just so happens that Wang Yang's family is rich. So everyone surrounds Wang Yang. Wang Yang used to be in the class, so it can be said that he had the wind and the rain. On Chen Wei's side, there were only Li Jun, Geng Chao, and 2 or 3 other girls. Among them was the pretty girl who helped Chen Wei. Wang Chang didn't even bother to help Chen Wei. Yu Yan, our big schoolmaster Chen. He's single now. A female classmate said something to that pretty girl, who was there to help Chen Wei in the back. Chapter 44, Ex-girlfriend looking for business. I also want to try. It's just that I don't know if Mr. Chen Wei is willing. Wang Yuyan spoke a bit. Hearing a few girls speak, Li Jun and Geng Chao were also coaxing from the sidelines. Old Chen, let's give it a try then. How long do you still want to be a single dog? Yeah, old Chen, give it a try. Chen Wei shook his head in a hurry when he heard them talking. I have a girlfriend now. I can't have my foot in 2 boats. Chen Wei immediately said. Che, who are you fooling? Are you that fast? It's only been a few days, Li Jun said. Hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed through Wang Yuyan's eyes as well. Immediately after Chen Wei said this, the shadow of his girlfriend Lu Ruyan flashed through his mind, as well as the shadow of Zhou Shen, and the shadow of one of his buddies, Lu Bingqian. Just as Chen Wei was thinking about this, the door opened with another click. Excuse me, a pleasant voice came. Our big school girl Zhou Shen had come. Gu, big school flower Zhou Shen is finally here. A few male students soon cheered. The school grass Chen Wei had come, making the female classmates a lot happier. Now it was the turn of the male students in the class to be happy because school flower Zhou Shen had come. After all, that was what everyone thought. Everyone wanted to eat swan meat. How do you know if you don't try? What if it works? Many male students thought there. Zhou Shen, come sit over here. Big schoolgirl, come sit over here. Many male classmates were issuing invitations. Everyone wanted to sit against the school beauty. There were even people thinking of getting a kiss. Chen Wei also revealed a smile. Speaking to Zhou Shen, he said, School beauty, come sit on my side. There just happens to be an empty seat here. Where did he know that once Zhou Shen heard this, she immediately walked towards Chen Wei's position. When the male students saw this scene, their hearts broke. Could it be that this big school beauty is also from the Association of Appearance? Many male students thought of this reason. Chen Wei, can I sit here? Zhou Shen smiled for a moment, then said gently. This time the male students all had a knife in their gaze. A knife that wanted to kill Chen Wei. Welcome, welcome. Of course you can sit here. Chen Wei looked at Zhou Xian and immediately said. Zhou Xian then immediately sat next to Chen Wei. Wang Yang, who was sitting on the other side of the table, saw this scene and had a murderous look in his eyes as well. He also liked Zhou Xian. At this time, Wang Yang was also very puzzled. When they were in school, the two were not that close. Wang Yang thought for a moment. The second day after Zhou Xian had just transferred to Shanghai Jiaotong University, the school held a special meeting like this, where they called all the parents of these male children of the school to come to the school for a meeting. Soon enough, all of these eunuchs were called home by their parents for a little lecture. Son, this Zhou Xian of yours must not just be messed with, much less offended. Otherwise, you will die without even knowing how. Not only will you die, but it will also affect our family. After Wang Yang heard his father's words, he immediately became honest and didn't dare to mess with Zhou Xian. But if his father had said that if he could squarely pursue Zhou Xian, it would be the greatest opportunity of his life. Wang Yang immediately asked about Zhou Xian's origin. The father said something that scared Wang Yang into a cold sweat. She is one of the daughters of a big tycoon. This tycoon is ranked in the top 10. After hearing this, Wang Yang never dared to mess with Zhou Xian again. If he could really get Zhou Xian's heart, he would definitely be able to take off. Wang Yang thought for a moment, but as soon as he saw Zhou Xian chatting with Chen Wei, his heart to chase Zhou Xian died. However, he still wanted to make a fool out of Chen Wei. At this time, the door of the box was pushed open again. Good evening everyone. Sorry I'm late. A voice came from outside the door. Hearing this voice, Chen Wei and Zhou Xian also looked up, only to see a girl in a white ultra-short skirt walk in on the arm of a Mediterranean man. This girl was Chen Wei's first love ex-girlfriend, Lu Bingbing. As soon as Lu Bingbing entered the box, then she looked around. Suddenly, she realized that Chen Wei and Zhou Xian were sitting together. You really came, Lu Bingbing said angrily. If it wasn't for Chen Wei, she wouldn't have been beaten up by her boyfriend or ridiculed. The culprit for all of this was Chen Wei. At this time, the Mediterranean man also discovered Chen Wei. However, his eyes immediately stared at Zhou Xian next to him. This beauty was too beautiful. Too beautiful. If she could accompany me for one night tonight, I would be willing to live 10 years less. This Mediterranean man thought for a moment. What? You can come and I can't? Is this your home? Chen Wei immediately disliked him. Lu Bingbing was speechless at being disliked, so she could only look at the Mediterranean man with her eyes, signaling for him to help. Honey, look at him. He's the one who scolded you last time. When the Mediterranean man heard this, he reacted. Brat, I can let me catch you today. If I don't break your legs today, I'm your grandson. The Mediterranean man immediately clamored. Seeing this Mediterranean man talking like this, Chen Wei was ready to say something back, but Wang Yang immediately said, Bing Bing, how about you give me face? Today is a class reunion. Anything can wait until after tonight. You don't want to spoil everyone's fun, okay? Hearing Wang Yang's words, considering that Wang Yang's family had billions of assets, Lu Bingbing also pulled the Mediterranean man to sit down, preparing to settle the score with Chen Wei outside after dinner. This time, this war finally stopped. Soon began to serve food. Wang Yang looked at the time. He immediately stood up, then raised his glass and began to speak. Dear classmates, today is our first gathering after graduation. Before we eat, I take this opportunity to wish all of you to find a good job, to find your beloved objects, and to wish all of you to live a better and better life. Come on, let's drink a toast. After everyone heard this, they also stood up and raised the glasses in their hands. At this time, the place was very lively. Everyone had a drink. Then, everyone went to toast each other. However, a discordant atmosphere soon appeared. Lu Bingbing came next to Chen Wei. This drink, I'm going to toast Chen Wei alone. When everyone heard Lu Bingbing say this, everyone was ready to watch the show. Everyone knew that Lu Bingbing definitely didn't have any good intentions. Lu Bingbing raised the wine cup in her own hand towards Chen Wei. In these 2 or 3 years, I have to thank him for sparing me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to meet my current husband. If I had stayed with him, I would have definitely had to suffer for the rest of my life. Lu Bingbing said a whole lot. Hearing these words from Lu Bingbing, Chen Wei was very angry. He immediately wanted to dislike him. Unexpectedly, Wang Yang, who was standing at the side, also said something. What did Wang Yang say? Chapter 45. You're pretending, aren't you? Calling and pretending. Yes, fortunately Chen Wei has the self-awareness. Otherwise, Lu Bingbing, you'll have to follow him and suffer for the rest of your life. Everyone say is not it? Wang Yang looked at Chen Wei contemptuously. Lu Bingbing saw that someone was supporting her, and she became more bold herself. The squad leader is right. I heard that someone hasn't found a job until now. All day long, his eyes are high and low, and he doesn't have any skills. Apart from being handsome, there are no advantages. Lu Bingbing continued to scoff. Yes, wife, you're right. Originally, I wanted to help him find a job for your face, Bing Bing, so that he could come and work in our family company, but he wasn't willing to come at all. Instead, he insulted me and scolded me. That Mediterranean man said a bit as well. Hearing this, Chen Wei got angry and immediately stood up, but he was held down by Li Jun and Geng Chao. Forget it, don't bother with them, Li Jun said. Just as Chen Wei was being held down by the two men, Zhou Xian, who was sitting on the side, couldn't sit still. She quickly spoke up. Bah, you're also worthy of talking about others, a hypocritical gold-digging woman. For the sake of money, you actually found a man as old as your dad. I really don't know how you said this sentence about your husband. Zhou Xian also mocked Lu Bingbing. Lu Bingbing, which was dumbfounded by this scene. What's going on? Could it be that the two of them had taken up? The Mediterranean man next to him saw his woman being scolded and wanted to scold back. But before he could say anything, Zhou Xian spoke up again. You Mediterranean man still dares to stand out and find a young lover who was the same age as your own daughter. Does your wife know you're keeping a mistress outside? Do you want me to tell your wife? The Mediterranean man was also dazed by Zhou Xian's scolding. He stopped talking, just as the Mediterranean man and the two of them were scolded by Zhou Xian and did not dare to speak. Wang Yang, however, stood out and spoke. Spin, what are you doing? This is none of your business either. However, he did not expect Zhou Xian to directly attack him. What face do you still have to speak? That's why we still call you class president. And you're helping outsiders bully themselves? How can you be so kind? And don't call me Spin. I don't know you well. I've known about your little mind for a long time. Don't you hit on me either. Wang Yang's face turned green and red at being spoken to, but he didn't dare to refute anything because he knew about Zhou Xian's horrible identity. In addition to her family being rich, there was someone in her family who had become the #1 person in a certain first-tier city. Wang Yang knew the situation, so he didn't dare to do anything. Just because Wang Yang didn't dare, it didn't mean that other people didn't dare. That Mediterranean man couldn't swallow this breath now, raising his own palm to go and prepare to hit Zhou Xian. He was going to hit Zhou Xian's face in a moment. In this close call, Become got rid of the two Li Jun and immediately pulled Zhou Xian behind himself. What do you have that you would hit a woman with your hands? Aren't you out of character? You'll just show off in front of women, Chen Wei immediately said. This Mediterranean man immediately laughed later when he heard Chen Wei's words. Don't try to be brave. Today, as long as you walk out of this hotel, let's see if I can clean you up. I'm going to break your legs. Chen Wei immediately smiled faintly after hearing the words of this Mediterranean man. He prepared to activate the universal scanning system. Universal scanning system. In. What's the matter with the host? The system asked coldly. Scan the information about this Mediterranean Southman. The universal scanning system is scanning. The information appeared after 10 seconds or so. Name, Wang Jinfu. Age, 48 years old. Is a material supplier for Tianlong Real Estate. Also a battery material supplier. Chen Wei thought for a moment. This is great. I want to doze off and a pillow will be sent to me right away. So, he immediately said a bit. Really? Let's see who can have the last laugh later. After saying that, Chen Wei immediately took out his cell phone, looked for the phone number and dialed it. Ha ha ha, you poor kid. Are you trying to act tough? Who can you call? The Mediterranean man spoke up. I've known about you for a long time. Bing Bing can tell me everything. You're an orphan with no one to turn to. Your parents are long gone. The Mediterranean man scoffed again. Ha ha ha, the earthly Mediterranean man ha ha came twice. Chen Wei laughed coldly and didn't say anything. After the phone he dialed out rang for 5 or 6 seconds. Someone immediately picked up. Hey, Dong Chen, what's the matter with you calling my phone? The other party immediately said. Is there a supplier with the surname Wang called Wang Jinfu under our real estate group? You stop his goods. Don't buy his goods. You give me another careful check on him. The quality of the previous supply, as well as the payment of goods, there is no problem? You have to send someone to check it out. Chen Wei immediately said. Okay, Dong Chen, I'll arrange it right away. The other party immediately said a bit. The two didn't have long before they hung up the phone. Ha ha ha, you poor boy. Stop pretending. The Mediterranean man laughed even harder after hearing Chen Wei's call. This man was too good at acting. Seeing this, Lu Bingbing, who was standing on the side, also immediately said something. Chen Wei, you weren't struck by us. You're having a seizure now, aren't you? How about you apologize to us and I'll pay for some medicine for you to go to the hospital to have your head looked at. How is a verbal apology enough? I'll make him kneel down and kowtow to me. Then let them break their own legs. The Mediterranean man said viciously. Hubby, you're right. That's how it should be. Lu Bingbing also supported the Mediterranean man. After a few minutes, the Mediterranean man's cell phone but suddenly rang. The Mediterranean man hurriedly took out his cell phone and looked at the contacts. He had already panicked a bunch in his heart. Chen Wei looked at the Mediterranean man with a smirk. The Mediterranean man felt that he might be in trouble. He quickly answered the phone. What is it? Don't you know I'm busy? The Mediterranean man pretended to be very calm. Boss Wang, Tianlong Real Estate has suddenly cut off the cooperation with us. It will also send people to check up on all the supply bills and the quality of materials. Our company might be in trouble. The other party spoke respectfully. The boss's wife has already called and asked the manager of Tianlong Real Estate, but the other party only said one thing, saying that our boss had messed with someone he shouldn't have. He immediately hung up the phone. Boss, what do we do now? The other party spoke again. It was a call from his own men. Hearing that his men had called, the Mediterranean man panicked a bit. When he saw Chen Wei on the other side, his face immediately broke out into a cold sweat. Chapter 46, Lu Bingbing and boyfriend bites the dog. What's wrong? You're a little scared. Chen Wei said a little. You don't have to be afraid. If the materials you supplied before were fine, good quality, no problem. If your bills are also fine, then you don't have a problem at all. But if before, there was a problem with your supply bill or the quality of the materials you supplied, then you're in trouble. Chen Wei looked at the Mediterranean man with a panicked face and said with another faint sentence, how is there no problem? More or less there were definitely problems, and some of them had big problems, and one wouldn't be able to supply materials to their company later on. This will also exist a lot of trouble. They will have no money. At this time, the Mediterranean man completely panicked. He just received a phone call from his men, and he understood that he himself had kicked the iron plate up, kicked the 50-centimeter thick steel plate up. What was going on here? With a single phone call, he could make Tianlong Real Estate terminate its cooperation with himself. He even sent people to check his own accounts overnight. This man in front of him, stepping on himself is as simple as stepping on a chicken. If I had known, I wouldn't have wanted to be so arrogant, to be a low-profile person, but there is no regret medicine to buy in the world. He immediately thought that he had just mouthed off to the big man in front of him, and even told him to cut off his own legs. As soon as he thought of it, this Mediterranean man immediately shivered his legs. He couldn't care less about his face. He immediately fell to his knees in front of Chen Wei. Everyone heard a thud. Boss Chen, I know I'm wrong, please spare me, I have an old man and a young man, and I have an 80-year-old mother above me. They're all counting on me. The Mediterranean man begged with a handful of snot and a handful of tears. Chen Wei looked at this Mediterranean man without the slightest bit of pity. If he was an ordinary person, then the one kneeling on the ground today would be himself. Self-inflicted sins cannot live. What was said was this Mediterranean man, weren't you very powerful just now, letting me break my own legs? Let me eat and suffer? Why are you so enlightened now? You're going to kneel down and admit your mistake. Chen Wei sneered. Lu Bingbing and her classmates standing at the side froze when they saw this scene. Everyone did not expect that Chen Wei would just make a phone call. It made this very arrogant Mediterranean man's attitude change 180 degrees. It looks like, really, people can't look at each other. You can't keep looking at people with old eyes. After hearing Chen Wei's words, the Mediterranean man did not retort, but directly kowtowed again. At this time, what face is not important. First save the company is useful. Without the company anymore, one would be a rice bucket. I'm sorry, it's me who has eyes and doesn't recognize MT. Tai, you let me go, you're an adult, I'll kowtow to you. The Mediterranean man begged as he kowtowed. Chen Wei watched coldly as this man put on a show, not wanting to forgive him at all. Striking a snake would not kill him, but would cause him to suffer. Suddenly, the Mediterranean man thought of his saving grace. He pulled over Lu Bingbing who was still frozen. Bingbing, please help me plead with Boss Chen. Boss Chen will definitely let me off for your sake. You hurry up. After Lu Bingbing heard this, she immediately said, no way. You asked me to apologize to him. This is an act on his part. You're intimidated, right? You call your bodyguard over, beat him up and break his legs. Lu Bingbing hadn't seen the current situation clearly. Why are you so disobedient? The Mediterranean man gave Lu Bingbing a slap, then immediately said, you quickly apologize to Boss Chen, or else, I'll beat you to death. No, I'll sell you to Africa. Lu Bingbing, who was slapped by her boyfriend, saw everyone looking at her. Her face immediately couldn't hang on. She stretched out her own hand and scratched at the Mediterranean man's face with her fingers. Soon, the man's face soon had a few waves on it. You still dare to hit me as a woman? Let's see if I don't scratch you to death. Let's see if you dare to hit me in the future. Lu Bingbing wasn't a good person either. The Mediterranean man also lost his mind at this time, because his lifeblood was beaten nearly bankrupt by a single sentence. And the culprit is this woman is a demon, a poisonous snake. As soon as he thought of it, this man immediately grabbed Lu Bingbing's head to slam it against the wall. Just when Lu Bingbing's head was about to hit the wall, these students finally reacted. Everyone hurriedly pressed down on this man. This man immediately knelt down to Chen Wei again. Chen Xiao, this makes you unhappy. Wait a minute, I will tie her to your bed. You can screw her however you want. What do you think? I just hope you forgive me. What you let me do now? I can. I know I was wrong too. Everyone froze when they heard what the Mediterranean man said. It was unthinkable that this Mediterranean man could be this shameless. For the sake of himself, he could give up his girlfriend. Good you bad thing. How dare you do this to me? How could I be so blind that I would look at you? What did you say in the beginning? You said you liked me in the beginning and said you would marry me. Otherwise, why would I break up with Chen Wei? Lu Bingbing immediately scolded. The Mediterranean man immediately said something. The two started hurting each other. It's come to a point where you're still pretending to be innocent. At that time, my BMW was parked on the side of the road, and it was you who saw the call I left to move my car, and you took the initiative to contact me and seduce me. You merely saw my money, I saw your color, and we cooperated a handful of times. After everyone present heard the conversation between their pair of enemies, they felt that life was just so wonderful, more wonderful than a drama. Their three views were all ruined. The Mediterranean man didn't care what others said at this time. He said to Chen Wei, Chen Xiao, she's talking nonsense, she's the one who seduced me. Otherwise, how would we know each other? She and I are not even close. In a moment, I'll give her to you to dispose of. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and prepared to call the bodyguards outside to come in and arrest this Lu Bingbing. Chen Wei saw the two of them dog eat dog bones. Immediately said, alright, too shameless, you too. After hearing Chen Wei's words, the Mediterranean man immediately quieted down. Let's put ourselves in their shoes for a moment. If I were an ordinary person, and I were kneeling on the ground, begging you for forgiveness, would you let me go? If I didn't have the strength, I'm afraid, I would have had my legs broken by your bodyguards later, Chen Wei said coldly. The Mediterranean man immediately said nothing when he heard Chen Wei's words. He was how arrogant he was just now, and how humiliated he was now. He also knew that if it was Chen Wei kneeling here, he would definitely not let Chen Wei go. Let's put ourselves in your shoes. Let's put ourselves in your shoes. And you know that I won't spare you either, Chen Wei said. At this time, Wang Yang suddenly jumped out. Chapter 47 Lu Bingbing's bitter plea. I think it's almost enough. We are all classmates. There is no need to make it so stiff. Let's leave a thread behind us, and we'll see each other behind us. Chen Wei, how about you give me face? This Wang Yang seems like he's very much speaking of classmates. There's no need for you to come and pretend to be a good person at this time. My big class president, you've just fallen all over me. How can you have two attitudes towards your classmates? How can you treat them differently? Chen Wei immediately spoke up. At this time, Wang Yang was so disliked that he was speechless and had to stop talking. Chen Wei said to the Mediterranean man again, you brought this on yourself. You can't live. Just wait. What melon you sow? What fruit you bear? After saying that, Chen Wei pulled Zhou Xian and was about to leave. Chen Wei, wait. Lu Bingbing hurriedly said. Quickly, what else do you have to do? Chen Wei said coldly. Chen Wei, can we go back to the old days? I was wrong. Lu Bingbing begged. This Lu Bingbing was not stupid. Very smart. A single phone call from Chen Wei could make the Mediterranean man immediately soften and eat his words. She then understood that Chen Wei was extraordinary now. Therefore, she then wished to return to Chen Wei's side. Ha ha ha, Lu Bingbing, you're too smart. Am I that stupid? Would I pick up a broken shoe worn by someone else? Chen Wei immediately said. Hearing what Chen Wei said, Lu Bingbing immediately blushed badly. Everyone heard Lu Bingbing's words and felt their three views shatter a little. Chen Wei didn't say one more word to her and immediately left this box with Zhou Xian. This was because there was no need to attend such a reunion at all. Li Jun and Geng Chao watched Chen Wei leave, and they followed suit. At this time, Lu Bingbing saw Chen Wei leave without looking back. She was very angry and immediately fought with the Mediterranean man again. She put the blame on this man. Seeing the pair of them fighting, not a single person went to pull the fight. They all watched this farce. Everyone also knew that the current Chen Wei was not what he used to be, and they would rather offend Lu Bingbing than Chen Wei. However, how could a girl like Lu Bingbing beat an adult tall man? Soon, Lu Bingbing was defeated. The Mediterranean man was still cursing as he fought. Asterisk 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 asterisk. If it wasn't for you, could I offend Qin Xiao? You, I'll sell you directly to Burma. As soon as Lu Bingbing heard these words that he was going to sell himself to Burma, she panicked. This man could really do such a thing. The moment she thought of being sold over to Burma and living that miserable life, even waste. Lu Bingbing hurriedly hugged the bald man's thighs and begged bitterly, hubby, don't do this to me. I'm wrong. For the sake of our past love, you forgive me. Didn't you say you love me? Didn't you say you wanted to marry me? The Mediterranean man looked at this Lu Bingbing who was hugging his thighs and begging bitterly. Immediately said, you are also worthy of me marrying you. I'm just looking at you. You're pretty and live a good life. I'm just playing with you. You don't want to dream. After saying that, this Mediterranean man also kicked away this Lu Bingbing. He was ready to call the bodyguards to come over and take Lu Bingbing away. And these things, Chen Wei did not know, because he had already left this hotel. Thank you, classmate Zhou. You helped me again today, Chen Wei said. You're welcome. I just can't stand the three of them. Zhou Xian smiled and immediately said, you haven't had a full meal either. Then, I'll treat you to dinner tonight, Chen Wei said. That's fine, because of you. I haven't eaten enough. Zhou Xian agreed. The two of them were just about to leave when Li Jun and Geng Chao chased after them as well. Why are you two running so fast and not waiting for us? Li Jun shouted. I'm going to take Zhou Xian to dinner. Do you guys want to come along? Chen Wei looked at Li Jun and said, you guys eat, then we won't go. We're not going to be a light bulb. You two go, because they saw Zhou Xian's gaze. This Zhou Xian looked at them with a murderous gaze. The two of them immediately read this gaze. Alright then, the two of us will go first. Hearing that Li Jun did not agree to go, Chen Wei immediately said. For some unknown reason, Chen Wei was very happy in his heart after hearing Li Jun's refusal. Then, have fun. The two of us will go back first. Li Jun pulled Geng Chao and left. Seeing Li Jun car the two of them leave, Chen Wei and Zhou Xian also hit the drop and left this grand hotel. Geng Chao, can you see that the two of them might have a problem? Li Jun said a bit. Of course I can see it. This pair of dogs. I don't know when the two of them got together. Geng Chao said angrily. What kind of person is this Zhou Xian? An iceberg goddess. How did old Chen manage to fix this iceberg goddess? Li Jun was also confused. Who knows? Chen Wei is still very powerful, and Zhou Xian is obviously coming from a very big place. When the time comes, will old Chen eat soft rice? If he doesn't eat soft rice, he might also be hunted down by Zhou Xian's father. Geng Chao was a little worried. Don't know. There's no need for us to worry about it. Maybe old Chen got lucky with peach blossoms. Come on, let's have another meal. I'm not full either, Li Jun said. Yeah, I'm not full either. Seeing the squad leader annoys me. What kind of things did he run? Geng Chao also said. Chen Wei and Zhou Xian also arrived at a late-night snack restaurant. The home-cooked small dishes here are delicious. And what about the flour armor? It's especially good fried. And the fried snails are also very good. We must try it, Chen Wei said to Zhou Xian. Fine, I'll listen to you. If you say it's delicious, it's definitely delicious. Do you come here often? Zhou Xian immediately said. Yeah, usually not in class, and besides working part-time. When I don't have much to do, I come here. After a long time, I know exactly where it tastes good and where it doesn't. Chen Wei immediately said a bit. Chen Wei immediately helped this Zhou Xian open a bottle of mineral water and then handed it over. Zhou Xian received the mineral water and then said, I can't tell that you're a gourmet. You enjoy coming here to eat outside. The two sat down, started chatting while waiting. It didn't take long for the stir-fried dishes to be served. Zhou Xian immediately tasted it. Wow, this field snail is really delicious. It's delicious on earth. Zhou Xian picked up a field snail and sucked on it. It's delicious. If you like it, you can eat more. Eat slowly. There's no rush. I'm starting to eat too, Chen Wei immediately said. Looking at Zhou Xian who kept eating the snails in front of him, Chen Wei was dumbfounded for a moment. Was this still that iceberg beauty? Chapter 48 Physique Enhancing Liquid from System Dad. Zhou Xian is so beautiful, gentle, cute and charming now. Chen Wei looked at Zhou Xian who was eating, and his own heart suddenly changed a little. He seemed to become especially happy when he saw Zhou Xian. The two people ate until almost 10:30. The two people finished eating. Let me call you a car, Chen Wei said a bit. No, let's take a walk together, Zhou Xian suddenly said. Chen Wei looked at the lovely Zhou Xian and nodded in agreement. The night in Shanghai was still so hot. It was good that there was a gust of wind blowing through, bringing more or less a bit of coolness. Chen Wei and Zhou Xian walked together along the banks of the Huangpu River. The two kept talking about the embarrassing things they did when they were in school. At this time, Chen Wei also felt especially happy as long as he was with Zhou Xian. Men and women paired up, and the walk was not tiring. The two people scattered for more than 40 minutes before parting ways. When Chen Wei returned home in his mind, he thought about what Zhou Xian said. Chen Wei, I'm really especially happy that you can accompany me. The beautiful Zhou Xian tenderly spoke to Chen Wei. At the thought of this, Chen Wei's heart was unsettled. Could it be that she has her eyes on me? It can't be. She has such a noble status. Chen Wei muttered to himself for a bit. Thinking in vain, he still went into the bathroom and took a shower, then lay down on the bed and slept. Being sleepy, he slept until dawn. Of course, at night, he had dreams. In the dream, when he was very young, he knew Zhou Xian. The two of them played house and made picnics together, and she clamored to be Chen Wei's wife every time, to give Chen Wei a bunch of monkeys. Later, a sound of cicadas disturbed Chen Wei's beautiful dream. Chen Wei opened his eyes and realized that the sky had long since dawned. Chen Wei hurriedly got up and went to the bathroom to wash up. How did I have this strange dream at night? Chen Wei thought for a moment. After he brushed his teeth and washed his face, he immediately entered the system interface. There were goodies coming in every day. Chen Wei was happy at this time of the day. Ding! This day's spike gifts have been refreshed. The gifts are as follows. Gift 1. A Patek Philippe wristwatch, worth 30 million renminbi. Gift 2. A set of extraordinary martial artist skills, value unknown. Gift 3. 1 copy of physique enhancement liquid. After using it, you can get 2 golden kidneys, as well as a substantial increase in all aspects of physical ability. Value unknown. Chen Wei looked at these 3 gifts and didn't know what to choose. He immediately fell into deep thought. What exactly should I choose? The watch I also like. The extraordinary martial artist skill I also like, but the golden kidney I also like. Chen Wei was now very torn. System daddy, can I have all of them? Chen Wei said with a thick face. Definitely not. You can only choose one of them. Soon after, the system mercilessly said, alright then, I'll choose gift 3. Chen Wei had no choice but to choose. Ding! Since the host has made the choice of gift 3, gift 3 will be distributed immediately. The gift will be sent to your writing desk immediately. The system said a bit. Soon, Chen Wei retreated from the system. Why did he choose gift 3? Know it all. Right now, he would have a girlfriend, and soon there would be several. Chen Wei looked at what he had written on his desktop. Sure enough, he found a bottle of liquid, which says, Golden Kidney Nurturing Liquid. Usage, drink once a day, 10 milliliters each time, every day at 6 a.m. As soon as he saw this gift, Chen Wei was overjoyed and immediately looked for a mixing spoon. He immediately opened the bottle, poured 10 milliliters on the spoon and drank it. After drinking it, in less than half an hour, his body was slightly warm. There seemed to be more or less a slight pain in his body. Chen Wei immediately asked the system, why does it hurt after I drink it? After drinking it, this medicine promotes the enhancement of your body, making your body better and changing. It must be more or less painful. Don't be afraid of the pain. You can deal with 10 girlfriends after you drink this bottle. The system immediately said. Then thank you system dad. Chen Wei immediately said, then exited the system interface. Just at this time, Lu Fengfei called. Chen Wei had no choice but to pick up the phone. Secretary Lu, what's the matter with you? Hey, Mr. Chen. Hello, do you have time on your side? I have something to find you. Lu Fengfei spoke gently. You have something? Okay, I'll come over right away, Chen Wei said immediately. Chen Wei then came downstairs and drove his Mercedes Big G. Then, after driving for a while, he stopped next to a snack bar. He then ate a few buns and drank a bottle of milk. Then he settled the bill. After eating and drinking a bit, he drove again. After about 20 minutes or so, Chen Wei arrived at the Ningda Times branch. The Ningda Times branch was a temporary rented venue. There wouldn't be many employees recruited here. Mr. Chen, many days have passed. Mr. Zheng of the Ningda Times headquarters asked when the branch over here could be built. Lu Fengfei immediately said. As soon as Chen Wei heard this question, he immediately got a headache. Have you found a place then? Chen Wei asked. Not yet, Lu Fengfei immediately answered. I told my man before to find a place I don't know. Did he find it? Chen Wei suddenly thought of this person. I'll call and ask him right away. Chen Wei said a bit more, then immediately took out his cell phone and made a call. The call was quickly connected. Mr. Chen, what are you looking for me for? Tang Shuang's voice came from the phone. At this time, Tang Shuang was also precisely distressed. His own company was in big trouble because of a big trouble. A year ago, the company constructed a factory covering an area of 100 acres, as well as an office building to match the factory. All this is almost built 99%. The other party suddenly called to say that their financial chain broke. No money, I do not want. The other party can't even pay the liquidated damages. Deng Shuang these days are worried. The company he is in is also about to collapse. Because the development of this factory, Tianlong Real Estate, most of the funds are smashed into this project. This incident has led to the company's account does not have much liquidity. Even worse is that the group behind there is a neighborhood to be developed, and the land auction payment also still need to pay. Moreover, this factory and office building is in a very good location, but the scale is very large, resulting in its total price is very high. It can't be sold at auction for a while. If it couldn't be auctioned off for cash, it meant that all the work behind it would have to come to a standstill. If the news were to spread, it would be a devastating blow to Tianlong Real Estate's stock and reputation. The old chairman didn't care about this, so General Manager Deng Shuan was extremely worried these days. Someone had to carry the burden. It's like this. General Manager Deng, can you help me find a piece of land in a good location and then help me build a factory and office building? Chen Wei asked. There was this good thing? Someone sent a pillow to you when you dozed off? Deng Xuan thought for a moment. Chapter 49, Our Savior is Coming. Really? General Manager Tang immediately froze when he heard what Chen Wei said. There was such good news. General Manager Deng didn't say anything after a minute interval. General Manager Deng, are you listening? After you help me build the plant, I won't lose a penny to you. Chen Wei was afraid that General Manager Deng would refuse to take on this task. He guessed that General Manager Deng thought that he would also ask for a 50% discount, or even a 30 to 40% discount on the total price, and that he would rake down the price himself. Okay, General Manager Chen. That's fine. General Manager Deng then slowed down and immediately agreed. There was still such good news. Mr. Chen, this news of yours is the best news I've heard in my life. General Manager Deng spoke again. Chen Wei immediately let out a sigh of relief when he heard that General Manager Deng had agreed. That's good. Then I'll trouble you. You find a piece of land. After it's built, how much money is needed? Just tell me. Chen Wei was ready to hang up the phone. Mr. Chen, I have something to say to you. Don't hang up the phone. Our company just happens to have a built factory over here. There is also a matching office building. The location is definitely very good. I wonder what you think. Mr. Deng was afraid that Chen Wei would hang up the phone, so he hurriedly said a bit. What? There's such a good thing? Chen Wei heard what General Manager Deng said. It was still very shocking. Are you really or not? You can't lie to me. General Manager Chen Wei was a bit skeptical. Mr. Chen, do I dare to lie to you? 1,000 times true. Why don't I send someone to pick you up right away? And we can go to the site now to take a look. Seeing that Chen Wei didn't believe it, General Manager Deng hurriedly said, There's no need for you to pick me up. I'll come and take a look. You send me the location right away. I have a car. Chen Wei immediately said, Okay, Mr. Chen. I'll send the location to you right away. I'll be waiting for you at that factory. Hearing Chen Wei's words, Deng Shuang immediately sent the factory's locator. Okay, I received the positioning. I'll be right there, Chen Wei immediately said. After Deng Shuang hung up the phone, he immediately arranged for someone to call the company executives and gather them in the conference room. Hurry. You tell them to come over and gather immediately. If they're late, I'll tell him to get lost immediately. This is a critical time, Deng Shuang said. Alright, General Manager Deng. I'll go call right away. His men immediately said. Deng Shuang immediately rushed over to the conference room. A few minutes later, the conference room had gathered most of the company's executives. What about wait? We're going to the factory. You guys hurry up and follow me. Whether or not we can sell this factory today depends on us, Deng Shuang immediately said. General Manager Tang, can we really sell the factory? One of the executives asked. This person more or less knew a little bit about the situation. It's very possible. That's why I called you guys here. Anything I don't understand, you guys have to proceed to answer. Deng Shuang immediately said a bit. Once they heard that the company was saved, everyone immediately agreed. Everyone immediately came outside and then got in the car. I see. What's the situation? Is the general manager so flustered? What is he taking the executives for? An employee spoke up. I don't know. Is something wrong with our project? Has there been an accident? Another employee said curiously. Don't guess. Look at how anxious the general manager is. It must be something very important. Another employee spoke up. This one was Deng Shuang, who was sitting in the car, immediately asked the driver to drive faster. You drive faster. Don't take your time. Today's matter is very important. Deng Shuang immediately said. Okay, General Manager, I'll go faster. The driver drove like the wind. Today, the moment of life and death for the company had arrived. On this side, Chen Wei took Lu Fengfei to that place as well. Lu Fengfei, who was sitting in a Porsche for the first time, was also looking left and right, very curious. Mr. Chen, you changed your car again? Lu Fengfei immediately asked. Right. Do you know how to drive? Chen Wei immediately said a bit. I wouldn't dare to drive a car like yours. How much does this car cost you? Lu Fengfei asked. 20 to 30 million ah. Chen Wei said. Scared me to death. I wouldn't dare to drive it. Lu Fengfei said again. Deng Shuang's side arrived at the new factory before Chen Wei. As soon as they got off the bus, Deng Shuang brought the executives to the factory entrance downstairs to wait for Chen Wei. There were still executives who were very confused. Why did the general manager gather us together and come here to wait for someone who was going to wait for? General manager, are there any important people coming today? One of the executives asked. Don't you guys know? The company has reached a dangerous moment these days, and someone is coming to save us. Our savior is coming. General Manager Deng said a bit. There was an executive standing next to him who was instantly happy after hearing these words. Really? General Manager, isn't our company perfectly normal? Why do we still need someone to save us? Another executive was a bit confused. Yes, General Manager Deng, Isn't our factory finished? Won't the other party hit the money right away? Once the money is hit, isn't there nothing wrong with our factory? The money for buying the land can also be paid. Another executive spoke up. I know all of what you guys are saying. There is one thing that I didn't tell you guys. The money for the construction of this factory may not be gotten. Deng Shuang spoke up. It can't be. Our projects have all ended successfully. Could it be that their White Cloud group is going to renege on the debt? One of the executives didn't believe it. Their Baiyun group has already gone bankrupt. What do you think we should do? You guys don't know, do you? That this project can't get the project payment. Only the old chairman and I know about it, and one other executive knows about it. Mr. Deng said a bit. Everyone panicked as soon as they heard this, because they knew that if the company couldn't get the money for this project, then the company wouldn't have much cash flow. Many projects were going to stop working. Once the work was stopped, if not good, Tianlong Real Estate would have to go bankrupt. Does our old chairman know about this? An executive suddenly asked. The old chairman is the one who told me about this matter, and this matter is also led by the old chairman. I didn't tell you guys because I was afraid you'd worry and you'd mess up. Now our savior has come. General Manager Deng immediately spoke up. Really? Does someone want this factory building? Want this office building? Soon, one of the executives asked. I'm not sure. It's up to you guys too. If the quality isn't good, the people who buy it aren't satisfied. Our company will go bankrupt. Deng Shuang said a bit. How can our company be like this? What should we do? Still one person said a little. He was very worried that he was out of a job. You are all executives of the company. You are all old men. You should know that the old chairman of Baiyun Group and the chairman of our company are old friends for more than 10 years. Otherwise, you wouldn't have dared to work from the start of the project until the completion by only collecting 33% of the project payment. In between, we didn't ask for money from Baiyun Group either. Deng Shuang introduced. Yes, the relationship between their two chairmen is very good, but no matter how good the relationship is, you have to make a clear distinction between public and private. One of the executives brought it up. Now, saying anything is empty. General Manager Tang spoke up. Chapter 50. This factory and office building is not bad. It's that our chairman and the chairman of the Baiyun Group have a good relationship, and our company has advanced a lot of money for this project, resulting in our company not having much liquidity on top. It's quickly running out of water, and our chairman doesn't have much liquidity in his hands. Even he sold 11% of his company's shares before, in order to plug this hole. General Manager Deng said a little more. The company executives also nodded after hearing this. They were aware of the relationship between the two chairmen. The company didn't collect much deposit is also known, but our company is about to go bankrupt. There's no point in saying this. It's all horseplay. General Manager Deng saw that they were all a little pessimistic one by one. You guys don't get angry. Maybe, the opportunity will come today. How is the quality of our house? If the quality is good, we'll have someone to take over this factory right away. General Manager Deng spoke a little more. Although our group company is facing bankruptcy, we still have a new director who has come to our rescue. The executives immediately got excited when they heard General Manager Deng's words just now. General Manager Deng, is it true that Director Chen is willing to save us? He's willing to help? An executive asked. The other executives also meant the same thing. Yes, it's Chen Dong. I told Chen Dong about our company's current situation. I originally wanted Dong Chen to help contact if there is anyone willing to buy this factory. I can't imagine that Dong Chen gave me a huge surprise right away after he understood our company's situation. He told me that he said they could buy this factory. It can allow Tianlong to get through the crisis smoothly. That's why I dragged you guys over to show our Chen Dong the project. Do you guys think this is good news? General Manager Tang said this much. Dong Chen is our lifesaver. Long live him, long live him, many senior officials said. I know that some of you had problems with him at first, but today, the young man who you all think can't do anything, he saved our company, saved us, saved my job. So from now on, I don't want to hear anyone in the company talking about Dong Chen behind his back. If anyone is talking about Dong Chen and saying bad things about him, don't blame me for being unforgiving. I'll tell him to get lost immediately. General Manager Tang spoke again. General Manager Tang, don't worry, we'll never talk about him and say bad things about him again. These executives immediately pledged. In fact, if General Manager Deng didn't say this today, the executives would have corrected their mistakes. After all, Chen Wei had saved their jobs. After General Manager Deng finished his lecture, a sports car drove up in the distance. Chen Wei had finally arrived. Soon the car stopped, and first of all, coming down from the car was a beautiful woman in professional attire. Chen Wei hurriedly opened the door of the sports car and walked down from the top of the Porsche sports car. At this time, Chen Wei, in the eyes of the executives of the Tianlong Group, was a savior, and as dazzling as if a heavenly god had descended from the heavens. Hello, Dong Chen. Hello, Dong Chen. Hello, Dong Chen. These executives all shouted. This was respect from the bottom of their hearts. Hello, you guys. You've worked hard and accompanied me over to see the factory on such a hot day. Chen Wei also greeted. No hard work, no hard work. You're not even hardworking. You're all bosses, these high-ranking officials said in a hurry. This couldn't be a joke. This was the ancestor that saved their company. Dong Chen. Then let's chat while watching. Let's go. General Manager Deng made mo gestures in front of Chen Wei. Alright then, let's take a look and see what the quality is like. 100 years of planning. Quality comes first. Chen Wei then toured under General Manager Deng's leadership. Look Mr. Chen, this factory of ours has 85 acres. When building the plant, the best steel was used, the best cement was used, the best gravel was used, the best red bricks were used, the best supervisors were also hired. We also hired the best designer. It's to design the entire plant. General Manager Deng introduced as he walked. Well, it looks pretty good. Let's take a look around. Chen Wei said some more. General Manager Deng took Chen Wei around again, looking east and west. After seeing the quality of the house, Chen Wei's heart put down a big stone. The issue of Ningde Times branch's factory building was taken care of. The next step would be better. Soon, they finished looking at the plant. General Manager Deng brought Chen Wei, again, to the office building. Mr. Chen, this office building of ours covers an area of 15 acres. The building was built with 9 floors. Each floor has a floor area of 1,000 square meters. Mr. Deng introduced it again. Only this office building stood in front of Chen Wei. Its rectangular body design and snow-white exterior walls all spoke of the building's spectacular grandeur. He looked at this office building in front of him, then turned his head to look at Lu Fengfei again. Secretary Lu, how do you feel about this house? Chen Wei asked. General Manager Deng, who was standing at the side, heard Chen Wei ask a small secretary, thinking for a moment if the pretty female secretary in front of him was a mistress that Chen Wei kept. Just as he was speculating, Lu Fengfei spoke. General Manager, the place you chose is very good in terms of both location and their building quality. I think we can pick this place. General Manager, could it be calling me? General Manager Deng looked at Lu Fengfei and was a little confused in his heart. Looking at General Manager Deng, who was puzzled by Lu Fengfei calling him General Manager, Chen Wei smiled a little happily. Oops, General Manager Deng, she's not calling you, she's calling me. I forgot to do a self-introduction. As for me, I'm still the General Manager President of the East China branch of Ningde Times. This factory and office building is the factory and office building I chose for Ningde Times. Chen Wei introduced himself. By Chen Wei's self-introduction, General Manager Deng and the executives behind him were dumbfounded. What? This young man in front of them was not only their director, but also the General Manager of Ningde Times East China branch. This young man is so powerful and exaggerated to this extent? General Manager Tang asked after hearing this. Chen Dong, is it the Ningde Times that builds power batteries? Are you really the General Manager of their East China branch? Hearing General Manager Deng's question, Chen Wei directly laughed out. That's of course. Otherwise, which other Ningde Times would there be? I'm currently the General Manager of Ningde Era's East China branch. This beautiful woman next to me is the secretary that Ningde Era assigned to me. Do you have any more questions? Chen Wei spoke up. After hearing Chen Wei's answer, Mr. Deng was all very shocked. This news of yours is too shocking. How did you become the General Manager of Ningde Times East China at such a young age? You are really young and promising. Before, I was a bit unconvinced about it, so I'm really sorry. General Manager Tang said sincerely. Ha ha ha, this General Manager of mine is because I hold shares of Ningde Times and am their director. That's why I became the General Manager. Chen Wei said another sentence. To think that after Chen Wei said this, General Manager Deng and the others were even more confused. What? Chapter 51 1 to take less, 1 to give more. What? You still hold shares of Ningde Times? Deng Shuang's tone of voice changed a bit. Yeah, why would I lie to you? What's wrong with that? Chen Wei spoke up. No problem. Deng Shuang waved his hands and said a bit. He was too surprised. Mr. Chen was so young and had so many assets now. Which rich second generation was he? He thought that at the age of 38, he had become the general manager of Tianlong Real Estate and felt that he was already very powerful. How do you know Chen Weiren is even more powerful? People are bosses and shareholders, and he himself was nothing but a senior wage earner. When he thought of this, General Manager Deng wanted to die. Seeing that Deng Shuang has no more problems, Chen Wei decided to come and talk to Deng Shuang about the price of this factory and office building. If the price was right, he was ready to buy it. Just as Chen Wei was about to speak, someone suddenly shouted, Mr. Chen, please wait. Chen Wei heard this and then turned his head to look. He saw an old man in his 60s, almost 70 years old, walking over with the support of his nanny. Deng Shuang and the other executives immediately ran over after seeing the old man arrive. Old chairman, what brings you here? Deng Shuang asked. This chairman was Deng Shuang's benefactor. Without this chairman, there would be no general manager Deng. I've come to take a look at the young man who has come to help our company tide over its difficulties. Today, I am so happy. The old chairman spoke happily. He immediately bowed to Chen Wei as soon as he finished speaking. After seeing this, Chen Wei hurriedly ran to the old man and helped him up. You must be old master Zhang Wenbin. You can't be allowed to do this, Chen Wei said as he helped the old man. That's right, it's my old man. I should take a bow. This time, I'm really thankful to you. You're really a blessing in disguise. If it wasn't for you, my life's endeavors would have been directly ruined, and I might even just go to jail. I should. Chen Wei spoke up. We should be helping each other. That also helped me a lot. Otherwise, where would I find such a suitable factory? We're mutually beneficial. Chen Wei said a little more. Ha 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 ha, you've helped me even more. Hearing what Chen Wei said, the old man laughed happily. I'm relieved that the company has a director like you. You've helped us out of a difficult situation. I'm so grateful to you. Elder Zhang added. I should. You're too polite. In the back, the two just held hands and chatted for a long time. After a while, the old master said a bit more. Little Wei, this factory, are you really planning to buy it? Of course it's true. Am I still lying to you? Chen Wei immediately said. Then thank you so much. I was worried about you. You helped me buy the factory and broke your own capital chain. If that's the case, then I would be a sinner. The old man said a little worriedly, because he had also encountered such a thing as a broken capital chain. When the old master wanted to say something else, General Manager Deng on the side immediately spoke up. Chairman, you don't know, right? This Mr. Chen of ours is also the general manager of Ningde Times East China, and he still has shares of Ningde Times in his hands. General Manager Tang immediately spoke up. Elder Zhang immediately froze for a moment after hearing this. He had never expected Chen Wei to have such a status and actually be so powerful. Moreover, Mr. Chen bought this factory in order to use it as a branch for Ningde Times. It wasn't bought by Mr. Chen personally, it should have been bought for their company. General Manager Deng explained. The old man was a bit skeptical as he turned his head to look at Chen Wei. Old master, General Manager Deng is right. This factory is indeed not something I paid for. Chen Wei immediately spoke. The old master immediately said a bit. This young man, the future generation is fearful. In fact, Chen Wei was also very impressed with the old master in front of him. He started from nothing and worked his way up to a company with a market capitalization of up to $20 billion. It was really admirable. The old master's vision must have been particularly unique. Since none of you have different opinions, let's talk about the price of this factory. How much does this factory roughly cost? Chen Wei asked. Hearing Chen Wei's question, General Manager Deng didn't dare to say anything and just looked at Elder Zhang. The person in charge of this project come out for a moment. Let him calculate how much. Never more than that, only the cost price. Don't even count labor costs and taxes, the old master said in a domineering manner. Hearing the old master make such a statement, General Manager Deng also smiled a little. It was good to be able to get rid of this burden. Being able to sell the factory and office building was the best way. After selling them, the company wouldn't be hurt. Upon hearing this, Chen Wei was anxious. Master, you can't do this. I can't take advantage of the company. This time, we are mutually beneficial. I can't take advantage of too much. Chen Wei said. That can't be. Xiao Wei, you've done our group a great favor. It has to be counted like this today. If we don't sell it to you, this factory of ours might only be worth $600 to $700 million. The old man said very stubbornly. Looking at the old man and the young man arguing, General Manager Deng also rounded up. Otherwise, let's calculate the market price first. Then we'll talk about how many discounts. General Manager Deng spoke up. Alright then, you figure out the market price first. This time, the old man agreed. Seeing that the chairman agreed, Deng Shuang brought some executives on the spot to calculate it out. After more than 20 minutes, Deng Shuang came over with a draft material. Chairman, and Mr. Chen, this has been calculated out. Let's take a look. General Manager Deng spoke and handed the calculations to the two men. After our calculations, for this project, we invested a total of 1.44 billion, and Baiyunju Group invested 660 million. The current market price is 2.9 billion. General Manager Deng introduced himself from the side. Then we'll charge Xiaowei 1.5 billion, and when the time comes, we'll take out another 210 million from those 1.5 billion and give it to Baiyunju Group for my good friend's retirement. The chairman immediately said a little. The old chairman couldn't refuse the tone of voice air, and Mr. Deng could only do as he was told. But Chen Wei immediately said a bit. Old master, you're missing half at once. You've suffered too many losses. It can't be like this. You sell the price plus a little. No, no, no. If it wasn't for you, I might have gone to jail for the rest of my life, and my wealth would be even more gone. The chairman said forcefully. Master, add a little. This price is just too low. Chen Wei still refused a bit. One of the two of them wanted to charge less and the other wanted to pay more. These two people argued endlessly, and all those present were silent as well. There were still such people in the world who didn't want money. Such people were too hard to see. People in general are money-minded. How could the two of them be like this? Chapter 52, Lu Fangfei helps Chen Wei to take the credit. After countless negotiations between the two, the factory was successfully sold to Chen Wei's company for $1.8 billion, and both sides signed the contract. Hearing that the deal was successful, Mr. Dang and some of the top management were very happy. The company had finally been saved, and so had their own jobs. Secretary Lu, you call the deposit over later, Chen Wei said to Lu Fangfei. Okay, I'll arrange for someone to call it over. Lu Fangfei immediately nodded and said, since both sides have reached a deal today and solved our company's big trouble, today at noon, let's have a meal together. What do you guys say? General Manager Tang spoke up. Alas, your proposal is very good. I have to thank Xiao Wei today. The old chairman immediately agreed. Then let's all have a meal together. Let's celebrate. Chen Wei saw that everyone agreed, and he immediately agreed as well. Afterward, a few people got into their own cars separately before preparing to go to dinner. After about 20 minutes or so, the caravan stopped at an ancient farmhouse. Chairman Zhang looked at the curious Chen Wei, then immediately explained to Chen Wei, this Hearing Sea courtyard is a real private house. Of course, the food here is also very expensive. Anyone who eats here, no matter what your status is, must make a reservation beforehand. It just so happens that a few days ago, I made a reservation here, so Xiao Wei is also blessed with a mouthful of food today. Elder Zhang said a bit. Chen Wei's eyes immediately lit up after hearing this sentence. In that case, I'm so happy, I'm able to dip into your favor today, Chen Wei said a bit. Then, Elder Zhang immediately brought Chen Wei's group inside. Once inside, Chen Wei was immediately shocked. It was unimaginable that the inside was more than 30 acres large, and it was full of greenery, with ginkgo trees everywhere. Among the ginkgo trees, there was a small ancient attic. In Shanghai, it is an inch of land. It was unthinkable that this boss had actually gotten such a large piece of land. Under the guidance of a beautiful woman in a cheongsam, they came to a small building in the woods, and the beautiful woman opened the door and let Chen Wei and the others in. After going in, everyone took their seats. This house is all built from Shanghai incense wood and rosewood. A small building like this costs no less than 100 million renminbi. Elder Zhang immediately introduced it again. Everyone was very surprised after hearing the introduction. They didn't expect such a house to be so expensive. The ingredients here are all flown in from all over the world. A random meal is $1 million at the bottom. I made a reservation for a dinner that I was going to invite someone for. The main reason was to see if there was anyone who could help our company through this difficult time. I didn't expect to invite you. The person who has been credited with solving our company's big trouble. This is a crooked deal. The old man said some more. That's good, that's good. I'm blessed. And you didn't waste this meal, Chen Wei said with a smile. Little Wei, what you said is the reasoning. It's a pity that you're not my grandson. If you were, I'd be overjoyed. The more I look at you, the more satisfied I am. It's a pity that I don't have said granddaughter. If I did, I would definitely let her marry you, Elder Zhang said smilingly. Elder, nowadays it's freedom of love. You can't have an arranged marriage, Chen Wei also said smilingly. After hearing Chen Wei's words, the old master also digressed. Just at this time, the door knock rang. Then, a team of beautiful women in cheongsams came over. Each of them was carrying a plate. They gently placed the dishes on the table, then gave everyone a bow and exited. Since the dishes have been served, let's start eating, Elder Zhang greeted. Everyone was not polite after hearing this and ate. Delicious, delicious. No wonder it's so expensive. Everyone praised one after another. This meal took about an hour and a half. When it was time to leave, Elder Zhang took Chen Wei's hand. If you have time, you must come and sit at my house. The two of us are like old friends at first sight, the old master said immediately. The two became bosom buddies. Okay, old master, Chen Wei also agreed. Then each went back to their own homes or companies. Chen Wei and Lu Fangfei then returned to the temporary branch of Ningde Times. Secretary Lu, the location of the branch has been chosen. Next, it's time to recruit employees. Let's put up the basic framework of the company and get our factory up and running. Chen Wei explained something. Alright, Mr. Chen, don't worry, I'll go back and do it. I'll put up a recruitment advertisement right away, Lu Fangfei immediately said. They were also about to next call Tianlong Group with the $500 million that the Ningde Times headquarters had previously called over. As soon as they returned to the office, Lu Fengfei arranged for someone to transfer the money to Tianlong Group. The money was quickly transferred. Then, Lu Fengfei immediately called the video phone with Mr. Zhang of Ningde Times Group Corporation. The other party quickly answered the phone. Chen Wei met with Mr. Zhang again. Mr. Chen, what are you looking for me for? Chairman Zhang in the video immediately spoke. Chairman, it's been a long time. I'm really looking for you for something. The company's branch has already chosen a factory, and it's already been built. I've already sent the deposit over. Just have to wait for you to make the final payment. Chen Wei immediately said. Hearing that Chen Wei had taken care of the factory so quickly, Chairman Zhang on the other side was very surprised. He had given Chen Wei all of the matters of establishing a subdivision of the factory, just to test Chen Wei's ability. As a result, he didn't expect that Chen Wei would settle things so quickly. No way, is it that fast? Chairman Zhang asked. I really won't lie to you. Why don't I ask Secretary General Lu to prove it? Chen Wei immediately said. Next to him, Lu Fengfei immediately said. Yeah, Chairman, he didn't lie to you. I'll immediately transfer the relevant drawings and data to you. Soon, Lu Fengfei transmitted the drawings and data of both the factory and the office to Chairman Zhang. Without a few minutes, Chairman Zhang looked over it. Not bad, not bad. This house is very, very good. The location is also very good. Chairman Zhang immediately said. Chairman Zhang, you don't know that Mr. Chen was a big help with this branch. He helped our company save a lot of money. Lu Fengfei helped Chen Wei take credit. Oh, there is such a thing? Chairman Zhang expressed his lack of understanding. I think you can see it when you look at the data. The location of this factory is very good. There's also the fact that the market value of this factory can be up to $2.9 billion. And Mr. Chen took it for 1.8 billion yuan. Lu Fengfei said. Chairman Zhang was still a bit unconvinced when he heard Lu Fengfei's words. Well, Mr. Chen, you two aren't lying to me. This should be impossible. Chairman Zhang was full of disbelief. After all, this wasn't buying shoes and clothes at the market where you could just cut the price in half. It would be considered good to be able to cut down 20% of a bill like this involving several billions of dollars. Seeing that the chairman didn't believe it, Chen Wei immediately made a little introduction. How did he introduce it? Chapter 53. How about you push his WeChat to me? Chairman Zhang, it's like this. I'm a shareholder of another company. As it happens, this company holds this factory. What's going on here? It turns out that this company helped someone build this factory, but the company that was going to build it went bankrupt. So then, I bought it at a 60 or 70% discount. Chen Wei introduced it. How is the quality of the factory plant? Chairman Zhang immediately asked. We took a look at it. The quality is not bad. They all used the best materials. Chen Wei added. Dong Chen, I really appreciate your help. To thank you for your help, I've decided to reward you. Wait, I'll have someone directly call 1.4 billion yuan of money to your branch's account. Together with the original 500 million, there will be a total of 1.9 billion. 9 billion minus 1.8 billion makes an extra 100 million. This 100 million is a reward for you. Chairman Zhang's bravado immediately spoke up. Lu Fengfei was directly confused when she heard this. This chairman was too generous. The thank you fee was calculated in billions. Chen Wei was also very happy after hearing this and was very excited inside. Although he had a lot of assets, he still didn't have much cash. There was only about 50 million now. Really? Then thank you so much, Chairman. Chen Wei said happily. Ha ha ha, you're welcome, as it should be. After all, you made our company make money as well. You made our company $800 or $900 million. Chairman Zhang said heartily. Alright, I won't talk to you anymore. I have things on my side. We're having a meeting about new energy sources, in order to compete with Japanese and Korean companies. I'm too busy. Chairman Zhang rubbed his head and then spoke. Well then, goodbye Chairman. Come visit Shanghai sometime. Come inspect our factory. Chen Wei said politely. Soon, the two hung up the phone. Is our new energy not good enough? Chen Wei asked Lu Fengfei. Our Ningde Times ranks third in the world, right? Panasonic and LG ranked first and second. However, our company will soon surpass him. Lu Fengfei introduced it. Yeah, I think new energy is very promising. Just look at Tesla and you'll understand. Musk became the richest man in the world all of a sudden by relying on new energy. Chen Wei thought the company chairman was very wise. The two chatted about other things. By the way, you just helped me with your words. I thank you because you helped me with those words. It was only then that the chairman gave me a full $100 million more. Chen Wei spoke to Lu Fengfei. Mr. Chen, you flatter me. Just being honest. It's still relying on your doorway. Relying on your connections to find the plant. It's still mainly your credit. Lu Fengfei was very modest and then said. The reasoning is this, but it also has your credit. After they transferred 1.4 billion You transfer 1.3 billion to Tianlong Real Estate, Chen Wei explained. Later, I rewarded you with $2 million. This one is my reward for you. This credit also has your share. Because Lu Fengfei was very humble, Chen Wei was very satisfied, so he awarded her 2 million yuan. Really? Lu Fengfei was a bit disbelieving. Of course it's true. Could it be that you don't think this money is too little? Chen Wei looked at Lu Fengfei, who was full of disbelief. No. It's mainly because I'm too surprised because the pie fell from the sky. Lu Fengfei hurriedly explained. Ha, don't get excited either. You follow me well, and in the future, there will definitely be a lot of benefits for you. Chen Wei immediately drew a big pie. If you want a horse to run fast, you definitely need to make it eat well and be well fed. Alright, Mr. Chen, I'll be more serious in the future. Lu Fengfei hastily gave a guarantee. Alright, we won't talk to you much longer. I'm going to leave now. Don't you forget to credit the rest of the money to my account. Of course, you transfer $2 million to your own account as well. The relevant formalities are also done to come. Have someone sign what should be signed. Chen Wei immediately said. Mr. Chen, please wait. I'll treat you to dinner. You awarded me so much money this time. I must treat you to dinner. Lu Fengfei hurriedly stopped Chen Wei. I'm sorry. I have an appointment tonight. I'm not available today. How about I do it in a few days? Chen Wei explained the reason. Chen Wei quickly left. Because tonight, he was going to have dinner with Chen Chuchu. Also because then, Chen Chuchu was very pretty and had an extremely good figure. A fair lady, a gentleman's man. After having money, a man's heart will expand. After getting one, they immediately want to get two. Every man can't help it, and almost all of them will have the idea of embracing the right and the left. How many men could withstand the temptation? Chen Wei thought about it, then shook his head. He himself might become a scumbag. He immediately drove his car towards Chen Chuchu's neighborhood. Chen Chuchu had already sent the location over. Chen Wei still blamed himself a bit when he thought about it. Sigh, let's be a scumbag. Anyway, he has a system. It's normal for him to have a few more girlfriends. Not more than a few minutes later, he arrived at the Lotus neighborhood. This neighborhood was built in 2010, and it's been 7 years now. This house still seems relatively new, and the conditions here are also relatively good. So, the rent is also more expensive. It was close to several universities, so many of the people who rented the house were recent university graduates. Chen Chuchu and her best friend rented a house here. When two people rented together, it was slightly cheaper. At this time, in a 2-room 1-hall house, Chen Chuchu was sitting with her best friend Healy Chun. The two were chatting. Chuchu, where are you going? You're dressed up so beautifully. Healy Chun spoke up. There's a guy who bought a car from me, and he's treating me to dinner tonight. No, I'm treating him to dinner tonight. Chen Chuchu replied a bit. He doesn't want to eat, right? He wants to eat you, right? You eat him too. Xiao Li Chun said a bit. What are you talking nonsense about? Chen Chuchu immediately blushed. So honey, is he handsome? Xiao Li Chun asked. Of course it's handsome. Chen Chuchu said. What kind of car did he buy? How much money to buy a car? Xiao Li Chun was very curious. Bought a Porsche, bought 18 million. Chen Chuchu added. He's handsome and gold. How about you introduce him to me then? Your surname is Chen, and his surname is also Chen. The two of you don't fit. It's not good to get married with the same surname. You push his WeChat to me as well. Xiao Li Chun immediately made a request. This Xiao Li Chun was also very pretty. It was on par with Chen Chuchu, but of course it was a bit worse than Chen Chuchu. This isn't too good either. Chen Chuchu immediately said a bit. Chen Chuchu herself wanted to have a boyfriend like this. We have people there with the same last name who get married, and it's not just as good? Do you also like him and fancy him? If so, I won't argue with you. Who asked us to be such good sisters? Xiao Li Chun spoke again. Chapter 54. Some say it's not good to marry with the same last name. I can look at him, but he can look at me? You also know he's so handsome and so much gold. Chen Chuchu was still a bit inferior. When people invite you to dinner, he may have the intention. Let's see if you have the intention. How long will it take for him to arrive? Xiao Li Chun spoke up. He said that he already drove over to pick me up. It will probably take 15 or 16 minutes to get there. Chen Chuchu said. This dress you're wearing, let me take a look at it and see if you look good in it. Xiao Li Chun pretended to look at it. Chen Chuchu put down her cell phone and looked at her best friend with a little nervousness. Not bad, not bad. If I were a man, I would also fall in love with you. Don't worry, he will definitely like it without a little problem. Xiao Li Chun nodded. A JK outfit, waist slim, face 10 points bleached. The most crucial thing was that the upper body was choppy. This made Xiao Li Chun, who was also a girl, a little frustrated. She didn't know what her best friend and classmate ate to grow up so well developed and with such a choppy upper body. The heavens had really favored her. Actually, He'll like it no matter what you wear. If you don't wear clothes, he will like it even more. Xiao Li-chan made a joke about it. What are you talking about? These words made Chen Chuchu blush. Her face flushed like a red cloth. Look at your figure. Your face. Your high mountains. Which boy could not like it? Xiao Lichuan enviously fingered her breasts. What are you talking nonsense about? Chen Chuchu blushed again. She also used her hand to gently smack her best friend's hand. I'm serious. You're really gifted and I don't know how yours grew. She saw Chen Chuchu's face redden even more and said a little more. She also knew that Chen Chuchu had a thin skin. Chu, I am very envious of you. This immediately has a rich second generation coming after you. He drove a Porsche just after graduating from university and spent $18 million on it. The family must be very good. And the key is that the age won't be too big. It's still a year younger than us. Xiao Li-chan said a little more. This matter, when Chen Chuchu came back from work yesterday, she told herself. After hearing about this matter, Xiao Li-chan was very envious. After going out into society, she realized that money is so important. Rich man. It is difficult to be a man without money. It is also true for women. However, women still have this one chance to marry. Marrying someone can change their destiny. And now her own best friend is being looked at by a fresh college graduate who drives an $18 million Porsche. And herself? Still a single dog. She herself is being pursued by someone in her company. But the other person is not eligible. He's probably not chasing me. He's simply buying me dinner. Chen Chuchu said with a bit of embarrassment. This is something that a discerning person would know at a glance. Xiao Li-chan immediately said, do you believe what you say yourself? If he didn't have a good feeling for you, would he invite you to dinner? Not only are you pretty, you have a shapely body. No matter which man, seeing you, would want to pounce on you. Xiao Li-chan said this again. The moment her words came out, Chen Chuchu's face turned even redder. Xiao Li-chan watched her bestie blush, but didn't care, continuing to educate her bestie. Chu, when you have dinner with him tonight, you can take the initiative. People have said that a man chasing a woman is separated by a mountain, and a woman chasing a man is separated by a veil. People are all high-flying and handsome, and there won't be a lack of girls to pursue them. You take the initiative. You can easily take him down. Chu, you're chirpy and pretty with a good body. Well, that car headlight is still so big, but, when beauty is compared to money, it's still money that's better. So, I think you can take the initiative. If you take him, you'll have a worry-free life in the future, and you can be well-dressed. Xiao Li-chan said seriously. People's conditions were so good, so the best friend could definitely take the initiative a bit. I don't know how to take the initiative a bit. You also know that I haven't been in love since I was a child. Chen Chuchu was a little embarrassed, then said a little. She wanted her best friend to teach her. This. I don't know how to do it either. Xiao Li-chan was a bit confused. I just have a bit of theoretical knowledge and no practical experience. The BFF hadn't been in a relationship, and she herself hadn't been in a relationship. Love looked at her bestie's expectant gaze. Xiao Li-chan remembered the romance novels she used to read. You can take the initiative to take the hand. I'll give him food. Speak a little more gently. A little more coy. Smile a little more. I know so much. I also only know how to talk on paper. Xiao Li-chan added. You've read some novels yourself. You can apply them too. Xiao Li-chan remembered this. Okay, I know. Chen Chuchu nodded and tried to write this down. Hearing Chen Chuchu say this, Xiao Li-chan became more at ease. Sigh. I envy you. I wonder when I'll have a high flyer chasing me. I really don't want to go to that shift for a day. To that Thai company. Xiao Li-chan sighed and spoke up. There are college students everywhere now. $3,000 or $4,000 won't recruit a single migrant laborer anymore, but it will recruit countless second-year college students. Xiao Li-chan said some more. My bosom friend, you're so pretty. There will definitely be very good, well-endowed boys chasing after you. Chen Chuchu comforted her bosom friend. Chen Chuchu didn't tell lies. Her own bosom friend was indeed very pretty. She wouldn't be much worse at all compared to Chen Chuchu. If one scored 89 points, the other would score 88 points. The only thing that the BFF couldn't compare to Chen Chuchu was the choppy upper body, and the BFF also had her own advantage, which was a very thin waist. I hope so. I hope to borrow your good fortune. Xiao Li-chan spoke up. Chen Chuchu looked at her cell phone again. Alright, I'm leaving. More than 10 minutes have passed by now. Chen Chuchu said a bit. Go then. Don't make him wait. BFF also said a bit. Okay then, I'm going. Chen Chuchu nodded and immediately put her cell phone into her bag. Taking the bag, she walked out of her room. Her own bag was the usual kind. The bag was $100 or $200. Not expensive. With a bang, the door of the house closed. Xiao Li-chan sat on the sofa and looked at her waist. I don't know who has such good fortune to enjoy such a good waist. Where is my Prince Charming? My fine waist is waiting for you. Even Xiao Li-chan herself thought that her waist was really thin and really good. Choo Choo has waves. I have a thin waist. I wouldn't be any worse. Xiao Li Chun thought for a moment. 3 minutes later, Chen Choo Choo arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood. Which person did she meet? Chapter 55. I'll give you a house in $20,000 a month. Chen Choo Choo came to the entrance of the neighborhood and did not see the charming purple Porsche. Obviously, Chen Wei has not yet arrived. Chen Choo Choo is not in a hurry at all. She patiently waited for Chen Wei to come over. In the world, a lot of things are inevitable is to wait. Either you wait for me, or I wait for you. It's already 6:10 p.m. There are many people who are off work, so there are also many people who enter the neighborhood. Some men see Chen Choo Choo at the entrance of the neighborhood, cannot help but look a few more eyes, because such a pretty beauty was really rare. Chen Choo Choo was wearing JK clothing and looked youthful and beautiful, coupled with a graceful figure, slender waist. The skirt below reveals a pair of long legs, also wearing white stockings, with a pair of white sneakers. Well, it is even more indescribably charming. My fair lady, gentleman good looking. Therefore, many men couldn't help but take a few glances. There were some slightly prettier women who couldn't help but cast envious and jealous gazes when they saw Chen Choo Choo as well. This beautiful woman has a really good body. I don't know what she ate to grow up, and the headlights of this car are so big, and people also look so good. For these gazes, Chen Choo had long been accustomed to. She didn't grow up like this in a day either. She was still a bit uncomfortable. Previously, she wore slightly looser clothes. That way, it wasn't easy for others to discover her wonderful figure. Today, she wore tight white JK dresses. Her delicate figure was visible. She also ignored it, still playing with her cell phone. Not long after, a car stopped in front of her. She subconsciously looked up. She thought it was Chen Wei coming. She looked and realized it wasn't Chen Wei's seductive purple Porsche. What was parked in front of her was a black Volkswagen Bora. Seeing this, Chen Choo Choo frowned for a moment and then took a few steps back. This was a person she didn't want to ignore. Choo Choo, it's me. Are you going to play? If going to play, I happen to have time. I can give you a ride. Soon, a man came down from Bolai. It was a 37 or 88-year-old man, fairly tall, with an average appearance throughout. There were also some small pimples on his face. However, the way he looked at Chen Choo Choo, it was as if he wanted to take Chen Choo Choo's clothes off. The man was called Lin Daxiang. He lived above the house that Chen Choo Choo had rented, but he wasn't a rented house. He had his own house. His family was originally a native of Shanghai, and his family originally had farmland. Later, when the land was acquired and demolished, the government gave several suites. The houses given by the government are all in this neighborhood. No need. Someone is coming to pick me up. Chen Choo Choo met Lin Daxiang and immediately refused. Chen Choo Choo still had a deep impression of this Lin Daxiang. Ever since she and her best friend rented a house here, she met Lin Daxiang by chance. At first, the two thought that this Lin Daxiang was not bad. Where did they know that soon after? Lin Daxiang revealed his true nature. He often looked for Chen Choo Choo to accost and chat. He said, "If you follow me, I'll give you a house." After hearing this, Chen Choo Choo began to hate him, because this Lin Daxiang had a wife and child. It didn't occur to me that on this day, Lin Daxiang came back to strike up a conversation. What are you polite for? You are still polite with brother. Tell me, where are you going to play? I'll give you a ride. Lin Daxiang spoke again. His eyes were staring at Chen Choo Choo's breasts, and it seemed like his eyes couldn't even be pulled off. As he looked, he subconsciously swallowed his saliva. It was obvious that he had moved towards Chen Choo Choo. Chen Choo Choo had just graduated from college not long ago, young and very pretty, with a very good figure, and the wife at home now, like a big bucket. Once you know Chen Choo Choo, Lin Daxiang thought that Chen Choo Choo was very simple and easy to catch up. After all, his own family is rich. His family has several houses. One house is worth $20 million. The rent of the house is $300,000 to $400,000 a year. He wanted to chase after a young girl who had just graduated from university. He thought it would be a breeze, because he himself has several houses. As long as he says it, not many girls can withstand the temptation, because this trick he has tried 100 times. He has used this trick on several female college students, and those girls are also very beautiful, although not as beautiful as Chen Choo Choo, but with this trick, or very effective, because in general, you just can't make so much money in 1 or 2 dozen lifetimes. Lin Daxiang thought so at first. Unexpectedly, Chen Choo Choo did not eat this set. Lin Daxiang invited Chen Choo Choo to dinner a few times, but was unsuccessful. He began to think that Chen Choo Choo was trying to escape, but he didn't know that after a few tries, none of them were successful. What he couldn't get, the more he wanted to get. And now, his interest in Chen Choo Choo was growing. There's really no need. Someone will come to pick me up soon, so hurry up and walk away. The two of us chatting together, let people see and gossip. Chen Choo Choo said in disgust for a moment. Then, took a step back. The person coming to pick me up later is still my boyfriend. You don't want to embarrass me. Chen Chuchu was still a little weak when she said this, but in order to scare off Lin Daqiang, she could only make this excuse. What? You really have a boyfriend? Liar. Lin Daqiang said, and his face changed a bit. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine to have a boyfriend. You guys can break up too. It's okay if you just get married. You can also get divorced. Choo choo. You've known brother for so long. What kind of person is brother? What kind of mind? You know. Still, as long as you follow brother, brother will give you a house. How about it? After that, I'll give you another $20,000 every month. Shanghai's house, you know it's so expensive. At least 100,000 yuan per square meter. My house price is less than 100,000 yuan, but it's at least 50,000 yuan per square meter. A house for me is $5 or $6 million. Brother is so good to you. Can you follow me? Lin Daqiang looked around and said to Chen Chuchu in a disgusted voice. In order to take Chen Chuchu, he was really generous this time. Although a set of house cost $4 to $5 million, as long as it became a success with Chen Chuchu, Lin Daqiang thought that he could accept it and that he didn't lose out, because this beauty in front of him is really too beautiful, and her body is also too good. If the two could have a child, it would be absolutely beautiful and absolutely smart. He had played with quite a few women, and there were many beautiful ones among them, but none of them could compare to Chen Chuchu. And what's more, Chen Chuchu did move him, and Lin Daqiang was willing to buy a smile for $10 million. He is willing to die under the flowers and be a ghost. In order to get this beauty, he was willing to pay half of his worth. In the future, if he could take Chen Chuchu out, anyone would admire him. Once he thought of this, his eyes grew brighter and brighter as he looked at Chen Chuchu. He felt that Chen Chuchu would agree. Would Chen Chuchu agree? Chapter 56. Why didn't you say you had a boyfriend earlier? How are you doing with brother? Lin Daqiang asked again. It's impossible. You want to fart, eat it. Don't even think about it. Chen Chuchu immediately refused and got a little angry again. How can you still think like this when you have a wife and child? What kind of person do you take me for? Chen Chuchu thought for a moment. Choo, don't say so, dead well. There is nothing impossible. You'd better think about it. A house is enough for you to struggle for 30 or 40 years. Now, as long as you follow brother, brother will give you a house. Give you $20,000 pocket money every month. Seeing that Chen Chuchu was angry, Lin Daqiang still said with a thick skin. Usually men like this had thick skin. They would smile and laugh and not take it seriously when they were scolded. He felt that he had one now. If you don't say yes today, you will say yes sooner or later in a few days. If you don't say yes, you still have your BFF to chase after. Your BFF is not bad. She's pretty. The waist is so thin. It's a life-threatening waist. Lin Daqiang thinks a lot. If I can embrace left and right, I can play with this pair of sisters. That would be even better. Go away. I won't agree. Chen Chuchu replied with an ironic face again. She really wanted to give Lin Daqiang a slap. It was a good thing that she was sober and still very rational. If she wasn't, she really would have slapped Lin Daqiang. Choo, you're still too young and haven't suffered the loss of not having money. You don't know how important money is, nor do you know how important a house is. Did you just say you have a boyfriend? Then is he also a recent graduate? Even if he earns another $20,000 a month, he wants to buy a house and settle down in Shanghai without eating or drinking. That would also take at least 50 years to realize. But if you follow me, you can get a suite right away. Isn't this much better for you than being with a poor person? Lin Daqiang persuaded again. It was as if everything was for Chen Chuchu's sake. After he finished speaking, a charming purple Porsche drove over. Lin Daqiang also froze for a moment and immediately looked at the Porsche. His eyes were also filled with envy and jealousy. He quickly recognized that it was a Porsche. It landed at $18 million. Therefore, he was very envious and jealous, because he knew that he couldn't afford it in his life, and if he sold his house, he would only have the car. It was impossible for him to sell his house and exchange it for this car. He immediately shook his head and immediately withdrew his envious gaze. Soon, this Porsche stopped in front of him. Soon, the car door opened and a young boy came down. Is this one your friend? Chen Chuchu. After Chen Wei pushed open the car door, he directly walked to the side of Chen Chuchu and then asked. He's not my friend. He's my neighbor. Chen Chuchu immediately said a bit after seeing Chen Wei. Her eyes revealed a bit of joy. She immediately walked over and took Chen Wei's arm. She turned her head to Lin Daqiang and said, "This is my boyfriend. My boyfriend is here. Can you get lost now?" Chen Chuchu said angrily. She was now very disgusted with Lin Daqiang. You have a wife and child and you still say you want to beg yourself. Am I such a person? This is really your boyfriend? It can't be. Lin Daqiang was a bit disbelieving. I didn't expect her boyfriend to drive such an expensive car, and at such a young age. only 22 or 22 years old. He was also very handsome. He himself was almost 40 years old and couldn't afford to drive such a Porsche. So now, he was completely discouraged. At first, he thought that he would be able to secure a win, thinking that Chen Chuchu would agree sooner or later. Now, all of a sudden, he didn't have a bit of confidence. He was definitely no match for the person who drove the $18 million Porsche. Of course, he's my boyfriend, so don't come and harass me and bother me in the future. Chen Chuchu said a little more. Chen Chuchu said it with some misgivings, but in order to drive away this person Lin Daqiang, she had to say this. After Lin Daqiang heard Chen Chuchu admit it again, he immediately prepared to roll away. What? You dared to harass my girlfriend? Chen Wei looked towards Lin Daqiang. As he said this, he raised his hand again, and the Richard Mille on his hand was revealed. Lin Daqiang looked at it and was even more surprised. Driving an $18 million Porsche wasn't enough. He was also carrying a $30 million watch. Lin Daqiang was aware of the Richard Mille watch, because national husband Wang Tsong bought a watch like this. So, he also recognized the Richard Mille watch, precisely because he recognized the famous Richard Mille watch. Lin Daqiang was a bit scared. He didn't dare to mess with the rich second generation who had hundreds of millions of dollars. If he did, he wouldn't even know how to die. It was better to protect his own life. Misunderstanding. These are all misunderstandings. I didn't know she had a boyfriend. I really don't know that you are her boyfriend. If I knew, if you borrowed my two guts, I wouldn't dare to mess with it. Lin Daqiang was a bit scared. Then, his waist was also lowered and he nodded his head a bit. Chen Chuchu held Chen Wei's arm. She still froze a bit when she looked at Lin Daqiang's appearance. I never thought that Lin Daqiang was a softie. He also had a lowly side. The moment he saw a rich man, he got scared. Just because of this Porsche? It should not be Chen Chuchu still didn't quite understand, but that's the way it is. She looked at Lin Daqiang like this and was still very happy in her heart. Don't worry, I definitely won't bother your girlfriend in the future, much less harass her. So what? I'll leave first. Lin Daqiang carefully said these words, then immediately left. Chen Wei waved his hand. Lin Daqiang immediately left. He wasn't afraid of anyone, but he was afraid of rich people. Being rich meant having strength. Who dares to mess with people with power? Soon, Lin Daqiang didn't even look at Chen Chuchu, directly got into his Polaroid, and then drove into the neighborhood. After driving a long way, his car stopped. His heart was completely solid. By this time, he still complained a bit about Chen Chuchu. You have such a rich second-generation boyfriend. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had said it earlier, would I have gone to harass you? Lin Daqiang didn't blame himself. He would only blame others. However, he thought of Chen Chuchu's beautiful face and slim figure. He felt a little sorry for himself. Regret that he did not get Chen Chuchu. Regret that he is no longer possible. What could he take to compete with a rich second generation with hundreds of millions of assets? He was really not enough to look at himself. Once he thought of this, he shook his head and immediately pushed the door to get out of the car, then locked his car. He just walked into the hallway. He immediately saw Xiaoli Chun who was going downstairs. Xiaoli Chun also saw Lin Daqiang. She immediately frowned, because Lin Daqiang also liked to talk to her. Xiaoli Chun was ready to ignore Lin Daqiang. Unexpectedly, Lin Daqiang also ignored her. What was going on? Had Lin Daqiang changed into a different person? Chapter 57. This time, Chen Chuchu understood why Lin Daqiang was afraid. Xiaoli Chun's entire body was a bit confused. Previously, every time Lin Daqiang saw her, he had to look at her colorfully and come over to talk. But this time it was very abnormal. Not only did he not come over to talk, he didn't even look at her. Did the sun come out of the west? What is this situation? This is something that has never happened before. Xiaoli Chun was a little confused. She looked up at the nearly setting sun. This sun was still setting in the west. The sun did not descend from the east. What's going on here? Lin Daqiang by this time had already gone up the stairs to the entrance of his house. Looking at a few beautiful women, he couldn't look at them anymore and couldn't think about them. He sighed. He was even more afraid to harass these two beauties. In case Chen Chuchu complained to that rich second generation, he couldn't keep this home. As soon as he returned home, his fat wife said, "Hubby, you're back?" Lin Daqiang coldly said a little, "Yes, back." He still had a position in the family. After all, the family had a house. At the entrance of the neighborhood, Chen Chuchu watched Lin Daqiang drive away. Her heart was very happy. Soon, she came back to her senses. She realized that she was still wrapped around Chen Wei's arm and appeared to be very intimate. And what's more, the upper half of her body was leaning on Chen Wei, causing the headlights of the car to distort. When she thought of this, her face immediately turned red. She immediately drew her hand back. Chen Chuchu immediately explained, "He's our upstairs neighbor. He's a local. The family has several houses. This man often comes to harass me and my girlfriends. Just now, After you came, I said that you were my boyfriend in order to break his mind so that he wouldn't harass me in the future. Don't think too much, Chen Chuchu said with a red face. It's fine, I can help you with this. It's just a show of hands on my part. Chen Wei immediately shook his head a bit. He thought about it in his heart for a moment. It felt so good just now. That mountain was still tall. It was just a short time ago. This person definitely won't harass us again in the future. It's the first time I've seen him like this. Like a pug. This person's family a few sets of house. In front of us it, always look very superior. But after running into you this time, he was scared to death. Chen Chuchu continued, but in her heart, she was still a little puzzled. Is it because you drive a top-of-the-line Porsche that he's like this? Chen Chuchu said a little more. It has something to do with this. Chen Wei raised his own hand, revealing the Richard Mille hand watch he wore on his wrist. Chen Chuchu quickly saw the watch. It's mostly related to this watch as well. Chen Wei said a little. It would have something to do with this watch. Why? Is this watch that powerful? Chen Chuchu was confused for a moment. She did not understand the meaning of Chen Wei's words. She took a closer look at Chen Wei's piece of watch. She didn't recognize the Richard Mille watch. What was so scary about this watch? Of course, the watch was beautiful. Chen Wei looked at the situation and immediately explained. This piece of watch is around $30 million. National husband Wang Song bought one of these watches. And that person in your neighborhood also knows this watch. Chen Wei said this. As soon as Chen Wei said this, Chen Chuchu's eyes instantly widened. She was really shocked by the price. How much? $30 million for this watch? Chen Chuchu was really shocked by this price. Really shocked. The world of the rich. I really don't understand. This is the kind of money that many people would have to work 10 lifetimes to earn. That's right. $30 million. This is a Richard Mille watch. You can search online. Chen Wei said a bit more. Seeing Chen Chuchu's lovely appearance, Chen Wei didn't hold back and reached out and gently pinched her face. Chen Chuchu's face was smooth and delicate and beautiful, and with a bit of baby fat, it looked very cute. Chen Chuchu was startled by this Chen Wei's action and didn't know what to say. Wanting to get angry, she was afraid that she would drive Chen Wei away. Alright, let's get on the car. It's not too early. Chen Wei took back his hand and immediately said something. He was like a person who was fine. It was as if he didn't know that men and women weren't related. Okay. Chen Chuchu had a red face and gave a reply back. The two quickly got into the car. Put your seatbelt on, Chen Wei explained. By this time, her face was still a bit red. Growing up, it was the first time she was touched on the face by the opposite sex and the first time she got into the car of the opposite sex. So, Chen Chuchu was still a little embarrassed. After getting into the car, she didn't know how to put her hands. It didn't take long for her to fasten her seatbelt. It took a while before she stopped being shy. At this time, she couldn't help but take a closer look at Chen Wei. Now, she finally understood why Lin Daxian had put in such a low stance just now. It was because Chen Wei drove an $18 million car and wore a $30 million hand. Poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches. Playing with a watch shows that Chen Wei is richer. The things behind this represent very much. At the thought of this, Chen Chuchu's emotions were very complicated. However, it didn't show much. You're seated. Fastened your seatbelt? He looked up at Chen Chuchu. It turned out that Chen Chuchu had already fastened her seatbelt. Chen Chuchu's car headlights were so big that he couldn't help but look at them a few more times. It was too attractive. He took a few glances before withdrawing his own gaze. I've fastened my seatbelt. Chen Chuchu immediately said a little. She didn't pay attention to Chen Wei's gaze. She was still more or less uneasy and a bit shy. Good. I'll start the car. What should we eat for dinner? Chen Wei asked a bit. I'll have anything. Chen Chuchu immediately said a bit. Then how about we go eat hot pot tonight? Chen Wei said again. I like eating hot pot very much. I like spicy food. Hearing about eating hot pot, Chen Chuchu, the foodie's eyes lit up a few points. Do you really like eating hot pot? Hot pots are all generally spicy. Chen Wei was a little surprised. This was because he saw that Chen Chuchu was very excited at this time, and her eyes were still a little bright. The message that she liked eating hot pot a lot was bubbling up in her eyes. Of course, I'm from Chengdu. I can eat spicy food very well. Chen Chuchu immediately said. Are you a Sichuan girl spicy? Chen Wei immediately said. Sichuan people all ate spicy food. This Chen Wei still knew. Many Hunan people ate spicy food, and Jiangxi people also ate spicy food. I'm not spicy or not spicy. I'm a very gentle person. This, you can rest assured. Chen Chuchu said immediately weaseling out a bit. Fine, let's eat hot pot tonight. It's fine for me to eat chili. Chen Wei nodded. This car of his had already started. Watching Jiayin before. There's a Sichuan Tyrannosaurus Rex actress who starred in a very hot program. Isn't it about how you Sichuan girls are gentle and considerate before marriage and tyrannical dragons after marriage? Is this not true? Chen Wei said. No, it won't. I don't know about others, but I must be gentle and lovely. She was terrified of scaring Chen Wei away, immediately said a little. Chapter 58, take a picture of Chen Wei for me. Chen Wei drove towards an underwater restaurant. Chen Chuchu sat on the passenger side, looking up at Chen Wei from time to time. Suddenly, her own cell phone vibrated. She took out her phone and looked at it. It was a message from her best friend Xiao Lichuan. Chu, did you get on the car? Take a picture of him for me and send it to me. I'll see what he looks like. Looking forward to the emoticons. Xiao Lichuan sent 2 WeChat messages. We got on the bus. It's not good to take pictures now. Right, I'm afraid it will affect his driving. Chen Chuchu replied. You secretly shoot it won't affect him driving. I'm very curious about what he looks like. Xiao Lichuan said some more. Hurry up. I want to see. What does a rich second generation who buys an $18 million Porsche look like? Xiao Lichuan said some more. Seeing her best friend say this, Chen Chuchu was a little unsure of what to do. She very much didn't want to shoot, fearing that Chen Wei would be disgusted. But her bestie was begging for it, and if she didn't shoot it, she was afraid that her bestie would have a grudge. So, after thinking for a while, she immediately said, then wait a bit, I'll see if there's a chance. Okay, no problem. I'll wait for you, the girlfriend said again. However, Chen Chuchu still didn't shoot. Soon, it arrived at the place. Both of them got out of the car successively. It was still Chen Chuchu who got out of the car first. She hurriedly took out her cell phone and photographed the car. As a result, it was discovered by Chen Wei. What are you filming? Chen Wei looked over with a bit of incomprehension in his eyes. I'm taking pictures of the things on both sides of the street. Chen Chuchu immediately said a reason. Chen Wei didn't suspect anything, then nodded and continued walking. She saw that Chen Wei didn't say anything. Chen Chuchu took a few more pictures. She took pictures of the buildings here, and she also took pictures of Chen Wei. After taking them, she chose 2 of them and sent them to Xiao Lichuan. In a supermarket. Soon, Xiao Lichuan saw the photos, because she took out her cell phone from time to time to look at them. She soon saw 2 photos. One photo was of a boy standing in front of a Porsche. This boy had decent features and was very handsome. He was wearing a white sleeveless top and a long black bottom. The other photo was only of this boy. The photo was still of this boy, who was very outstanding in terms of his hairstyle, his clothes and his temperament. What a big handsome guy. Why don't we have 2 girls serving one husband? Xiao Lichuan immediately sent it over. She made a joke like this. How can this be? It's impossible. Chen Chuchu also immediately sent back. Besides, I have nothing to do with him. Chuchu, seriously, you've really struck gold this time. This handsome guy is rich and has a face, and he's the right age. I'm really jealous and envious. Xiao Lichuan returned a bit. She was really a bit envious and jealous at this time. Unfortunately, Chen Chuchu was her own BFF. Otherwise, she would have gone to grab it herself. A lot of people said that fire prevention and theft prevention of girlfriends, one still won't go to rob it. Although Chen Wei's face value, figure, temperament, and family conditions were all very good. But it really has nothing to do with me yet. She also felt that Chen Wei's conditions were very good. Wait a bit, it'll be relevant. A few more days and it'll be relevant. Xiao Lichuan returned again. You're kidding. Chen Chuchu returned a bit. Alright, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Don't disturb the 2 of you on your date, Xiao Lichuan said. Then she put her cell phone back into her bag. Then she looked down at her thin waist again. AI, empty of a life-threatening waist, but no use for it. There is no one to use it. My Prince Charming, when will he come? She was ready to walk out of the supermarket and go home. She suddenly thought of the situation when she ran into Lin Daqiang just now. Lin Daqiang didn't talk to himself, nor did he look at himself. This situation was really abnormal. After thinking about it for a while, she immediately took out her cell phone again. Chu, I ran into Lin Daqiang today. He's very abnormal today. When I was going downstairs, I bumped into Lin Daqiang, this big pervert, at the stairway. I thought he would strike up a conversation with me and say a few words. I was going to ignore him, but as a result, he acted like he didn't see me. We didn't say anything and he coldly left. Xiao Lichuan spoke up a bit. She spoke a little more. Do you think this is weird? I think the sun is rising in the west. This is the first time something like this has happened. As Chen Chuchu walked, she looked at the message from her best friend. She also kind of wanted to laugh when she saw the message. She could also imagine her bestie's confused face. Do you want to know why Lin Daqiang is like this? Chen Chuchu said. You know the reason. Tell me. The girlfriend was quickly curious. Of course I know. The reason. Do you want to know? Chen Chuchu asked. Of course I want to know the reason. You say it quickly. Xiao Lichuan immediately replied in seconds. You have to treat me to a delicious meal. Chen Chuchu opened a condition. What's the big deal? Deal. Xiao Lichuan quickly agreed, because she was really very curious. How did this Lin Daqiang change? How come he didn't accost himself anymore? How come he wasn't looking at himself colorfully anymore? It's actually still because of Chen Wei. So Lin Dashan doesn't dare to harass us anymore. Chen Shuchu said a bit. Because of Chen Wei? I still don't understand. Tell me why. Xiao Lichuan became even more curious. Chen Jiawei immediately spoke up. Because Chen Wei drives an $18 million Porsche car. Chen Shuchu said the reason. You said that Lin Daqiang saw Chen Wei driving a Porsche. If that's the only reason, it's still a bit insufficient. Xiao Lichun said. Of course it's not just this one reason. He also $30 million of Richard Mille watches. Chen Shuchu added. Lin Daqiang was seeing this watch, so his attitude changed very quickly. He immediately fled without a word, afraid of having his dog's legs broken. It's also for this reason that he's afraid that you'll complain to me. And then, I'll talk to Chen Wei. Chen Shuchu spoke again. Of course, they both spoke in words. After a while, Xiaoli Chun didn't reply to the message right away. She had to digest the information. Chen Wei was actually so rich. He drove a car of nearly $20 million and wore a Richard Mille watch of nearly $30 million. Xiao Lichuan was flabbergasted. Her own BFF would soon turn from Cinderella into a white swan. Her own best friend's fate was really good to the heavens. She was able to meet such a rich second generation. This rich second generation is also so young and handsome, wearing a $30 million watch. Who would dare to buy it? The key is that this handsome man has face value. Young, and rich. Xiao Lichun's heart was very complicated. How could her own best friend be so lucky? I will be worse than her. Where to go? But fate is 100,000 miles away. But also a little worried. Worried that this rich second generation cannot see Chen Shuchu. After all, poor play with cars, rich play with watches. This Chen Wei's family must be very good. She was worried about Chen Shuchu. Can her own best friend marry into a rich family? Chapter 59. Chen Wei was asking with his gaze. Can I kiss you? Xiao Lichun thought about it again. Which rich man doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Or the colorful flags fluttering outside and the red flag at home? Chun, why don't you say anything? Chen Shuchu asked. I had something to do just now. I was shopping at the supermarket, and I've only just seen the news now. Xiao Lichuan said a bit. Xiao Lichun came back to her senses at this time. She saw the message from Chen Shuchu and then immediately said a little. That's good. I'm not going to chat with you. You quickly go to dinner with your boyfriend. Xiao Lichun said a little more. What are you talking about? It's not a boyfriend yet. Chen Shuchu immediately blushed. After she said this, she looked at Chen Wei again. She herself certainly thought that Chen Wei could be her boyfriend. But would Chen Wei think so? If the two could really talk about being boyfriend and girlfriend, she would be very willing to do so. Don't worry, Chu. Just because yours is so big, you'll definitely have no problem. Plus you're very pretty. Any man would be mesmerized by you and would fall in love with you. Xiao Lichun sent another WeChat. What are you talking about? I'm not chatting with you anymore. Chen Shuchu replied back. She looked at her boobs and then at Chen Wei. Who are you chatting with? Chen Wei saw Chen Shuchu looking at herself and immediately asked. I'm chatting with my girlfriends. Chen Shuchu shook her head for a bit, then asked again. My girlfriend is very pretty. What kind of girl do you like? Chen Shuchu was a little curious. Oh, what do you mean? Chen Wei thought for a moment. As if he had once answered a question like this, he immediately remembered that it was Ruyan Lu who had asked this question. I like girls who are pretty and have a good body. Most importantly, she has to wear a JK outfit. Chen Wei immediately said a bit. Once he heard this, Chen Shuchu froze for a moment. Quickly and immediately, she was happy. It was because she was wearing a JK outfit today. It meant that Chen Wei liked her type. One could also be saying that he liked himself. Chen Shuchu thought a lot. The two quickly arrived in front of the Hai Di Lao hot pot restaurant. Arrived at the place. Everyone says that Hai Di Lao hot pot is all good. It's going public soon. Jitterbugs have rated it highly. Chen Wei said a bit. I've also heard about it. Chen Shuchu nodded. Her mind, however, was not here. She was still on what Chen Wei had just said. What did Chen Wei mean by what he said? Let's go in, Chen Wei said. The two of them then pushed open the door and entered the hot pot restaurant. This hot pot restaurant was very well decorated and looked very fresh. Most of the people who ate here were young people. Soon, a waiter walked over. Little brother, Miss Sister, how many of you are there? The waiter immediately asked. 2 of us. Chen Wei immediately spoke. Then you guys please follow me, the waiter immediately said. The waiter quickly brought them to a seat. This table was a small rectangular table. Then, there were 4 seats. Chu, what do you like to eat? You order. Chen Wei immediately said. Okay, I'll order. I won't be polite with you. Chen Shuchu took out her cell phone and swept the code to order. Shortly after ordering, a waiter soon came over with a soup pot. This time, what was brought over was a spicy pot. It didn't take long for the ordered dishes to be sent over as well. It didn't take long for the soup to be raised to 100 degrees. Soon, The two people were putting the dishes into the pot as they went. After a while, the two people started to eat. The two people chatted as they ate. Chen Shuchu remembered what her girlfriend had said and seemed very considerate and proactive. From time to time, she would help Chen Wei clip and cook the dishes. All of these service jobs, Chen Shuchu basically wrapped up. Don't just clip for me, you eat too. I'll also put down the dishes to scald them, Chen Wei said a bit. He knew that Chen Shuchu hadn't eaten much herself. He was more or less emotional. First there was Lu Ruyan's active confession and active kissing of himself. Now there was Chen Shuchu thoughtfully pinching food for herself. Money is good. The money is the master. If you have money, you are superior. If he didn't have a system before, all of these, it was impossible for him to get. After all, these two beauties were both school flower level beauties. One bright and charming, one fresh and beautiful. One had a slim figure, and the other had a shapely figure with a choppy chest. With money of their own, the two beauties were both very good to themselves. One could not live without great money for a day. Now, not only did he have money, but he was also very handsome. One could be said to be a phoenix man. You eat, I'm fine. I can eat myself while I'm giving you food, Chen Shuchu said a little. Her waves looked even more magnificent in front of the table. Chen Wei couldn't help but want to touch them when he saw them. What are you always looking at me for? You eat, Chen Shuchu said a bit. She saw Chen Wei's gaze. That gaze seemed like it wanted to eat her up. Your cup doesn't have much water left. I'll add some for you. Chen Shuchu finished speaking and immediately added a bit of water to Chen Wei. When you were studying, there were a lot of girls chasing after you, right? Chen Shuchu asked offhandedly. No one chased me. However, I chased one, and some time ago, she broke up with me. Chen Wei immediately said a bit. How could that be? She would still break up with you? You're rich and handsome. Chen Shuchu was a bit disbelieving, because Chen Wei was handsome and excellent. Would the girls in the school not be able to see it? Really, no one chased me. It was me who chased her, Chen Wei said. How could you guys break up? Chen Shuchu was still a bit unconvinced. Because she met a better one. Because my original condition was very average. Worse than her new boyfriend, Chen Wei said. He still wanted to continue talking, and at this time, a waiter came over. Sorry to bother you two. May I ask, are you guys boyfriend and girlfriend? The waiter asked. This waiter was also only 18 or 19 years old. This Hai Di Lao of ours, we have an event today. As long as a male and female friend come to eat together, they will be given a fruit platter. So, let me ask you guys, are you boyfriend and girlfriend? The waiter spoke again. Hearing the waiter's words, Chen Wei and Chen Shuchu looked at each other and didn't say anything. Chen Shuchu first blushed a little, but she immediately said something. We are boyfriend and girlfriend, Chen Shuchu said to the waiter. If that's the case, the two of you need to kiss and receive a kiss. Only then can we deliver a fruit platter. A kiss of 1 or 2 seconds is fine. This will prove that you are boyfriend and girlfriend, the waiter added. Hearing this sentence, Chen Wei froze for a moment. At this time, Chen Shuchu also glanced at him. With his gaze, he was asking, can I have a kiss? Chen Shuchu also immediately answered with her gaze. Chapter 60 Show and Tell. It should be me, a boy. Who said it? Chen Shuchu immediately answered with her own vision. You can kiss me. Chen Wei thought at first that he had misread and misunderstood. He looked again. Yes, Chen Shuchu meant this. Chen Wei saw the anticipation in the other's eyes. He immediately asked, can we kiss today? It's just a short kiss anyway. Chen Shuchu's face flushed as she immediately replied. She turned her head towards the waiter for a moment. Yeah, a kiss between the two of you will prove that you are boyfriend and girlfriend, the waiter immediately replied. This waiter was a little envious of Chen Wei again. He hadn't been working as a waiter at this hot pot restaurant for a short time. Here, he had seen quite a few pretty girls, but it was the first time he had seen a girl as pretty as Chen Shuchu. And this girl's headlights are also really big. Alas, this guy is also really lucky to have such a beautiful girlfriend. It's a pity that he doesn't have one. The waiter thought a lot. Chen Shuchu leaned her head over. She was still a bit shy and nervous in her heart. After all, she had spoken too actively and too boldly. Would Chen Wei think she was too open? This was the most active thing she had ever done in her life. I wonder if he would think he was too open. Chen Shuchu was still a little apprehensive. Just at this time, Chen Wei also stood up. Okay, we'll just kiss for 2 seconds, Chen Wei immediately said. He also leaned his head over. He was indeed taken aback when Chen Shuchu said that he could kiss. Anyway, if there is a bargain to not take advantage of, who is it? With this thought in mind, Chen Wei was also very proactive. Ruyan Lu was very active. I can't imagine that Chen Shuchu is also so proactive. Pressing the thoughts in his mind, Chen Wei looked at Chen Shuchu. Chen Shuchu's face is beautiful. Her skin is fair. Her body is graceful. And she has the look of a sunken fish and wild geese. Whoever sees it will want to embrace a hand and kiss a hand. At this time, Chen Shuchu's face reddened, appearing more shy and moving. Chen Wei could also understand her shyness. After all, she was still untouched. This girl's privacy value was still 0. Chen Wei did not continue to think about it. He immediately kissed Chen Chuchu on her red lips. It was a bit sweet and soft. Soon, the waiter interrupted his thoughts. Little brother, this is your fruit platter. Woosin took out a fruit platter from the cart and put it on the table. Then he immediately left. The waiter immediately went to ask for the next table. The fruit platter wasn't too big. It contained cut watermelon, a few grapes, and a few plums. The purples and reds were really pretty. July and August is the season for grapes. There are not many fruits. Chen Wei's mouth quickly left Chen Chuchu's red lips. As soon as he left, he looked at Chen Chuchu. Chen Chuchu was blushing and her gaze was averting. Chuchu, you're quite cute and shy. Chen Wei snickered. Of course, I also know that you want to be kissed too. What are you talking about? I'm not talking to you anymore. Chen Chuchu's face turned even redder, pretending to be angry. I only agreed to your kiss because I could get a fruit platter. Otherwise, I wouldn't have agreed. Chen Chuchu defended. In fact, without the fruit, she was willing to be kissed by Chen Wei. She couldn't wait to have such an opportunity. This time, there happened to be such an east wind, so she was able to make a straw boat out of it. Is that so? If another boy came to dine with you, would you agree to that as well? Agree to him kissing you? Chen Wei immediately asked. That's impossible. I'm not that casual. I also have to see who it is. Chen Chuchu argued again. She definitely wouldn't agree to another boy kissing her. She agreed to Chen Wei kissing her because Chen Wei's condition was very good in all aspects. Otherwise, Chen Chuchu wouldn't have agreed. It was because Chen Wei was completely worthy of herself. This is my first kiss, Chen Chuchu said seriously. She hadn't been in love or had a boyfriend yet. I know this is your first kiss. I thank you. Then your lips are purely sweet. Chen Wei immediately said a little. Do you really know that this is my first kiss? Chen Chuchu was blinded for a bit. Then he immediately asked a bit. The heart was a bit surprised. You believe that this is my first kiss? Chen Chuchu said again. Of course I believe it. My eyes are an X-ray machine. Chen Wei smiled a bit. Looking at her pretty face, Chen Wei couldn't help but touch her again. Don't move. There are so many people here. Chen Chuchu was immediately a bit embarrassed. She hurriedly said a bit. Obviously, she was a year older than Chen Wei. In front of Chen Wei, she seemed to be the younger one. It was Chen Wei who took the initiative everywhere. The two people continued to eat. Chen Chuchu continued to do a good job of serving, but her heart was all out of it. She was still considering the relationship between the two of them and Chen Wei. Was the relationship between the two people friends or lovers? Chen Chuchu was not good to ask, nor did she dare to ask. You say it's not a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship. The two people have kissed. Chen Chuchu thought in her heart, and from time to time she would look at Chen Wei. When she saw that Chen Wei was so handsome, she was still a little satisfied and happy in her heart. She was also a little proud in her heart. Eat quickly. What are you always smiling about? Chen Wei looked at Chen Chuchu giggling at himself and immediately asked. This girl was smiling nightmare like a flower right now. Too beautiful. Chen Wei was still a little pressed in his heart. I'm not giggling. I'm smiling beautifully. Chen Chuchu defended a bit. She then asked again. What kind of relationship are we in now? Are we considered a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship? Male-female relationship. One person said it didn't count. I'll listen to you. If you say it counts. Chen Wei kicked the ball over. I think it counts. You all kissed me. Chen Chuchu immediately said a little. Well then, I've picked up a girlfriend. With a beautiful girlfriend like you, I won't lose out or be fooled. I think I'm definitely your boyfriend. Could it be that you're still prepared to let another boy be your boyfriend? Chen Wei immediately said. After hearing Chen Wei's words, Chen Chuchu was much happier. I definitely won't let another boy be my boyfriend. Chen Chuchu said. That's good. I can't be happier to have such a beautiful beauty like you as my girlfriend. I definitely won't refuse. Chen Wei added. I'm also happy to have such a handsome and rich boy like you as my boyfriend. I can skip dinner. I'm showy. Chen Chuchu said a little. You're saying it wrong. Should I say I'm showy? It should mean male. Right. Alright, let's eat quickly. Chen Wei said. Chapter 61, answer your phone. Alright then, let's eat. This first delicious thing is the fried little crispy pork. As soon as I saw the dish of little crispy pork, I was craving for it. The fried little crispy pork tastes crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It's very tasty to eat. Chen Wei said a bit. Alright, I'll try it. Chen Chuchu used her chopsticks to pick up a piece of fried little crispy pork. She didn't know if it was because she was in a good mood, but she felt that this fried little crispy pork was very tasty. In a good mood, everything was very beautiful. Next, the two people started eating again. The two of them looked at me and I looked at you. Their faces were full of smiles. The atmosphere was also very good. When men and women were paired together, the meal was flavorful. Chen Chuchu was especially capable of eating spicy food. However, there were some small beads of sweat seeping out from the tip of her nose, but her mouth will more or less make some silk sound. Sichuan people are not afraid of spicy. Hunan people are not afraid of spicy. Seeing this situation, Chen Wei immediately took a piece of paper and handed it to Chen Chuchu. Chen Chuchu took the paper over, picked up the paper, also wiped his face, wiped off the sweat beads on his face and the tip of his nose. Otherwise, he felt his cell phone vibrate. He took out his cell phone and looked at it. This was a Weibo message from Lu Ruyan. Honey, where are you? You're not chatting with me either. Seeing this sentence, Chen Wei got a little weak. He himself had become a scumbag. After all, he had just established a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with Lu Ruyan, and now he was immediately establishing a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with Chen Chuchu. The key was that he was also very, very happy about it, and he liked the feeling of embracing left and right. For sure, he himself was a scumbag. Chen Wei looked up and looked at Chen Chuchu and saw Chen Chuchu happily eating a little crispy meat. He immediately sent a message back on his cell phone. I'm eating. Then eat. I'm also eating. Where are you eating? Ruyan Lu sent back another message. I'm at the Heidileo hot pot restaurant. This hot pot restaurant is very good. I'll bring you over to eat one day. Chen Wei also returned. What? Am I still fit to be a scum? Chen Wei asked himself. Yeah, I'll go and try it too. It's Sunday in 2 days. I don't have classes, so we can go eat together. Ruyan Lu immediately said a bit. Okay, Sunday is Sunday. Chen Wei immediately said a bit. Anyway, he could work or not work. He immediately put his cell phone down. Now, he was yet again a bit regretful. That was the fact that this hot pot restaurant wasn't too big, and there weren't too many waiters. If he came here to eat in a couple days, would he be seen by that waiter? If seen, this would be troublesome. Other people would say that they were big scumbags. Who are you chatting with? Chen Chuchu asked immediately after eating a grape. One of my classmates. Chen Wei immediately said a bit without blushing or changing color. Oh, Chen Chuchu said without thinking much as she picked up another grape and ate it. This Chen Chuchu was pretty and cute. Chen Wei looked at Chen Chuchu and couldn't help but compare her with Lu Ruyan. Both were beautiful. Both were cute. Chen Wei couldn't put anyone down. Chen Chuchu is more simple, probably well protected by her family since childhood. Lu Ruyan is very opinionated. More know what they want, but also know to take the initiative to pursue happiness. The two people quickly finished the meal, and the time after the meal was not even 8 o'clock. Chen Wei quickly swept the code to pay. The two people then held hands and walked out of this hot pot restaurant. It's still early. Where are we going to play? Chen Chuchu asked. She took another look at the hands she and Chen Wei were holding together. Seeing this, she blushed a little and was a little shy. After all, it was the first time she was holding hands with a boy. It's still early. Let's go have some fun. Chen Wei immediately said a bit. Let's walk 200 to 300 meters. In front of us is the park. Let's go for a walk in the park. We just finished eating. We just happened to go there to sit for a while first, then go for a walk. Chen Wei said a bit. Hearing about going for a walk, Chen Chuchu was happy for a bit. People who had just fallen in love definitely couldn't wait to stay with their boyfriends. Boys were usually like that as well. Let's go. Chen Wei said a bit before pulling Chen Chuchu's hand and walking forward. After walking a few hundred meters away, they entered the park. There were a lot of people in the park. Some were walking, some were chatting, and some were cooling off. After they walked for more than 10 minutes, they walked to a more remote place, where there were also a lot of trees and not many people. By this time, Chen Chuchu sensed that something was a bit off. Chen Wei, where are we going? Chen Chuchu asked you a bit. We're boyfriend and girlfriend now. What do you think we're going for? Chen Wei asked back. I don't know but she immediately reacted and immediately blushed. He was definitely going to do something bad, but she was still looking forward to it. But, she immediately said a little. We just finished eating hot pot. There are still other flavors in my mouth. How about, I go buy a chewing gum? Chen Chuchu said a bit shyly. You have a point. Luckily, I didn't eat garlic tonight. Chen Wei also said a bit. Originally, Shandong people were fond of garlic. Let's go buy it together. I'm afraid something will happen to you if you go buy it alone. After Chen Wei said that, he pulled Chen Chuchu's hand and went to the small supermarket next to the park. They immediately bought 2 scented candies. At this time, Chen Chuchu accidentally saw another thing. She was afraid that Chen Wei would buy this thing. It was definitely not good for the two of them to go to bed on their first date. At this time, her heart was beating especially fast. If Chen Wei bought it, would she refuse or not? 15 minutes later, they were back at a corner of the park that no one had passed by. In fact, along the way, Chen Wei's cell phone kept ringing. Now, Chen Wei's cell phone rang again. Then you answer the phone first. Chen Chuchu was in a hurry, but the owner of the phone, Chen Wei, was not in a hurry, because at this time, Chen Wei was kissing Chen Chuchu. Chen Chuchu had a red face and immediately pushed Chen Wei away, then said. Through the dim light, Chen Wei saw that Chen Chuchu's face was red. See, Chen Wei cursed. Who was calling? This phone has been ringing several times, interfering with his own business. He had put his hand in the bag and hung up several times. You pick it up. The phone is still ringing. Don't people have urgent matters? Seeing Chen Wei not pick up the phone, Chen Chuchu said again. You have not yet become my wife. You already manage me. Chen Wei said a bit. I want to see who's so ignorant. Doesn't he know I'm on business? I've hung up several times and he still keeps harassing. Chen Wei was a bit angry. Hearing Chen Wei's words, Chen Chuchu's face turned even redder. Only then did Chen Wei take out his cell phone from his pocket. He realized that it was a WeChat call from Li Jun. Better, what's your business? Chapter 62. Your hands are too disobedient. Hey, you better be up to something or else. Chen Wei spoke in a very bad tone. What's wrong? Old Chen, why are you so angry? Li Jun on the phone obviously froze for a moment before speaking. It's like this. How is your relationship with Zhou Xian now? The two of us, Geng Chao and I, are very curious. We talked about you and Zhou Xian just now. What about us making another bet? Li Jun continued. He spoke in a curious voice. Soon, Geng Chao's voice came from the side. Ha ha, old Chen, you're not dating Zhou Xian, are you? Geng Chao laughed as he spoke. No matter, I haven't contacted her back there. Chen Wei was a bit angry. It's not good to talk about anything right now. Talking about something like this, what if Chen Chuchu heard it? As soon as he said something like that, he immediately hung up the phone. There were melon eaters everywhere in China. It's your classmate's phone call, Chen Chuchu asked. The two of them were so close and the surroundings were relatively quiet. Chen Chuchu must have heard the voice on the phone. Yeah, it's my classmate's phone call. Chen Wei immediately said a bit. Which one is that, Zhou Xian? Chen Chuchu asked directly. It's also my college classmate. On that very day of the class reunion, something happened in our class. I had a fight with two classmates, and that Zhou Xian helped me. Zhou Xian then left with me first. Chen Wei immediately explained the reason. Is that Zhou Xian pretty? Chen Chuchu immediately asked curiously. Not pretty. Chen Wei immediately said a bit without blushing. He kindly spoke a bit. Sigh. I'm really suitable to be a scum. To be able to say something like this without blushing or jumping. The time is almost 9:30. Are we going back? Chen Chuchu said a bit. She now hoped that Chen Wei would offer to go back now, because during the kiss, Chen Wei's hands were not honest and touched places that should not be touched. If the two stayed any longer, they might break through the last line of defense. This was a no-no. It was definitely not okay to have such a relationship right away when the relationship was only confirmed today. You want to go back so badly? Don't want to stay with me? Chen Wei spoke up. It's not that reason. I actually wanted to stay with you for a little longer, but your hands aren't honest, and staying a little longer might be something you end up getting your hands on. Chen Chuchu said with a bit of embarrassment. No, then you can't blame me. You're so pretty, you're so big there, you're so attractive. Chen Wei said a bit cheekily. You're not to blame. But you still blame me? Just blame you. Chen Chuchu said a bit. Don't worry, tonight, we definitely won't be that. Chen Wei said a bit more. I'm absolutely true to my word. Chen Chuchu was afraid that Chen Wei would continue to embrace her, and she immediately took 2 steps back. Alright then, but people say that a man's mouth is a deceitful ghost. You won't trick me into bed right away. Chen Chuchu still said a bit shyly. If I'm going to cheat, I'm also going to cheat you for the rest of your life, and I don't know if you're happy about it. Chen Wei immediately said another cheeky sentence. That's more or less the same. Chen Chuchu whispered. So I can trick you into bed. Today? Chen Wei joked. He walked forward and pulled Chen Chuchu's hand. Today? It's absolutely impossible for us to get into bed. Chen Chuchu immediately whispered. Not today. Then tomorrow? Chen Wei pursued a bit more. Let's take our time. Chen Chuchu answered with a red face. She was worried that Chen Wei wouldn't cherish himself once he got himself. The two came out of the park and immediately went to their car. Chen Wei sat in the main driver's seat and Chen Chuchu sat in the passenger seat. After the two closed the door, both of them fastened their seatbelts. Chen Wei twisted his head and looked at Chen Chuchu. He kind of wanted to put Chen Chuchu on the spot, but he also knew that kissing was already Chen Chuchu's biggest concession. If he wanted the two of them to be on that, he would have to take his time. In fact, Chen Wei was not in a hurry. Anyway, there was Lu Bingqian available now. There was no hunger now, especially after having the system. He now had a special opportunity to get everything after having money. Chen Chuchu would definitely be his sooner or later. Thinking of this, Chen Wei started the car. Wait, I'll send you back first, then I'll go home. Or you can go stay at my place for the night. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. No, you should still send me back. It's only the first date now. Letting me stay at your place, that's impossible. Eat, I think you just want to eat me. Chen Chuchu whispered a little. Rice, I also want to eat. I also want to eat. However, I'm not in a hurry, Chen Wei said a bit. It doesn't matter if you're not happy about it. There are still beautiful beauties like you anyway. Just after saying that, he had already driven into the main street. Actually, it's fine for me to take a taxi back by myself. Chen Chuchu immediately said something. What kind of taxi? Sending your girlfriend home is a natural thing for a boyfriend to do. Chen Wei immediately refused. As soon as he heard this, Chen Chuchu was immediately happy. That's good. Then you send me home first. Chen Chuchu agreed, and she took out her cell phone, ready to tell her girlfriend that she was almost home. But after she took out her cell phone, she found that it was a bit laggy, because the memory might be smaller. This cell phone was bought in her sophomore or junior year of college. It was a red rice cell phone. It's not a bad phone, but the memory is small, and the system sometimes lags. When she first bought it, it wasn't too obvious, but after a few years of using it, it was becoming more and more obvious that there were drawbacks. Ugh, this broken cell phone. No response. Chen Chuchu complained about the phone. She immediately turned it off and prepared to turn it back on. What's wrong with your cell phone? Are you turning it off? Chen Wei heard what Chen Chuchu said and immediately asked. This cell phone of mine is rather old. It doesn't have enough memory and the system often lags. There are times when opening a file for half a day won't open it. This cell phone is troublesome. If I had known I would have gone to buy a cell phone a few days ago, Chen Chuchu said a little. The pretty face carried a bit of dissatisfaction and a little bit of regret. This Chen Chuchu was really quite cute. Chu, when did you buy this cell phone? Chen Wei asked curiously. It should have been bought in my sophomore year. I've been using it for 3 or 4 years now. Now it doesn't have enough memory. The system lags, and it will die. Otherwise, I'm still satisfied. Chen Chuchu immediately answered. The phone quickly turned on. Then what kind of cell phone are you going to change if you change your cell phone? Chen Wei asked. I'd rather change Apple. Apple is the best cell phone brand in the world, but it's just a little bit expensive. I can't buy a cell phone with my monthly salary right now. Chen Chuchu immediately said. Chapter 63. If you don't want it, I'll give this phone to another girl. Apple systems don't leave trash. An Android system, on the other hand, leaves garbage. I don't have enough memory on my phone right now, and I need to delete an app. However, the apps left on my phone are all my treasures. I can't afford to delete any of them. I don't know what to do. Chen Chuchu said a lot. She looked at the cell phone in her hand, wanting to change her phone, but she was still a bit shy in her bag. She had a tangled face. When Chen Wei saw her like this, he immediately turned the car around and prepared to go to the Apple store for a bit. Frankly speaking, he still liked Chen Chuchu very much. So pretty in looks, so good in figure, so big in headlights, and still not in love. He was Chen Chuchu's first boyfriend. Just now got her first kiss again. In the future, one can still get her first time. Chen Wei was going to buy her an Apple phone. Anyway, his own money was also given by the system, which was the same as not spending his own money. I still uninstalled an app, and now, the phone is finally smoother. Chen Chuchu spent a few minutes and finally organized her phone. She finally breathed a sigh of relief as she tapped on her cell phone's WeChat. Chun, I'll be home in a while. Chen Chuchu sent a sentence to her best friend. What? Aren't you staying out tonight? Xiaoli Chun quickly returned. How could I? Seeing her bestie's message back, Chen Chuchu immediately blushed. What are you talking nonsense about? I didn't say anything blindly. I really thought that tonight, you wouldn't come back to stay. After all, he really is very good. After this village, there won't be that store anymore. Look at him, driving an $18 million car and wearing a $30 million watch. If I were you, I would definitely not come back tonight. Tonight, I'll take him down. Xiaoli Chun said a little more. Humph, I'm angry. I'm ignoring you. Chen Chuchu sent out this message, then, retrieved her cell phone and put it into her bag. Her face was still a little red. She felt that this bosom friend of hers was really bold, daring to say anything. The two people had only established their boyfriend-girlfriend relationship today. How could they just hand over their bodies? This speed was also too fast. Although Chun was right, Chen Wei was indeed a very good boy. Chen Chuchu looked up and realized that she looked at Chen Wei who was driving. Suddenly, she realized that this was not the way home. Where are you driving to? This isn't the road back to my place. Chen Chuchu immediately asked. I made a U-turn. It's definitely not back to your place now. Chen Wei immediately said a bit. Then where are you going? You're not taking me to a room. I'm not going to go to a room today, because it's also too fast. Chen Chuchu said this with a shy face. Just as she finished speaking, the car stopped, and the car happened to stop in front of an Apple store. Soon, Chen Chuchu understood. You want to buy a cell phone? What kind of cell phone am I buying? This cell phone of mine is still new. I'm going to buy you a cell phone. Don't you want to buy an Apple phone? Let's go in. Chen Wei parked the car and then unbuckled the seatbelt on his body. This. You're going to buy me a cell phone? Chen Chuchu hadn't reacted yet. She hastily said, No. I can buy my own cell phone. I can buy it next month. What's wrong with me giving a cell phone to my own girlfriend? Chen Wei got out of the car. Chen Chuchu saw Chen Wei get out of the car and immediately got out herself. But she was still a bit hesitant. Forget it, I'll buy it myself. Chen Chuchu said some more. Are you my girlfriend? Listen or not? Chen Wei immediately asked. Of course I am. Of course I listen. Chen Chuchu had to say. Obey, good boy. Chen Wei immediately said. The beautiful shopping guide lady immediately asked. Handsome girl, want to buy a cell phone? Yeah, we want to buy a cell phone. Chen Wei immediately affirmed. Right now we have a new iPhone 10 in the store. This phone is of great significance and is a special product for our 10th anniversary of Apple. It has a 5.8-inch OLED full screen, eliminates the traditional home button, and allows you to unlock the phone and make mobile payments and other operations through facial recognition, Face ID. It is powered by the A11 Bionic chip for excellent performance. Its photo system is also excellent, with dual 12MP wide-angle and telephoto cameras on the rear, capable of taking high-quality photos and videos. The beautiful shopping guide lady introduced a lot. Then how much does each phone sell for? Chen Wei immediately asked. 688 yuan ah. The beautiful shopping guide immediately said. Then buy two. Chen Wei immediately said. Upon hearing that he was going to buy two, the beautiful shopper was very happy. The process of buying a cell phone was quick. 5 minutes didn't even use up. Chen Wei quickly swept the code and paid. They bought two Apple phones, one red and one's black. Choo. This red one is for you. The black one is for me. Chen Wei handed the red cell phone to Chen Chuchu. Chen Chuchu was a little less than happy to take it. After buying the cell phone, Chen Wei pulled Chen Chuchu's hand and the two of them went back to the car. After he started the car, Chen Wei's car traveled in the direction of Chen Chuchu's residence. Chen Chuchu sat in the passenger seat. Her little face still had a little bit of unresponsiveness, because the time to buy a cell phone was too fast, just 3 to 5 minutes. Chen Chuchu was too late to say I don't want a cell phone. The cell phone was already bought. Such speed even made her unable to react. This cell phone is also too expensive. It took me a month's salary to buy it. Let's return it. Chen Chuchu said to Chen Wei. Chen Chuchu definitely liked this phone. It was an old screen now, and the pictures were very colorful, but it was too expensive. It seemed a bit unjustifiable to receive such an expensive gift when one had only just established a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with Chen Wei. Then return it to me. If you don't want it, I'll give it to another girl. There must be other girls who want it, because Chen Wei laughed a little, then said, how can this be? Chen Chuchu immediately got excited. However, she quickly reacted, feeling that she was immediately a bit fooled. This time, she didn't know what to say or do. Chuchu, put it away. I bought it for you. I can buy it for you, but you can't ask me for it. Chen Wei immediately said a little. If you don't want it, I'll really give it to another girl. Chen Wei said some more. No way. I'll take it. Chen Chuchu beamed a bit, then put the box with the cell phone into her bag. This is my cell phone now. I can't let you give it to another girl. Chen Chuchu had a shy and cute look. With her pretty and cute look, Chen Wei really wanted to pounce on her. Chapter 64. I'll call up my girlfriends and we'll have a meal together. Chen Wei again immediately thought of his other girlfriend, Lu Ruyan. Again, both girls were beautiful, and both were his girlfriends. You can't favor one over the other. Why don't you buy one for Ruyan Lu? Ruyan Lu's cell phone wasn't new either. Her family's conditions were probably worse than Chen Chuchu's family. Chen Wei's head deserted again. You're not talking. What are you thinking? Chen Chuchu looked at Chen Wei for a moment, then a bit skeptical. She immediately asked, could it be that he was still thinking about other girls? Chen Chuchu doubted for a moment. I'm not thinking about anything. It's just that there's no talking. Chen Wei immediately said a bit. How to set up this cell phone? You know, right? Chen Wei asked. This I know. My best friend's cell phone is an Apple. She bought it last year. At that time, I was beside her when she turned it on, and I saw it, and the process is quite simple. Chen Chuchu immediately said. That's good. Chen Wei was now relieved. I'll discuss one thing with you. Chen Chuchu said. You tell me. What is it? Chen Wei asked. We are now confirmed boyfriend and girlfriend. When are you free? I'll call my girlfriends and we'll have dinner together. I have a very good relationship with Chun Chun. She and I were roommates, bunk beds. In the entire university, the two of us had the best relationship. After graduation, we also rented the same house. She and I are like sisters. Chen Chuchu said a lot. Chen Chuchu waited for Chen Wei's reply. She was still looking forward to it a bit. Chen Chuchu wanted Chen Wei and her best friend to get to know each other. After all, these two were her best friends, the most important people. One was a boyfriend and the other was a bosom friend. So, Chen Chuchu wanted the two to get to know each other. Chen Chuchu felt it was necessary. Let's do it in a few days. The day after tomorrow. I have something. How about next Sunday? On that day, we'll have dinner together. Chen Wei answered immediately. Alright, that's what I'll tell her. Chen Chuchu immediately said a bit. Chen Chuchu immediately hemmed and hawed and smiled a bit after seeing Chen Wei agree. However, she asked again. The day after tomorrow is Sunday. What do you have going on? There's something going on in our company. Chen Wei immediately said a bit. You have a company? Chen Chuchu asked curiously. I don't have an independent company right now. I'm working as the president of the East China branch of Ningde Times. The company is a bit busy right now. So, there's something on Sunday. Chen Wei found a reason. It was actually Chen Wei who had made an appointment with Lu Ruyan to go to the Hai Di Lao hot pot restaurant for dinner. You're also too powerful. Becoming the president of Ningde Times at a young age. Chen Chuchu immediately sighed with emotion. We are a branch. I am the president of the branch. Chen Wei explained again. I know. Alright then, next week is next week. Chen Chuchu agreed. 20 minutes later, under Chen Chuchu's guidance, Chen Wei's car was parked at the entrance of the second unit building. I'm here, Chen Chuchu said. Alright, then you go on. You'd better slow down a bit. Chen Wei had just finished speaking when he pulled Chen Chuchu's arm. What's wrong with you? Chen Chuchu's pretty little face carried a bit of incomprehension. I still need you to put a stamp on it. Chen Chuchu immediately said a little. Chen Chuchu immediately blushed. She understood what Chen Wei meant. She stuck her head over and kissed Chen Wei on the mouth. Alright, I'm going to go back, so you grab your ass and go back as well. Chen Chuchu immediately said a little. Alright. Chen Wei immediately nodded his head in agreement. Only at this time did Chen Chuchu open the door and get off. She was a bit shy and trotted all the way up the stairs. Chen Wei saw Chen Chuchu go up the stairs. He also immediately turned the car around and drove towards the entrance of the neighborhood. Chen Chuchu left. Only Chen Wei was left alone in the car. Chen Wei immediately compared Chen Chuchu and Lu Ruyan in his mind. In terms of face value, both people were indistinguishable, both very beautiful. However, there was a difference in body shape. Lu Ruyan had long legs that were especially nice. Chen Chuchu's was the headlights were especially good looking, and of course the body was good. Now, two girls like this were his girlfriends. If he did not have a system, it was really a thing that he could not even think about. A beautiful young lady would be without. Not to mention too. Thinking of this, Chen Wei smiled happily. Having money was good. Having a system was good. He continued to drive his car towards his Thompsons. Chen Chuchu arrived at the entrance of the unit, went up a few stairs, and then folded over and walked out from the stairs again. She watched as Chen Wei's Porsche disappeared from her gaze before she somewhat reluctantly withdrew her gaze. Then, she immediately carried the bag with the Apple cell phone and walked into the stairs again. There was a floor of stairs with a broken light bulb. The hallway was pitch black, and no one cared even after talking to the landlord and the property owner. When she got to the last floor, she coughed and the hallway lit up. This light is still a little bright. Chen Chuchu went up the steps. She had two very nice legs underneath her black skirt and her legs were long. Wearing white socks and white sneakers on top of her legs, she still looked like a pretty college girl, looking youthful and beautiful. After the relationship was established, she looked especially excited because her boyfriend was especially good, had a good face value, and was rich in gold. Although the two people to determine the speed of the relationship is a little fast, but she does not regret, because the opportunity cannot be lost. The time will not come again. Otherwise, a slip of the tongue will cause 1,000 hatred. Chen Chuchu felt that Chen Wei met her own standards in any aspect, and could be completely worthy of being on her own. So when the two were in the hotel, facing the waiter's request to send a fruit plate, she immediately said something about being able to kiss Chen Wei. At the thought of this, Chen Chuchu blushed a little. She also thought about the incident in the park. Then she blushed even more. That's what's bad. His hands aren't honest at all. She immediately said a little to herself, but with a bit of arrogance. She looked down at her breasts and that made her even more proud. Thinking about it, she had arrived at the 4th floor. She and her best friend rented the 4th floor. This old neighborhood was built a long time ago, so there were only steps and no elevator. She quickly came to the door of her room. She took out her key. She inserted the key and quickly opened the door to her room. At this time, the living room was being lit, and her own best friend, Xiao Li Chun, was sitting on the sofa, holding her cell phone and was brushing Jane. She was playing Jitterbug. In fact, her entire heart was not there. She was still imagining Chen Chuchu and the two of them dating. She also had a heart for melon-eating gossip. As soon as she heard the door to her room open, she instantly became energized and immediately turned her head to look. And sure enough, she saw that it was Chen Chuchu who had returned. Chapter 65, Girlfriend is a little squirmy. Xiao Li Chun immediately shouted, Chu, quickly tell me about your day today. And, she immediately stood up from the sofa. She had a curious look on her face, because it was at home. She was wearing a nightgown, and this nightgown was also very cool. Xiaoli-chan had a very good figure. The most attractive thing was her life-threatening waist, that slender willow waist. What are you asking for? Seeing her own best friend in this situation, Chen Chuchu immediately blushed. There were things that could only be done, not said. Just a little curious, a little gossipy. After all, it's the first time you've gone out to dinner with a boy, and I haven't gone out to dinner with a boy. Tell me about it. I'm curious. Xiaoli-chan walked over, then wrapped her arms around Chen Chuchu's waist. Soon after, she uttered deflating words. Chu-chu, every time I put my arms around you, I feel all frustrated. My two hands come around before they are as big as this chest of yours. Your peaks are so big. What did you grow up eating? Chen Chuchu said a bit. You're not bad either. Your thin waist. You have a life-threatening waist. Okay, let's go back to the topic just now. How was your date tonight? Xiaoli-chan immediately asked. Hearing Chen Chuchu's words, she didn't feel frustrated anymore, because she also had a proud capital. That capital was her thin waist. Her waist was as big as A4 paper. I'm with him. Chen Chuchu immediately blushed. She thought for a moment. She thought it was better to remind first. First of all, you don't laugh at me. Don't worry, I will definitely not laugh at you. I also have to learn from experience. I also have to grow. Xiaoli-chan immediately said a bit. Chen Chuchu was still a bit unconvinced. I'll say it. How are you guys progressing? What step have you gotten to? Xiaoli-chan was a bit anxious. We established a boyfriend and girlfriend relationship. Chen Chuchu immediately said it. And, what else? Xiaoli-chan asked again. We also kissed. Chen Chuchu blushed and said a bit. Wow, you've improved so fast. You're very enlightened. I see. Why are you so hungry as a person? Just now, he said that he wouldn't laugh at Chen Chuchu. Xiaoli-chan quickly laughed like this. You said you wouldn't laugh. Chen Chuchu immediately said. There's no way I can't laugh. You're progressing too divinely. Listen to what you just said. Xiaoli-chan immediately defended herself. You guys really confirmed your boyfriend-girlfriend relationship and even kissed on it? Don't lie to me. If you lie to me, you won't be able to get married in this lifetime. Xiaoli-chan added. Really, I didn't lie to you. Chen Chuchu affirmed. My dear bosom friend, I have always thought that you were very conservative. Where did I think that you would be taken down by others in one go? Now it seems that I am still more conservative. You dared to kiss on the first day. Xiaoli-chan added. Besides kissing, he still made some kind of moves. He also touched my nani. Chen Chuchu added shyly. So you guys dared to kiss and touch nani on the first day. Then aren't you guys going to have sex tomorrow? Xiaoli-chan immediately said. Humph, you just talked nonsense. I'm ignoring you. Chen Chuchu made a big red face. This bad BFF dared to say anything whatsoever. Kissing today, going to bed tomorrow. Is it that fast? I'm not talking nonsense. What I said is the truth. You are both confirmed boyfriend and girlfriend. And you kissed on the first day you met. And touched. You're really fast. Xiaoli-chan didn't think there was anything wrong with what she said. They met 2 days ago. Today, they became boyfriend and girlfriend. And kissed. Not tomorrow, but also in a few days. They will go to bed. Is this wrong to say? Develop it further. If Chen Wei's body was fine, I'm afraid that by this time next year, the child they gave birth to would be a month or two old. Choo-choo. Seriously, this is fast for you guys. At this rate, you'll be able to be a child's mom next year. Let's make a deal first. I'm the child's godmother. No one can steal this godmother seat. Xiaoli-chan said it with a serious face. When her best friend said this, Chen Chuchu's face turned even redder. Humph. I'm angry. I'm not talking to you anymore. After saying that, Chen Chuchu was ready to go back to her room. Don't be like this. Let's chat a little longer. You teach me about experience. What's going on with you guys tonight? It's so quick to establish a romantic relationship. And kissing. I'm very curious. Xiaoli-chan hurriedly demanded a little. I can talk to you about experiences, but you can't say anything more about me sleeping with him and having children with him in that regard. Where are the two of us that fast? Chen Chuchu immediately reminded. And she became very wary. Alright, I'll listen to you. Go ahead. Xiaoli-chan nodded her head. Seeing this, Chen Chuchu said the things that happened during the night when she dined at the bottom of the sea. One by one. Choo-choo. I can't imagine that you're so fierce and took him down quickly. After listening to the entire dinner process, Xiaoli-chan immediately revealed a look of surprise, because it was unexpected that her own bestie was actually so fierce. It's true that you can't judge a person by his or her appearance. He had always thought of his own girlfriend as weak and frail, but she was actually so fierce. When others asked if the two of you were boyfriend and girlfriend, her best friend dared to directly say yes. When asked if it is possible to kiss between lovers, the girlfriend also said directly, can. That's a straight punch. One step at a time. No wonder tonight, They kissed and also quickly established their boyfriend/girlfriend relationship as well. Okay, that's it for us. I'm done with you. I'm also a bit tired. I'm going to go back to my room. I'm going to take a bath and rest. Chen Chuchu immediately said a little. Chen Chuchu still didn't hide it a bit. She said that Chen Wei's hands were not honest and touched the high mountains in front of her, because she was afraid that her best friend would say that she was shy and shameless. Don't go I still have one thing I want to ask you. Xiao Lichuan pulled Chen Chuchu's hand. Xiao Lichun, however, blushed a little. She was also a bit squirmy. Chen Chuchu also saw that she was a little embarrassed. What is it that you're embarrassed about? Chen Chuchu said a bit. After seeing her BFF squirming, Chen Chuchu was a bit interested. Chen Chuchu and her BFF's personalities were completely different. One was quiet and introverted, and the other was big-headed. The two had been classmates for 4 years, and lived together for another year. Chen Chuchu had never seen her best friend look so embarrassed, so Chen Chuchu was also very curious. Well, actually, it's no big deal. Xiao Lichun spoke a little more. His hand caressed you yesterday. How do you feel? Chapter 66. Lu Bingqian sent an invitation. Xiao Lichun asked. Her face was also red. Her pretty eyes looked towards Chen Chuchu. This was the question she wanted to ask. As an unmarried girl, unloved girl, she was curious. It couldn't be helped that she wanted to know what it was like to be touched because she hadn't had a boyfriend, so she could only ask her best friend. She didn't have direct experience, so she wanted to learn from indirect experience. Of course, one could also ask the female colleagues in the company, but Xiao Lichun was too embarrassed to ask. In the company, many co-workers thought Xiao Lichun was a female sea king who had had several boyfriends. You want to ask this so badly? Chen Chuchu was confused for a moment. She didn't expect her bestie to squirm because she wanted to ask this. Speak up. I want to know, Xiao Lichun said viciously. But of course, Chen Chuchu wouldn't be afraid of her like this. She even kind of wanted to smile up when she saw it. It's just a little crispy, numb, and a little itchy. Such a strange feeling. Of course, I personally panicked a bit. My feelings aren't necessarily right. Chen Chuchu immediately replied. Crispy, numb, and a little itchy. I know this feeling. So what did you feel when you were kissed for the first time? Xiao Lichun asked again. Actually, I didn't feel much. Just a little dizzy and a little bit disoriented. I'm in love for the first time, and I'm a little panicked. You hurry up and talk about a boyfriend. After you talk about a boyfriend, you'll know what this feels like. Chen Chuchu described the feeling. However, she didn't describe it clearly. You're confused? Xiao Lichun frowned a little. What do you mean by that? I think kissing is quite good. When you have a boyfriend you'll know. You'll be able to feel it. Chen Chuchun immediately said a little. Chun, let's not talk about this. Isn't my cell phone often lagging? He knew about it and bought me an Apple phone. How do I turn on this Apple phone? How can I verify it? Chen Chuchun immediately said. Your boyfriend bought you an Apple phone? How much did he buy it? Xiao Lichun spoke while looking at Chen Chuchu's bag. This is the latest Apple iPhone 10. This phone is a special product for Apple's 10th anniversary. It has a 5.8-inch OLED full screen and eliminates the traditional home button. It costs 9,688 yuan. Chen Chuchu immediately said. Quite expensive. This phone, I want to buy it too, but it takes a month's salary. Xiao Lichuan immediately said a little. But now, the good best friend came back with this cell phone. Xiao Lichun's heart was still a little complicated. Xiao Lichuan knew that buying a nearly $10,000 cell phone was a small purchase for Chen Wei. It is like pulling 2 hairs from a cow. When people just graduated from university, they drove an $18 million car and wore a nearly $30 million watch. $10,000 might not be money to Chen Wei to talk about. It was a small thing to Chen Wei, but to Xiao Lichuan, it was a big thing. Chun, why don't you say anything? Chen Chuchu saw that Xiao Lichuan did not speak, then asked. I only have 5 words for you. Envy and jealousy. When will God be able to grant me a rich second-generation boyfriend? Xiao Lichun spoke a bit. She used to know that Chen Wei was rich, but didn't have any clear idea. He drove a car of more than $18 million and wore a watch of nearly $30 million because it was very far away from Xiao Lichuan. However, his 10,000 yuan cell phone was given to his best friend when he said he would give it away. This Chen Wei was also too rich. Alright, you can unwrap the cell phone box first. The two of us will verify it together. The process is very simple. Just follow the steps step by step. Xiao Lichun immediately spoke up. Good, you teach me. Chen Chuchu immediately agreed. She immediately took out her cell phone and unwrapped it. And soon, a red Apple cell phone was revealed. This cell phone was really stylish and generous. The two people then started operating it step by step. It's ready. Even the Apple ID is registered successfully. 3 minutes later, Xiao Lichun stretched her arms. Chen Chuchu looked at Xiao Lichun for a moment, paying special attention to her slender waist. Okay, thank you. Chen Chuchu immediately said. What's there to thank for? Such a simple thing. Alright, I'm going to watch a TV show. I'm not going to chat with you anymore. I've long since showered. I'm going back to my room to rest, Xiao Li-chun immediately said. She was currently catching up on a TV series, which was still good. If it wasn't for the fact that she was asking Chen Chuchu about her date, she would have gone to watch the TV series long ago. No, I still have one more thing. Chen Chuchu put down her cell phone and spoke to her best friend. What's your business again? Xiao Li-chun asked. Is your company hiring now? I'm going to resign from the Porsche 4 store. It would definitely be best if I go to your company and we can be companions. If your company isn't hiring, I'll find a job in another company. Chen Chuchu said. You're quitting. Why are you quitting? Xiao Lichuan was confused for a moment. Soon, she understood again. Are you afraid that Chen Wei will think too much? Afraid of others harassing you? Yeah, I'm afraid that if someone harasses me, he won't be happy to know. There's another reason that I don't make a lot of money at the 4 store either. You also know that I'm a rather introverted person. I can't sweet talk or flirt. There are some customers who will look at me colorfully, and some people will say some yellow words after adding my WeChat, so I want to leave this 4 store. Chen Chuchu said a lot. This idea of yours is good. It's true that you can't continue to do it in a 4 store. Every man doesn't want his girlfriend to be eaten tofu. Xiao Lichuan nodded her head. She felt that her bestie had thought it through thoroughly. Our company is hiring recently. Let me ask HR for you. Xiao Lichun immediately spoke up. After saying that, she took out her cell phone and made a call to the company HR. This HR was a woman around 30 years old. Xiao Lichun's relationship with this HR was not bad. Sis, I have something I want to ask you. I have a particularly close classmate who wants to come to work at the company. She is my best friend, and the two of us are especially close. Is our company hiring right now? Xiao Lichun asked the HR. Our company is hiring. Can you ask her to come for an interview next Tuesday? HR immediately said. Yes, she will go. Xiao Lichun immediately said. After it's done, I'm going to treat you to a meal. Xiao Lichun said again. Okay. The other party returned. My dear BFF, how will you thank me? Xiao Lichun immediately asked. I'll treat you to dinner. Chen Chuchu immediately said. Don't eat the meal. If you want me to say just sleep with me. I want to eat you. The girlfriend immediately hemmed and hawed, and directly pounced Chen Chuchu on the sofa. Moreover, she moved her limbs around. Her hands reached into Chen Chuchu's clothes. What are you doing? Don't move your limbs around. Chen Chuchu immediately became a bit alarmed. Soon after, Chen Chuchu was also not willing to show weakness and immediately fought back. The two girlfriends then fought on the sofa. By this time, Chen Wei had already driven to his home. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. It was a WeChat from Lu Bingqian. Let's both meet up. Chapter 67. Lu Bingqian is engaged to a man. Let's go have a late night snack. I've booked a private room. Lu Bingqian said in WeChat. Okay, you send the location over. Chen Wei immediately agreed. There was a fire of lust in his stomach that had been aroused by Chen Chuchu that he had nowhere to vent. A moment later, Lu Bingqian sent the location. Soon, Chen Wei drove his Porsche to the Cantonese night tea shop that Lu Bingqian had booked. A push opened the door. A rich Cantonese night tea flavor came to the face. Lu Bingqian did not choose to choose outside the cart seat. She ordered a small box. Chen Wei quickly found this box. When he walked into the box, Lu Bingqian was ordering food with her tablet. Once she saw Chen Wei, Lu Bingqian's face was still red. She spoke to Chen Wei. Chen Wei, come sit over here. Chen Wei looked at it. She only saw Lu Bingqian wearing a long LV dress, looking elegant and generous. Lu Bingqian's skin was now as white as snow, beautiful and charming. Chen Wei walked over to Lu Bingqian's side and wrapped his arms around her slender and sexy waist, then kissed her on the face. He immediately looked at it. What? Wearing new clothes? Being teased by Chen Wei. Lu Bingqian's face became even redder. She pushed Chen Wei. Immediately, she said shyly, it's normal to wear new clothes, right? I haven't even said anything about you yet. My clothes were torn by you. If I don't wear new clothes, will I come naked? Remembering the excited state of that night a few days ago, Chen Wei immediately said a little. It's also your own fault. Who told you to be too charming? I couldn't hold it down. I'll transfer $1 million to you later and buy you new clothes. In the future, I will be able to keep tearing my clothes. When Lu Bingqian heard this, before she could react, her mouth was already blocked by one of Chen Wei. It was only after 3 minutes that the two separated. Lu Bingqian immediately tidied up her clothes and then sat down on her seat. Don't mess around here. Maybe that next person will come in. Lu Bingqian said a bit. Okay, I'll listen to you. Anyway, I have time to do it slowly tonight. Chen Wei immediately said. Lu Bingqian took the ordering tablet to Chen Wei. She immediately introduced the refreshments here. The seafood congee here. This is the only one in Magic City. Also, today you eat a few more oysters. These oysters are a man's refueling station. Lu Bingqian introduced it. I'll listen to you. Eat more of these tonight. I'll guarantee you satisfaction tonight. Chen Wei was not polite and ordered dozens of oysters, and ordered some others. That's it then. That should be enough. Chen Wei said a bit. You order a few more. Don't be too full later. Lu Bingqian advised a bit. Alright, I'll order a few more. After saying that, Chen Wei ordered a few more. The two chatted while waiting for the dishes, and it didn't take long for the dishes to be served. Chen Wei had a huge appetite now, and although he had ordered many dishes, they were all dried out by him. He had indeed become a dry rice man. The flavor here was still good, and it was affordable for the price. Chen Wei immediately went to settle the bill. Tonight, he had spent over $10,000. Honey, tonight, are you going to my place? Chen Wei asked. No, let's just get a room today. Lu Bingqian immediately refused. Behind them, the two drove to the Hilton Grand Hotel. Just as they were about to pass through the entrance of the Grand Hotel lobby, only to see a woman wearing a very enchanting dress rubbing her shoulders. This person collided with Lu Bingqian. Ouch! A delicate and pretentious woman's voice came over. Chen Wei looked at Lu Bingqian. She was stroking her shoulder. He immediately asked, "You're nothing serious, right?" Lu Bingqian shook her head. "There's nothing wrong with me." Suddenly, her face changed, and she immediately stared at the woman in front of her with a deadly stare. "Wang Ping, why are you dressed like this? What are you doing here?" Lu Bingqian asked. That woman saw that it was Lu Bingqian in front of her. That woman immediately panicked a bit. However, it quickly calmed down again. That woman immediately said a little, "Lu Bingqian, what are you doing here? What is this man to you?" Seeing the person in front of her pointing one orchid finger at herself, Lu Bingqian's face was filled with disgust. "Forget it, I don't care about you either. Don't forget what I told you. You'd better talk to your parents, to your relatives," Lu Bingqian said. "Lu Bingqian, don't let forget, we are already engaged. It's useless for you to back out now. I will never back out of the marriage." That Wang Ping immediately said a bit. "What engagement? Do you still want to have a face? You're a big man dressed like a woman. How dare you mention engagement? You are cheating marriage, you human demon." Lu Bingqian immediately made a few sarcastic remarks. Wang Ping looked at Chen Wei for a moment and said, "We've all said yes on both sides of our relatives. We're engaged. It's useless for you to back out. You were born as my family's man and died as my family's ghost. Wang Ping, do you want some face? I won't pursue your own personal problems, but you actually got involved with my best girlfriend. You guys are still together almost every day. The two of you are in league with each other." Lu Bingqian cursed again. "If it wasn't my father and my mother and they forced me, how would I get engaged to you? But since you are engaged, you have to marry me honestly." After saying that, Wang Ping pulled Lu Bingqian's hand. Lu Bingqian was very angry when she heard Wang Ping's words. In 3 or 2 strokes, she broke away from Wang Ping's hand. She quickly wrapped an arm around Chen Wei. Just now, under breaking free, she had exerted too much force. It made her magnificent size peaks directly hit Chen Wei's arm, and the two of them clung together. "You're too hateful. You don't like me. You're pestering me. Why? Is it just so I can cover for you? So you can go out there and date those men of yours? That former best girlfriend of mine, if she knew you were a bisexual, I wonder if she would vomit." Lu Bingqian added, "What do you care about me so much? Anyway, those men are what I want, and you are what I want. The marriage between the two of us was fixed by the two families a long time ago. It's useless for you alone to back out. I'm shameless. You're still shameless. You turn your eyes and come to a room with someone else. What qualifications do you have to say about me?" Wang Ping also said a lot. After hearing all this, Chen Wei finally understood the relationship between the two of them. Wang Ping and Lu Bingqian. The two of them were an unmarried man and woman. Regarding the fact that Lu Bingqian was already engaged, Chen Wei felt a little surprised. However, seeing Wang Ping in front of him, Chen Wei immediately understood Lu Bingqian. It turned out that this woman called Wang Ping was a man. No wonder it gave off a feeling of being a man or a woman. If not for Lu Bingqian's reminder, at a sharp glance, it would be really hard to realize that the woman in front of him was actually a man dressed as a woman. In such a big world, there are strange things every year. Weird people are also particularly many. Chapter 68, Two Men Fighting. I can't imagine that the makeup technology nowadays is really that good. It can be fake to be real. However, if one took a closer look, one could still see some differences. One could see that there were throat knots on his neck, and he also had a thicker waist and thicker bones. The shoes on his feet were much larger than those of an average woman. If one took a rough look, under the cover of thick makeup and wig, it would be very difficult to find out that this person was a man. I can't imagine that Lu Bingqian's fiancé is not only a sissy, but also green. Lu Bingqian, the key is to eat with both men and women, is a bisexual. The world is a strange place. Wang Ping this time began to Lu Bingqian pulling, and also cursed. The people who came around to watch the fun were also getting more and more. I say brother, you now know my relationship with Lu Bingqian. I advise you to hurry up and leave. She is my fiancée. Otherwise. At this time, a woman's voice sounded once again. This was what Wang Ping said. What do you want? You still want to hit me? Chen Wei immediately said. I'll hit you. How dare you? Wang Ping said as he started to make a move. Immediately, there was a punch that hit Chen Wei. As soon as he saw that he was being beaten, Chen Wei immediately gave Wang Ping 2 slaps. The slaps were loud and clear. In 2 or 3 blows, he knocked Wang Ping to the ground. Chen Wei left and right bow action. His hands and Lu Bingqian waves again friction. Lu Bingqian became even more shy. Lu Bingqian immediately let go of Chen Wei's arm. By this time, Wang Ping had been knocked down to the ground by Chen Wei, but he immediately stood up, and he heard Chen Wei say angrily, "Nim fat, you are really thick-skinned. You have problems yourself, and you still talk about others. You are full of flaws yourself. My hands are hurting from your face." Lu Bingqian was also confused, not expecting Chen Wei to suddenly strike. "You adulteress, you actually hit me? Ooh-hoo, I'm not done with you." Wang Ping immediately covered his reddened face, which was swollen from Chen Wei's beating. He looked aggrieved and fierce. After saying that, Wang Ping grabbed his 2 fists again. This fist was also too petite. Wang Ping immediately charged towards Chen Wei. When Lu Bingqian saw Wang Ping rushing towards Chen Wei, she pulled Chen Wei, trying to pull Chen Wei to her side. She immediately felt that Chen Wei was much more handsome now, and her favorability towards Chen Wei increased greatly, but she was afraid that she had brought some trouble to Chen Wei. These were all caused because of herself. And at this time, Chen Wei reacted quickly. He stretched up a foot and directly kicked Wang Ping away. This Wang Ping slumped to the ground like a dog ting. "Ah, you. The second Wang Ping who fell to the ground saw that he was no match for Chen Wei and simply lay down on the ground right away. It was very hard for him now. He covered his aching chest. He didn't dare to get up anymore now. If he could not win the fight, he would pretend to be dead. See if he could escape for a while. At this time, but again, he felt unprecedented shame and unprecedented pain. Chen Wei's kick was too powerful. Mainly he drank this physique enhancement liquid and made his body much stronger. Wang Ping got angry when he saw that no one came around to stop him. He started to splash and roll around. "Come on people, beating people up. You didn't see it. Where's the security guard? What does your hotel do? I'm an honored guest of your hotel. I was beaten up. You guys come and save me. Ah, ouch ouch." Wang Ping shouted. Hearing Wang Ping shout, the hotel staff began to react, because at first, they were dumbfounded. The hotel staff saw Chen Wei and the others coming to stay. Plus, they were not fighting now. The hotel staff also stood still. Wang Ping saw the attitude of the hotel staff and became even more angry. "What are you hotel staff still standing there for? Big brother security guard, hurry up and arrest him for me. Otherwise, I'm going to call the police." Wang Ping immediately shouted. "Don't call the police. Don't call the police. 2 little brothers, these are small matters. You can just settle them privately. Don't ever hurt the peace. Don't you guys think so?" A hotel staff member said a bit. Yes, it's not that big of a deal. If there's anything to say, you guys talk it out." Another staff member said a bit. The hotel staff looked at Wang Ping pointing at the orchid finger. This Wang Ping are a bit disgusted. This person is not male, not female. However, they were the staff here. They couldn't ignore it, so they had to persuade them nicely. When Wang Ping saw that they had this kind of big deal and small deal, he became even more angry. You all are trying to bully me. You wait for me. I'm going to call the police. I'm going to file a complaint against you. I'm going to go online and expose you guys. I'm going to make you all eat and walk around." Wang Ping said a little. Wang Ping wasn't stupid. He also knew that he had to capitalize on online public opinion. The staff of the hotel started to get nervous because they heard Wang Ping talking like this. They knew that when Wang Ping said this, he was trying to make a big deal out of it and ruin his hotel's reputation. The hotel staff didn't want to offend anyone, but even more so, they didn't want to lose their jobs. Lu Bingqian also frowned when she saw the scene in front of her. All of this was caused because of herself. She looked at Wang Ping with great annoyance. "Don't be afraid to call the police. If you call the police, I'll say that he harassed me and that you stepped in to protect me." Lu Bingqian immediately said. "Don't you give a bloody mouth. I just punched him. He hit me many times. There is surveillance here. And as for you, so many staff members saw your adulterer hit me several times. The staff here can testify for me." Wang Ping finished these words, but none of the people beside him helped. There were also some people who quietly prepared to leave. They were not willing to get into this mess. It was not a matter of concern anyway. Seeing all this, Wang Ping became even more furious and he shouted, "You bastards! You softies! You're too much of a ripoff. I'm going to call the police." In fact, the hotel staff had already reported to the police, and soon, a few police officers came. A few of the police officers took out their own IDs and then flashed them. The police officers then began their routine to understand the situation. As soon as she saw the police coming, Lu Bingqian immediately ran over. Comrade civilian police. It's not about him, it's this misogynist, he's trying to cheat the marriage. When I was still young, the elders of our two families had a marriage contract of tying the knot later on when the little children grow up. We got engaged a couple years ago, but after I got in touch with him, I learned a few things. I found out that he's bisexual. He likes women as well as men, and he likes to dress up as a man. I made it clear to him a long time ago that I was not going to marry him. Today, he ran over and harassed me. Today, this gentleman next to me helped me out of the goodness of his heart. He helped me so that I wouldn't be harassed by this misogynist. Lu Bingqian said a lot. Chapter 69, Wang Ping arrested. When Chen Wei saw Lu Bingqian doing this, he felt very happy. He realized that Lu Bingqian was more intimate with herself than before. At this time, Lu Bingqian's high mountain was once again next to her arm, next to her tightly, and this time, she took the initiative. Chen Wei immediately comforted and said, "Don't you worry, isn't there some kind of again misunderstanding between you guys? Between you are a small matter, can you be considerate of each other? Big things will be small, small things will be fine." A police officer immediately said a little, but Wang Ping was not thinking like this. Immediately said, "Not what misunderstanding? What do you mean? There is a surveillance video in here. He beat me up so badly. I demand that you guys arrest him." Chen Wei was also very angry after hearing Wang Ping's. He immediately said to the system, "Please use the universal scanning system and scan Wang Ping." The system immediately replied, "Okay, I'll scan it right away." After a minute, the system immediately said, "Wang Ping has drugs in his pockets. There are 500 grams of drugs hidden at home." "Thank you, system," Chen Wei immediately said. "This system is too good. I wanted to doze off and it immediately sent me a pillow." "Comrade police officers, please arrest them. This pair of dogs." Wang Ping was still muttering. Chen Wei immediately spoke to the system. "System, hurry up and make a call to the public security. Make a police report and say that Wang Ping is on drugs and there are 5 grams of drugs in the bag. There are 500 grams of drugs hidden at home. Also report where he is now." Chen Wei immediately arranged it. "Roger," the system immediately replied. "Comrade civilian police, he stole a watch from me. This watch costs $2,000. Please search it." Chen Wei deliberately told a lie. He was now thinking of stalling for time. "How would I steal from you? I don't give a damn about a $2,000 watch. My family has tens of millions of dollars in assets. Would I look at a $2,000 watch?" Wang Ping immediately spoke up. "He just stole it. Just search his body." Wang Ping thought in his heart, "Don't ever search. Searching will be trouble. And I still have 500 grams in my room." The two police officers started to search Wang Ping's body. Soon, the police found 5 grams of drugs on Wang Ping's body. Just at this time, a police officer received a phone call. Number 2255. "Are you at the Hilton Hotel?" Someone from the Public Security Bureau immediately asked. "Yeah, we're at the Hilton Hotel. Caught a prisoner here. He has 5 grams of drugs on him." A civilian police officer immediately replied. "Then you guys immediately detain him and bring him back to the station. Also, is his name Wang Ping?" "Yes," the civilian police immediately answered. "He's the one we want to arrest." As soon as the police heard this sentence, they immediately grabbed Wang Ping. The police comrades quickly handcuffed Wang Ping and then escorted him to the police car. After a while, soon the police car drove away. Because this is a big case, the comrade in question quickly called the narcotics police on this one. They quickly took Wang Ping and went to Wang Ping's house to search. As expected, the police found 500 grams of drugs in Wang Ping's house. As soon as he saw this, Wang Ping immediately collapsed to the ground. 10 minutes later, Chen Wei and Lu Bingqian finally got a room. Lu Bingqian, who had returned to the hotel room, was very considerate of Chen Wei and also seemed particularly gentle. She stroked Chen Wei's thighs with her own delicate jade hands. She gently stroked it and then said, "My good brother, let sisters see if you're hurt. Let me take a look." Chen Wei immediately smiled badly when he saw Lu Bingqian's female leprechaun appearance. "How could I be hurt? A junkie like that definitely can't hurt me. That won't do. Even though you're very powerful, let me come and check you out. If you're hurt, sister will take you to the hospital. In this way, I'll feel relieved." Lu Bingqian immediately spoke up. "I'm really not injured." Chen Wei immediately said a bit. "Now you can rest assured. Wang Ping, he'll be sentenced for 1 or 2 decades at the very least." Hearing Chen Wei's words, Lu Bingqian smiled bitterly. "Will you look down on me? Will you dislike me? I know I don't deserve you on my own." Seeing that Lu Bingqian was in a low mood, Chen Wei didn't bother teasing her anymore. "How would I dislike you? I love you more than I can say. You're so pretty and lovely. Wait, I'll comfort you properly," Chen Wei immediately said. Lu Bingqian was happy for a moment when she saw Chen Wei say this, her eyes glowing a bit. However, her eyes soon darkened again. Are you surprised? My future husband is actually a drug addict and a bisexual? Lu Bingqian immediately spoke up. I'm a bit surprised that he would go for drugs. Chen Wei immediately spoke up. Actually, my marriage with Wang Ping was set by our grandfather when I was very young. A few years ago, when my grandfather was dying, he confided in me that I must marry Wang Ping. Although I didn't like Wang Ping, in the end, I chose to get engaged to him in order to make sure that my grandfather wouldn't die in peace. Lu Bingqian said. Although, she and Chen Wei had only met 2 or 3 times. However, she was still prepared to tell Chen Wei a secret buried in her heart. In my grandfather's generation, they focused on fulfilling their promises. I also resisted many times, but I was always able to argue against my grandfather. Later on, my grandfather became seriously ill. My grandfather and also my grandmother even blackmailed me, making sure that I must get married to Wang Ping, or else, he would not die in peace. My mom and dad, my aunt and uncle, they also blackmailed me to get engaged to Wang Ping. I was forced by their pressure, and in the end, got engaged to Wang Ping. Where did I know that this was the beginning of my suffering? Lu Bingqian said a lot. Later, I met with Wang Ping. Once, I actually found out that he was bisexual. There were a lot of tons of female things in his room. The walls were pink, the curtains were pink, the sheets were pink. When I found out, I said I wanted out. He was dead set against it, but signed a non-disclosure agreement with me. No touching each other in the future. Each playing his own game and not interfering with each other. At first, I was very agreeable, because this way, it would put my own grandfather's mind at ease, and I don't like Wang Ping either. Signing a non-disclosure agreement like this can be the best of both worlds. Wang Ping has been using me as a front in order to cover up his homosexuality in front of his relatives and friends, and I've been cooperating with him in all sorts of performances. Because of Lu Bingqian's acquiescence, Wang Ping has been playing around more and more. Not only would he go to bed with men, he also played with my best friend, and the two of them roomed together for I don't know how many times. I can't imagine that he would still take drugs now. I don't know how long he'll be in jail. I hope he goes to jail for the rest of his life. Lu Bingqian said a lot. Chen Wei stroked Lu Bingqian's face after hearing these words. My dear, you have suffered. You even met such a person. Ah Wei, do you really not care about all this? You really won't dislike me? Chapter 70, Sen Ming Island Manor. Worth already $11 billion. Are you really willing to maintain this lover relationship with me? Lu Bingqian said a little more. Hearing this, Chen Wei was very surprised. He looked at Lu Bingqian. Seeing this, Lu Bingqian immediately explained. Don't get me wrong. I won't marry you. I just want someone who can accompany me once in a while, and we'll live that life. And you are my first man. So, rest assured in a million ways, if we are together, I won't care about that private life of yours. Lu Bingqian said a little more. In fact, Lu Bingqian was usually a very good woman and a very normal woman, an excellent working woman. Her grandfather had already passed away 4 or 5 years ago. As a woman of the new era, Lu Bingqian longs for a love of her own, for her own happiness, for a man who loves her. Chen Wei is her first man, so she starts to like Chen Wei a little bit and longs for Chen Wei's love. She thinks lover relationship is 100 times better than marriage relationship. She's disappointed in her families and she's disappointed in love. All she wanted at this time was a lover, and it just so happened that she happened to be Chen Wei. Chen Wei was still happy to hear Lu Bingqian's words. Which man didn't want to have a few girlfriends? Especially beautiful girlfriends. And this kind of white whoring thing unexpectedly let him meet. He couldn't be happier. Where would he mind? He won't be picky, and there's nothing to be picky about. She's so pretty. In the face of such a flavorful beauty, which man could withstand the temptation? Chen Wei immediately wrapped his arms around Lu Bingqian, then said in her ear, Don't worry, honey, I will treat you well. I will often come to accompany you. In the future, I'll let you have enough to eat and drink. Lu Bingqian was very pleasantly surprised when she heard this. She immediately said a little, Let's take a shower. It's just so hot today, and I'm sweating all over. Then you go wash first. I'll do it later. Chen Wei immediately said a bit. Lu Bingqian then went into the bathroom. After more than 20 minutes, she walked out. This time, it was Chen Wei's turn to take a shower. He finished washing up in about 10 minutes. As soon as he hit the bathroom, what met his eyes was Lu Bingqian's pink and pretty delicate little face. Chen Wei looked at Lu Bingqian with a look of natural charm, and immediately became a bit monkeyish. He picked up Lu Bingqian, and soon, the fragrance was soft and full of arms. Chen Wei could no longer control himself. His lips immediately kissed up. He pressed Lu Bingqian's head and kissed passionately. Heavenly thunder hooked the earth fire. The two people experienced a world war for an hour or two. Chen Wei felt especially comfortable. He walked into the bathroom with satisfaction. It was only after 10 minutes or so that he stepped out of the bathroom, and by this time, Lu Bingqian had long fallen asleep because she was too tired. The air conditioner on Lu Bingxian's body fell diagonally to the side, and Lu Bingxian's fragrant shoulders were slightly exposed. Her long black hair like a waterfall was scattered on her snow-white upper body. It also revealed a dodgy-like small face. Seeing such a charming Lu Bingxian, Chen Wei kissed Lu Bingxian's fragrant shoulder again. Chen Wei started again. Day 2 early in the morning, more than 8 o'clock. Chen Wei woke up. Lu Bingxian is not around again. Sitting on the bed, Chen Wei immediately thought of today's system brush gift. He immediately entered the system. As he entered the system's beep immediately rang out. Ding! Today, the system's limited time second gifts have been refreshed. The 3 gifts that have been refreshed today are as follows. Gift 1. A Gulfstream airplane, worth 300 million renminbi. Gift 2. Jinjiang Hotel, worth 1 billion renminbi. Gift 3. 1 Ming Island Manor, worth 2 billion renminbi. The system quickly finished reporting the 3 gifts. Not bad, not bad, very lucky this time. The gifts swiped out are all good. Chen Wei immediately said, either one is good, I want them all, but I can only choose one, so what's good? Chen Wei immediately thought for a moment. The first one was a Gulfstream airplane. Although he wanted to own an airplane, he could not fly it himself and did not hire the flight crew in question. An airplane wasn't something that you could just buy and fly, and it was too ostentatious to buy this. Chen Wei thinks it's better to keep a low profile. The second is the Jinjiang Hotel. This property is very good. It is not an ordinary hotel. In Shanghai can be ranked in the top 15. So, Chen Wei very much want this. The third one, Mingdao Manor. Could this one be in Yushan? This area should be very large, otherwise it wouldn't be so expensive. But Chen Wei has a place to live now. He has a place to live in Thompson. Chen Wei felt that he didn't really need this right now. He wanted to brush up on his industries, because industry could be a constant source to help him make money. Chen Wei immediately wanted to choose the second one, but he wanted to upgrade sooner. You still have to choose Ming Island Manor. System, how much am I missing to upgrade? Chen Wei immediately asked. Okay, host, the system is inquiring. The system immediately responded. After a minute, the system immediately answered. 10% of the shares of Ningde Times, worth 300 million renminbi. This is the original share. Thompson's large flat, worth 172 million yuan. 5% of Tesla's shares, worth 5 billion renminbi. 10% of the shares of Tianlong Real Estate, worth 2 billion renminbi. A Wanda Plaza worth 2 billion yuan. The system finally had finished. Seeing that his value was already approaching 10 billion, Chen Wei was very happy. When he thought about the fact that the system needed a value of $10 billion to be upgraded, and that the system could open the mall mode after the upgrade, he pondered for a while, and he also decided that he'd rather go with Gift 3. Together with this manor, he would have reached over 11 billion. He immediately said to the system, System, I choose Gift 3. The system immediately dinged. The host has made a choice. Selecting Gift 3, a Ming Island Manor. Please ask the host to receive it at the Ming Island Manor. The system immediately said, What? You still have to go to that place to receive it? Alright, I'll go today. Chen Wei immediately said a bit. Afterward, he exited the system. Then, went into the bathroom and washed up. After washing up, he went to a roadside breakfast place and ate some breakfast. His car then followed the navigation and drove all the way to U Mountain. He followed the navigation and continued to drive, finally arriving at U Mountain. This manor was on the top of U Mountain. At this time, there were a few middle-aged men in suits standing at the entrance of the manor, and when they saw a Porsche drive up, they immediately prepared to greet it. A moment later the brakes sounded. The car stopped next to these middle-aged men. May I ask if you are Mr. Chen? A middle-aged man immediately spoke. Originally, Chen Wei wanted to answer immediately, but suddenly, Chen Wei's cell phone received a text message. The phone vibrated, and he immediately took it out and looked at it. Your bank card account has credited $98 million. Chapter 71 Sending an Invitation. The $98 million is from Ningde Times. The middle-aged man didn't hear Chen Wei's answer, and he asked again, Are you Mr. Chen? This time, Chen Wei answered immediately. I am Mr. Chen. Hello, I am the person in charge of transferring this manor this time. You can just call me Little Wang. This middle-aged man immediately spoke. Then it's hard work for you guys. Tough on you guys for making the trip. Chen Wei immediately said. No hard work, we should. It's our honor to serve you. That middle-aged man immediately said. One should definitely have a good attitude towards rich people. Rich people were the ones that ordinary people couldn't afford to mess with. Let's go see the manor then. Chen Wei said indifferently. Alright, please follow me. Hearing that Chen Wei wanted to see the manor, Xiao Wang hurriedly led Chen Wei into the manor and then toured it. Mr. Chen, you can see that this is a gate made of titanium alloy, which is bulletproof, and the gate is equipped with the most advanced recognition system in the world right now. the system can easily recognize if the visitor is a person or car inside the manor. If an outsider is detected breaking in, the gate will close immediately. A little further on, there is a second gate, which will be drilled out of the ground and will immediately block outsiders. It is absolutely impossible for strangers to enter. Little Wang introduced the manor's gates to Chen Wei. After introducing these, Little Wang then introduced the fence to Chen Wei. This manor covers a full 80 acres. It's all enclosed by a high fence. There is high voltage electricity and video surveillance placed above the fence. As long as the video surveillance finds someone attempting to climb over the fence, the high voltage grid will immediately activate. This video surveillance will also shout. Hearing Xiao Wang's introduction, Chen Wei felt very satisfied. After this introduction, Xiao Zhao took Chen Wei on a tour of the garden scenery here. Mr. Chen, the arrangements that you are seeing now were all personally arranged by the world's top garden masters. From the fake mountains and water here, to every tree and flower here, all of them are arranged just right. This place is just like a big garden. After the introduction of the scenery arrangement, they arrived at the villa area. There were 3 villas here. The one in the center was the main villa, and the 2 next to it were the secondary villas. Xiao Wang opened the gate of the villa and he began to introduce the main villa to Chen Wei. The entire main villa has 5 floors above ground and 3 floors underground. There are a total of 8 floors above and below ground. The outer wall of the 5 floors above ground is 50 centimeters. This 50 centimeter thick outer wall is divided into 3 layers. The outermost layer is an antique design decoration. The middle section is arranged with titanium alloy steel plates that are several centimeters thick, and the innermost layer of the wall is a cement concrete wall that is up to 40 centimeters thick. It can be said that this place is solid as gold. Xiao Wang introduced it again. I see, this is too good, Chen Wei immediately said in his heart. However, on the surface, he was looking very calm. Seeing that Chen Wei was still very calm after hearing so many introductions, Little Wang still guessed in his heart. What kind of family was this young man, a rich second generation? He could look so calm. When Xiao Wang first learned about these situations, he was shocked and looked a little dumbfounded. Next, Little Wang took Chen Wei to visit the villa's hall, parlor, and bedroom. These few people took the elevator again just to visit the basement. The underground floors were similarly very well decorated, appearing as opulent as a palace. The entire manor had spent a lot of money to create an intelligent monitoring system, as well as a defense system. Chen Wei could later control everything in the manor from the main villa. Finally, Xiao Wang briefly introduced the other 2 villas. The 2 secondary villas next to them were definitely a bit worse. It took nearly an hour to go through some of these. Finally, Little Wang handed Chen Wei the property transfer certificate. After doing so, Little Wang quickly left with his staff. After Little Wang left, Chen Wei immediately began to manipulate the manor's defense and control system. Soon, the manor's gate quickly closed. More than 10 seconds later, another closed gate made of aluminum alloy was drilled out of the ground, separating the villa from the outside. He sent up the high voltage electricity from the enclosure again, and the power grid on the wall was instantly on fire, the grid sparking. A few more bodyguards would be even better, Chen Wei immediately said. At the same time, the people from the other manors on the mountain also knew that manor number 1 here had a new owner. What kind of person is so powerful to take down this one manor? You know, I wanted to spend $2-3 billion to buy it in the first place, and people weren't even willing to sell it to me. An old man in his 70s said a bit. There were also just a total of 9 manors on this mountain, and the owner of each one of them was an amazing big shot in Shanghai or in China. Manor number 1 was bought by someone so rich and so willing. Interesting. An old man with a majestic face and a superior's aura beside him said a bit. You immediately go and send an invitation to the owner of this one manor, saying that my old man will invite him for dinner in a few days. This old man immediately spoke to a servant next to him. The servant immediately took out paper and ink, and the old man immediately wrote a few words. Soon after, the servant went out to deliver the invitation. After staying here for so long, Chen Wei was also ready to leave. He was just about to start the car and prepare to leave. Immediately, he heard someone call out to him. Sir, please wait. A man in his 30s or 40s flew over. Was it you who called me? What's the matter with you? Chen Wei immediately asked the middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. The matter is like this. My family's old man asked me to send you an invitation. In a few days, I hope that you'll come over. He wants to get together with you. This middle-aged man immediately spoke. Who invited me? It's not like I know him. Why would he invite himself? Chen Wei was a bit puzzled. Chen Wei immediately said a bit. Seeing that Chen Wei was a bit tempted to refuse, this 30 to 40-year-old man immediately said a bit. My family's old man is called Wang Yihan. What? Chen Wei was directly shocked out of a cold sweat by this name. This person had been a hand of this city. How could this big shot be looking for himself to get together? Seeing that Chen Wei was a bit puzzled, this person said some more. My old man lives here. It turned out that Wang Yihan lived here. He had just learned that he had moved in a new neighbor, and it just so happened that in a few days, it would be the old man's 80th birthday again, so he invited Chen Wei over to join him. Okay, I know. Please tell the old master that I will definitely come over to wish his old man a happy birthday. Chen Wei immediately said. Alright then, I'll take my leave. That middle-aged man immediately left. At this time, Chen Wei was still very excited. This Magic City's former hand. He really was a big shot on one side. To actually invite himself to his birthday banquet. How could one not be excited? Chapter 72, Lu Xiaoli regrets. Chen Wei forced down the excitement in his heart and immediately drove away from here. On this side, the servant immediately reported to the old master after returning. Master, the owner of that manor is a 22 or 23-year-old young man. He drives this Porsche. What? A young man who is only 22 or 23 years old? The old master was a bit skeptical. Yeah, he's alone. After hearing the servant answer in this way, the old man immediately pondered. Who is this person? Whose descendant is he from the imperial capital side? Or is it an heir trained by which big family? Relying on one's own upstart shouldn't be that powerful. The old man spoke up. Soon, Chen Wei returned home. Ruyan Lu sent a Weibo message. I'm so looking forward to our meeting tomorrow. Our date. I'm also looking forward to it. Then let's go to dinner together tomorrow. Chen Wei replied back. Of course he also wanted to eat Ruyan Lu. In order to make things a bit easier, it was better to go outside and rent a house for them to live in. It's definitely not good to let them live on their own side. After all, Lu Bingqian came here. After renting a house, it must be much more convenient. In terms of dating Lu Ruyan or Chen Shuchu, you can't keep looking for places where no one meets. There is a house. Want to do something? Certainly much more convenient. Thinking like this, it is necessary to rent 2 houses. Lu Ruyan a house, Chen Shuchu a house. Anyway, one wouldn't be short of money now. After thinking about it for a while, the time quickly arrived for lunch. He quickly used his cell phone to order a takeaway. 20 to 30 minutes later, the takeout was delivered. He quickly finished eating the takeaway. After eating the takeaway and playing a little bit of jitterbug, he began to rest. He slept until 3 p.m. The sun was so hot, it was better not to go anywhere. Blow the air conditioning at home. At home, he swiped jitterbug. When he got tired of brushing jitterbug, he read a novel. All the beauties in jitterbug are beautiful, but they are still a little bit worse than Lu Ruyan Chen Shuchu. Time quickly came to the evening. He ordered another takeout. At night, he was eating takeout again. By the time it was 9 p.m. or so, Ruyan Lu sent a WeChat. What are you doing? I'm reading a novel. Chen Wei immediately said. He immediately took a picture of himself lying on the bed and sent it over. In the girl's rental room, Ruyan Lu had already washed up. She was lying on her bed. At this time, she saw the message and photo sent by Chen Wei. She wanted to video chat with Chen Wei. Immediately, she used a mirror to look at her face. Her own mental state was still very good and her face was very beautiful. Lu Ruyan was very satisfied after looking at it and immediately put down the mirror before making a video call to Chen Wei. Before waiting for Chen Wei to connect, she adjusted the angle of her phone. Ruyan, it's so late. Who are you going to make a video call to? Huangjin heard the voice before the video call was connected and she asked curiously. Trying to video call my boyfriend. Ruyan Lu smiled back and answered. Soon, the video call connected. Chen Wei's face appeared in the cell phone screen. I'm checking in, Ruyan Lu jokingly said. The smile was also bright and generous. Checking. Do you want to come to the site for a flying inspection? Chen Wei looked at the beautiful Ruyan Lu and immediately said a bit. Immediately, he compared Lu Ruyan with Chen Shuchu. Both of them were beautiful, each with their own beauty, and their comprehensive ratings were both above 92 points. If it was all about face value, Ruyan Lu's face value was definitely a bit higher. If I come, I'm afraid you'll put me down, Ruyan Lu immediately said. No. Insurance won't. Chen Wei immediately assured a bit. I don't believe you. Ruyan Lu immediately thought of Chen Wei's restless hands in a remote corner. As soon as she thought of this, Ruyan Lu's face immediately reddened. Have you washed up? Chen Wei asked when he saw Lu Ruyan lying on the bed. Yeah, I just finished showering and then lay on the bed. Lu Ruyan immediately said a bit. I'm afraid you'll be bored alone, so I'm giving you a video call. How am I doing as a girlfriend? Last night, Ruyan Lu asked again and had a very arrogant look. Seeing this look of Ruyan Lu, Chen Wei really wanted to press her to the ground and do her justice on the spot. Unfortunately, it was only visible but not touchable. You're very good now. I'll give you 85 points, and I'll send you the remaining 15 points in the form of 1314. Send you a red packet right away. Chen Wei flirted. Humph. Lu Ruyan's pretty face lifted and she smugly hummed lightly. The two started chatting again with one sentence from you and another from me. The two chatted for a long time before hanging up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Chen Wei immediately sent Lu Ruyan a red packet of 314 yuan. You sent too much, Ruyan Lu immediately said. She sent it in text. Not much, not much. You claim it. Chen Wei immediately replied back. Alright, Ruyan Lu immediately claimed the red packet. On the bed next to her, Lu Xiaoli would look at Ruyan Lu from time to time. Her eyes were filled with envy, jealousy and hatred, as well as a look of great regret and unwillingness. How could her own eyes be so bad? Not realizing that Chen Wei was a rich second generation? If she had realized it before Lu Ruyan, then Chen Wei's girlfriend would be herself now. Chen Wei was his own, and that LV bag was also his own. The passenger seat of Chen Wei's big G was also hers. When she thought of that LV bag, Lu Xiaoli was even more heartbroken. Chen Wei casually sent out a so expensive bag. Certainly not the average person, certainly not the average rich second generation. I know Chen Wei first. How can I not see that Chen Wei is a rich second generation? Lu Xiaoli was very regretful. Before, she was quite satisfied with Wang Chang as her boyfriend. After all, Wang Chang is a Shanghai local, and his family has 2 suites. A few days ago, it cost more than 4,000 to buy clothes for her. In the past, she was very satisfied with Wang Chang, but now, after she found out that Chen Wei was a rich second generation, she was not satisfied with Wang Chang, because when these two people are compared, one is in the sky and the other is on the ground. Chen Wei was in the sky and Wang Chang was in the ground. They were worlds apart. Once she thought of this, Lu Xiaoli looked again at Lu Ruyan who had just made a video call. Then, she twisted her head to look at Lu Ruyan's cabinet, which contained Lu Ruyan's 888 LV bag. The LV bag of nearly $80,000. She dreamed not even dare to think of the bag. Suddenly, her cell phone also came to the WeChat tone. This is Wang Chang sent WeChat. Lily, what are you doing? Missed you. Let's make a video call. I'm sleepy. I want to sleep. Don't want to make a video call. Lu Xiaoli immediately returned. She only had Chen Wei in her head right now. She didn't want to make a video call with Wang Chang at all right now. She didn't even want to see Wang Chang anymore. Chapter 73, Shin Chuchu wants to quit her job. Because of this reason, she didn't go to dinner with Wang Chang all day today, because it was really upset, and also because the heart was really unbalanced, and also because it was really cynical and envious right now. You're sleepy. That's fine. You rest early. I won't bother. Good night. Wang Chang was a bit reluctant and immediately sent a message over. He was a bit puzzled. He always felt that since yesterday, his girlfriend Lu Xiaoli was a bit strange, and didn't even take care of him much. Wang Chang sent another one. Lily, tomorrow Saturday school is not in session. Let's go eat together, okay? He hoped that when Lu Xiaoli woke up early tomorrow morning, she would be able to see the message he sent over. Hey, a woman's heart, a needle at the bottom of the sea. A few minutes later, Lu Ruyan made another video call to Chen Wei. The two chatted again. At this time, after Lu Xiaoli, who was still awake, heard her cell phone vibrate, she picked it up and looked at it. She immediately realized that it was a message from Wang Chang, which she immediately ignored. Then, she looked at Lu Ruyan who was video chatting with Chen Wei. She saw Ruyan Lu smiling so brightly, and her heart felt bad. Alright, I'm going to take a shower. Talk to you later. Chen Wei immediately said. Okay, you take a shower first. Ruyan Lu nodded and said a bit. Chen Wei was just about to hang up the video call when the video suddenly flashed a pair of long, white legs. Although it only appeared for 2 or 3 seconds, the camera immediately moved upwards and what appeared was Ruyan Lu's beautiful face. Does it look good? Ruyan Lu asked a little shyly as she lay on the bed. Just now, she intentionally let the camera move down a bit and took a shot of her long legs. This was the advantageous part of her figure. So, she didn't mind showing it to Chen Wei. Anyway, in this life, she had already decided on Chen Wei. This was an excellent man that one could not lose. A flash. I haven't seen it clearly. I'll take another look. Chen Wei immediately said a bit. He was amazed for a moment just now. In fact, Chen Wei had just seen it, but it flashed very quickly, so he wanted to take another look. Take a shower first. I'll hang up the video. Lu Ruyan blushed as she saw Chen Wei's eyes suddenly glow. After she said this, she immediately hung up the video call. Her face was now red and flushed, even though she hadn't looked in the mirror. She felt her face blush as it had gotten hot. This was the first time in her life that she showed boys her long legs. Walking down the street, the long legs didn't show so much. It wasn't her initiative either. This time it was her initiative. However, it was very effective. She had discovered that Chen Wei wanted to see it very much, and his eyes were wide open. As soon as she thought of this, she suddenly let out a proud soft humming sound from her mouth. At this time, Wu Qianqian walked out from the bathroom. She had just finished showering, preparing to get on her own bed. Qianqian, you're very pretty after your bath, like a hibiscus that just came out of the water. Huangjin saw it and couldn't help but say it. Guo Qianqian after just coming out of the bath was indeed very pretty, and also had a very pure temperament, and her figure was also very good and tall. Lu Ruyan also looked up at Guo Qianqian. This roommate was indeed very pretty. You're pretty too. Guo Qianqian looked at Huang Jin and immediately said something. She also said a compliment. It didn't take any capital to say nice words anyway. 1,000 wears 1,000, but a horse's ass doesn't wear it. Words there. I'm still self-aware myself. Qianqian, you don't have to comfort me. Huang Jin immediately sighed. Lu Xiuli lies on the bed without saying anything, but listens to them. Chen Wei was lying in his bedroom. Chen Wei watched as the video call was hung up and quickly felt a bit sorry for himself. He took a look at Lu Ruyan's long legs, but didn't see enough, and a blink of an eye passed. He now wanted to take another look. There was no telling when he would be able to touch it. At this time, the cell phone rang again. He looked at his phone and it was a Weibo message from Chen Chuchu. What are you doing? Chen Chuchu asked. I'm brushing Jane. Chen Wei immediately replied back. I was going to give you a video call. How about we make a video call? Chen Chuchu immediately said a bit. It's rather late now. I haven't taken a shower yet. Let's talk later. Chen Wei immediately said a bit. It was fortunate that he wasn't on a video call. Otherwise, Chen Chuchu would immediately know that he was on a video call with someone else. It's rather late today. It'll take me more than 10 minutes to take a shower. Chen Wei said some more. Alright then, we'll talk later. Chen Chuchu immediately said something. Soon, Chen Wei went to take a shower. When he finished showering, he found that both Ruyan Lu and Chuchu Chen had sent him several WeChat messages. Both girlfriends were asking, have you guys showered yet? If you've washed up, let's chat. Alright, let's chat. Chen Wei replied back. Chen Wei then started chatting with the two girlfriends. It was still relatively easy to get it wrong when chatting with two women. It was a good thing that Chen Wei was extremely careful. The two girlfriends, one was bold and generous, one was cute and a bit shy. Chen Wei sent a joke with a yellow color to each of his two girlfriends. Lu Ruyan read it and blushed, but immediately returned. The boldness is also too small. The color can be sent a little darker. Chen Chuchu, however, was a bit shy and sent a few shy emoticons. Tomorrow is Saturday. Do we want to have dinner together? Ruyan Lu sent another Weibo. Ruyan Lu invited dryly, not being shy in the slightest. Let's talk about it until tomorrow, okay? Chen Wei immediately said. His message had just been sent down when his phone vibrated again, and this time it was a message from Chen Chuchu. You didn't reply to the message after a few minutes. Do you want to sleep? Chen Chuchu immediately said a little. Alas, having two girlfriends does have inconvenient times. It's hard to take care of two people at the same time. Wouldn't want to sleep yet. It's just a little something just now. Chen Wei immediately said a bit. Oh, it's like this ah. Are you done with your busy schedule now? Chen Chuchu didn't think much about it and immediately asked. I'm done. Chen Wei immediately returned a bit. If you're done being busy, I just wanted to tell you something. Chen Chuchu said. Then you say it. Chen Wei immediately said. I want to become a four-store and resign. What do you think? Then go to my girlfriend's that company. Their company is hiring. Chen Chuchu immediately said. She resigned just to not let Chen Wei think too much. It's okay. It's good for you to resign. It's okay for me to support you. I don't want you to be a salesperson there anymore. Chen Wei immediately said a bit. I don't want you to raise. Why do you want me to resign? Chen Chuchu asked. I'm afraid you'll be missed. Chen Wei answered very dryly. Chapter 74, Lu Xiaoli. You're the one with a boyfriend. I'm afraid you'll be missed. Chen Wei immediately said. What he said was from the heart. Chen Chuchu was so pretty and had such a good figure. There were definitely people who would miss her. Chen Chuchu immediately blushed after hearing those words, but in her heart, she was very happy, because she felt that Chen Wei cared about herself. It's someone who will harass me. Chen Chuchu immediately said, but I'm your girlfriend now. There's no use for others to think about it. I am not going to be with anyone else. After Chen Wei saw this sentence, his heart was also happy, although he didn't know if what Chen Chuchu said was true or not. However, he was still much more relieved in his heart. A while later, Ruyan Lu sent another WeChat. Why aren't you talking? It's been a few minutes and you haven't even messaged back. Chen Wei had no choice but to send a few sentences to both of his girlfriends. He couldn't leave any of them out in the cold. Soon the time came to 10:50 p.m. Chen Chuchu was a little sleepy, so she sent back a good night. Chen Wei also immediately returned a good night. This time, Chen Wei was much more relaxed. He only had to deal with Ruyan Lu alone. With several girlfriends, it was easy to lose sight of one and the other. Chen Wei thought for a moment. Suddenly, his cell phone vibrated again. He saw that someone had applied to add himself as a friend. Who was this one? It was most likely a girl. Chen Wei was a bit puzzled. In the notes of the friend application, it was written, Chen Wei, please pass my application. Looking at the friend application note sent by the other party, Chen Wei was a bit confused. Who is this? he also knows his own name. Add it. Anyway, they will not be less. By adding himself, he wouldn't lose out and wouldn't be fooled. He immediately clicked agree. He sent another question mark and asked again, who are you? In the girl's rented room, Lu Xiaoli was lying on her bed, and after seeing Chen Wei pass her friend request, her whole body was happy. There was hope for herself now. The person who had just applied to add Chen Wei's WeChat was her. Why did Lu Xiaoli go to add it? The reason was also very simple. That is, she wanted to take Chen Wei over and make Chen Wei her boyfriend. Because Chen Wei is too rich, her own boyfriend, Wang Chang, gave her a gift of $4,000 of clothes, and the gift Chen Wei gave to Ruyan Lu was a 888 LV bag. So, Lu Xiaoli thought of going to add Chen Wei's WeChat, because she had Chen Wei's WeChat business card. The first step is to add WeChat first, and then see if there is a chance to take Chen Wei down, so that Chen Wei will fall under his Duri's skirt. This was Lu Xiaoli's idea. Although she is not as beautiful as Lu Ruyan, she has her own advantages. As long as she dresses up a little and does a little trick, she might be able to take Chen Wei. Which man doesn't eat what's in the bowl and look at what's in the pot? What if Chen Wei just likes her for this one, and has a crush on her? If it worked out, she would be Chen Wei's girlfriend. Then he himself will be able to receive a bag of $80,000 or $90,000 in the future, a luxury car of millions of dollars, and a villa of tens of millions of dollars. She couldn't be his only one, but at the very least, she wanted to be one of his girlfriends. Therefore, she felt to be herself to make an effort to fight for it. She hesitated a few times before deciding to add Chen Wei's WeChat. Very fortunately, Chen Wei passed her friend request. Lu Xiaoli got a little excited inside. She carefully twisted her head again and looked at Lu Ruyan, who was chatting with someone on her bed with her cell phone. Some people say, fire prevention and theft prevention of girlfriends. This sentence is still a bit reasonable, because Lu Xiaoli robbed this Lu Ruyan's boyfriend. And don't blame her, because quality men are the object of everyone's robbery. Where are you talking? Which one are you? If you don't say it again, I'll delete you. Chen Wei saw that he had sent a message and the other party didn't respond for half a day. So he said, don't Seeing the WeChat that Chen Wei had sent over, Lu Xiaoli immediately replied back. She was afraid that Chen Wei could delete her. If Chen Wei deleted her, then she wouldn't be able to implement this plan of hers. This was something Lu Xiaoli could not tolerate. She also wanted a bag, wanted a luxury car, she wanted a villa. She wanted to see Lu Ruyan's pained expression. Once Chen Wei became her boyfriend, then Ruyan Lu would definitely be in pain. She couldn't help but be happy at the thought of Ruyan Lu crying. Lu Xiaoli knew that she didn't look as pretty as Ruyan Lu. But so what? As long as she made herself a little gentler, a little more charming, a little more coy, maybe Chen Wei would like her type. A man didn't just like one kind of dish. As long as Chen Wei likes to eat her, she can compare Lu Ruyan. As long as the hoe was wielded well, where was the wall that couldn't be dug down? Quickly say, which one are you? Chen Wei sent over again. I'm Lu Xiaoli. Lu Xiaoli immediately said. Then, she sent another kitten cute emoji. Then, she looked forward to Chen Wei's reply. This time, Chen Wei was puzzled. What kind of woman had he run into? He was really puzzled. Did Lu Xiaoli also know that he drove a luxury car? What was this Wang Chang's girlfriend doing adding herself? Lu Xiaoli is a woman with a master. Chen Wei thought a lot. Why don't you say anything? Have you forgotten which one I am? Lu Xiaoli saw that Chen Wei hadn't replied in half a day and immediately sent a few more words over. What to do? What to do? It was better to find one of her prettiest photos and send it over. She immediately looked for a photo like this in her cell phone album and sent it over. In this photo, her face was very pretty. Although it wasn't as good as Ruyan Lu or Qian Qianhua, but she was also a class flower herself, and her body was also very good, with a curvy front and back, and her figure could be described as shapely. Chen Wei, you remembered who I am, right? Lu Xiaoli immediately sent this sentence, then sent another emoticon of a young girl laughing. Is there something wrong with you? Chen Wei felt that Lu Xiaoli adding his WeChat was a bit abrupt. He still felt that he had to ask her if there was anything she was looking for. If you have something, you should look for Wang Chang. I can't do anything for you. Wang Chang is much more capable than me, and he's also a Shanghai local. Chen Wei immediately replied, I don't have anything I just want you to chat. You're a weirdly interesting person, and you're so handsome, so I want to find you to chat. Lu Xiaoli immediately sent it over. Seeing this WeChat, Chen Wei felt that this Lu Xiaoli was too funny. Isn't this Lu Xiaoli's words a bit ambiguous? Isn't it too proactive? Aren't these words a bit too much? You are a person with a boyfriend. How can you still say such words to me?